Welcome to the 2025 North America International Championships. This is the crown jewel of the international circuit, and the world's top trainers are here to leave their mark on history.
NAIC, are you ready?
Last year, Out of Pocket showed exactly why he's a champion, shutting down every challenger who came for his crown. Teamwork made the dream work, and the Orange Juicers crushed the competition to claim their glory. In the TCG, Andrew Hedrick outplayed and outlasted them all, claiming the title of King of New Orleans. And in Pokémon VG, Patrick Connors clinched his first championship with ice-cold decisions and flawless execution.
Let's go!
Ton come in next. Ashton, we get the attack boost. This could change everything.
Another very singularity. Hyper Voice and Kilo's low bliss assistance. They're going straight for the score.
Both active on the Temple of Sinnoh. Theo upper energy on the pit jock. KO with block 3 win.
The game, Josh, the honor, the glory, the redemption is his.
We've had an insane weekend here at NAIC.
Last event of the season.
I have never heard the crowd as loud.
Welcome to the North America International Championships. Let the games begin.
Hello and good morning to all the trainers, viewers, and Pokemon fans tuning in from around the globe. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Steven Sanders, and we're here to welcome you to Day 2 of the 2025 Pokemon North America International Championships, coming to you live from New Orleans, Louisiana.
We saw incredible competition in day number 1, but we have even more Pokemon action in store today.
Before we get started, here's just a few standout competitors to watch as they battle their way towards Championship Sunday.
In Pokemon GO, Paddleman and Zweilous faced each other at the EUIC Grand Finals earlier this season, and now they battle again in a rematch in their very first round today.
In Unite, the last World's invite for Western regions is still up for grabs. Will DreamMax Esports, Revelation, Daybreak, or someone else secure their spot in Anaheim?
Meanwhile, in Pokemon TCG, Ray-Chin went undefeated for the entirety of day number 1 with Toedscruel EX.
And for Pokemon VG, Kyle Livinghouse continued his streak of 6 consecutive Day 2 appearances with an 8-0 start.
These trainers and many more still in competition today have a chance to earn championship points towards Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California this August. And not to mention, of course, a share of the massive $500,000 prize pool.
And with that, it's time to kick things off. Best of luck to our remaining trainers. Casters, take it away.
Thanks, Joe. So good to be back here in New Orleans and getting ready for our Day 2 of competition. My name is Evan Lattin. Of course, it wouldn't be the International Championships Day 2 if I was not joined by my good friend Scott Glaza. Scott, we had an incredible day of Pokemon battling yesterday, and that just means that Day 2, with only the top competitors left remaining, is going to be even wilder.
Yeah, this could be a really exciting day of Pokemon. I think it's one of the more decorated Day 2s of International Championship I've ever seen. We have lost a few big names along the way. I think just shows how challenging it was to get to this Day 2, but field just full of excellent names. Should be a lot of fun to see what comes out on top as we work toward our finals tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. We still have 3 world champions remaining in the field here. Paul Ruiz, Shohei Kimura, and Luca Ceribelli are still remaining in the tournament. We also have 4 other world champions who won when they were in the seniors division and have now graduated up into the masters division. 10 international champions in the field here in Day 2, and I believe over 30 regional champions also in Day 2. So There are so many different people who are very accustomed to being at these top tables, being on stage under the bright lights, and that is the kind of experience that is so valuable as you're heading into this day 2, which is going to have our Swiss rounds and Top Cut later.
Yeah, and I think it's what's going to make it so much fun for us to watch. You know, it's a lot of really great finishes there, but all the players can't make the top 8, right? Some of these players are going to leave disappointed, and it should be a lot of fun to see, you know, who's able to pull it off and maybe who isn't quite able to get quite to those heights that they've been to in the past.
Well, the North America International Championships is the final event of our regular season. This is the 3rd International Championships of our season, of course, culminating in the World Championships in Anaheim at August 15th through 17th. So we have plenty of competitors out here who are still trying to get those valuable championship points to qualify for the World Championships. And even more competitors, particularly some competitors who have traveled across the ocean from Japan, who failed to qualify in the Japanese qualifying system, looking to automatically receive a direct invite to the World Championships with a top 4 placement.
Yeah, it's a big deal. You know, there are a handful of players, I guess, from a variety of regions who do need that direct invitation in order to move on. For a bunch of others, the championship points matter. Even that top 64 finish could make a big difference. And you know, we still don't know exactly how many championship points you need. You do need a different threshold depending on what region you're in. It's seeming like the bar in Europe, you get pretty close to 1,000 championship points. Look like probably the 970s in North America, but it'll all depend on things that play out here. So, hey, if you have a favorite trainer at home, maybe you're rooting for some players, maybe you're rooting against some players. We'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, and we will be taking a look at those players throughout the day and trying to keep up with the ever-changing championship point rankings as they come up, because that is, as you can see here, only 75 players in the United States and Canada, as well as 75 in Europe will qualify based off of the championship point rankings. 50 in Latin America, 20 in Oceania, and 5 from the Middle East and South Africa. Those are the only people who will be able to qualify for Worlds based off of championship points. Again, the direct invitation as well for players who make it into the top 4. Now, let's take a look at how we are going to get there for those championship points and the top 4.
This is the 2025 North America International Championships, broadcasting live from the Ernest N. Memorial Convention Center here in New Orleans, Louisiana. Pokemon VG trainers have traveled from around the world to compete for a $500,000 prize pool, a heap of booster packs, and prestigious championship points. Points that will get them one step closer towards qualifying for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. This tournament is a 3-day event that kicks off with Swiss rounds. Trainers whose total match points exceed the threshold for their division will advance to Day 2. On Day 2, trainers continue battling in Swiss rounds. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors and up to 24 competitors with the same match points as 8th place will advance into an asymmetrical top cut, battling through a single elimination bracket until only 2 trainers remain. These finalists will face off on Championship Sunday, where they'll compete for the NAIC trophy and try to claim their piece of Pokemon glory. Every match is a best of 3 and uses an open team sheet format. That means each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. It's anyone's guess who will be crowned the North America International Champion and receive invites to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim. But we'll be here to guide you through all the action as we find out who the last trainer standing will be. Let's send it back to our casters and get this tournament started.
Yeah, in addition to those championship points, this is the portion of the $500,000 prize pool that will be awarded to our international champions, and below $15,000 for winning it all in the Masters division, and $5,000 each for juniors and seniors divisions, all the way down to $2,000 for making it into that top 32, which would also qualify you if you have the same record as 8th place into that asymmetrical top cut.
And a bad little additional prize in addition to the championship points. We have quite a lot of players who have made it to a point where they're pretty safe to make the World Championships already, so kind of just playing for these prize money. But it's a good chunk of change, significantly higher than at a regional championship. So trainers, hoping to fatten their purses a little bit before the World Championships.
Absolutely. In addition to the prizing here, those championship points can also help for travel awards to the World Championships in Anaheim. So plenty of things at stake for our competitors here in Day 2. Now, Day 1 was an absolutely wild day of Pokemon, and here are the standings after Day 1 for our top 16 players. And I think the big story to me is two of our undefeated players, Yuma Kinugawa and Kazuki Kobayashi, from Japan at 8-0. And I believe Yuma Kinugawa has already qualified via the Japanese system, but Kazuki Kobayashi has not. Kazuki is going to be going for that direct invitation by making it into the top 4, and is starting with an 8-0 record. If you're going to fly over here from Japan, finishing 8-0 is a good way to make that worthwhile.
Yeah, absolutely. I think probably a 10-2 record. It's too early to do math. Going to require you to move on to the next stage of a tournament. So well on his way. And yeah, I think Japan's kind of been the story of Day 1 for me. I think we had 15 Japanese players, and 12 of them made it to Day 2. Always difficult opponents there, where I think Japan's always kind of been the home of the best Pokemon trainers in the world. So going to have to see, the North America and Europe always kind of enjoy the rivalry with one another, but they might both lose this one.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at some of the other players who have made it here into Day 2 of our championship in New Orleans. And some big names here on the North American side, and in the Latin American side, we have Paul Ruiz, the 2018 world champion, running an extremely unique team for this tournament that we may see a little bit later on today. Another world champion here, Luca Cerabelli, also here in Day 2. And of course, as I mentioned at the start, Shohei Kimura, the Japanese world champion, is also here in Day 2 competing. But plenty of other incredible competitors here, like defending champion Patrick Connors, players like Ashton Cox, who is also an international champion, and Carson Confer, a world champion in the seniors division.
Yeah, but we have Alex Gomez, who won this tournament 2 years ago. So, yeah, I mean, just a really stacked Day 2 in the tournament. Should be a lot of fun. Because a lot of these players do need this for one reason or another, right? Either trying to move up the standings or, just get a nice badge of honor on their player slide the next time they come up on stream.
Yeah, absolutely, and there is going to be so much to discuss here in Day 2 as we keep moving forward through this tournament. Here are sort of what we thought was going to be particularly exceptional in this tournament, and Scott, I have to say, Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta has proven to be an extremely dominant team, just not by North American players typically.
Yeah, I was a little worried when I predicted this for that reason, exactly, right? Where I think Europe and Japan both seem to be a little bit higher on it. To me, it's the highest power team of the format. It's a really miserable mirror to play, so I can understand why maybe players have opted out of it, especially because even in some of the other matchups, it's a little slow and grindy. But I think 5 of the last 9, 7, and 0 teams were using some variant of the Shadow Rider, Calyrex, and Zamazenta. So looking strong so far. But I would note as well, believe that the restricted duo that you predicted as well has really moved its way up the standings from Day 2 compared to Day 1. So perhaps you're onto something as well.
Absolutely, it's been very exciting, and the key here is Zamazenta. Zamazenta definitely has been showing up as the most important MVP, best support for these double restricted teams. Now, of course, as you've seen, there is going to be a lot of Pokemon happening over the course of today as we go through our Swiss rounds and into our top cut. So if you have to go take a break, I totally understand. Just make sure that you're following all of the social channels and that you are going to Pokemon.com/broadcast to make sure that you don't miss any of the important matches that you really want to see. That will be your hub. That's where you need to park yourself so that you know exactly what's going on over the course of the rest of this tournament. Of course, so many rounds of Pokemon today, and then Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Yeah, I got a lot of battles, so, catch your breath, get settled in. Find a snack, get comfy. We're going to be here for a while.
And we may be here for a little bit in this first round as well, as we have 2 incredibly strong, well-matched trainers up against each other. Eric Rios from Spain will be facing down Christopher Hahn. And this is going to be an exciting matchup here, and I'm really excited to see Eric Rios' team because it's such an interesting take on any kind of Miraidon team. You have some of the, you have the 4 core that I actually predicted with Zamazenta, Miraidon, Volcarona, and Chien-Pao. but Rillaboom on Miraidon teams? We don't like to see Rillaboom. Why is it alongside of Miraidon?
Yeah, it's really fun, right? I guess anyone's failing to follow along here. Rillaboom tends to be the counter to Miraidon, right? It changes the terrain. Miraidon really doesn't like that. Maybe it makes a little more sense with the Choice Scarf, or probably doing a little bit more hit and run with the Miraidon than maybe trying to bring it in late in the game to finish things off. Also very exciting is this Teal Mask Ogerpon. We don't get to see a whole lot. One of the advantage of that is all the other Ogerpon forms need that held item to be the mask that determines what form they're in. Instead, you get the held item here for Covert Cloak. So between that and Defiant, it's a very difficult Pokemon to control, right? Can't fake it out. Intimidating it could backfire very easily. So a tricky Pokemon to play against is something that players don't see a whole lot. And then, yeah, Taunt, Encore can do more than just cudgel people, although those cudgels are going to hurt.
Yeah, especially after a Defiant boost. That's a big old bonk on the noggin. I love this Volcarona set as well that Eric is running, and we probably will get a chance to see that in this matchup, as it is particularly well suited to go up against both Zacian and Zamazenta. Zamazenta in particular, the Electric Seed boost is really helpful for, but being able to resist all of these attacks coming out from both of the Sword and Shield legendary Pokemon, restricted Pokemon here, will allow that Volcarona to potentially get set up with some Quiver Dances. And after an Electric Seed boost plus Quiver Dance, hard to take that Pokemon out.
Yeah, it's the Terra Grass and Giga Drain as well. So we saw yesterday, the last match, Volcarona healing up with leftovers and Quiver Dance. A little different approach here, but we just see that big Grass Weak restricted Pokemon in Kyogre there. So normally starting with a type advantage against Volcarona, we'll have to see how it plays out during this match.
Yeah, but also the Terastallization always allows you to flip the type chart on its head with the Grass Terra on Kyogre. That has been sort of standard for that Pokemon. But not standard is this Splash Plate and 3 water type attacks. Hydro Pump kind of necessary for Kyogre now that Zamazenta is such an important Pokemon, but this is really a throwback team here. Zacian and Kyogre were incredibly dominant the last time we had a dual restricted meta. Hasn't been so much this time around, but Christopher Hahn has been running this version of the dual restricted and has been doing very well with it.
Excited to see how it does here. It's kind of become more of a comfort pick where it's a lower usage restricted pairing, but we've seen some really high highs for it. Just won the last big online fan tournament, so definitely can still work at this point in the format.
All right, and here we go right away into turn 1 of our game 1 of this first round of day 2 Swiss. Both the Zamazenta and Zacian on the field, so both the Sword and the Shield restricted out on the field alongside Miraidon, boosting the Iron Hands on Chris's side.
Iron Hand going to be threatening to fake out into either of these Pokemon. Miraidon, as we mentioned before, holding that Choice Scarf item, so a little bit vulnerable here. Not just going to easily be able to Volt Switch out, which may force a switch here. Don't want to take a lot of damage. And then keep in mind, we were talking about the this restricted duo of the 2 Sword and Shield legendary Pokemon on either side of the field. Unlike last generation, they're going to lose those boosts if they switch out here, so some incentive to stay on the battlefield.
Well, no incentive for Miraidon to stay out on the battlefield and tank a fake out and potentially a play rough from that Zacian. Volcarona, such an easy switch in here, activates the Electric Seed, gets that defense boost, and is threatening Flame Body burns onto any Pokemon that dares target what was Miraidon. Christopher, though, obviously knows that Miraidon's not going to stay in and instead just fake outs the Zamazenta and gets a free Swords Dance on Zacian, now at +3 attack.
Yeah, it's a little tough normally for Zacian to burn through its cousin on the other side of the field there with how high Zamazenta's defense is, but this has become a very scary Pokemon very quickly, and an excellent read by Christopher, right? Understanding what he's threatening, that Eric is probably not going to want to risk his Miraidon so early in the first game of the first set of the day, and takes advantage of that switch wonderfully.
Yeah, that's an incredible play there from Christopher, being able to negate some of that Electric Seed boost on the Volcarona. Still able to resist both of the attacks from the Zacian, but will be able to tank them a little bit easier here. Just going for the Fairy Terastallization on Zacian, removing the Fire-type weakness from that Pokemon, as Eric will go ahead and protect Zamazenta. Feeling a little bit scared in front of both the Zacian and the Iron Hands, but here comes the play rough with +3. Volcarona still able to survive it and gets the burn. The Flame Body will have the base power of all of Zacian's attacks as Volcarona goes for a Quiver Dance here to boost its special defense, speed, and special attack and make it so threatening if it's able to start getting off some attacks and recovering some health with that Giga Drain, as Christopher just blows that low kick into the protect on Zamazenta's side. Huge burn there.
Yeah, that winds up being a huge turn for Eric, where kind of trying to perhaps trade free boost there, hoping that there would be more targeting to the Zamazenta. But we see the power of the Electric Seed there for the Volcarona, which otherwise would be at critically low health. And then, yeah, that burn on Zacian gets Volcarona to the point where maybe it could survive another play round. Also, committing the Terastallization early, I think, could be very important in this matchup. We were talking about a potential matchup between the Volcarona and the Kyogre. Now, Kyogre not going to have that option of Terastallizing later in the match, although Volcarona's got some problems on its hands right in front of it, where double target would still knock it out here if it wasn't able to heal a great deal of health on its own, though it looks like that's the direction we might be heading.
Yeah, the early Terastallization makes me wonder if Kyogre is even in the back.
Oh, and we might be seeing why there's both terrains on this team here. Some interesting synergy between these Pokemon. Really going to switch us here to the grassy terrain, and hey, you know, it might be anti-synergy for the Miraidon, but Volcarona's going to love it.
Yeah, Volcarona will love the grassy terrain, recovery, the fiery dance, getting some damage off as well into the Zacian with just the one boost, deals good damage, gets the second special attack boost as well. Here comes that play rough again from the Zacian, targeting down what was the Zamazenta, hits the Rillaboom, and you can see exactly how important it was for that Volcarona to get the Electric Seed boost, because that is some good damage even through a burn.
Yeah, wow, that is a ton of damage there. I knew it was still going to hurt, but still picks up that knockout fairly easily on the Rillaboom. The damage on the Zacian, potentially a little bit more relevant here, though, as well, where we do wind up in this awkward situation where Zamazenta kind of has to come out, since poor Rillaboom was just utterly decimated there. But Miraidon entering the battlefield again would turn that terrain off. I think you would love, if you were Christopher, to try to get a Terastallization and a Giga Drain off at some point before you change the terrain back, in order to both do more damage and get more healing there, where the Volcarona now has boosted defense, boosted special defense, but with HP so low, and that's actually still at 3 levels of increased attack, have to be a little careful how you actually activate it. And then also keep in mind, Zamazenta did leave the battlefield, so no longer has its boosted defense to try to endure these physical attacks.
Yeah, and that is why Eric is considering going for the Terastallization on the Zamazenta instead of the Volcarona, because that Iron Hands with the ability to low kick that Zamazenta could deal really huge damage with no defense boost. So here is the Terastallization here. The Zamazenta, now a pure water type Pokemon, will not be weak to any low kicks from the Iron Hands, but is going to be weak to a Wild Charge. There's the Giga Drain, doesn't need the Terastallization, just the boost from the grassy terrain and from the 2 stages of special attack will allow Volcarona to pick up that KO onto Zacian, and this Volcarona has officially gotten rolling now. The Iron Hands is going to need to make something happen to keep it under control as it gets body pressed by the Zamazenta. It just keeps going for the low kicks into the other slot. But Volcarona happily at well above 50% health now, still getting the recovery from the grassy terrain, and easily able to threaten big damage on the Kyogre in the back. Now, the Roaring Moon is the other Pokemon that can hit the Volcarona for super effective damage with that Acrobatics, however. That's why Christopher has brought that Pokemon out.
Yeah, I was just about to say that with that Quiver Dance, Volcarona now likely be the quickest Pokemon in the field, but Roaring Moon's going to get its own speed boost as it comes into the battle here. Typically always what that booster energy is going to boost for it, and then yeah, that enables it to use Acrobatics by removing the held item. Still super effective, and Volcarona not going to be able to Terastallize its way around that one, where both with its base typing and as a grass type, if it were able to Terastallize, still going to be weak to Acrobatics here, so especially tough spot.
Oh, but the Electric Seed is so strong on Volcarona, able to survive the Acrobatics and get another Quiver Dance off. That is going to mean that Volcarona is going to be faster than the Roaring Moon for the next turn, and the Body Press fires right back into Roaring Moon to pick up that KO. One hit takes out that Pokemon. And it's all up to this Iron Hands to make something happen. If it double targeted the Volcarona, maybe able to take it out, but it was the Zamazenta that still has 1 hit point. Christopher just can't make anything happen. Both Pokemon deep in the red health on Eric's side, but they both survive.
Oh, the game just hates Christopher here, where it seems like nothing goes right, but it's Chien Pao is the final Pokemon, not the Kyogre. That will be interesting here with both these Pokemon solo at HP. If it can catch one of them with a Sucker Punch, likely to pick up a knockout. Otherwise, would have been I guess still a pretty good Quiver Dance for the Volcarona there, where it will be naturally the quickest Pokemon, but yeah, some certain restrictions going to apply here for actually taking advantage of that speed boost. And then 1 hit point of the Zamazenta. These Pokemon perhaps trained just right. We've seen a little more of a defensive strategy for the way these Pokemon have been trained throughout the course of this weekend so far. And yeah, it's a very different turn if these Pokemon are just a little bit more offensively oriented.
Yeah, but I think this Chien Pao is still in a really good position here because Volcarona and Zamazenta are both so low. Volcarona has to protect here, so opens up an opportunity for Christopher to get the targeting right. Eric won't allow that though, so going to get both protects off on both Pokemon here as Chien Pao goes for the Ice Spinner. Thanks to the Protect, the terrain will stay up to continue healing as Wild Charge will also blow into a Protect here. So here we are in a situation where you have full health Scarf Miraidon in the back. Volcarona with that extra turn of recovery with the Electric Seed may survive a Sucker Punch.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really close, right? Some fun of this turn as well, that now both Pokemon have blown their Protect, so you feel relatively safe Sucker Punching into them, but both of them do also know other moves they could use here. Wide Guard on Zamazenta's case would simply be used to not be using an attacking move, not going to be any like actual positive value, but you know, if you're going really crazy, I guess you could try to go for a Quiver Dance just to dodge Sucker Punch. But unlike the last turn, I think, you know, maybe it would be good to try to confirm the knockout with Iron Hands this time rather than risk leaving the Volcarona, who, at least for now, seems like the preeminent threat remaining on Eric's side of the field.
Yeah, but the Iron Hands is also incredibly important here because the Miraidon in the back does not have access to Dazzling Gleam, which means that it'll be very... Oh, the Sucker Punch does not connect. Correctly calls the Protect on Eric's side as the Body Press now activates the Focus Sash on Chien Pao. That Pokemon is now down to 1 hit point as the Low Kick finally finishes off the Zamazenta. So Eric gets another free turn from that Volcarona to heal up on this terrain.
So as we often see on these stream matches, great move by Christopher not to do what I suggested there, splitting targets there. Volcarona gets the double Protect, but it doesn't actually matter. It actually is kind of counter-effective because it wouldn't have gotten hit anyway, would have rather it failed. Now extremely unlikely to succeed a third Protect if it opts to go for it. So we'll probably find out here if that Sucker Punch is going to be enough. But Iron Hands, yeah, as you mentioned, very critical here as at least an attempt to try to, I mean, air quotes, wall this Miraidon. You know, we've spoken over the course of the weekend that Dazzling Gleam, often considered Miraidon's best move, notably missing here in what otherwise would be an excellent situation to lock into it.
And also being that it is the Choice Scarf Miraidon instead of the Choice Specs Miraidon, even this Draco Meteor that is the option that Miraidon has to damage the Iron Hands will not be as powerful, and there is a good chance, depending on how this Iron Hands is trained, that it can tank a couple of those in a row. But Chien Pao's not going on the offensive here, will just protect itself on this turn, and Volcarona targets down the Iron Hands. Christopher, thinking that the Chien Pao is the biggest threat here, protects that Pokemon as Eric just double targets and connects with the Meteor. Iron Hands goes down, and Chien Pao, very strong Pokemon, can only hit one at a time, and either of these will easily knock them out, knock that Pokemon out, so long as the Draco Meteor hits.
Yeah, I mean, now at this point, I guess on Christopher side of the field, you're hoping for yeah, we're not even going to find out. Okay, so yeah, easy run for the just a game-winning read by Christopher there.
Absolutely.
Really well done to figure out the right way to play that one. But Eric, excuse me. Gosh, stop, reset. Okay, so yeah, I mean, really great read right there. I think that could have gone either way. We saw a lot of really interesting trading back and forth, but just kind of came down to a big read there, right? Where actually twice in a row, Chien Pao kind of making the wrong play there. We're Sucker Punching into a Protect and then protecting nothing. And just a really excellent play by Eric. He did get a little lucky earlier in the game where it just seemed like for a while there, all the RNG was going in his favor. That burn from the Flame Body on the Volcarona is really critical. Also surviving with low HP, but he's able to cash in those advantages, right? Doesn't just get the good luck, able to turn that into something where he's making decisions and taking agency over the remainder of the game. Finishes that one off, but I think as we move this game too, it's pretty interesting where I don't know if either side's going to feel like super good about that first game, so we could see maybe a bigger switch up than normal.
Yeah, and we actually just saw on the replay the turn where the Rillaboom switched in and got immediately blown up by the Zacian and the Iron Hands, which is just like, oh no, Rillaboom is down. But Rillaboom set grassy terrain and then got the full 5 turns of grassy terrain next to Volcarona, which healed it up so much over the course of that game. So even just that one, what looked like a sacrifice of the Rillaboom, like, oh, Rillaboom's not doing anything, had a huge impact on that game for Eric.
Yeah, and I think also critically just taking the damage, right? Where I think other than setting the terrain, Rillaboom wasn't like a super critical Pokemon in that matchup. It's kind of a lot of things that it doesn't do super well against there, just from my typing perspective. So able to do what it really needed to do, which is to get the terrain set correctly for Volcarona, and then just get out of the way there. Where having Zamazenta back out immediately was actually really critical, right? And immediately took a knockout with that body press, sashed the Jian Pao. So I really like how Eric played from that perspective. However, there's only a 30% chance to get that burn with the Flame Body. There's only a 50% chance to get the special attack raise from the Fiery Dance. A lot of things that matter that it went right. On top of the fact that, probably with a different damage rule, that Zamazenta could have been knocked out as well.
Well, big changes coming out from Christopher, bringing the Kyogre this time. I was just thinking how much I enjoyed that he didn't bring the Kyogre, but opting for a different changeup here up against the Zamazenta and the Miraidon.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of love that switch up in a second game where it's great when if you can show a different look. I mean, it's got to be a better look to be worth doing here, right? Kyogre, as we mentioned before, has 3 different water type attacks, including Hydro Pump, so Wide Guard isn't going to completely wall it here. I think the obvious play in this one would be to fake up the Miraidon slot, which did not happen last time, and to go for a water type attack. So we'll have to see what actually happened. Do you go for a cheeky attack with the Miraidon, especially up a game here, maybe feeling like you can get away with one where if you could connect with an unterrestrialized Kyogre, you might just steal the game immediately.
Yeah, but also Christopher has the opportunity to take an advantage here by having that splash plate, having the rain set up. Water Spout or Hydro Pump will deal big damage, as Eric is repeating in game 1, retreating the Miraidon, this time for the Rillaboom, which can tank any of those water attacks very easily from the Kyogre. At the same time, that is going to remove the attack boost from the Iron Hands, which was also a big deal in game 1 to limit the damage that that Christopher was able to put out. Of course, Kyogre in front of Miraidon is almost always going to force this Terastallization here into the Grass type for Christopher, as Zamazenta just goes for a single Protect here, not the Wide Guard, opening up potential spread damage. Oh, but it's just the Hydro Pump into the Protect. But it's crucially no fake out coming out from the Iron Hands this time around, but it is just a double target into the Zamazenta. So Eric, with that one switch and Protect, has gotten so much value. Got the Terra out of the Kyogre and has the fake out pressure now.
Yeah, I like that adjustment from Eric. As it turns out, it would have been even better to go for a Volt Switch there, but I think it's a good, more conservative play, still adjusting to the way that Christopher played that first game, where it's a very similar sort of read, doubling up on the other Pokemon this time. Doesn't give up any free damage on the Zamazenta, and does get the Rillaboom in for free, which is some great value here, right? The Kyogre, even though it's no longer weak to Grass type attack, still going to struggle to damage the Assault Vest Rillaboom.
Well, Iron Hands does not like what it sees against these two Pokemon, and instead will retreat in favor of the Zacian. So now getting that attack boost on the switch-in, and the Terastallization coming out once again from Eric on the Zamazenta. Wants that pure water typing. The only thing that this water Zamazenta is afraid of on Christopher's team that he's shown is that Iron Hands. And without the boosts and in the grassy terrain with the defense boost, Zamazenta's fine with that. Strong double target there, fake out into what was the Iron Hands, and then a body press. An Origin Pulse, though, will connect on the Zamazenta, not the Rillaboom, dealing a decent amount of damage, but you can see why Eric wasn't super afraid of targeting the Iron Hands and leaving the Kyogre up.
Yeah, absolutely. And the damage on the Zacian is kind of interesting there. We're kind of at an awkward spot here where, probably just enough with the body press would knock it out again, although now you maybe like protect a little bit, get a little bit of HP with some grassy terrain, and maybe you can change that around. Also worth noting the Kyogre moving last there. Going to make it more difficult to click that Water Spout move because, guess wrong, you're going to be taking a lot of damage and reducing the damage of your own Water Spout.
Well, Zacian just needs to go on the offensive to try and pick up some damage on the Zamazenta. Does a little, but gets knocked out in return. Big body press coming out, and now the Hydro Pump lands on Zamazenta. The double up, the single target Hydro Pump dealing big damage to the Zamazenta finally knocks that Pokemon out. That leaves the Rillaboom free to move here, and does have the opportunity to just pivot again. U-turn directly into the Kyogre, deals super effective damage thanks to the Grass Terastallization. And now Eric gets to decide what Pokemon he wants to bring in first, and then make the final switch in for the second Pokemon.
To the terrain changing here once again, at least for now. The electric terrain, potentially impactful. Sequencing very important with the order
it's
of
kind of
Pokemon
awkward
enter
right
this
now.
team. Because, yeah, I mean, that we've seen the positive version of the synergy where you go, get the Miraidon in, activate the Electric Seed, then get the Rillaboom in, try not to get the Miraidon in for a while. It's going to be a lot more difficult to do here. Roaring Moon coming in also at a little more advantageous point in the match where both the opposing Rillaboom and the opposing Volcarona not going to take acrobatics very well. Still going to have to worry about a fake out for at least this turn with the Rillaboom entering and exiting the battlefield all at once there with the help from U-Turn and one of its friends being knocked out. But that Roaring Moon is going to be a very important Pokemon for Eric to try to get rid of here in this match. And conversely, you know, Christopher and whatever that final Pokemon is, probably going to want to try to protect that Roaring Moon enough that it can easily clear those two Pokemon and given the opportunity.
Yeah, the fake-out pressure, though, is why it was still worth it to bring the Rillaboom in, even with sort of the anti-synergy of the terrains here, as it will be able to potentially threaten the Roaring Moon. Miraidon has the ability to do big damage to either of these Pokemon with a Draco Meteor as well, but of course then you're risking the miss, and you're also opening yourself up to, you know, a switch in from the Iron Hands would feel really good here to tank one of those hits. Roaring Moon, though, will just protect itself instead of going on the offensive, thanks to the Choice Scarf on Miraidon, likely still going to be faster than the Roaring Moon even after that Photosynthesis boost. Double Protect, though, just to scout out, and there is the Draco Meteor targeting down the Roaring Moon. Would have easily picked up a KO had the Roaring Moon not protected, and Rillaboom, again, just trying to keep pivoting around.
Yeah, I think that's a very solid double protect there. In this case, you know, removing the threat of the fake out matters a lot. However, yeah, now neither side can safely, or neither Pokemon can safely protect on this turn, more likely to fail than not. And you know, there is a bunch of damage getting threatened there. I thought for a second we were just going to see the Kyogre attacking there, right? Well, kind of realizing that maybe the Roaring Moon drew the attention, but it's going to get a decent acrobatics in, but not knock out that Rillaboom.
Well, and critically, the Roaring Moon is still faster than the Choice Scarf Miraidon here, as it does get decent damage, but gets knocked out in return by the Draco Meteor. So no ability to pick up the KO from that. A Water Spout, though, Christopher finally realizing that Eric is not, you know, needs that extra damage and isn't probably going to take even more before it gets the Water Spout off. But it's just not enough damage to pick up the KO on the Rillaboom. Needed the extra damage from the Origin Pulse rather than the weakened Water Spout right there as Volcarona pivots in.
So both sides going to get to learn their opponent's final Pokemon. Volcarona forced to come in there, and Eric not really getting to act on that information because he has no choice but to bring in his fourth and final Pokemon, which will be that Iron Hands once again. So now Eric able to play around that. I think Iron Hands was almost certainly going to be that last Pokemon, but you kind of see why the Roaring Moon was sacrificed there. Iron Hands potentially very good against most of the remaining Pokemon, but you know, that double in the first game did take it out pretty quickly, so not wanting to give up a free Draco Meteor onto it like that.
Yeah, it's very good into most of the Pokemon, except for this Volcarona, where anytime Iron Hands tries to attack the Volcarona, it does risk getting burnt, and of course, Volcarona will be able to resist the fighting type attacks. And of course, the principal fighting type attack there being Low Kick, which will do very negligible damage to the Volcarona regardless. Still, Volcarona protects itself from damage from the Kyogre as Miraidon gets faked out by the Iron Hands. There's the Origin Pulse, will not connect with the Volcarona thanks to the Protect, but will with the Miraidon. And of course, without the Rain, not dealing a whole lot of damage to that Pokemon.
Yeah, whittling it down. Worth noting, you know, that Rillaboom is still very low HP. Actually, would have been knocked out if the Origin Pulse had hit it earlier in the game, which could be pretty critical here. You know, and Eric said you're still hoping to cycle your Pokemon in such a way that you can get Miraidon back out and activate that Electric Seed, which could be very important for that Iron Hands matchup. But awkward, right? You had to protect the previous turn with the Volcarona, so it's going to be vulnerable here.
The Volcarona definitely vulnerable to damage from either of these Pokemon as Rillaboom switches back in. Kyogre will protect itself, knowing that it will be targeted down by this Volcarona. It cannot risk a Water-type attack. It can risk an Electric-type attack coming out from the Iron Hands, but instead it will just be the Low Kick as Christopher tried to pick up the KO on Miraidon before it could switch out and activate the Electric Seed. But because Eric sacrificed the Rillaboom once again, that means Miraidon gets to come back out, and finally the electric terrain is set up alongside the Volcarona. giving it that huge boost to its defense that will help it so much against this Iron Hands.
That becomes a really interesting trade, though, because there's advantages and disadvantages for both sides. Volcarona going to activate that Electric Seed, going to gain its level of boosted defense. Miraidon going to get to select a final move here, but going to be locked into whatever that move is for the remainder of the game. We saw Draco Meteor previously. I think somewhat likely to see it again here, given the resistances of both of these Pokemon, but going to get weaker and weaker as this game continues. Iron Hands also getting its Quark Drive boost, allowing it to do more damage, potentially allowing it to knock out these Pokemon a little bit more quickly. So interesting endgame here. We'll have to see what the players opt to lock into. Volcarona and Iron Hands, probably the two Pokemon that the attention is on as this game concludes.
Whoa, Christopher tried to go for the double protect on Kyogre, recognizing that it's getting targeted down by this Miraidon and Volcarona. Does not get it, and the Draco Meteor will connect and pick up that KO. Kyogre is now down, and it means that Volcarona gets a free swing at this Iron Hands with the Fiery Dance. Like you mentioned, it is not a guaranteed special attack boost, and to get through the Assault Vest, it will need more of those, as Iron Hands finally takes out the Miraidon, and now, one-on-one, Iron Hands versus Volcarona. Who wins?
Yeah, immediately getting that boost is a big deal, though. Much better getting it the first turn than the second. Now all future attacks will do a little bit more damage, going to protect here. The Electric Train helped Volcarona for a single turn to activate its item, but it wants that to go away as quickly as it can.
Yes.
Now it's just helping this Iron Hands, which both has the Quark Drive boost and is taking advantage of the boosted Electric type damage as a grounded Pokemon using Electric type attack. So, you know, on Christopher, or at Eric's side of the field rather, trying to get rid of this as quickly as possible. They're going to Fiery Dance once more, see if he can get a further boost to the special attack.
Yeah, you can see the big importance of those special attack boosts. With that next boost, that should be enough to KO the Iron Hands regardless of recoil damage. Even without the boost, likely that recoil put it into Fiery Dance range to begin with. But this means that the Iron Hands dealt so much damage to that Pokemon. If it had just been able to target it down earlier, it would not be in this situation where it was being knocked out, and giving Eric Rios the win, 2-0 in our first round today.
Yeah, perhaps Volcarona was inspired by the King of Mardi Gras yesterday, dancing all over that match, able to finish it out there.
Stepping.
Yeah, really exciting match. Close both ways, right? Easy to imagine how both those games could have gone the other way, but Eric able to find just enough advantage in both those matches. Really showing the power of that Volcarona in this matchup.
Yeah, incredible play there from Eric Rios to make sure that in both games, Volcarona was set up for as much success as possible. Getting the Electric Seed boost at precisely the right times, and game one, basically turn one, and then in game two, being able to reposition the Rillaboom, get the terrain advantage such that, you know, he was able to heal up his health when he needed it and get some extra damage on Rillaboom, and then be able to get the Volcarona set up with that Electric Seed. And the difference here between having the electric terrain on the field to boost the Iron Hand and having the one shot of just needing to activate the Electric Seed was very important. That in-game made that much safer, even if Eric hadn't gotten a lot of those special attack boosts.
Yeah, I thought it was just kind of a lot of fun to watch, where this is such an awkward team to play, right? Where if you sequence everything perfectly, you've got some great synergy. If you sequence it incorrectly, it's the Pokemon are actively working against one another. And you know, it was very close to going the wrong way there, where poor Rillaboom had to kind of just switch it and be knocked out twice. But the advantage was there, right? And both games, Volcarona was able to get in a position where I was able to lock the game. Certainly, you know, some things went right there for Eric there. You know, Fiery Dance looked like it 100% odds of raising special attack, and you know, dodge an Origin Pulse, had stuff go right in the first game too. But again, you know, stuff's going to go right sometimes in Pokemon. It's going to go poorly sometimes in Pokemon. You know, how do you find the path to use the changed board state to your advantage? I think the way he closed both those games, regardless of what happened beforehand, was really great. Where I think it's tough to find the right end game with a team like this one, especially with the two competing terrains, and he did a really great job of finding a safe path toward the end, where I think he was more likely to win than lose, kind of regardless of the other shenanigans we saw throughout the course of the set.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did, you know what? Christopher convinced me bringing the Kyogre in game two. It did make sense as an adjustment from game one. And, you know, able to get some big damage off those Hydro Pumps, being able to KO the Zamazenta through Terra was wild. That's big damage coming out from that Pokemon, and crucially another important threat to have to focus down. So it drew a lot of attention away from some of Eric's other Pokemon to sort of make that a little bit more complex and then may have needed to be at the end for Eric.
Yeah, I think to me also it was sort of indicative of kind of the swordfish comp with Vision and Kyogre's place in the format, where it felt like Christopher was having to make a lot of really difficult reads, right? And I think especially that first game, it seemed like he might have made enough to get through it, but just kind of an uphill game where I think Eric played a little bit more conservatively. His pieces pivoted a little bit better and was kind of able just to kind of close things out throughout his team construction rather than having to make so many in-game decisions to get himself ahead.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a listen to the thoughts of Eric Rios himself. Jake is down on stage with him, so take it away, Jake.
Thank you, Evan. I'm here with Eric Rios, our round 9 winner at the North American International Championships. First off, Eric, congrats. 8-1 start so far. How's your tournament been this weekend?
It's been amazing. I did a very unique team for this tournament. I tried to counter the meta game, and for the moment it works. So let's see how it goes, but I'm feeling very well. Yeah.
Awesome. I'd love to talk about your team. Like you said, a lot of cool choices on it. I think 2 Pokemon in particular I'm really curious about are the Teal Mask Ogerpon and the Volcarona. Let's start with the Ogerpon. We didn't get to see it in this match, but it's got a really cool set, Taunt and Encore, and it's a pretty unique choice. What led you to that choice on your team?
So I have been preparing this tournament from 2 weeks ago, and I didn't know the 6-slot Pokemon. It was Ogerpon, I tried Incineroar, I tried Ditto. I wanted some Pokemon to beat Kalido, Zamazenta with a lot of pressure that Ogerpon can do. It's Cover Clock, so it's immune to Fake Out, and it's Defiant, so Incineroar can be there in front of Ogerpon. So I have Encore Taunt, because if I face some Setters mons, I can use Encore, I can use Prevent Hard Trick Routines with Taunt. I have Y-Word for that, for Glacial Lens, so I think Ogerpon has been the 6th slot I have been searching. So yeah, so it works against Setters mons.
That's awesome. How about Volcarona too? So one thing Len and I were talking about backstage during your match is that Volcarona's been a lot more popular this weekend. I think it jumped up into our top 12 usage, but every Volcarona we see has a different item, a different moveset, different like Terra type. What led you to kind of the Fiery Dance Giga Drain especially set?
Yeah, I wanted a Pokemon that can defeat Sam in, like for example, Sam are Terra Dragon, so I have Miraidon for that. Sometimes are Terra Grass, so Bulk is fine, or Terra Water, so Bulk with Giga Drain is fine. So I wanted a Pokemon that can set up. Volcarona with Electricity is so good because the defense for Volcarona it's not so good. So you want the +1 defense to fight against Zacian, Chimpao, Zamazenta, physical mons in general. So I think it's good against Kyogre teams because I can Terra Grass in front of them, and Quiver Dance, I have the Terrain from Rillaboom, so I can Giga Drain with the Terrain, so I can recover a lot of HP. So I think Bulk is so good in general. Yeah, it was in the game, so.
Yeah, it looked like a really important piece there, especially at the end. That Fiery Dance was really close in that end game. Let's talk about the Miraidon Rillaboom combination too. It's popped up a little bit, especially on teams with the Zamazenta, the Volcarona that appreciate the grassy terrain. But how have you managed kind of the clashing terrains on your team?
Yeah, sometimes it's strange to play both terrains because Miraidon wants the electric terrain to do damage, but sometimes you want to counter another Miraidon's teams, and Rillaboom it's one of the best counters to Miraidon. The grassy terrain helps a lot to take Electro Drift with Zam. It can take off the ability of Iron Hands also, so I think Rillaboom helps more than another Pokemon. I try Landorus as well, but you want the terrain to take the hit, so.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Let's talk about your season so far. Now, you've made top 8 at LAIC this year. You've had a UIC championship a few years ago as well, so no stranger to doing very well at these big events. How has that experience kind of helped you in preparing for this event?
So, last year I made top 16 here, and I wanted to win like every tournament I play. But in LAIC London this year, I did 4-4. One of my worst tournaments I did. And after that, I tried to be back again, and I made 2nd place at Stockholm. So I want to be on the top. I want to be a champion again. So I prepared this tournament like Worlds, and I want to test before Worlds. So yeah, because it's the same meta game. So let's see how it goes. Yeah.
All right. Well, you're well on your way. 8-1 so far, getting close to that top cut. Any final shout-outs you want to make, Tony? Supporters?
Yeah, for sure. Everyone who have been supporting me from home, as well to my family, to Koi, Movistar Koi, Tony, Kanekro, everyone. So also to my Twitch community, thanks to them. Yeah.
All right, well, good luck in your next rounds, Eric. We're going to flip over to Joe, who's got an interview with one of our top American players, Ashton Cox.
Thank you very much, Jake and Eric. Congratulations on the victory. We are here with another victorious player, the last round, Ashton Cox. How are you doing today?
Well, today is really good. I'm 1-0 today, so undefeated today. Fantastic day. Unfortunately, I came in as a 6-2, so I'm only 7-2. I'm working my way up. I'm one of those people who have to go 4-0 today. Not impossible, but I'm not looking forward to that. It's going to be a long day.
Yeah, stranger things have happened. You can absolutely come away with the 4-0 and make it into cut. But yeah, I think you're a very interesting person to talk to with the perspective where there's so much drama about the bubble and who's going to make their World's Invitation, who is not going to make it. Because you're kind of relaxing right now. You already have that direct invite to Anaheim from your top 4 earlier this year in LAIC, right? So how did you do your preparation coming into today, knowing that yes, you're a competitor, you want to win, but also it's kind of okay if you don't get the dub?
Yeah, it has been really interesting because I don't think I've had an opportunity like this before. I'd have to run my way. I've been doing this many, many years. I'd have to run through, maybe I've been in a situation when I was, back when we would have 3,000 championship points and I was like, okay, I'm also locked. But yeah, one of my biggest goals here actually was helping my friends as well and making sure that not only do we have a good team going to the event, but also that they're prepared on matchups. And to do so, I actually still had to put a lot of effort into it, to make sure that I know what I'm saying and I'm not just leading them down a bad path that results in a 0-3 day 1. So I may have wanted to use something a bit more towards what I was thinking for Worlds, but today I ended up bringing the same team because I spent a lot of time practicing with it. So I still really like it, but maybe if I'm on stream, you'll see it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, hey, you're more of a field general this weekend. I think the Saints are looking for a quarterback, so they might give you a phone call over at the Superdome. You talk about your friends. You don't have to talk about the whole team, but I think one of the silly surprise stars is the Smeargle on the team. It seems like Smeargle, when in doubt, you just break Smeargle out whenever he needs it.
It's true. One of my regional and international wins, I did have a Smeargle. Unlike those teams, though, I don't have a Lunala. I had Lunala on that one. But here we got the Shadow Rider, and one of the fun things I'm doing that has been seen in the past, but typically is not with Shadow Rider, is I have Decorate, right? And I think that's been really fun where there's a strange defensive synergy between the two offensive restricteds. You'd be like Terapagos, Calyrex, Shadow. Those aren't defensive Pokemon, but Calyrex is immune to fighting. And if you switch in on a fighting move and you Decorate, that's the end of the game. You're going to the next round. So it's been really, really fun having that unexpected defensiveness to a team that has no HP investment.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good. There's that type chart that you always think about, and a lot of times with some of the more frail, restricted Pokemon, it's a little dangerous to even try to switch Calyrex in because they might just take 80% on a hit. But overall, how has your season felt? You've had that early invitation from so much earlier on in the season. So have you decided to try different, more fun, creative teams at regionals or international championships, or has it always been no, I'm building and I'm bringing the team that I believe can win the title no matter what?
Yeah, so it's funny you mentioned that. This is my 4th event of the year. I decided, hey, I got my invite. I went to my boss. I said, I can work as much as you want. And I said, I need this day, and this day. And it was the internationals and worlds, right? And so to that point, yeah, I have felt okay, I don't have many live events. I need to use them. I need to learn. And it's funny enough, I think the bar is going to be, for Worlds Invite, it's going to be somewhere around 900, 950. I'm almost there. And I've only been to 4 events. I'm at 897 right now. So funny enough, I might still be in that top 75. But I definitely have been taking them as serious as I can. Unfortunately, EUIC was 1 win away, so I didn't get that day 2 practice. But today, I'm looking to fight as many good players as I can and be ready for Worlds.
And so potential heartbreak on the horizon since your team is too good at Pokemon. There's too many friends in the friend group. There are likely some team takeouts in the upcoming rounds. What's your perspective on that? If you're using a mirror match with Smeargle and Moody, right? There's some silly things that can happen.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I wasn't sure exactly what the conversion rate would be, but we had 7 out of 10 players actually made day 2 with this team. So only a couple people fell off. I believe they were around 5-3, so still really close. And the mirror is really bad. I'm not looking forward to it. I know some of us are 7-3, some of us are some of us are 7-2, some of us unfortunately are 6-3, but there is absolutely a chance that we clash, and it is all about that speed boost.
Now, is your family here? Because like, for anyone who doesn't know, it's a superstar family. Everybody's great at all of the Pokemon games. Exactly. So how's the rest of the family doing? Are they supporting you? Are they with you celebrating in New Orleans? They're watching you, cheering you from on home? What's the crew up to?
Yeah, so I actually posted a really great tweet yesterday about my whole family dressed up. They were here. My mom, if you can picture, she was the lady who waves in the background of the battle who's like, oh. My mom was dressed up as that lady, yeah. Oh my gosh, it was so funny. And my sister was Ogrepon Fire. And then my other sister was one of the, I believe it's one of the violet outfits for one of the trainers. Yeah. So they showed up, they had a great time, got a lot of photos, and they're just hanging out today, but they're always supporting me with drinks and snacks, you know, stuff throughout the time. So I appreciate what they do, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Always a really fun family supporting each other. Love to hear those stories. Before we let you get back to your next Swiss round, do you have any other shout-outs, friends, family, as we talked about, that helped you get here?
Yeah, biggest one is my man Bruno, who is right now, he is 7-2. He needs that top 32 for his invite, and I've been really impressed. It's his first day 2 at any event ever, and it's here at NAIC, and he's going for his Worlds invite. Like, the stakes could not be higher, and he's going, he's making it, but he's still got to finish out strong. So he's been the guy who inspired me to use this team, and yeah, I'm really hoping the best for him. And besides that, also Luca always helps me out. And like you said, my family, they're always helping me out. So that's about it. I got to go out and win now. You know how it is.
Got to mosey on over to the Swiss. You know, usually we don't talk about Bruno, but I guess I'll let it slide this time. Shout out to Bruno. Fingers crossed that he gets that World's invite. We're going to take a quick break before we continue our coverage here on day 2 in New Orleans, the North America International Championships.
I think for me, one of the best ways to handle pressure during matches is to really think about what I've been doing at home. So trying to simulate the home environment, trying to block out any outside distractions, and then just imagine that it's very low pressure and then go from there.
My best advice is to just breathe and remember that it's just a game. Because at the end of the day, yes, we're here to compete, and obviously, you know, we want that prize money and, you know, brag to all our friends how good we are at the game. But like at the end of the day, it's a game.
I try to find out what my best and worst routes are, and if both of those are highly unlikely, then I try to find a way to meet in the middle. And that usually is able to relieve pressure just because I know that I was making an informed decision, no matter what.
I think the best ways to handle pressure are to drown out everyone else and kind of go back to what you've practiced, hopefully, all season. You know, also playing some of the Pokemon that you're used to. You learn everything about the ins and outs of the matches, and you just go back to your practice.
So one of the best ways I handle pressure during a match is putting on my headphones while I play and just kind of like jamming out to the music. I like to just kind of move around a little in the seat, and it just makes it a lot more fun. It makes me feel like I'm there in the game. I may not win it all, but I'm gonna have fun while I'm here.
Hello Pokemon trainers! It's time to check the forecast and review the weather that could make an appearance in your next Pokemon battle, as sometimes the very battlefield itself can decide the outcome of the match. Today we're diving into the 4 major weather conditions in Pokemon VGC: sun, rain, sand, and snow. Each one brings unique effects, boosts specific Pokemon, and creates exciting strategies that can turn the tide of battle. Let's start by turning up the heat with sun. This scorching weather is normally activated by abilities such as Drought or Orichalcum Pulse, as seen on Torkoal, Ninetales, Groudon, or Koraidon. It can, however, be manually set up using the move Sunny Day. In intense sunlight, Fire-type moves are boosted by 50%, while Water-type moves are weakened. This means Pokemon like Ogerpon Hearthflame or Incineroar hit harder in the sun, while Rain teams take a huge hit to their offensive capabilities. Sunlight also activates some powerful abilities. Chlorophyll doubles a Pokemon's speed, which enables Pokemon like Venusaur or Jumpluff to zoom past opponents with their disruptive Sleep Powder attacks. Solar power has also been seen, giving Pokemon like Charizard a special attack boost, but at the cost of some HP. Most critically though for Paradox Pokemon from the ancient past, the sun activates their photosynthesis ability, enabling them to get a boost to something powerful like their attack or speed. From sunny skies to storm clouds, let's talk about one of the most dominant weather conditions in the competitive video game, rain. Set by drizzle from Pelipper or Kyogre, or with the move Rain Dance, this downpour boosts water-type moves by 50% while weakening fire-type attacks. Water-type Pokemon, like Urshifu Rapid Strike, Kyogre, and Dondozo, can really take advantage of this extra damage, so watch out for a Surging Strike or Water Spout raining on your parade. Another danger is the utility of speed control. Pokemon with Swift Swim, like Kingdra and Basculegion, become lightning fast, outspeeding almost everything on the field. Rain also provides accuracy coverage on moves like Hurricane from Pelipper or the spread attack Bleak Wind Storm from Tornadus, giving trainers a little breathing room when locking into these moves. Next, let's kick up a storm with sand. A sandstorm can be summoned by abilities like Sandstream from Tyranitar or manually set up using the move Sandstorm. Once active, it damages all non-rock, ground, and steel-type Pokemon at the end of each turn, chipping away at their HP. Additionally, rock-type Pokemon gain a 50% special defense boost in the sand, making bulky Pokemon like Tyranitar even harder to take down. And let's not forget Pokemon with Sand Rush like Excadrill, which doubles its speed in the sand, turning it into a terrifying sweeper. Sandveil has also been utilized on Garchomp in the past to raise its evasion in the sand, while Sand Force also allows Pokemon to thrive in the storm, boosting ground, rock, and steel-type moves. Finally, let's cool off with snow. Introduced in Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet as an upgrade to Hail, this icy weather is triggered by snow warning from Pokemon like Abomasnow and Alolan Ninetales. Unlike the old Hail, snow doesn't chip away at non-ice-type Pokemon, but instead it grants ice-type Pokemon a 50% boost to their defense. This makes previously fragile ice-type Pokemon like Alolan Ninetales or Frostmoth far more durable. Plus, Pokemon with Slush Rush, like Alolan Sandslash, double their speed in the snow, turning them into rapid attackers. Moves like Blizzard also gain perfect accuracy, making it a go-to option for heavy damage output. Even just imagining an Articuno going for Blizzard in the snow is enough to send shivers down your spine. Each weather condition in Pokemon VGC brings a unique set of effects. Whether you're harnessing the raw power of the sun, the relentless surge of rain, the harsh bite of sand, or the icy resilience of snow, understanding weather mechanics is key to mastering competitive battles. Don't forget though, these effects only last naturally for 5 turns on the field, meaning you have to move fast to make the most of them. So next time you build a team, ask yourself, how can weather work in your favor? Thanks for tuning in, and good luck in your future battles.
I would call my partner Rosemary. Well, she'd also be there, so she would know. So I guess the first person I'd call would be my dad and my sister, probably. I have 3 answers for this. So Corviknight's my OG favorite Pokemon from when I started playing. I used him a lot. He was always really good for me in Sword and Shield. Not so good anymore. I've kind of grown to really love Golden Go over the last couple of years. And Kyogre, of course, is my favorite restricted Pokemon. It's given me a lot of success. Probably the World Championships in Yokohama. Or Hawaii. Those are both pretty far located. Or OCIC in Melbourne. I've gone to a lot of places. I look up to people who are just consistently really good players. Obviously, Wolf Glick would be one of those people. Marco Silva, Joe Ugarte. I really have a lot of admiration for the players who can consistently do super well. And, in a game with this much volatility, those kinds of players prove that even though Pokemon has a lot of elements of things that sometimes feel like they're out of your control, the fact that these players can consistently do so well means that, there's always a higher level of skill to be chasing. I've usually been a night owl, but I'm also getting older now, and I find myself waking up in the morning, and it's weird. So I guess, I'm, in the middle of shifting from being a night owl to a morning person. My favorite event food is no food, actually. I think, I eat protein bars and nuts, things that are high in protein, but I don't usually like to have a full meal during a tournament day because I don't want to risk a crash. So usually we end the day pretty early these days, so it's nice. I get through the day and then I'm real hungry, work up a good appetite to go and just eat some great local food wherever we are. It's a cheap answer to say a legendary Pokemon, so I'm just gonna go with Golden-Go. I like my Golden-Go. Gimmighoul's such a cute little first form, so I guess we'll go with Gimmighoul. My favorite city to travel to for a Pokemon event has probably been Yokohama. The way that everything around Yokohama was so sort of Pokemon up for the World Championships was just such an amazing experience. Being able to just kind of look around Yokohama and kind of go on this little treasure hunt of finding all the little various Pokemon things, the big murals. There was just so much cool stuff around there. I thought it was an amazing destination. At events, I really like listening to power metal. It kind of like gets me focused up. I went to school for musical theater, so I like musical theater. I like everything. But right now, at an event, it's usually going to be power metal, maybe K-pop, but we'll go with power metal for today. Flying Gyarados, because that thing needs more flying moves. Like, we just need Gyarados to have a little bit more love in the flying department. He's so reliant on the generational mechanics to have same type attack bonus flying moves, so just give him something.
I am here with Flareon's mom, and we are going to be playing Pokemon This or That Fire Type Edition. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Turtonator or Volcarona?
Volcarona.
Volcarona or Colossal?
Volcarona.
Volcarona or Blacephalon?
Volcarona.
Volcarona or Talonflame?
Talonflame.
Talonflame or Litten?
Talonflame.
Talonflame or Houndoom?
Talonflame.
Talonflame or Armarouge?
Armarouge.
Armarouge or Litwick?
Armarouge.
Armarouge or Braixen?
Armarouge.
Armarouge or Chimchar?
Chimchar.
Chimchar or Charizard?
Oh, Charizard.
Charizard wins it. Thank you very much, Flareon's mom. Throw the blush! Oh! We got it. Bye, everybody.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 North America International Championships in this gorgeous city, New Orleans, Louisiana. We are here live to bring you all of the action from the floor of this tournament. My name is Evan Latt, and I am joined by my friend Scott Glaza. We have just finished our first round of Swiss today in actually kind of exciting fashion, as I understand our last match of the day went to sudden death, went from 4-4 to 3-3 to 2-2 to 1-1 before finally being resolved.
Yeah, I'm curious if that's ever happened on the international championship level before. I've certainly never heard of it happening. I was getting worried for a second there that we're gonna have to send Wolfson Center over there with a steel chair and knock out one of the Pokemon so we could move on, but it does seem to have resolved.
The pairings are going to be made and be up shortly, so we will be getting into our next round as soon as possible. But before we get all of our trainers settled, let's take a look at the Pokemon that they have been bringing here in day 2. These are the top pairs of restricted Pokemon here, and surprisingly to me, Calyrex, Ice Rider, and Miraidon are number 1. We have not seen a whole lot of that pair of Pokemon on stream, but it is clearly doing very well here.
Yeah, I mean, it did move down, I believe, in like total representation from day 1 to day 2. So kind of wondering if maybe more of that isn't at the 6-3-7-2 sort of level, where we've seen a whole lot of both of the Zamazenta combinations at the upper tables. There's been some Ice Rider for sure. We saw Michael Couch play it, for instance, but yeah, not a whole lot of it. And then we haven't seen a whole lot of the Koraidon either. I think mostly with Weezing on the team, which, wow, what a combination of Pokemon.
But it really has been the Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta, and the Zamazenta and Miraidon that have been really dominating sort of the top tables as we've been seeing them, as we've been following along. And I think we're going to be able to see a little bit more of that coming up in our next couple of rounds. These are the two pairs that we both had decided were going to be the ones that were going to be dominant in this tournament. And we just saw the Zamazenta and Miraidon on Eric Rios' team looking really strong, looking really synergistic. And the thing I like about that pair is it allows Miraidon to do other things than just be the Choice Specs Pokemon. Of course, it's still extremely strong as a Choice Specs Pokemon, but Eric had the Choice Scarf item instead, and we have also seen some Assault Vest Miraidon, just opening up some different options for this Pokemon.
I really like how it looks in those sort of teams too, where I feel like the Miraidon teams in the one restricted format tended to be very, very Miraidon oriented, and kind of like lived or died by getting it in safely, swinging safely, kind of playing that cat and mouse. Where I like in this format where Zamazenta is a much better Pokemon, kind of just hanging out on the field for a while. So sometimes if you need to maneuver, if you need to wear down a Pokemon that Miraidon is not so good against, I feel like it just plays a little bit more naturally. And I think that's kind of been the fun as we've seen these teams develop a little bit more over the course of this regulation, where we're seeing more games like the first game of our first set, where the trainers choose not to bring both restricted Pokemon, or they kind of play them in a little less conventional way, where it's so much, it's not just the restricted Pokemon sitting in the field fighting one another and kind of just slogging out the way that we sometimes see.
Absolutely, and these are the top 5 Pokemon that we have been seeing in the restricteds as a pair here, but there are other restricted Pokemon that aren't as commonly seen in a pair, and some of those are Pokemon that are kind of surprising here for day 2. Terapagos is back here on the graphic at 8.6%, and part of that is that really unique Miraidon Terapagos team that we saw Francesco Piopero win with at the end of day 1 yesterday.
Yeah, I gotta apologize a little bit too. I think I was part of why I was helping lobby. I think we should do this match. Is I didn't really have a lot of faith, right? But I believe it made it all the way to 8-0 coming into today. So I think clearly a more powerful team than many of us had recognized. A lot of fun to watch too. I think it plays a little bit differently than everything else, and I kind of wonder if its low usage doesn't help it that way. Not just in its opponents choosing not to bring counters to it, but just because the tempo of its games tend to be a little different than all the others, right?
Yeah.
And you have to play more differently. I think, you feel like a lot of players play, 6-7 rounds of some combination of those first 4 restricted Pokemon, and then really have to think differently against Terapagos.
Yeah, and those first 4 Pokemon are obviously extremely dominant. Those are really high percentages for these Pokemon. Calyrex, crucially, has caught up to Miraidon here in day 2. Previously, Miraidon was kind of running away with it in day 1, but here in day 2, as we've kind of been seeing over the course of the regionals, Calyrex is kind of slept on in day 1, but the top players are still making this Pokemon work.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always kind of surprising, I guess, that we don't see a higher usage rate. I think that Shadow Rider, or Calyrex in particular, I think the fan perception of it kind of is a roller coaster where like, oh, this is the most broken thing we've ever seen. Oh, it's so overrated. Oh, it's so broken again. Now it's overrated again. I think it's clearly a Pokemon that should be very high usage, right? It's devastating when it works. It requires sort of specific answers. I think Terastallization aids it more than a lot of other Pokemon, where it has sometimes very disadvantageous typing, especially against some key Pokemon like Incineroar, but you can correct a little bit with the Terastallization.
Yeah.
I think conversely, the Ice Rider Calyrex just seems very popular, particularly from the North American players, because the mirror is a little less volatile.
Yeah.
Where Shadow Rider, I guess they're all kind of Cali Riders. Shadow Rider being able to knock itself out so awkwardly is kind of tough to play.
Yeah.
You ride on the same thing with Draco Meteor. You kind of like force a bunch of Terastallizations. Ice Rider kind of just slug it out a little bit more, and I think that tends to be the style a lot of players like to play. I think any way you can kind of avoid just flipping coins early in the game is something that players are always attracted to, and I think it's a little bit more difficult to do that through gameplay with some of these other restricted Pokemon, although I've been very impressed by like the very tippy-top players we started to get to see the last few rounds, the first round today and I think the end of yesterday, where there's some kind of more creative means of causing the game to actually be determined at the end of the game instead of the beginning.
Yeah, and one thing that I really am intrigued by for our day 2 usage here is Lunala has fallen off a cliff at only 8% usage in day 2. Lunala, which had previously been one of the top support restricted Pokemon, now is immediately threatened by the other wide guard restricted Pokemon, Zamazenta, that's sitting at 31.5%. Lunala is kind of just relegated to Trick Room teams in our Scarlet and Violet dual restricted, versus Zamazenta can be plug and play on basically any restricted core and be useful and, wall Pokemon like the Rillaboom, like Incineroars, and threaten huge damage with fighting type coverage, which has proven to be really important, especially as a lot of players are, overcompensating for Calyrex, need normal type Pokemon, need dark type Pokemon, need those resist to ghost types.
Yeah, I mean, I think specifically speaking of that Calyrex, I think that hurts Lunala, right? I think them sharing a type combination is pretty bad for Lunala, and that, you know, people's Calyrex Shadow Rider hate will just naturally also be good against Lunala. I think, like Calyrex again, that type combination sometimes sort of forces a Terastallization. I think that's a lot more fine when it's the Pokemon that is the core of your offense, with Lunala being the more supportive Pokemon. Kind of being forced to Terastallize a lot hurts. We do see Zamazenta get Terastallized a lot, so it's not like it can't work, but I think it's a little bit different where you're Terastallizing just to survive, where Zamazenta, even if it only gets the body press twice, I think like often trades positively, where Lunala kind of takes a little bit more to get going. To me, the other bad thing about Lunala in this format too is that I feel like the team core just might not be there with the group of Pokemon available this time. You really need that Trick Room mode to be threatening. Like so often we see Lunala on stream, it's like, oh, well, they'd love to go for a Trick Room here, but like they can't because it doesn't actually get them enough of an advantage, and having to use Trick Room leaves the restricted Pokemon exposed.
Yeah, and I think the last thing that I have to say about these Day 2 top 8 Pokemon for the restricted genre is it's so good to see Kyogre on here. It would feel so wrong to me if Kyogre was not seeing, you know, it's not 40% usage, but Kyogre is, to me, the GS Cup Pokemon, the dual restricted Pokemon. If Kyogre is not in a dual restricted meta doing well, then it's a bad restricted meta.
Yeah, and for a while it seemed like it might be, but I think we've really been impressed by it more recently, where you know, it's still got that big special defense stat. I think really helps a lot. You know, its ability also boosting its own damage. You get a lot of nice multipliers there. There's definitely some issues with it in this format. I think both like kind of being that awkward middle speed tier where things are either going under or over it, and then, you know, the type disadvantage against Miraidon is pretty rough. But despite that, you know, it has shown some success, and it's another one where, like, it's easy to imagine maybe a different combination of Pokemon being available that would help it a little bit more, but there aren't a whole lot of Drizzle abusers other than Kyogre itself, which is something we normally see. You know, the Tornogre sort of thing just doesn't seem to exist in this format.
Absolutely, and special shout outs to a couple of one-off restricted Pokemon in the field in Day 2. Reshiram is out in the field, and Giratina Origin form, I believe that was Henry Rich's team that we discussed yesterday, did the live hit with Joe Brown. Still in Day 2, made it to Day 2, and still working for that direct invite.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's incredible, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, getting to this point, the tournament, I don't think anybody was expecting, especially Reshiram, to be here. So, hey, you know, it proves, you know, if you find the secret sauce, it can work to, you know, even get to a Day 2 of a tournament like this one.
Yeah, sometimes the things we say is you don't always have to reinvent the wheel, but sometimes you do make a better wheel. And if you find the better wheel when everyone else is still running square wheels, then you're going to get there first. But one of the more important things that biggest changes that we've seen since Day 1 is in our non-restricted Pokemon, especially. Chin Pao is now the #2 used Pokemon in Day 2, and Urshifu has fallen all the way down to 5, and Smeargle actually making an appearance here at the very bottom of our list.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny too, because I think we kind of see like two different trends where Chin Pao at second is wild. We were all kind of shocked by that this morning. Certainly one of the more offensively oriented, non-restricted Pokemon in the format. Although even, you know, it supports in a way, right? You know, if you've got a physical restricted Pokemon on the team, it kind of hangs out in the field, makes you do more damage. Doesn't have to swing. And then, you know, we got, you know, conversely, Urshifu is falling down. Iron Hands doesn't have like incredible representation here. I guess Volcarona and Raging Bolt are kind of in the middle, where like they, you know, they're offensive Pokemon, but they tank well enough that they play sort of a different role. But it's really the supportive Pokemon to me that have been surging. Incineroar maintaining its nearly 50% usage rate. Rillaboom really showing its importance. Whimsicott kind of dethroning Grimmstyle is interesting, where we'd seen a whole lot of it recently. Whimsicott a little less passive, although like little, you know, some air quotes on that. Like, it's, but, you know, it has a few different move options and different typing as well, where the kind of in the case of both of them, the steel weakness not super great right now. But yeah, really interesting group. But then, yeah, we got to shout out Smeargle here, who for a while we'd hoped we would never see again. But I think enough time has passed. We forgive it for the Dark Void days. Smeargle, don't worry. It was Xerneas, not you.
Yeah, it was not your fault, Smeargle. And this version of Smeargle that we've been seeing that's using the Spore and Decorate to get extra boosts on the various restricted Pokemon, or even just some of the other, you know, hugely strong partner Pokemon that are here in our non-restricted list. Like, I'm looking at Chi-Yu Mew, I'm looking at Urshifu, I'm looking at Raging Bolt. All of these are Pokemon that would love to take a Decorate boost and then just start demolishing an opponent's team. And Smeargle, this is where Smeargle shines, these dual restricted metas where you really need a very specific combination of things. You need a way to buff your partner Pokemon. You need a way to disrupt your opponent's side with Spore. You need some redirection to protect your partner Pokemon after it gets buffed. And you need Fake Out support. And really, the Pokemon that does that, Smeargle.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun too, or it really forces your opponent to consider a lot of different options where I love the Pokemon are like, okay, well, if I ignore it, something bad happens, but if I target it, something bad happens. And like, you don't want to be putting a bunch of attention onto Smeargle if you can avoid it, where Dark Void was a little bit more immediately threatening, where like Spore, sometimes you can kind of just try to play around it, but you still don't want all your Pokemon getting put to sleep. Follow Me and Fake Out can both kind of just set up powerful endgame win conditions. And then, like a lot of people will kind of play a little bit more passively, like, oh, I'll just switch to my Grass type against Smeargle. I have to worry about Spore. And then, it can be game losing if you give up a free Decorate. I think it's also been interesting to see some of the teams that we've seen Smeargle appear on where some of his traditional combinations, like, oh, I'll Decorate and then I'll swing and like something wild will happen. Or like you'll have like a Pokemon like Terapagos where like it's kind of just sitting there calm minding, not really doing anything. And then once you turn on the offense just becomes way stronger. We've seen a few teams where it's on things like, oh, like, I can't imagine the scenario where you actually successfully use Decorate here. Must be happening because it's winning, but I'll be eager to see a little bit more of that sort of thing because I think trainers have really stretched to the sort of team that can be a Smeargle team this weekend.
Absolutely. And of course, sitting at the top of our day 2 usage, as always on his throne, is Incineroar at 48.1% usage, which means that 48.1% of players are using the best Pokemon in the format. But if you are one of the 51.9% who are currently not using the best Pokemon in the format, you can use this code NAIC25 Calm Parish, where the I's are 1s and the O's are 0s, to download Wolfglick's 2025 EUIC winning Incineroar, an evergreen giveaway if there ever was one for VG.
And Kim, would you believe we used to type like that on the internet with numbers over letters? Yeah.
I still do that because I have bad coordination on my phone.
We did it on purpose. Yeah, we thought we were cool. We weren't. Great Pokemon, though, right? Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun. I think one of the things that's just been neat, too, with Scarlet and Violet in general is kind of getting these Pokemon that like the fun titles when they go out into battle where it'll say Wolf's Incineroar, so you can blame Wolf when you lose.
Yeah, absolutely. You can have Wolf's Incineroar and all of the options for making sure that it's never your fault when you lose at your command. But this isn't the only giveaway that we have going on as well. Our Pokemon Unite colleagues are right next door and are working really hard on their game, which is always an exciting thing to see here at the International Championships. Of course, you can use that gift code NAIC 2025 to get that special International Championships Unite sticker, as well as if you are watching their dedicated stream on twitch.tv/Pokemon Unite, you can get that Mew Platinum emblem. It'll take you 30 minutes to watch, and it'll be one of the best 30 minutes you spend today.
Yeah, you're a little bored of listening to us talk seemingly about nothing while we wait for the next match. We'll do a little Unite there up. Get a nice quick game. It's a lot of fun. I've been watching as much as I can kind of in the background. A little different group of Pokemon doing well in Unite right now than I remember from some recent formats, so I've been really enjoying it. I think it's always just a great spectator game.
Yeah, speaking of Smeargle, I saw that Darkrai was one of the top Pokemon over on Pokemon Unite, and maybe they are about to start learning why Smeargle no longer gets Dark Void.
Yeah, they can use Dark Void in that game, so yeah, a little spooky, I was never a Darkrai player in Unite. Maybe I was still too traumatized. Where
yeah, I
don't think I played anything in Unite that I thought was a negative presence in VGC. So I have some biases, I guess, to work on.
So you're a Crustle main.
Crustle players are not my favorite. But Crustle players out there, I'm sorry, but not like that sorry. Or yeah, maybe do some team fighting.
All right, well, let's take a look at our next giveaway, these special illustration rares for the trading card game. You can use that code NAIC25 Destined Rivals to get Team Rocket's Giovanni or Ethan's Adventure with that gorgeous special illustration.
Yeah, they're really fun cards. I think there was at least a couple of Ethan's decks that were doing pretty well early yesterday. I don't know how things turned out by the end of the day, but a lot of fun to play, a lot of fun to look at. I think I just love the like the trainers kind of making it back into more of the art with the recent TCG sets where, yeah, I mean, obviously a little video game biased over here on this pillar, but it's fun to kind of watch the kind of the integration between what we played in the video games and how it gets represented in the trading cards. And the artists just do such a fantastic job these days.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. And of course, redeem that code NAIC25 Destined Rivals. And of course, you can also watch and earn Twitch drops for the PTCG Live by just watching the dedicated stream for the trading card game here. Get these nice Ogre Pond deck boxes, coin, and card sleeves that very similar to the ones that are on location here, as the Cornerstone Ogre Pond has been our mascot here for the weekend.
Yeah, and appropriately so, at least for us on the VGC side, where you know, at least the most commonly used Ogre Pond nowadays, and God, I love the sleeve in particular, where the combination of it holding the dangerous looking cudgel and like the expression of the mask, like I'm gonna take 10 steps backward.
Very much so. And finally, our fourth pillar here is Pokemon Go, where you can watch and earn timed research via those Twitch drops by watching the dedicated Pokemon Go stream, and featuring the Mandibuzz inspired by Patoman's EUIC winning team, who I understand is still doing quite well today.
Yeah, so we've heard, and yeah, I mean, always great to get these when you can. The TMs are hard to come by, so don't miss it.
All right, well, let's take a look at our next round as we have gotten the completion here. Here is Swiss rankings after our last round. Of course, we have Kazuki, Kobayashi, and Yuma Kinugawa as our final two remaining undefeated players who will be battling against each other to make it into the top cut. A win here should guarantee them a spot in the top cut, but you can also see incredible performances by some of our other players that we've been following along. Riley Factura, who I believe we saw in the very first stream game of the tournament, losing to Simone Sanvito, has battled all the way back to an 8-1 record. An incredible streak from Riley there.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like we've been hearing a lot of that, right? Where players like struggled early, either got back all the way to, you know, the 7-1 record entering today and then won again, or a lot of players like started 0-2, 1-2, maybe to 6-2. I just love those stories, right? Where I think it's just so easy to both to tilt, and then also I think you really have to lock in, right? Where even a tiny bit of bad luck kind of can end it for you. And I think knowing that and, you know, still making the right decisions in the games, you know, taking the right risks is really challenging. So Pokemon, there's a lot of mental skills kind of required. It's not just the you know, the chess with cute animals in the actual gameplay, but I think the out-of-game mental very important here, and some of the best here.
Yeah, also big shout outs to Hans Pizarro and Ernesto Verdugo. Hans from Peru and Ernesto from Mexico, representing the LATAM region at the top tables here in our top 16. And of course, the other big thing that I am noticing here is Italy is dominating for the European region here at our top tables. Of course, Eric Rios representing Spain also here amongst the United States players. Here are our pairings for Swiss Round 10. We will be watching our final undefeated match, Yuma Kinugawa versus Kazuki Kobayashi. A win and in here. Huge stakes for Kazuki, especially. Needs to make it into the top cut to have a chance at making it into the top 4, which will allow Kazuki to qualify for the World Championships.
Yeah, it's a really critical game. You know, Kinugawa on the other side, I believe, already qualified, so playing for glory, playing for money, but a little bit less stress. On the other side, you know, so far, Kazuki's been pretty automatic in his performance, but still looking for that direct invite to the World Championships by making it to all the way to the top 4. So not just needs one more win in the next 3 Swiss rounds, but you know, it could be one of those situations where seeding really matters because needs a doable path in order to continue his season.
Absolutely, definitely want to at least get that bye out of the play-in round for sure. Every game that you can take a break off is really good for making it as deep as possible. We have our players on stage and ready to battle. We have Yuma Kinugawa versus Kazuki Kobayashi, and it's going to be that Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta up against the Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider. So you know how I mentioned I hadn't seen a whole lot of that pair? There it is, 9-0.
Yeah, it's interesting too. I've kind of been making fun of the North Americans for favoring this duo a little bit too much, but it's an undefeated Japanese player bringing it here. So I'll be excited to see kind of the way these players play together. I think that kind of both sides have some twists on the most standard version of these comps. So maybe need a little different line to combat it than normal.
We have some really cool text here on Kinugawa's team as we have been starting to see this Dark Terra type becoming more standard on the Calyrex Shadow Rider. But really, I think the big thing that I noticed from the game that we saw from him yesterday, that sharp beak on Tornadus was actually really effective. Bleakwind Storm was dealing so much damage and makes Tornadus also a viable decorate target for Smeargle. Every Pokemon here, except for probably Zamazenta, is happy to take a decorate boost from Smeargle.
Yeah, I think it's really cool too. Or again, we kind of mentioned Tornadus before. We don't really see the Tornadus Kyogre combination. Part of that is because Tornadus doesn't feel like it really does anything. It's why we don't see it on the top usage chart anymore, where you can kind of just ignore it, and that's not going to work against this version of the Pokemon where it actually can beat you. There's a surprising amount of Pokemon in this format who don't take flying type attacks very well. Only a few resist. Pretty much all of them are electric type Pokemon.
They're either Raging Bolt, Miraidon, or Iron Hands.
Yeah, that's basically it. So a lot of great neutral coverage. You're kind of looking across the field here. Only one Pokemon that's going to resist flying type attacks. So maybe we'll see Tornadus firing away some Bleakwind Storms.
Well, here is Kazuki Kobayashi's team. Again, this is very important for Kazuki. It will qualify him for top cut and give him a clearer path towards the top 4 finish that he needs. And this is looking a little bit more like what we're familiar here in North America. You have the Choice Specs Miraidon, you have the Electric Seed for Rigorath, a Pokemon that has fallen off a lot. But you also see that kind of jammed together with the Calyrex Ice Rider teams that we were starting to see at the end of Regulation G, paired with the Landorus and the Roaring Moon.
I think the Landorus in particular is a lot of fun here. See both ground type attack available with the single target Earth Power, and then Landorus is equivalent of the Bleakwind Storm in Sandsteer Storm. Pokemon Legends Arceus having a great impact on this battle, and it should be a lot of fun here too. We also see, in contrast to some of them Miraidon we've seen recently, this is more what we're used to seeing with the Choice Specs. It does actually know Dazzling Gleam, the traditional options available, and then of course keep an eye on 2 Trick Rooms on this team. We haven't seen a whole lot of Trick Room actually getting clicked on stream so far, but perhaps it'll be a little bit more likely in this matchup.
Yeah, and Kazuki is bringing back the Leech Seed Calyrex that took over Europe and then spread to North America. It has also spread to Japan here. And here we go, turn 1 of our round 10 matchup. It's going to be Rillaboom and Raging Bolt for Yuma Kinugawa up against Kazuki's Urshifu and Miraidon here.
Yeah, so we'll see both of the terrain-inducing Pokemon appearing on the first turn. Pretty common in these matchups, but for now, the terrain advantage will go to Kinugawa and to Rillaboom. So likely to see one of those situations where the Miraidon doesn't want to stay out on the battlefield for too long, especially with 2 Pokemon out here who both resist electric-type attacks.
Yeah, both of these Pokemon choice-locked as well, or will be after turn 1, which means that this Rillaboom's fake-out pressure is doing a lot for Kinugawa here. The Fake Out would be able to stop one of those Pokemon from attacking, most likely that Miraidon, because, Urshifu's not threatening a whole lot of damage to these Pokemon. As a result, Miraidon will just switch out, not going to take a free attack from either the Rillaboom or the Raging Bolt. Instead, there's the Farigiraf. You can run double choice if you have Farigiraf in the back to block any priority. But Kinugawa does not fall for it, does take a U-turn for his troubles there from the Choice Scarf Urshifu as it will position out.
We'll have to see what comes in here. We'll have to see what Rillaboom does as well. I've been thinking that was a very advantageous lead for Kinugawa, but with the Roaring Moon kind of protecting without any attacks incoming, not a whole lot going to happen here. I do want to comment on how great that Farigiraf switch was, where if there had been a Grassy Glide or a Thunderclap into that Urshifu would have failed because of the Armor Tail ability entering the battlefield. So even though it doesn't wind up doing anything, it really made that play much safer.
Absolutely, much safer by bringing in the Farigiraf, which is what is Farigiraf's biggest strength here, is to protect your Pokemon from those priority attacks, and why it is still useful here. Rillaboom's positioning will allow the Miraidon to come back in on the field, reset the terrain, activate the Electric Seed on Farigiraf, and now the Rillaboom will just go ahead and finish up the turn with a U-turn to reposition. But this will mean that Kobayashi has the ability to start leading unless this Smeargle comes out and will be able to redirect, will be able to decorate. Can't Spore right now unless Rillaboom comes in, but there's so many options when Smeargle hits the field.
Yeah, I mean, I love that positioning because, yeah, I mean, now it's being threatened, right? Where whether it's actually going to happen or not, able to get the Rillaboom out of battle in order to threaten bringing it back in. And, hey, you know, even if you win the terrain war on the Miraidon side, if you have to take a Spore to do it, knocking the Rillaboom out, is it actually worth it? Also very interesting to know on Kinugawa's side, we've seen all 4 of his Pokemon getting hovered there. Something critical missing.
Yeah, you're supposed to bring restricted Pokemon, right? Isn't that the point?
That's what I was told. I may have gotten the wrong notes.
Yeah, this was not what we were expecting from the double restricted meta here, as Kinugawa will retreat the Raging Bolt. Rillaboom comes back out on the field to remove the electric terrain, which will allow this Smeargle to start sporing Kazuki's Pokemon. And with that Moody boost getting the speed boost, Smeargle is the fastest thing on the field, puts that Miraidon right to sleep. Takes that first turn of sleep because it cannot move thanks to the power of Smeargle, and that Psychic just into the Rillaboom deals good damage, but crucially, this Smeargle, it's scary right now.
Some delightful nonsense here as well, where you know, the Miraidon now could wake up any turn, so that's delightfully awkward. He's got some boosted attack. Not sure it's going to be able to use that, but critically does have its Focus Sash still intact. So you know, Smeargle going to be able to do shenanigans for a little bit longer. And now we have a very fascinating situation, right? Do you Spore the Farigiraf slot? Do you switch something in and go for a Decorate? Not a whole lot of great targets with what was left at home. So you know, Smeargle's controlling the battlefield, but it's not super clear what win condition Smeargle's going to be able to help its friends work toward at this time.
Yeah, this is where you would really love to have a restricted Pokemon to start punching holes through your opponent's team. But Smeargle, if Kinugawa can get some good turns of sleep here, will be able to reposition pretty freely. There's the second Spore coming out onto the Farigiraf, as Miraidon will attempt to make an attack, but takes a second turn of sleep, continues snoozing, and Rillaboom will reposition. This will allow Kinugawa to pick which Pokemon they want next to the Smeargle, and you know, Raging Bolt could be nice. Get those Decorate boosts, get that special attack. And Samazenta, unfortunately, not the greatest Decorate target for Smeargle, but Raging Bolt very well could be.
And now a very volatile turn, right? Either of the Pokemon on Kazuki's side of the field could potentially wake up with this next turn. Smeargle kind of now awkwardly fast, where you'd almost prefer to be a little bit slower, so you can immediately try to sleep something again. Instead now, sort of an awkward position, but protecting that Raging Bolt. And yeah, we've got to start seeing some offense, right? The control is great. We've got 2 Pokemon that can't attack, although they may be able to attack, but you got to start actually doing some damage.
Yeah, needs to start doing damage, and really the 4 Pokemon that Kinugawa has brought don't seem like they are going to be that reliable. Raging Bolt will just go ahead and protect itself to take this Decorate freely from Smeargle, not risking taking any Dragon-type attacks from the Miraidon on Kazuki Kobayashi's side, as Miraidon will be able to try and go for an attack here, wakes up, hits the Smeargle, breaks the Focus Sash, and means that Kazuki will be able to reposition once again. Then hopefully for Kazuki fans out there, that Farigiraf will also be able to wake up. But any additional turns of sleep are really big right now.
Yeah, sort of an awkward situation now for the Smeargle, where although Lander's coming in is very interesting. So the Farigiraf going to sleep for 1 more turn, and now there's the problem, sort of, where if you try to use Spore again, if Miraidon comes back in, it could use Electric Terrain to negate a Spore, and you can't switch your own Rillaboom in because you can't switch out the... You're either going to lose the Decorate on Raging Bolt, or you're going to lose the Speed Boost at Smeargle. However, Landorus, as a flying-type Pokemon, isn't benefited by Electric Terrain, so you could still try to Spore into that slot if you wanted to. Also keep in mind, there's still that Armor Tail on the field, making things further complicated, making it impossible to use that Thunderclap move.
Yeah, and of course, Landorus also has the ability to terrestrialize if it really wanted to avoid a spore there and become grounded as a poison type instead. So many different small things going on here.
What a great cover. It looks like that's exactly what's being predicted here.
Oh, that's going to be the cover here as Farigiraf switches out and in comes the Miraidon, sets the electric terrain here, will boost the power of the electric type attacks from the Raging Bolt. And here comes the terrestrialization. What a perfect cover. The Landorus goes for the Poison Terra type here, which grounds it on the electric terrain. Will block the spore, but means it's now vulnerable to that Thunderclap from the Decorate Raging Bolt. Huge one-hit KO. What a play for Kinugawa to see.
Oh man, it's so hard to lock into a Thunderclap against a ground-type Pokemon with Armor Tail on the field, but he hits it and picks up the knockout.
What a perfect play there. The only situation you could ever really make that kind of cover, going for the double spore and thunderclapping into a ground type. Sporing, as you know, electric terrain's coming in and thunderclapping into a ground type. Incredible. And that's a huge piece off the field for Kazuki.
Hey, plays like that's how you go 9-0 at the North American International Championships. You want to know the difference between the games you were watching at the beginning of day one and this is how these players got here.
Absolutely. Instead of being 0-0, they are 9-0 heading into round 10. And you can see Kazuki Kobayashi has to spend some time thinking here. Has to be that Urshifu to offer some offensive threat and again, continue to be able to threaten the Farigiraf switch in.
And now this is so much fun, right? Where, again, well, Farigiraf could come in, so you go for the Thunderclap. It's tempting not to. You could try to follow me here. Your Smeargle being threatened by an Aqua Jet, so you can't, I guess you couldn't really spore either of these Pokemon anyway, but you have that concern. Still, there's the Rillaboom in the back, could potentially come in here and help out a little bit, although I don't think it's too likely to see an electric type attack from Kazuki's side of the field here.
Well, that's going to be the terrestrialization here for the Raging Bolt. That will be the pure electric typing now. Removes the resistance to water type, but crucially removes the weakness to a dragon type attack coming out from the Miraidon. And Smeargle will go ahead and protect its partner Raging Bolt from any damage coming out from the Urshifu, but there is no switching, just going straight for the Thunderclap into the Urshifu. And that means that this Miraidon, forced to target the Smeargle, goes down like a hero here.
Oh no, it's a Draco Meteor too. I think, if that had been maybe the Dazzling Gleam, this doesn't feel as bad, but now with only 2 Pokemon remaining, that Miraidon going to be locked into a Draco Meteor with reduced special attack for the remainder of the game, and
can't switch out to reset terrain.
Rillaboom going to come in now too and further reduce its damage by removing the electric terrain. Raging Bolt going to lose a little damage too, but I'm not sure it's going to care. And hey, so far this battle, it seemed that Iron Tail isn't real. 2 Thunderclap KOs in a row, despite the potential of the Farigiraf switching in or even just staying on the field the first time. Incredible read so far for Kinugawa.
Yeah, and you know what? Kinugawa did bring his second restricted Pokemon. He brought his own Miraidon with the Decorate boosted Raging Bolt, which is going off.
Oh, but last effort here, the Helping Hand.
The Helping Hand from Farigiraf wakes up for the Draco Meteor to pick up the KO onto Rillaboom, meaning that Kinugawa will have to show his final Pokemon here. But that does mean that this Raging Bolt just gets another chance to fire off a huge electric type attack. That's the Thunderbolt into the Farigiraf, another one-hit KO out of this Raging Bolt.
This Raging Bolt has been decorated for Mardi Gras, and it is beautiful. It is taking out all of its foes. There's 4 levels of reduced special attack for poor Miraidon, while the Raging Bolt is boosted. And you know what? Stat boosts look awesome. I want those too. And Draco Meteor looking even worse.
Yeah, Draco Meteor being locked in means being locked into a not very effective attack on Zamazenta, which means Kinugawa takes game 1 here. And that game was so beautifully played by Yuma Kinugawa. I can't get over that, identifying that turn. We were just kind of putting together the pieces as we were talking, but to see that in the 45 seconds you have, and then to identify how you can play around it and all the other ways that it could have gone wrong.
Yeah, also you had to be willing to do it at 9-0 on stream. I think, if you're in practice, I think a lot of top-end players will realize that's an option, maybe you go for it, and be able to brag to all your friends you hit that play. Actually doing that in this situation is so hard to commit to, but nails it. And then nails the Thunderclap the following turn, which I think was a very throwable turn, right? He was way ahead, so I think it was very likely to win the game there, but maybe you just whiff that attack, something bad happens the other direction, and you give your opponent a chance to get back into it. But just excellent reads that game. At the beginning, it felt like he was playing a little bit slow, but really turned on the gas at the right time and just absolutely closed that one out.
Yeah, and that's one of the crazy things about Smeargle, one of the things that makes it so effective and why the Decorate variant of Smeargle has been so popular in this dual restricted meta, is it really is a turbo button. It is like, okay, I'm going to start picking up KOs, and then as soon as the Decorate came out on Raging Bolt, one-hit KO, one-hit KO, one-hit KO, back to back to back.
Absolutely, I'm glad we got to see that too. Again, to me, this is why Smeargle has earned its spot on that usage chart, where it's not just doing some of the normal shenanigans. We saw Spore being big there, and yeah, I mean, you're not going to get a speed boost from Moody every game, but
if
the
you
Decorate
do,
was so cool there, where you're probably not putting this team together like, all right, my goal is to make Raging Bolt big every game, right? Like, this is a plan D or E, but knowing that it was available, executing at the right time, and you kind of see why Calyrex wasn't selected there, which is why this series is very much not over. A bunch of Pokemon on the other side of the field that are very difficult for it to deal with, so I'll be excited to see if it comes in Game 2 or a potential Game 3, and we're seeing it right away.
Right away, Yuma Kinugawa is shaking things up, as is Kazuki Kobayashi, going with the Landorus and Urshifu lead up against the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Rillaboom lead for Yuma Kinugawa. Again, fake out pressure exclusively on Kinugawa's side, but there is always that risk of the Farigiraf in the back, which is an especially tempting switch in front of a Calyrex.
Yeah, I mean, we noted the lack of the Calyrex on this side of the field. We didn't see Ice Rider last game either. That was kind of, and if we assume the same Pokemon here, it would have been, again, the Farigiraf and the Murata on the back. So, do you bet that your opponent, once again, doesn't have the Calyrex? And or maybe you think there's two of the restricted Pokemon back there and you can play a little more aggressively, although I think perhaps we're about to see it.
Well, there is Landorus switching out, and that will be the Farigiraf in the back. So one of Miraidon or Calyrex Ice Rider is staying at home. And the Armor Tail there preventing the fake out, so a good switch there from the Farigiraf as Urshifu is able to retreat with the U-turn. So because of the Farigiraf switch in, Yuma is unable to get that fake out off, and that's big damage onto the Rillaboom from that Urshifu, which is able to protect itself by switching out. But now we just have to see what this Calyrex is going to do on the switch-in. That's Miraidon, so it will be the final Pokemon for Kobayashi. We see all 4 Pokemon for Kazuki on his team as the Electric Seed activates for Farigiraf. With this Miraidon out on the field and the Farigiraf, it's an entire double switch up from Kazuki's team. The Astral Barrage deals a little bit of damage, over 50%. That's a 2-hit KO onto that Miraidon. Of course, the Farigiraf is happily able to sit in front of Astral Barrages all day, but not if it means its partners are going down.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's sort of the awkward thing for the Calyrex here, where, I mean, it's always very threatening for this team to have a Farigiraf switch in where you're immune to the Astral Barrage, messes with all the priority moves, but that's a lot of damage to get the Miraidon. A second one to pick up a knockout, and on the flip side, Miraidon getting in a great time here, blocking the fake out instead of allowing a U-turn as we'd seen in the previous game. It's just been pretty difficult to turn that electric train off, so Miraidon's got a window here this time.
Miraidon has a window if it can do anything, because it's most likely going to be slower than this Calyrex. It takes
it's gonna go right down.
It takes the Psychic, so it's a great position to get knocked out. Kazuki's Miraidon has gone down, which means it's just the Landorus and Urshifu for damage, and Kinugawa's Calyrex Shadow Rider gets the Grim Neigh boost, gets that free damage for the future as Rillaboom is able to reposition, so that electric terrain will be going away if Kinugawa wants it. Maybe Kinugawa just wants to have that terrain up for this Raging Bolt to pick up even more KOs.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting maybe more like a switch and trick room sort of angle where giving the Miraidon up so easily there is rough, and now we're left in a pretty awkward situation where I wonder if there won't be some regrets leaving the Calyrex at home. The Foul Play is going to go in there, but not going to be enough to pick up the Calyrex, and now you have a Life Orb Calyrex with a boosted special attack who could still potentially swing twice more.
Yeah, the switch for Trick Room was also something that I was looking for, but Kinugawa, by targeting it down with Psychic, would have made sure that if the Urshifu tried to switch in, it would have gotten knocked out. If the Landorus switched in, it probably wouldn't have taken that too well either. But then, of course, being able to position out for the Raging Bolt really covered for all of those options here. It's just going to be the Urshifu now out on the field. Of course, Farigiraf is here, so that means there can't be any Thunderclaps unless Kinugawa thinks that Farigiraf is going to switch out, which means that this Calyrex is finally threatened, but it can just retreat.
Yeah, I mean, this Urshifu, it does have the Choice Scarf item, so it won't need to use Aqua Jet, most likely in order to move first here. But yeah, I mean, you still probably don't want to get caught by a Thunderbolt. So with a Water Terra type here, not going to most likely be able to stay out in the field into Raging Bolt, so you can kind of just maybe assume that a Landorus is going to enter in that slot and play for that instead.
Well, Calyrex Shadow Rider switching out for Yuma Kinugawa will be replaced by the Zamazenta. So brought both restricteds this time. That's going to be Zamazenta out on the field. Gets the defense boost, which could be helpful. Farigiraf will switch out though, so here comes the Landorus alongside the Urshifu instead of the Farigiraf. No Thunderclap though. Kinugawa is not going to quite threaten to throw the lead that bad. And there goes the U-turn to bring the Farigiraf right back out.
I do think it's a clever shuffle, right? There's a potential to get burned there. This time gets away with it, but you know, that's the way you avoid taking damage on this Landorus. I think it's going to be a very critical Pokemon for the remainder of this game. Looks like Thunderbolt whiffing into the Landorus slot there, was attempting to target down that Farigiraf in order to set up an easy checkmate on the Urshifu later. And I think that is one thing to keep in mind here. Farigiraf is very important in this game, right? As soon as it goes away, anytime Raging Bolt and Urshifu are out on the field together, there's no longer going to be an Urshifu.
Yeah, and here is a potential option for one of Kinugawa's rogue terrestrializations. Actually, it's more of a throwback, the Grass Terra typing on Zamazenta. Without that, this Landorus is very safe to just click the Sandshear Storm to potentially hit super effective damage on both the Pokemon currently out on the field, which is why you're seeing Kinugawa retreating the Raging Bolt to bring back out the Rillaboom instead. We'll be able to resist the ground type damage coming out from the Landorus and potentially heal up any damage that gets targeted at the Zamazenta.
And one thing to keep in mind as we watch the animations here is that that Farigiraf did switch in and out of battle. It was very clever for getting Armor Tail back onto the field, but did cause it to lose that Electric Seed boost. You don't get those back. So for the rest of the battle, it's going to have a normal level of defense.
Well, it also has a normal level of hands to give to the Landorus. Normal level. There's a big heavy slam, though, coming out from the Zamazenta. And
oh, what a read!
Kazuki Kobayashi can make those reads, too. That's a huge sludge bomb into the terrestrialized Zamazenta. It goes down. Not quite a one-hit KO, but very, very close, and that's huge to get that Pokemon off the field and start getting some of this momentum back.
Oh, this becomes really awkward now, or at least you can safely send out the Calyrex, but you gotta assume you're not going to get a free shot into the Landorus, but maybe you do, right?
Maybe.
Where this becomes a very interesting read. Are you aggressive enough to try to go for an Astral Barrage here, the Landorus slot? If you're not, a Sludge Bomb into this Rillaboom slot would be really bad, where it kind of almost doesn't matter if it's the Rillaboom, who would certainly be knocked out, or a ton of damage on that Raging Bolt, who's necessary for it later. But suddenly things have kind of turned around here, and it's the unrestricted Pokemon for Kobayashi who's really made this match exciting again.
Absolutely. This Landorus is key right now. This is wild. If Kazuki can get this turn right, we may be forcing a game 3, because then there will be no opportunity to get that Urshifu out and threaten it, or to get rid of the Urshifu on Kinugawa's side before it can just pick up all the KOs. And there it is, the Sludge Bomb into Rillaboom, went for the offense, picks up another KO, and that is a huge turn here, especially as the Calyrex protected didn't do anything, but did protect itself from the foul play. And at this point, I really struggle to see how Kinugawa is going to be able to get through these Pokemon.
Yeah, I don't either, where now in a situation where the Landorus could just protect here if it wanted. You probably just go for another attack into the Calyrex with Farigiraf, and unless these Pokemon can somehow knock out Farigiraf before it moves, which I think would probably require some critical hits, things looking pretty bleak for the odds of this game being a 2-game set.
Yeah, I do take it back. There is one way I can see, which is getting the double protect here, but that's going to be so risky, but it may be the only option that Kinugawa has to take back this game too, and it does not happen. That is going to be a failure as the Landorus protects this turn. That means that this Landorus cannot be targeted down. Here comes the Thunderbolt onto the Farigiraf. Not enough damage to pick up the KO, and there's the foul play to pick up the Calyrex. And Kazuki Kobayashi is right back in this, forcing a game 3 for our first spot in the top cut.
Yeah, really excellent game here so far, where got a little disadvantage early, but Landorus was always positioned safely. And I think we have to think back to that turn with that interesting switch, where they did a great job of making sure that the Landorus didn't take any damage switching in, and that the Farigiraf as well was able to keep its health high. Had it been the one hit by that Thunderbolt, the Calyrex able to survive that turn. Maybe the end of the game is a little bit more interesting, but preserves exactly the most important resource for him, which in this game was not the restricted Pokemon. It was the combination of the Landorus and the Farigiraf. Sometimes it's not all just base stats that make you powerful in the match. It's the way you match up with other Pokemon, and the less heralded members of the team pulling one out.
Absolutely incredible play there. This was such a tight positioning battle. Kazuki Kobayashi was so far behind before this moment, before picking up the KO on Zamazenta, calling the Terrestrialization into the grass typing, and then calling the targeting correctly here, that the Calyrex would just protect to try to stall out the Landorus and then KOing the Rillaboom instead.
Man, I gotta say too, I mean, how much fun has this been? You know, before we go to this third game, these trainers are both so great. I think that may be two of the best reads in a Terrestrialization that we've seen in all of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet here, and they both happen in the same set.
Yeah, it's been game 1, the reads for Yuma Kinugawa were able to take a commanding lead there. And then in game 2, Kazuki Kobayashi just fighting back from the brink of being defeated in round 10. Here we are into a game 3, and I cannot wait to see what these trainers have up their sleeves for us.
Yeah, I think it's such a fascinating team preview now, where like, I don't know if the Pokemon really decided who won either game 1 or game 2, right? It was like kind of the trainers beating one another rather so much than their Pokemon. So yeah, like, do you just maybe try to pick Pokemon? Do you think it'll give you opportunities to try to hit another home run, or have the trainers tried to solve this battle in a way that I think they can get through it a little bit more conservatively? Because yeah, I mean, the flip side is that, you know, if any of them got the game wrong or those reads wrong, they probably just throw the game right there.
Absolutely.
So do you really want to risk your set on that and your chance to move on to the top cut as the undefeated player at 10-0? Still gonna have a couple rounds after this, so both players have good odds of making it to top cut. But hey, wouldn't it be great just to get that stress out of the way?
Yeah, absolutely. You would love to be out of the stress zone of, do I even qualify? And huge change-ups here from, again, both competitors. We finally see both Calyrex out on the field, including the Ice Rider from Kazuki Kobayashi, but also we have Smeargle as the lead here for Yuma Kinugawa alongside the Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Yeah, it's just sort of an interesting angle there, where like we haven't really seen a hard Trick Room option, but now it is very much available. But how do you go for it, right? Incineroar really wants to attack both targets here, would love to burn away at the HP of the Calyrex, but also has to worry about Smeargle. Both options kind of, or both sides kind of threatening a fake out on one another. And then we should keep in mind too, this Calyrex is Terra type, it is water, so it doesn't have any way to avoid being spored if the Smeargle kind of calls not being faked out by the Incineroar and just wants to try to attempt that option instead.
Yeah, the only way for Kazuki to prevent spores from coming out on his team is by switching in the Miraidon. And as we saw in that game too, switching in Miraidon in front of that Calyrex Shadow Rider is very, very dangerous. We are going to see an immediate Terrestrialization coming out from Kobayashi to go to the pure water typing to remove that weakness to the Astral Barrage from Kinugawa's Shadow Rider Calyrex. But that is not going to be a thing that happens on this turn, as the Shadow Rider will just protect this turn and get a decoration boost from the Smeargle. That's a really scary Calyrex if it ever gets another chance to go on the offensive. There's an attack coming out from the Incineroar into the Protect, as the Calyrex will set up the Trick Room. It is time for that hard Trick Room mode.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see the Decorate for that reason, but I guess you probably still get one swing here. I just don't know how that does that get you far enough, right? You can follow me. At that point, a Glacial Lance and attack from Incineroar isn't enough to knock out your own Calyrex, so at least you get that one big Astral Barrage off. But then you have a Shadow Rider Calyrex and Trick Room, right? It's still the full duration to try to deal with here. We'll have to see what Pokemon both trainers have brought as well, where there are some Pokemon that I think would be pretty good on either side. One thing that's scary is that I feel like one of the ways that Kinugawa's team sort of meant to deal with Trick Room is you have these priority moves, particularly the Thunderclap from Raging Bolt, but certainly you can still see the Farigiraf in the back to negate one of those.
Yeah, the Farigiraf is still extremely scary if you are Kinugawa here. You never want to have to risk your entire game on just being encountered so easily by that switch in. This is actually a really aggressive play coming out. The Calyrex going to Terrasilize into the Dark typing to resist the knockoff from the Incineroar. Here's the Glacial Lance, deals good damage to both Pokemon, but that Calyrex probably survives this knockoff now after the Terrasilization. But it's actually a Flare Blitz coming out onto the Smeargle, so no Spore coming out from the Smeargle. It just goes down. Does not get a chance to do anything but set up the Decorate boost onto the Calyrex. So is it worth it? Here is a huge Astral Barrage at +2 onto both the Incineroar and the Calyrex. Not quite enough to pick up the KO on the Calyrex Ice Rider, but that is huge damage.
Yeah, that makes things a little exciting here, right? Where not able to pick up the knockout, but it is a very meaningful amount of damage. But now where do you go from here? See the Zamazenta most likely going into the field. Raging Bolt left it home this time. Probably pretty happy about that, given that both the threat of Armor Chill stopping Thunderclap, but also the potential just to be completely obliterated by a Glacial Lance now that Trick Room has been activated. But, if there's a way for Kinugawa to stall out this Trick Room, then the Calyrex even having to leave the battlefield and lose the Decorate boost at some point would be really threatening. But that's getting tricky fast. You really want to try to switch a Rillaboom into a likely Ice-type attack. The Zamazenta's looking a little bit better here, but there's still 2 Pokemon in the back that he's going to have to deal with as well.
Yeah, there are 2 more Pokemon that Kobayashi has not revealed yet. No Protects, no Wide Guards, just a full Glacial Lance will pick up the KO onto the Shadow Rider Calyrex here. That means that it will be a free switch in for that Rillaboom in the back, but at the cost of losing the Shadow Rider Calyrex and offering over a Chilling Neigh boost to the Calyrex Ice Rider. The Flare Blitz coming out from the Incineroar does a little bit of damage, which will start adding up alongside those boosted Glacial Lances, and the Body Press targets the Incineroar, picks up that KO and knocks it out.
That's really interesting. I kind of assumed that the play there was just going to be to trade for the Calyrex. Instead of leaving on the field, I assume there is a game plan here, perhaps anticipating that there is not a Farigiraf in the back, which would make this Rillaboom a little bit more threatening. But you'd assume if there is, there's still a Miraidon, which would be a different way of preventing it from getting off a Grassy Glide. But for now, Landorus entering the battlefield. One thing to keep in mind here is that even though it did not use that the previous turn, there was the threat of the Wide Guard, I believe, from this Zamazenta. So, you can't super safely click the Glacial Lance. This is the Leech Seed version of Calyrex, so unable to directly deal damage without using the spread attack, and Rillaboom could punish that pretty hard. Both can't be Leech Seed and could easily pick up a knockout here.
Yeah, if Rillaboom is next to Zamazenta and Zamazenta goes for Wide Guard, the Calyrex Ice Rider can't do anything to that Pokemon, which, like you mentioned, sets up an easy opportunity to KO the Landorus or anything on a switch end.
Yeah, the flip side, of course, is you can't ignore the Landorus, where it is very dangerous. You saw what it could do last game, threatening super effective attacks to both these Pokemon, but it is not a Wide Guard. Instead, it is a Protect.
Yeah, no Wide Guard, just the Protect. And that is just going to be for the Leech Seed into that Pokemon, or the Glacial Lance, sorry, will connect onto the Rillaboom, and it picks up the one-hit KO with that Chilling Neigh boost. And unfortunately for Yuma Kinugawa, that means that it's just going to be this Zamazenta up against the Landorus in Trick Room, and that is not going to work out for him.
Yeah, this is looking real dark now. There's a very critical play there, right? You guess one side of it or the other correctly. I think if you want to close the game out there, getting Leech Seeded is really bad. So I get going for the Protect, but fortunately gets the call wrong, loses Rillaboom for nothing, and it's becoming pretty hard to see a way out of this one, as we'll likely see the forfeit walked in, and Kazuki can be the first player to make it onto Top Cut.
Yeah, Kazuki Kobayashi is our first player in Top Cut, and continuing his Cinderella run here at a direct qualification to the World Championships in Anaheim. Again, needs to make it into the top 4 to qualify here, and well on his way.
Yeah, what an incredible set. Both players played so well, so many amazing reads. It was a really high-level play. And, I'm sure they could play this set 10 more times, probably go good 5-5 with one another.
And I would watch it.
Yeah, me too. What a treat to get that on stream. I think both these traders have a great chance of winning this tournament. Probably going to see both of them again. And wow, I mean, I don't know if you ever had a match of undefeateds like that. Oh, I understand exactly why both these players have this record.
Yeah, this was not about getting the right matchups. This was two players who are clearly playing at the top of their game here for this tournament, and there is nothing more exciting than that. I loved this switch up on Kazuki's side to go for the Ice Rider mode. It was not something that was shown in either Games 1 or Game 2, and maybe that got Yuma Kinugawa a little bit complacent about the potential of this Trick Room mode.
Yeah, I think it's even kind of cooler as a third game after losing Game 1, where you'd assume like if you're going to use that alternate mode, you're not going to risk losing this set before you get the chance to show it. So maybe even more deceptive to bring it out at the absolute final hour, but it really pays off there. The Calyrex absolutely ran through this team, and I guess we never learned the final Pokemon, correct?
We did not.
So yeah, I guess I probably always wonder like, oh, should I have brought Raging Bolt to that game? Would that have saved me? Or
was it Farigiraf? Was it Miraidon? Who could say?
Yeah, might not find out until top cut, right? Because I think there's a great reason why either of those Pokemon would have been the final choice. So always great when you can win a set on stream and still kind of leave your future opponents wondering something.
Yeah, what exactly is that full mode for Kazuki? What a treat to be able to watch that set. I am so excited to see more from both of those players. That does mean that Kazuki Kobayashi is now our only undefeated player at 10-0. Yuma Kinugawa will go and join the number of incredibly talented players who are now at 9-1 and will need one more win to make it into the top cut. Again, there are still 2 more rounds of Swiss after this. They'll mostly be for seeding for Kazuki, but for players like Kinugawa, they still need to win one more game to make it into the top cut, and that is going to be a lot of pressure. It would be so much nicer to have that already be done.
Yeah, and there are some tangible benefits here. I mean, we have about 20 to 22 players making it into the top cut segment of the tournament. So some of those players are going to have to play an additional round to get down to 16. So having a better record is advantageous because you get to skip a round of the single elimination entirely.
Huge deal.
Yeah, right. And these trainers were 1-2 going into this round, so both of them still well on their way. But yeah, this next 2 rounds going to be important. Don't want to just put your foot off the gas because not only do you want to kind of come in strong, but I think it's a much higher stress playing this elimination rounds than these Swiss rounds. If you can win one here, makes your whole run a lot easier.
Absolutely. Well, I am so excited to hear even more about that match. Let's toss it down to the stage where Len is standing by to speak with Kazuki Kobayashi. Take it away, Len.
Thanks, Evan. I've got Kazuki Kobayashi here, the last undefeated player at the North American International Championships. Congratulations on the win. Tell me your immediate reactions after that match.
おめでとうございます。今は、何を考えていますか？
なんか今日運がいいってめちゃめちゃ思ってます。
I think I've been very lucky today.
You played very well alongside the luck. Part of that was the adjustment to use Calyrex in the third game. Can you tell me some about that adjustment and how you decided to bring it after not using it in the first 2 games?
ゲーム3には、バトレックスを選択しましたけど、なんでゲーム3まで、選択しなかったですか？
そうですね。1ゲーム目、2ゲーム目で、ウーラオスで上から倒していったので、相手はそこを警戒するかなと思ったので、3戦目にトリックルームのプランで、攻めるとうまくいくかなと思ってそれを選択しました。
In the first game, the Urshifu got knocked out pretty quickly, and so I wanted to go with a trick room strategy with Calyrex.
Makes a lot of sense. It worked out well. Both you and your opponents were making some very aggressive plays. The Thunderclap in Game 1, the Sludge Bomb into Zamazenta in Game 2. Can you tell me some about your mindset making those kind of risky plays and trying to outthink your opponent and be one step ahead?
ゲームプレイはちょっと危なかった選択なので、 人来のこととか、ベトナムの爆弾のこととか、なんでそういう危なかった選択をしましたか？
そうですね、そういう選択をしないと勝てないプレイヤーだと分かっていたので、強気でいけば、勝利につながるかなと思ってそれを選択しました。
The simple answer is that it was just a play to win. That was it.
Well, it certainly worked out and got you the win. You're now the last undefeated player here at the tournament. Can you tell me some about your ambitions here at the tournament? You still need to earn your World's Championship qualification, but I know also just in this tournament you are having lots of success. Can you tell me some about your goals today?
今は、まだ負けなかったので、負けなかった一人で、NIC で、ワールドチャンピオンシップスの、招待、を受ける、こととか、他の目的は、ありますか？
そうですね、NAIC に来た理由は、もちろん世界権利を取るために、やってきたので必ずトップ4になりたいかなと思ってます。
I come here to become the very best, and NAIC is a great opportunity to make that happen.
You're well on your way. Well, anyone that you'd like to shout out or thank for your help in the preparation and success today?
感謝したい人はいますか？
そうですね、構築の相談に、ずっと付き合ってくれた、アーニャとモン君に、めちゃめちゃ感謝してます。
All right, well, thank you. And we have Joe Brown ready with an interview with Nick Navar, a player who has, I think, successfully earned his World's Championship invitation this weekend.
Thank you very much, Len. Yes, we are here with one of our North American World qualified trainers here, Nick Navar. Congratulations. You secured this with your 5th victory yesterday, so everything's been gravy today. Obviously, you're still going for the NAIC championship, but how did that victory feel knowing that you will be in Anaheim?
It just felt good to get it off my back, just secure the World's qualification and just focus on playing Pokemon after that. Yeah, I came here to win 5 games, and now I'm 8-2, so just continuing to play Pokemon well, I guess.
So how was that team building process? Obviously, you're a very veteran player in our game with a lot of experience, and you've made some pretty off-the-wall teams as well that you've brought to tournaments. So was this decision were you trying to build a team that no matter how bad it goes, you're going to get at least 5 wins, or were you trying to build a team that could win the whole tournament?
Yeah, so my team building actually hasn't been going well this format. Just haven't been able to get anything to stick. So my buddy Gavin Michaels, he messaged me before Milwaukee and said he had a fun team. And I was like, yeah, sure, I'll try it out. I didn't have any practice on it, so I went 5-3 with Milwaukee just off of poor play in a matchup that I didn't know mainly. But then he won Portland with it, and so we're both running it back, and we're both 8-2 and still alive. And we're just having a good time playing Pokemon.
Now, I'm also wondering, Nick, the kind of the environment, the feels in the area, in the player area this weekend, because obviously there is so much on the line. Every round, more and more players either get their hopes rise as they get their World's invite, or they get crushed, right, knowing that they're going to finish outside of the top range. How does it feel in the area? Does it feel like the stress levels between the tables are more heightened than a normal regional or more normal international, or does it just feel business as usual?
You know, the tension's been a little bit higher than normal. Like you hear the occasional table smack, which you don't love to see. Like judges give warnings for those, but like, yeah, it's people care. Yeah, it's just it's relatively high intensity. It's not quite Worlds, but it's people really care about qualifying for Worlds, and the tighter. Just cut off for Worlds this year means that, yeah, some people are going to go home sad, and that's just what it is.
Yeah, and you know, we just got pairings up, so we don't want to waste too much of your time. Want to get back to the table before we do. You got any shout outs? Because I think there seems to be a collective of very intelligent sports fans working together that are still alive at the tournament.
Yeah, sure. So all the NA tournaments in this format so far have been won by members of the same fantasy baseball league. Andrew Ding, Gavin Michaels, and are both in the same league. And me and Tommy Coolene are both alive in the tournament as well, and also in that league. So I don't know, maybe that's a good way to, good place to put your Twitch points if we get on stream or something.
Exactly. They're all on a hot streak right now. Okay, congratulations on your World's invitation, Nick. We're going to get you back over to our next round of Swiss. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have our round 11 coverage of NAIC.
An area Pokemon trainers can focus on in order to improve is to just remember to work with others while playing. Sometimes when you're by yourself, it's kind of hard to tell maybe where you're doing well, where you're doing bad. And also just playing with other people makes it a lot easier to, feel confident, and it just makes it a lot more fun in general.
So one area that Pokemon trainers can focus on to be great is kind of just focusing on yourself and not on others. I know a lot of times I compare myself to other players like, oh, they're so good and all this stuff, but really it's about you at the end of the day and how you feel playing as a player.
I think community building is probably one of the biggest things. You need a community, you need people to bounce ideas off of, bounce play styles off of, bounce all types of things off of just to have really a successful career as a Pokemon trainer.
One area Pokemon trainers could focus on to be great would be kindness. This is my first time at regionals, and everyone here has just been so kind and helping me out, giving me tips on how to make my deck even better and how to just play differently. Even just like supplies, like card sleeves and other stuff to just be a better trainer.
Focusing on yourself in Pokemon Go is so important. A lot of players might play the game differently, but going at your own pace and finding your own play style, whether it's in grinding, in raids, Stardust, XP, or Go Battle League, or the Show 6 Pick 3 format, it's so much fun. And going at your own pace, learning it your own way, and playing your own way is the absolute best thing you can do.
We are playing Pokemon This or That with Aaron here, Grass type edition. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Sunflora or Carnivine?
Carnivine.
Carnivine or Go-Goat?
Go-Goat.
Go-Goat or Eldegoss?
Eldegoss.
Eldegoss or Abomasnow?
Abomasnow.
Abomasnow or Scovillain?
Abomasnow.
Abomasnow or Meganium?
Abomasnow.
Abomasnow or Victreebel?
Abomasnow.
Abomasnow or Delmise?
Delmise.
Delmise or Decidueye?
Decidueye.
Decidueye or Sprigatito?
Sprigatito.
Sprigatito or Bulbasaur?
Bulbasaur.
Bulbasaur wins it all. Drop the plush. Oh, congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Bye. We did it. You keep it.
Welcome back, y'all. Adam Watson on the floor of NAIC, and I've got Ramsey to rate the fire type first partner Pokemon. Let's see what you got. Fuecoco in S tier. I think there's a lot of people in the audience that can agree. Oh no, C tier. Another C tier. Nothing can compare. I don't know, folks. Are you agreeing with this? Okay, another one making it up to A tier. Nothing can compare to Fuecoco and Cyndaquil. We're running out of room. Well, there you have it. Fuecoco reigns supreme.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've
What's good, everybody? We're back here in the amazing New Orleans Convention Center here for the Pokemon North America International Championships for 2025, and I'm stoked to be back for day 2 of our competition. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Jake Muller, and we've got 2 rounds down to Swiss, 2 more to go, and then we've got our single elimination top cut.
We've already had 1 player qualify for that top cut, of course, Kazuki being the first trainer to hit that 10-win threshold, which is what you need to progress on from day 2 of Swiss. A really exciting match. I love getting to see those 2 Japanese players duke it out here at NAIC, and we've got a lot of more international competition coming up too.
It has been so amazing to see the Japanese players take to this international stage, because usually we do only see them at the World Championships.
Yeah.
But because of the change in the way that our qualification methods work for this season for 2025, Japanese players can either qualify through their national system, or they can come here and compete at the international stage. And you got a chance to hear from our winner in that last round what this could mean for him. Get a top 4, you get to go to Worlds, despite missing out on Japan Nationals.
But it's really, really tough to qualify through that Japanese qualification system. It's a really, difficult gauntlet to kind of run through there. And so the opportunity for Kazuki to come here, you can earn championship points if you're competing in that Japanese circuit, but you are eligible for that direct invitation via a top 4 at an international championship or a regional championship win. So really, really exciting. He's gotten that 1 step closer. Now just has to win, I want to say 2 or 3 more matches in top cut, depending on how some of that bracket plays out. And he'll have his chance to play at Worlds again.
That's going to be so exciting. And don't forget, there's also a lot of prize money on the line. So it's not even just about the World's qualifications for these trainers. It's also $15,000 for first place, which is just so much more. Even just thinking back to when we had nationals, and even just internationals a couple years ago, can't believe how big the game has grown, that this is the 2nd largest Pokemon tournament for the video game, only behind EUIC, which was just a couple of months ago.
And it crosses over all of the Pokemon, games we get to show at these international championships as well. The trading card game had about 4,500 trainers enter in the Masters division, which made it, I want to say, the 2nd largest card game tournament across any game ever. Like, not just Pokemon. It's the largest Pokemon event, but any franchise. We are number 2 now, which is a really, really cool turnout to see. It's been a really, really amazing atmosphere in this venue hall, because we all get to celebrate our love for competitive Pokemon and our various pillars across the different games. And maybe we are a little bit biased towards VGC, but it's really cool to see everyone having a good time too.
Especially all of the people that we've seen out in the crowd as well. I got a chance to kind of walk through the hall a little bit this morning, and everyone's having fun playing side events, but you can feel some of that tension in the air that Nick Navar was talking about, where there is still a lot of stakes on the line, despite the fact that we get a chance to celebrate all the things that our spectators and our participants can do here. It's still all about that competition at the end of the day, especially for our trainers that are still in it. So these Swiss rounds are going to be very important. We have already completed 10 rounds of Swiss. So as you can see, Kazuki Kobayashi has locked in a spot to play in top cut with that 10-0 undefeated record. But as you start to extend downwards, 9-1, you've got a pretty good shot, win 1 more, but you still have the wiggle room for that 12th and final round of Swiss today, just in case maybe you lose the next one. But these trainers that are now starting to sit at that 8-2 record, no mistakes from here on out. You have to win these last 2 matches of the day.
We have these 11 trainers in that 2 through 12 spot. Just need that 1 more win to make it into top cut. But trainers like Kyle Livinghouse, who's had a historic run through NAIC, I believe the last 6 NAICs, he's made day 2, which is an insanely good accomplishment. He's put himself in a position to still be eligible for that top cut. Justin Knox and Patrick Connors, 2 American players that have had some great success on the international stage. And of course, Ko Tsukide, another Japanese player who is looking to kind of have a little bit of a breakthrough here in North America as well.
Yeah, I mean, even just looking at our 9-1 players too, I think it's so exciting to see Simone Sanvito, Marco Silva, both coming through from Italy that are still well within the competition. Francesco Piopero as well. We saw a lot of these players yesterday, and Ruben Ganzini. I mean, that's why we talked about Italy yesterday being one of the strongest regions in the entire world, and really showing up here in full force at these top tables.
Of course, there's some American players to shout out there as well. Behzad Muntazir had a huge breakthrough performance in Vancouver, taking home his first regional championship, so is already qualified for the World Championships. But of course, you don't want to just qualify for Worlds. You want to keep having success throughout the entire season. Nishant Joshi is 1 win away from top cut as well here. And
I think this is his first international tournament.
Oh, wow.
I think it's his very first international championship. He's really been mostly focused on the Pacific Northwest. So Portland, Vancouver, Vancouver being his home, and now he is here. It's just very exciting to kind of see how he's going to do for the rest of the tournament.
Well, let's take a look at some of our notable matchups for Swiss round 11. Again, these matches from the first 6 rows or so, other than Kazuki Kobayashi, all the trainers are fighting for their place in top cut. So we have some incredible matches coming up. Yuma Kinugawa, who we just saw earlier this morning, playing against Justin Tang, having a really great NAIC performance so far.
I misspoke, by the way. Nishant Joshi has played in a lot of international championships. That's my bad. But this has truly been one of his best seasons ever. So really excited to see Nishant Joshi finally get the just desserts from all of that hard work throughout his entire career.
Of course, Eric Rios, we saw win earlier this morning, facing one of the Italian players, Ruben, for a spot in top cut. And we have an Italian showdown between Francesco and Simone, who we both saw win on stream in really exciting matches yesterday. Of course, down at 8-2, some fantastic players, Carson Confer, Andrew Ding, Gavin Michaels, all regional champions here in the North American circuit this season, all 1 loss away from elimination from top cut. So hopefully they'll have the chance to fight through.
But Marco Silva versus James Evans, we've got 2 international champions here. It is just so amazing to see this level of competition this early on in the day. Like, this is a finals caliber match. This is like a world caliber match. And we're gonna have these all day here for your enjoyment at home for the North America International Championships. Both of our trainers have taken the stage. So James Evans is on your left, Marco Silva on your right, and you can see the teams that they have brought to this tournament. Marco Silva, this team was so balanced yesterday and felt like it was just a really great performance, maybe despite not having the result he might have wanted overall on the day. But James Evans, this has been a core he's been working with for a while in terms of the Shadow Rider Calyrex, and the Koraidon is a really nice adjustment to play around with these photosynthesis Pokemon.
We do have some history between these trainers as well. They have faced off 3 times at international competitions. At 2022 Worlds, James was able to get the best of Marco, but then at NAIC in 2023 and LAIC last year, Marco defeated James. So James is going to be looking to even up that score at 2-2 here. He's rocking a team that he's been pretty well known for throughout this entire Regulation I metagame. He has the Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Koraidon combination of restricted Pokemon, but with that Galarian Wheezing, which will aim to shut off every ability except that Orichalcum Pulse, thanks to the ability Shield. Chiyu, Raging Bolt, and Brute Bonnet, all Pokemon that like to benefit from that sun as well.
And Chiyu is rocking the Ruination. This is another adjustment we've seen for almost all of the Treasures of Ruin here at this tournament and just in the past couple of weeks, where Ruination is going to make sure that maybe some of those peskier targets for the Shadow Rider Calyrex with those Astral Barrages, now all of a sudden, instead of needing something like a Nasty Plot to really make sure you're boosting up your damage when you don't have something like the Life Orb, well, Ruination's gonna cut that HP in half of your target, so it makes it even easier. Alongside the fact that I think you got some really great speed control options with the Electro Web. I think there is a lot of spread damage though, and I think that's actually something that's going to be quite difficult when you take a look at Marco's team, that Zamazenta with the Wide Guard. There's a reason why this Pokemon has been so strong since the very beginning of this regulation, and that's because it provides so much utility with that supportive move.
Wide Guard in general is just an incredibly powerful move right now. A lot of the very popular restricted Pokemon, especially both of the Calyrex forms, are pretty reliant on spread damage to, it's their main attack. It's their main way of dealing damage. It's their main way of progressing through a game. And if you can shut those moves down like Astral Barrage and Glacial Lance, you're able to slow down the game to a point where you can probably make a lot more forward progress than your opponent can. Again, Marco, we saw this team yesterday. It is the Zamazenta Calyrex Shadow Rider combination, accompanied by an Incineroar, Raging Bolt, Rillaboom, and Ogerpon Hearthflame Mask, which is a little bit of a throwback to prior formats when it was very popular. Not as much right now in Reg I, but that Grassy Glide's a really cool combination with Rillaboom to get some extra priority damage out.
Yeah, and I think just overall, this team has so many different options that it can use. One of the reasons why we see Incineroar and Rillaboom so often on these teams is because you just really set up those restricted Pokemon for success, and it allows you to make sure that you can change up your board state, especially when there's going to be something like the Galarian Weezing that's going to be really important to keep in mind so you can actually have access to your abilities. But we will get started with the first game of this best of 3, where both of these Shadow Rider Calyrex are on their field for the respective players, but it's going to be the Incineroar next to Marco and the Raging Bolt for James.
I would say slight advantage to Marco here. The Incineroar is a very powerful lead, especially facing down a Calyrex Shadow Rider. It's one of the very few Pokemon that doesn't necessarily have to worry about taking too much damage from it. Of course, you have to also consider the Helping Hand option on that Incineroar. Already a very supportive Pokemon with Fake Out, with Intimidate, with Parting Shot, with Knock Off, but adding in Helping Hand means that you have the possibility for some extra damage.
And when you look at the Terra type differences between both of these Shadow Rider Calyrex, James doesn't have a defensive option. It's Terra Ghost to make sure that those Astral Barrages will hit even harder. But Marco's is the Terra Dark, so he already has 2 resistances on the field to James's own Shadow Rider Calyrex. And so, yeah, I agree with you. I think this lead is great for Marco.
The defensive option is the Focus Sash in this case. You can't tear away and take a little bit less damage, but you can at least guarantee you survive 1 Astral Barrage if you really need to. The speeds of these Calyrex are going to be very important as well. That comes into a lot of matchups.
Ooh, but the Thunderclap comes out from the Raging Bolt first, so you know that this Incineroar is going for attack. If there's a double up from Marco to actually go into the Shadow Rider Calyrex, then, you know, it would have been getting knocked out, but this Shadow Rider Calyrex on Marco's end gets knocked out in the process. No Focus Sash on this one since it's that Life Orb. And that's kind of a surprise here that Marco would be so willing to give it up versus this Shadow Rider Calyrex.
All right, we are finding out that we're actually going to have to pause the game really quick. We had a little bit of a technical issue which prevented one of the players from seeing some of the action going on the screen. So we're going to return to that matchup in just a little bit while that gets sorted out. Maybe it explains the kind of the
questionable actions in that first turn. That makes a lot of sense. So yeah, we are working with the Switch 2 systems, which has been so awesome. But sometimes when we have like a Switch 2 with a Switch 1, you know, we're just still working out all of the really cool opportunities that the Switch 2 provides. So thank you all so much for bearing with us, and we will get back into action super shortly. So while we do that, I think we can already talk a little bit more about those minute differences. I think the Terras on the Calyrex Shadows were so important, and then the ability for maybe the Incineroar to have gone for that double up there. I think you could see maybe Marco, if you Terra there, you actually don't get knocked out. You double into the Incineroar, into the Shadow Rider Calyrex from James. And so, like, Astral Barrage, knock off. That's going to get you down to the Focus Sash and take you out of the game. So as we get back into it, we are going to see both trainers stick to the same leads when we get the retry here.
This is a full reset. There's no obligation to make any similar choices from that first game. It's as if we are starting from 0 right now, but both trainers did opt into that same exact lead. It's going to be the Calyrex Shadow Rider Incineroar from Marco, and the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Raging Bolt from James. And even though that first bit that we saw doesn't count in terms of the score, we at least know that James's Calyrex Shadow Rider attacked before Marco's. Whether or not that means it's naturally going to be faster, it still possibly could be a speed tie. That's just info that both of these trainers do have at their own disposal now. And so it's going to be, a kind of choice to see how they play it out. We do see a Terra right off the bat. Maybe Marco realizes, hey, I've seen my Calyrex act second. Got to make sure it doesn't get knocked out immediately first.
Yeah, the Terra makes so much more sense here. And I think even still, we can see what James is going to opt to do on this turn. Instead of actually seeing the Thunderclap, we do have that micro adjustment of the Incineroar faking out the Raging Bolt, so it wasn't going for a priority attack either at this time around, as the Astral Barrage now from Marco Silva gets a chance to let loose into both targets. You can see how well the Assault Vest from the Raging Bolt is going to help it in this situation, but maybe it's actually a roll to get the double KO onto this Pokemon despite that item.
It might be very close. A combination of Astral Barrage and a knockoff from Incineroar should do the trick. Also, you have to consider the option of Helping Hand on Incineroar. One Helping Hand Astral Barrage should be enough for 2 KOs here. But if the Raging Bolt is able to get a Thunderclap off and James's Calyrex acts first again, which we've now seen twice, but still not outside the realm of possibility that it is a speed tie, it's going to have to come down to whether or not this Calyrex on Marco's side of the field will be able to get this Astral Barrage off.
It feels like it should be able to. I don't know if maybe we also see whether or not Marco wants to kind of try to take both of these KOs. It's certainly possible with where the speeds are and just still how much damage both the Calyrex and the Incineroar took from that Astral Barrage. And you've got the Helping Hand as well. So even if it was going to be a roll onto the Raging Bolt in terms of that Astral Barrage damage, it's definitely not going to matter anymore because that Helping Hand is going to boost up the offensive power of this Astral Barrage. So look at it. The difference in both of these Shadow Rider Calyrex's abilities to take these attacks. It's a double KO here for Marco, and that's going to be a +2 special attack boost to this Calyrex since it was the one to deliver that final blow.
The Dark Terra coming in huge here for Marco. That difference in defensive option, compared to the Focus Sash, you're easily able to stomach 2 Astral Barrages on your own Calyrex Shadow Rider as opposed to James, who does have to rely on that Focus Sash, and once it's gone, it's just going to get knocked out immediately. We've now seen 3 turns of James's acting first. We're getting to the point where, okay, maybe we can start to think that James's is a little bit faster, but again, it's still not guaranteed. Technically could be a speed tie too if it really comes down to that. We do get the Sun set up from the Koraidon though. The Orichalcum Pulse is activated, the attack is boosted, and the Choice Scarf Chi-Yu is now the only thing that is preventing this Astral Barrage Calyrex Shadow Rider from running through this game.
Well, the Incineroar is going to be such a nice piece to have later. You can reset the option for Fake Out, and especially because you do, but you still have Terrestrialization available, so I think I look at the Chi-Yu, and maybe that would be a good thing for James to use if the Incineroar comes back out later and you want to make sure that you're getting rid of that option to get faked out. But we can see just this is just kind of a reset turn here. Marco is unfortunately going to bring in this Zamazenta to have to take the collision course. But, with that defense boost, is able to take that okay to go into the next turn. The problem, though, is this Zamazenta is not nearly as fast as this Koraidon is. And the Chi-Yu faster as well. But you've got access to Wide Guard now.
You do. I think the Dark Pulse was the lock for this Choice Scarf Chi-Yu, though, and you have to rely on this Dark Pulse being enough damage to KO this Calyrex Shadow Rider. It does have a pretty decent special defense stat, and the Dark Terra might help you out. The Beads of Ruin might be the difference maker.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Dark Pulse into the Calyrex is going to be enough to get that knockout, and so James is starting to even up the Pokemon count a little bit. Still down 1, Marco has a fully healthy, unrevealed Pokemon in the back, but you could also just bring out the Incineroar here and drop the attack stat of this Koraidon. You've got Intimidate, and since it's not going to be the clear amulet that we usually see, you call that the ability shield for the Galarian Weezing, it's easy to be able to drop the attack stat and then make sure that this Koraidon can't do nearly as much damage. You can really stall out the Sun here now, too, if you're Marco.
Incineroar coming through would also almost force the Terrestrialization out of the Chi-Yu if you don't want it to get, faked out and slow you down a little bit. I guess even if the Chi-Yu gets faked out, you still have your Koraidon that can finish off the Zamazenta in time, so maybe that's not quite the correct move there, but it's going to be tough, right? Yeah, the Chi-Yu is now the fastest thing on the field, will be for the remainder of the game. It's locked into Dark Pulse, which will be pretty effective at hitting this Raging Bolt. Not very effective into the Incineroar and Zamazenta, but luckily you have this Koraidon with very powerful fighting type attacks that can handle them at the same time. Again, you do have this Terrestrialization available to you, so if you want to possibly take the chance to maybe double up onto this Raging Bolt, maybe try and KO it with a combination of attacks from Koraidon and Chi-Yu. Then your Chi-Yu can't get knocked out by Zamazenta, and you leave it around to maybe handle a little bit of chip damage for the rest of the game. The Raging Bolt from Marco is that booster energy set. We don't see the item activate because the Sun is active, but we still do get that Photosynthesis boost in special attack, which might also be very handy in maybe taking advantage of those Beads of Ruin too.
Yep, so there's the Terrestrialization. Makes a lot of sense too, just for body presses against this Zamazenta. And this Chi-Yu really wants to stick around since it's going to be one of the final pieces of offense that James has here alongside of that Koraidon. But if the Koraidon is not terrestrializing, then it's going to be a little bit more vulnerable to things like that Dragon Pulse from the Raging Bolt. But you know what? Marco says maybe you're going to be attacking into this slot, and that's correct. Raging Bolt does go for the Protect here, and that means maybe Zamazenta gets a chance to get away with something since the Koraidon is going to double attack into this Protect onto the Raging Bolt. So Zamazenta is free and clear to go for a move. It's going to be the Heavy Slam down to the Chi-Yu. What a great call there. Chi-Yu not the bulkiest of Pokemon, so Zamazenta really gets a chance to take advantage of the weight difference and that Terra.
Incredible call there from Marco. That Heavy Slam means that now this Thunderclap will be able to knock out Chi-Yu and give Marco a big 3-1 Pokemon lead. Really huge call there because the Heavy Slam into a non-terrestrialized Chi-Yu would not have been enough, but reading directly through that terrestrialization, just like we've seen in earlier games today, really big piece for Marco.
Collision Course into the Raging Bolt is still going to be pretty good, but we're getting to the point now where this body press from the Koraidon is going to make it even easier. You can only use Collision Course to knock out one of these Pokemon, and Marco should have enough gas in the tank to be able to deal one final attack to this Koraidon to knock it out. So Koraidon, with this final Collision Course, is going to choose to go into the Zamazenta to take it out and hope that this Raging Bolt doesn't actually have enough attack behind it to get the knockout onto this Koraidon. But with the Dragon Pulse, it's going to be good for the KO, and Marco Silva wins game number 1 of this best of 3 for Swiss round number 11.
Marco's now 1 game away from clinching a spot in the top cut portion of NAIC this season, sending James to the brink here. Of course, still has another chance next round if he does lose this next game, but you really, really want to take your chance right now, to make sure you're in that top cut, maybe try and win a next game afterwards, to maybe get that round 1 bye in top cut as well. Really appealing there. But we really saw the difference being this Calyrex Shadow Rider Terra type. Early on, the Calyrex Shadow Rider from Marco was able to survive a couple Astral Barrages, which unfortunately James was just not able to. And even though the Calyrex was knocked out before it could attack with those +2 special attack boosts, it just really did too much damage, and it was really hard for James to come back there.
I think it's rough as well because I think James does have some speed options, but the speed doesn't matter if you don't have that defensive Terra, as you said. Electro of the Raging Bolt would be good to just give at least a little bit more speed to something like that Koraidon, but do you want to bring out the Koraidon instead in front of the Shadow Rider Calyrex? I think you still have that same issue where you don't really have a very good defensive type versus the opposing Shadow Rider.
You do have something like the Brute Bonnet, one of the best Pokemon into Shadow Rider in this format because it has access to Sucker Punch. You can even put it to sleep with Spore if you want, and that dark typing is really valuable. But just looking at Marco's team, the Brute Bonnet is also pretty difficult to use against Zamazenta, against Incineroar, against the Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon, which can even get a critical hit to get through that Photosynthesis defense boost that most of the Brute Bonnets are running these days. Even U-Turn from Rillaboom does a good chunk. It's a really difficult Pokemon to bring into this matchup despite being so good into Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Also, just to clarify, both of these players are playing on a Switch 2, so before that game 1, we just kind of had a minor monitor issue that caused us to have to restart the game, but we are all good now, and it looks like we are ready to go for that game 2. Let's roll right into it. Marco is going to lead this time with the Ogerpon, Hearthflame, and the Incineroar, so not his own Shadow Rider Calyrex this time, and maybe that gives James enough room to get enough mileage out of his own Shadow Rider next to this Raging Bolt this time around.
This is a much better place for this Raging Bolt to be in. Being a Dragon type, it's going to shrug off any attacks from this Ogerpon Hearthflame. And of course, the Incineroar being such a bulky set, probably not going to be able to do too much damage to it right off the bat either. So now your Calyrex Shadow Rider is free to start firing off some all-important Astral Barrages before it can start being threatened by an Astral Barrage of Marco's own. This Hearthflame Ogerpon, though, I really do like as a mix-up here, especially if you're thinking James is going to be bringing the Koraidon, which you usually expect someone to be bringing both of those restricted Pokemon. It can take really good advantage of the Sun, especially if it opts for a Fire Terrestrialization of its own, between Embody Aspect for the +1 boost, the power boost from Terra, the Sun boost. Those IV cudgels are going to be really terrifying.
Yeah, but can you actually survive? I think that's the hard thing about this Ogerpon is, do you actually have enough HP or enough defenses to be able to deal with this Calyrex, especially because now we're going to see this Chi-Yu hit the field, so the Beads of Ruin is going to drop the special defense capabilities of this Ogerpon as well. Astral Barrage now coming out from James. You can see it. He's ready to send it into the Ogerpon and the Incineroar, and despite that Beads of Ruin, it is going to make sure that this Ogerpon is alive, and so is this Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Ivy Cudgel comes through into the right spot, though. You really wanted that Calyrex's Focus Sash to be broken, because now it's in a spot where it's very heavily threatened by something like the Grassy Glide from Ogerpon. If Marco does have that Rillaboom in the back, you do have access to the priority attack. But if Marco does have Rillaboom, that means he doesn't bring one of his restricted Pokemon. So I don't know if that's a trade you really want to be making for Marco here, giving up one of those two very powerful Pokemon that got you through that first game.
But it is nice to know that the Ogerpon is still here, even just like not as an offensive threat, but you also have the option for follow me. So if you wanted to, okay, you can't really follow me away the Astral Barrage, but you know, what if Chiyu does go for some sort of single target attack, and you still have the spiky shield, so it's much safer to be able to go for a pivot here.
Ooh.
And you're right, it is the Rillaboom that's in the back.
Okay, so one of the restricted Pokemon isn't here from Marco, but if we do see the Grassy Glide, it's going to be a KO onto this Calyrex, which could be really a big spot, a big swing for Marco at the beginning of this game.
So now it's really about this Ogerpon getting enough mileage into something like this Chiyu, and you've got this Terrestrialization on top to ensure that you're going to be doing as much damage as possible. But wow, with the Grassy Glide, it's plenty, and then you now have the defensive part of this fire type Terrestrialization for this Chiyu, but it's the Dark Pulse now that's going to get let loose into the Rillaboom, which was something that Marco could anticipate because of the Chiyu before. And the Choice Scarf, now you're locked into that Dark Pulse.
Yeah, it is a nice thing to be locked into Dark Pulse here for James, because now you still have a way to damage this Terrestrialized Ogerpon. That is a big swing in momentum in Marco's favor here, because you were able to knock out that Astral Barrage Calyrex Shadow Rider, which was threatening a lot of damage over the course of this game. And now that you're kind of up 4 Pokemon to 3, you can start to kind of whittle away at some of James's more offensive resources. The Calyrex, in this case, you know, 1/2 of the restricted pair. The Koraidon you still have to deal with. And seeing, you know, Hearthflame Ogerpon pretty low, Incineroar doesn't want to be facing down that collision course, especially if it can't Terrestrialize itself. And now Rillaboom. Those are 3 Pokemon that Koraidon actually is very strong against. So despite having the Pokemon advantage, it might be still a little bit difficult for Marco to navigate this game.
Yeah, but Rillaboom still has the option to fake something out here. Since it just switched in, it could fake out that Koraidon, or it forces this Chiyu into a position where you have to go for the Ghost Terra fake out, Ghost Terra on it to make sure it can actually get through the fake out. But maybe James is anticipating that. That's something that I love to see out of our trainers is, did you condition in that first game? And now is that something that your opponent is going to play around?
At the same time, too, though, Chiyu is in a very good defensive spot. There's only the option for resisted attacks other than U-turn out of this Rillaboom. So you could Terrestrialize into the Ghost to dodge a Fake Out, but then you've left yourself in a position where you're going to take a lot more damage on following turns. Even like open yourself up to a Grassy Glide KO, possibly from that Ogerpon. So the Chiyu, maybe not Terrestrializing on this given turn. I believe it's going to be that Koraidon instead.
Yeah, it is. So a switch up here from James in this game, too, as he is going to put a little bit more emphasis on this Koraidon this time around with that Terra Fire. You've got access now to even more boosted power for the Flare Blitz, the Flame Charge, since the sun is active. But as this Rillaboom just turned onto the field, you can go for the Fake Out and at least stop this Koraidon for 1 turn. And it's going to be Incineroar that actually does take that Dark Pulse. So much better Pokemon to be able to put in its place. And you saw how much that Intimidate can matter now for the Koraidon as well, dropping its attack.
Incineroar coming in means Fake Out remains active for Marco, which is going to be a really nice way to kind of reposition some of your Pokemon. I do think the Fire Terra on the Koraidon was a really great option here because it also prevents this Koraidon from immediately getting knocked out by a Psychic from Marco's Calyrex Shadow Rider, if that is the 4th Pokemon too.
Now Chiyu has to go for the Rillaboom here, and Dark Pulse does have a chance to flinch, but it's not going to. The U-turn is enough to get into the Chiyu, and that's one of the nice things about having a Rillaboom. That's going to be one of the slower things on the field. You can get through the offense of your opponents, have the ability to U-turn out, and whatever comes into its place doesn't take any damage this turn.
It's a hard choice as to what to bring in here, though. If Calyrex Shadow Rider is the 4th Pokemon from Marco, which I think probably is, based on how that first game went.
Ooh,
is there no restricted at all?
Wait, he didn't bring a restricted at all.
Are you kidding me?
The Raging Bull is the 4th and final Pokemon here for Marco in this game number 2, and I can't believe he benched both of these restricted Pokemon for this.
I can't believe it, but also that's kind of what you wanted here. Like the Zamazenta and the Calyrex Shadow Rider were both like not safe in this position. You had to deal with the fire, like the Flare Blitz or the Collision Course if you're Zamazenta. You had to deal with the Choice Scarf Dark Pulse if you're the Calyrex Shadow Rider. But Raging Bolt here, actually one of the things that can deal with both of these Pokemon pretty well. You've got access to that Priority Thunderclap, which with the Beads of Ruin will do a lot of damage to that Koraidon, especially with the Photosynthesis special attack boost. You're pretty bulky, so you can probably take can attack from both of these Pokemon and be able to fire off some really important damage in return.
And you've got the helping hand from the Incineroar as well. Let's not forget about that. And an additional modifier to go for this Raging Bolt's damage. Has to take a Dark Pulse first, as well as a Collision Course that actually goes into the Incineroar here. So a knockout there. Incineroar did at least get a chance to do something with this helping hand. But can this Raging Bolt attack on this turn? It really wants to try to secure a knockout or some big damage here. And it does flinch. The Dark Pulse, it only has a sliver of a chance to do that. And now Marco, who was in a position to really get a big swing in this turn, got it denied.
That would have been a huge turn for Marco. I think the Thunderbolt coming out from this Raging Bolt would have been able to KO either of these Pokemon with that helping hand and Photosynthesis boost. But Dark Pulse, while doing a good amount of damage, also does have that flinch chance. Comes in very handy for James here. I do like targeting down that Incineroar with the Collision Course. You're tempted to go for that double target there into the Raging Bolt, just to get it a little bit closer to being knocked out. But removing the Incineroar removes the Intimidate. If you want to swap your Koraidon out, you have the ability to bring it back in later with a not nerfed attack stat from that Intimidate. And of course, it is just a really valuable piece on Marco's team for the ability to kind of pivot and fake out.
And you also saw that there's only one more turn of grassy terrain remaining. So if you wanted to use those priority options on both the Rillaboom and the Ogerpon with Grassy Glide, you have to find a way to pivot this Rillaboom out, and that probably means sacrificing your own Ogerpon and just kind of leaving this Rillaboom. So at least it gets a chance to fake out now. You can think about maybe U-turn on the next turn, but this Koraidon is free and clear to go for this Flare Blitz in the sun. That is definitely enough damage to get this Rillaboom KO. And so Marco has no grassy terrain at the end of this turn, only that Ogerpon and two Pokemon in front of him that are faster.
Thunderbolt does come out from Raging Bolt. Will do a good amount of damage to Koraidon. Is enough for the KO thanks to that Photosynthesis boost. So we're now down to two Pokemon remaining for both trainers. It's going to be Raging Bolt and Chi-Yu versus Raging Bolt and Hearthflame Ogerpon. This Ogerpon now, I believe it's pretty low on HP. Could possibly just be in Thunderclap range. Is certainly in range for a Dark Pulse from this Chi-Yu. And of course the Assault Vest on James's Raging Bolt will be a huge boost here. It will take a little bit less damage from Marco's Raging Bolt. You know, it still has the same Photosynthesis special attack boost thanks to the sun being up for I think maybe 1 or 2 more turns, and then it will go away and Marco's booster energy will actually reactivate. So preserve that special attack boost. The attack boost coming out from the Embody Aspect Ogerpon will come in handy here, but Ogerpon will only be hitting for resisted damage, only has Fire and Grass moves, which are both resisted by both the Chi-Yu and Raging Bolt. So I think if you can get rid of Marco Silva's Raging Bolt, you're in a really good spot if you're James.
You also get some really good information on this turn about which Raging Bolt can be faster. If you don't go for the Thunderclap, then we get a little bit more insight on whether or not maybe one of these Pokemon can be confirmed to be the faster Raging Bolt in this situation, and then you can kind of go from there. Marco does play it safe, though. This Ogerpon is certainly under some threat of a knockout by either of these Pokemon, and so the Chi-Yu is going to target its attack into that Spiky Shield, but it's going to be Marco's Raging Bolt that goes first, and it is enough for a one-hit knockout. That's incredible. Beads of Ruin, Assault Vest doesn't matter. It's going to be that Photosynthesis boost on top of all of those additional modifiers, and it is a super effective attack. Marco might have done it. He now is following me on this Ogerpon to direct away this single target attack that James hasn't been able to switch up because it's Toy Scarf.
That was a really smart Spiky Shield to preserve that Follow Me. Now you have a guaranteed 2 attacks from your own Raging Bolt. Even if the first Thunderbolt doesn't KO Chi-Yu, you have the follow-up Thunderclap to seal it up.
If James's Raging Bolt had survived here, it might have looked like a different story. But Marco, at the end of the day, is going to be able to get the knockout on the Chi-Yu and win this game 2-0 to move on. Let's see it, Thunderbolt, do your thing. And this poor Chi-Yu is out of here. Congratulations, Marco. He's going to make it into the top cut with a record of 10-1.
You're allowed to bring 2 restricted Pokemon to your battles, but Marco said, I don't need any. I will beat you with just my support Pokemon. That Raging Bolt put in so much work for Marco. The special attack boosting on the Photosynthesis, especially considering it's using the booster energy item instead of the Assault Vest, you're probably training it to be a little bit more offensive, a little bit faster in nature, making great use of James's own Beads of Ruin as well. I think that might have been the difference maker, knowing that the Beads of Ruin was lowering the Raging Bolt's special defense. Despite it being James's own Pokemon, it does affect all 3 Pokemon next to the Chi-Yu on the field, and that is just a huge swing for Marco there. It's so impressive that you can manage to not bring either of your very, very powerful like team-defining restricted Pokemon into James's 2. Like, he brought both. The Calyrex and the Koraidon were both there, and he said, I could just win anyway, and he did. And that is the mark of just an incredible trainer.
Well, I think that is a great example of why Marco Silva is a 2-time international champion. And could you imagine
3, I think.
if, yeah, oh, you're right. Oh my God, he just needs an AIC, doesn't he?
True. Yeah.
Well, guess what? Now he actually gets a chance to do just that. Moving on to our top cut brings him one step closer to being able to grab that gauntlet of IC wins. And yeah, I mean, just like going through this, I think Marco put on such a good performance with that first game and with the Shadow Rider Calyrex. And so I love that he said, well, maybe James is expecting that.
Yeah.
Maybe he realizes that my Shadow Rider Calyrex was so much of an issue that I can anticipate some of the changes that he's going to make to his game plan to try to counteract that. And you saw right away with even just the lead of the Raging Bolt this time next to that Shadow Rider, I felt like that was already a big deal.
I do think that James made some really smart adjustments in that second game. It's just really hard to anticipate. Okay, Marco led, the Hearthflame Mogarpon and the Incineroar, so the Rillaboom probably isn't in the bag, because he probably brought both of his restricteds, and Marco was able to get that huge Grassy Glide KO by revealing the Rillaboom. Then if you're James, you're thinking, okay, surely he's got either the Calyrex or Zamazenta, so the Raging Bolt's probably not there, so I don't really need to plan the end the game around it. Then all of a sudden the Raging Bolt's there, and you're having to deal with this Thunderclap and the Protosis boost, and all of a sudden all of your kind of game plans just fly out the window. They become kind of useless when you're not planning with all the right pieces, and Marco just making a kind of a masterclass and just adjusting on the fly. Really, really smart choices made throughout that entire match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just such a pleasure to watch both of these trainers. I mean, James isn't out of it yet.
Yeah.
Taking that second loss now does mean that he has to win out the next match in order to make it into our top cut. But he's the type of player that I feel like we always see there. I know that he can do it, but we've got an interview on stage with Lou, so let's hear from Marco about how he's feeling making it into the top cut of NAIC.
Thank you, casters, and thank you so much, Marco Silva, for that incredible match. It is an honor to be joined by you on the stage again. We keep meeting like this, huh?
Yeah. I hope we're gonna meet also like in the next couple of rounds in Top Cut as well.
Imagine if we meet tomorrow, Championship Sunday. That could mean a win for you. But let's focus a little bit more on this match. You were up against James Evans, and in Game 1, there seemed to be this really critical moment with the Protect where he doubled into you. Do you think that was one of the pivotal moments for Game 1 for you?
So I feel like it was probably more important, like the fact that he went for exactly the lead of Raging Bolt and Calyrex. In previous tournaments, he already played against a similar team. I remember in round 1 of Milwaukee, he played against Keanu, another really strong player, and he decided to go for Bolt and Calyrex. So I figured out that's probably standard leading to my type of composition. So Incineroar and Calyrex was like gave me a really good advantage. I feel like on that turn, even if he doesn't double into it, I have a really good shot at winning. So I just needed to make sure that I was able to scout out at the Terra, and then also I just had fake out and attack the next turn. In the case he would have just get a KO on Zama.
Good. Well, a convincing Game 1 win there. And then in Game 2, as your Pokemon were coming out, backstage we were kind of saying, oh, he's only brought 1 restricted. And then the Raging Bolt came out and we were like, there are no restricteds here. Talk us through how you made that decision to bring no restricteds into that match.
So in the round 1 of this tournament, I played actually this was one of the matches in which I was most scared of. In fact, I was mostly losing against it during practice. And in the round 1, I played against the same exact team. I kept getting the lead wrong. In fact, like the first game, I lost because they let Bourbonnet and I went Incineroar and Calyrex. The second game, I was really able to clutch it because my Ogerpon lived a double up that I didn't really expect it to live. And then Game 3, I was like, well, if they keep going for this, I probably should have I was trying to think about how I could try to approach it. And I was like, yeah, well, if I go Incineroar or Ogerpon, Rillaboom in the back, it looks pretty safe. And then I was kind of wondering which was supposed to be my last Pokemon. And I feel like Calyrex is a little bit too weak into Sash Calyrex, especially if I'm combining the Terra early onto Ogerpon. So at that point I was like, well, it looks really strange because of course you can bring 2 restricted, bringing 0 is kind of crazy. But yeah, I brought Bolt and I won in a pretty convincing way. And then I talked about a little bit like with my friends about this, and well, of course it looked funny, but then I realized that it was actually pretty good.
It definitely worked out for you, and sometimes those high-risk, high-reward strategies do pay off, and your expertise and wisdom definitely came through there. There was one turn that we unfortunately didn't really get to see because of the flinch. You'd really set up with the helping hand onto your Raging Bolt. Can you talk us through what you were trying to do in that moment?
So in that turn, I was just trying to make sure that the slot of Chiyu would have been gone. In fact, I went for Dragon Pulse with the Helping Hand, because I figured out that I could also respect the play of going for Helping Hand and Thunderclap. It was a little bit borderline, so it was fair that he just stayed there. But I feel like by going for Dragon Pulse, it was kind of always like a decent spot for me, so I decided to go for that. Of course, it didn't go through, but then like Raging Bolt, I probably think it was a roll, but yeah, I'm glad the Raging Bolt was able to get a kill on his own Raging Bolt under Chiyu with Dragon Pulse.
Yeah, Raging Bolt was a superstar for sure. Do you think your opponent's Chiyu kind of helped you out a little bit with Beads of Ruin on the field?
Oh yeah, definitely. Without the Chiyu, Beads of Ruin, I would have definitely not gotten the KO, so I'm glad that she was there.
Well, we'll talk in just a moment about, advancing into Top Cut, but something we didn't get to talk about yesterday is probably the relief that you have advancing into Day 2. On social media, you kind of set yourself a challenge about Day 2. Can you talk to us about that?
Yeah, so after missing Day 2 in Bologna, I wanted to motivate myself, and I said that, in the past, I also already went bald, so I was like, well, I don't really mind that much, like, I don't really care about my hair, and I was like, yeah, if I just lose, like if I don't make Day 2, I'm gonna go bald, and luckily I went 7-1, but yeah.
Well, the hair is still here in Day 2, and you will be advancing through into Top Cut. How are you feeling about that? Are you confident that you can keep going every step of the way in this competition?
So, I will try to take a match one game at a time. Last time I played this team, of course, I was able to make it to Top Cut at Worlds, and unfortunately I lost in top 16, so I hope to go further than that this time.
Well, I know a lot of people out there are going to be rooting for you and looking forward to seeing how you advance through Top Cut. So we'll go let you get ready and prepared. But before we go, any shout outs you want to give?
Yeah, I want to shout out again my team, Novo Esports, then also my friend group of the server, and Stefano Greppi for helping me with the matchups for this Day 2, Day 1, and also for all the practice.
Well, thank you so much once again for your time, interview, and incredible Pokemon plays. We'll definitely be watching through the rest of the tournament. Pokemon trainers, we have another round coming up very shortly, so don't go anywhere as we kick it to a quick break.
Regardless of how you play the game, just to have fun. I've made so many friends in this community, and I'm currently a VGC judge, and it's the best experience that I've honestly ever had. And as long as you're having fun, it really doesn't matter what happens throughout the day.
The best piece of advice I was given from my friends is just to relax and believe in yourself. It's just tapping on a screen, like don't overthink it. Just calm down, relax, take that deep breath, and tap away.
Set a tangible goal for your first time and stick with meeting that and allow yourself to be, happy with achieving that tangible goal. And if you do anything better than that, then it's just a cherry on top, but at least you know that you came here, you did what you came to do, and you can just kind of leave knowing that you accomplished something, then you can be proud of that.
So the best piece of advice I've been given by a friend when playing Pokemon is being okay with losses. Something that's really helped me out is seeing it's not really truly a loss unless you can't learn from it. And so even through your losses, oh man, my attack didn't do as much damage. Great, now you can use that for the next game. Or oh man, this opponent used a really cool Pokemon. And actually I've been inspired by my losses to use some of my favorite Pokemon of all time. So yeah, be okay with winning, be okay with losing, because at the end of the day, it's about learning and evolving.
Pikachu plushie? Yeah, time to go in. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go.
Welcome back out to the floor of NAIC, Pokemon fans. Adam Skarzik-Watson here with Gazer Beam, who's going to rate the Fire-type first-parter Pokemon for us. Let's show me what you got.
I'm a Gen 1er, right here.
Okay, Charmander and S tier, I love it. Score Bunny A, I think that's one of our highest ratings so far. I love Torchic myself. Blaziken, I played a ton of Gen 3. Chimchar, okay, getting a little bit of bonus love there. Oh man, the people in the audience, I don't know if they agree with you on this one. Everybody loves them. We love it. I can hear the furious comments right now being typed. Oh, don't do it to him. There you have it, folks. Gazer Beam's tier list.
For the final regional in the North American 2025 competitive circuit, we traveled to Portland, Oregon. Over 450 Masters Division trainers pulled out all of the stops. For some, this was their final chance to earn championship points to qualify for the World Championships. Meta development for the double restricted Regulation I format was in full force, as we saw a lot of different pairs of legendary Pokemon at this event. While we saw the usual suspects of Ice Rider Calyrex, Shadow Rider Calyrex, and Miraidon, the big winners for this event were Terapagos, Kyogre, and Groudon, making their presence known throughout the competitive field. Top Cut consisted of 26 players, where at the end we saw Jay Zhang and Gavin Michaels, both at the precipice of adding another regional title win to their list of accomplishments. And what a way to end the season with a good old-fashioned weather war. Jay used a team with Koraidon and Photosynthesis Pokemon, featuring Walking Wake and Brute Bonnet to steamroll his competition, while Gavin Michaels had a unique take on Kyogre Rain with Basculegion. In Game 1, Kyogre put on a dominating performance, and in Game 2 survived a critical Sucker Punch to deal the final blow. Gavin Michaels won his 4th regional championship and qualified to compete at the 2025 Pokemon World Championships.
Regional Championship number 4! For Gavin Michaels, he is going to be your Portland Regional Champion.
With a thrilling end to the 2025 VGC season, we now look towards the North American International Championships and the World Championships to finish strong. Check out Pokemon.com/compete to see how you can get started on your own journey for the 2026 season.
We are here at the side event area of NAIC, and there's a lot of fun stuff for VGC fans to take a part in this weekend. We're with Jordan, one of our side event judges. We have this perfect mixture here of blending VGC and TCG with this side event.
Yeah, absolutely. So with the VG booster, specifically what I'm doing, basically there's 3 phases to it, where the first phase is that players will sit down, they'll open packs, and then they will basically draft cards out of that pack until the pack is completely drafted. And then once it's completely drafted, they will take what they drafted and they will build a team in Scarlet and Violet based off of what they drafted. And then they will battle that out once they're done there. It's a really cool mixture of the two, both TCG and VG. It's a lot of fun, and then players get to keep the cards that they pick. So, you know, it's a really cool thing to get you know, involved with.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, because like not only are you maybe hoping for a cool card, but you're also hoping for good Pokemon, right? If you get you know, kind of stuck in a draft with a low power Pokemon, it's going to be tough to build around.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, the entire thing, anything that's sealed is a lot of fun, because basically what you're building is completely random. It's going to be whatever comes out of the pack. So it can be a lot of fun, and it really gets the gears turning on what you can make based on what you're able to get. So it's a lot of fun.
Now, is this, have we run this draft at prior events for side events, regionals, internationals, or is this our first time?
No, it's not the very first time. They've been around for a while, but there are a lot of new stuff that they are doing this weekend that is relatively new to sides. So there's a lot to get excited about as far as all the events that we're doing. So
now, I think it's also important for all the video game fans out there, because I feel like a lot of times you come to a live event and many of the side events are TCG related. So maybe the VG players feel like there's not as many options for them. But looking at the whole list of the whole weekend, there's a whole schedule of every day at what time, what all the video game side events are. And, you know, hopefully that's going to convince a lot of VG players when they're done with their rounds to participate in these side events, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's stuff for everybody. There's TCG, there's VG, there's GO, there's scheduled, there's on-demand stuff. There is a ton to do. If this was all you were doing all weekend, you'd never run out of stuff to do. But even if you are competing and then you end up coming out of the main event, there is plenty to do over in sides.
So what is that? Has anyone ever got like a crazy car? I'm sure they're hoping to pull a Maridon or Koraidon or something. They might get stuck with Scoville.
Sure, there are some players. In fact, out of the one we're running right now, someone did pull a full art. So it's always fun to get that kind of stuff too. Even if they can't use it, they're excited to pull the card and they go, oh, that's really good. I just enjoy looking at the card. I'm gonna get to keep it. So there's a lot of fun in the pack opening portion of the event, but also and then battling in VG after. So.
Yeah, and Jordan, do you have any advice for judges that, you know, maybe local judges, they judge at their own, you know, tournaments locally, maybe want to get into the regional or international level, participate in side events as a judge compared to as a TO for the live events?
No, the only advice I'd really have is just keep doing what you're doing at the local level, and then if you were able to get in at any of the larger events, take what you learned at those larger events and bring it back to your local leagues so that people can have fun at those, because there's so much going on at these major events that it's a blast to bring it back to your local people so that they can experience the stuff that you learned here as well. So
yeah, I think that's great advice. Hey, as we're saying, there's side events all weekend for video game players right here at the side event area in the hall in New Orleans. Let us know if you pull any crazy Pokemon. You're probably going to use them pretty well in the battle as well. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more Pokemon action right after this. So many side events, so many fun things to do here in New Orleans, Louisiana for the 2025 North America International Championships. What a great time. Our Swiss round, our Swiss section of the tournament is coming to an end. We're in our final round of Swiss, and what a time it is. So we're gonna have some updates. I'm out here on the floor. I'm a man of the people, with the people, seeing what's going on, all the heartbreak, all the celebration that's going to happen this round. Get you caught up for where we're standing. There are multiple players that have already have a guaranteed position in top cut of NAIC. One of them still undefeated, Kazuki Kobayashi, beating Victor Medina at table 1. Currently 11-0, so no matter what, will be in top cut, will have a high seed regardless of his last round's result. Yuma Kinugawa finally taking the victory over Justin. Justin Tang had won 9 consecutive rounds, getting his second loss, but he needs a win. And in Marcos, we saw beat James Evans there on stream. Francesco Piopero winning the Italian matchup against Simone Sanvito. There, Eric Rios also qualifying for the top cut here at NAIC, and then Behzad Muntazir, the Vancouver regional champion, with their 10th win, will also guarantee a position in top cut. There were some really spicy matches there. A lot of players at 9-2 right now. You need that 10th win to finish 10-2 or better. That will give you that will lock a position in cut for you. Tommy Cooleen going into the last round, 9-2. Tim Edwards, former EUIC runner-up back last season, here is still trying to get that spot. Michael Kelsch, one of the best trainers, globally recognized, one of the best VGC trainers in the world, currently 1 victory away from top cut at NAIC. Carson Confer, regional champion. Gabriel Legati, 2023 NAIC finalist. This is 1 victory away. Justin Knox, same. There's a lot of people that need not just top cut, they need a top 4 or better to earn their world's qualification, because they will not hit the championship bar. A couple of players in the last round as well, like Jody Azzarelli. 1 victory will secure a world's invitation for Jody, a fan favorite. And the big moment Andrew Ding taking down Gavin Michaels, the baseball enthusiasts themselves, in a team matchup, knocking his other regional champion in this format out of contention to keep Andrew alive. The big one, Zachary Weed out of the USA, knocking out world champion Shohei Kimura in an incredibly stressful series between those two trainers. Absolutely massive victory for Zachary to take that one over Shohei. So we have a lot to look forward to going into the last round, Swiss. Let's not waste any more time. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Joe, for that amazing update of what's happening on the floor. I can't believe some of those results that just came out of his mouth. Zach Weed taking down Shohei Kimura. I would have loved to see what happened in that match. That's wild.
I'm sure it was fantastic. The two Regulation I regional champions from North America facing off is really cool, too. They got so far in the tournament and unfortunately had to play each other at this stage, but we've still got one more round of the Swiss portion of our tournament, round number 12, the very last chance for trainers to qualify for Top Cut, and this is what it all comes down to.
It really does. As we said before, looking at those standings, no more mistakes if you're sitting at that X2 record. And so let's actually take a look at where our trainers do fall. It's nice to give you that visual after Joe gave us such a nice update. And Kazuki Kobayashi is still undefeated heading into this final round of Swiss. And I wonder who might have been unlucky enough to have to go face him now in that final Swiss round. But we also have a lot of other trainers that locked it in. Anyone that has 10 wins right now or more is going to be moving on to our Top Cut phase later on after this final round of Swiss concludes. And everybody that's sitting at that 9-2 record, they have to win this last one. That's how they make it into Top Cut.
Only 6 trainers out of what looks to be around 22 people will make it into our Top Cut have been decided. Those remaining 16 or so slots still very much up for grabs, and a lot of trainers that are so close, just one win away, like Kyle Livinghouse, James Evans, who we just saw, Alex Gomez, a former champion here, Simone Sanvito, Carson Confer, the reigning world champion, Luca. So many players are going to have the chance to make it in, but at the same time, unfortunately, a lot of those trainers will fall just one round short.
Oh my gosh, we got some incredible stats from our backstage help, Alberto, today about the caliber of competitor that is here at the tournament. And I believe it's 10 international champions, 3 world champions, and 30 regional championship titles among all of our competitors in day 2. And that is a wild number. I think the last time we've ever seen something like that, at least in North America, was at the Secaucus Regional Championships, taking a look at that Top Cut, where we just had a myriad of amazing accolades between all of our Top Cut competitors. But the fact that we have that type of prestige in day 2 of the North America International Championships, Jake, it really doesn't get better than this.
No, it just means that, you know, of course, winning an international championship is never at all easy and always very impressive, but doing it in a field like this one that is so heavily stacked with former champions and titans of our game just means that it's going to feel that much better to know that you came out on top of all these incredible trainers. You were the one that made it all the way through and you won NAIC. But to get there, you do have to get into Top Cut first, and that's what we're going to be deciding here in this last round of Swiss.
The pressure is on, and these are some of the final matches happening here at the North America International Championships for 2025. We've got Nick Navar versus Alex Gomez. I think that's going to be such an incredible showdown. We got a chance to hear from Nick earlier on the floor. He already locked in his ability to play at the World Championships by securing those 5 wins yesterday and being able to get that top 5-12. But now for Alex Gomez as well, and Nick, it's just, let's see if we can get that title.
Gio Siski has to face off against Simone Sanvito. Gio had an incredible year in the North American circuit this season, and I believe was the person to eliminate Wolf from competition this weekend here in New Orleans, so already having a great tournament, but does have to go through another great champion to get there. Yuki and Luca is another really good match. We've seen Yuki have some fantastic performances this season. Also a friend of the broadcast that we always love to see doing very well, but Luca Cherubelli looking to, you know, reassert that yes, I won Worlds last year, but I am still one of the best trainers players out on the floor.
Yeah, Maddie Morgan versus James Evans. So Maddie from Ireland is going to be the final opponent for James here after taking that loss just now on stream. And then we've got Victor Medina, who's kind of always in top cut and able to get to these finalist performances, and was a finalist at one of our ICs last year, and now has to look at maybe being able to get back to that position and then some. And I think Gabriel Legati is one of those players that falls under that umbrella, as well as we turn our attention to Michael Kelsch versus Gabriel Agati as our final match for our Swiss round number 12 here. I can't believe this is how it all goes down. Michael Kelsch, second at the World Championships in his first year of competition.
Yeah.
Fourth at the World Championships just last year. Multi-regional champion from this year alone, being able to win 2 regionals, like very close together.
Yeah.
And then Gabriel Legati, like that player that has really put Brazil on the map. And there's been so many other incredible players from Brazil that have now followed in his footsteps. But I feel like Gabriel is still that one player that we look at that really led the charge to put Gabriel on that global stage, or Brazil on that global stage, sorry.
Truly is through the best players of their respective regions. I think if you were to take maybe a top 5 of, you know, European players and Latin American players, they make everyone's list without any kind of hesitation. So it's really going to be fun to see how they handle this pressure at the international stage. Gabriel has made it to the finals of an IC before, so certainly has the potential to get back there. And Michael's looking for, you know, the first huge IC finish. Of course, international competition, no stranger to, you know, being second and fourth at Worlds in your first 2 attempts, but I don't know that he's made it that far at an international championship just yet. So looking to kind of bridge that gap between, I can do really well at Worlds, I can do really well at regionals, and I got to make that IC finish as well.
That's true. I mean, it's tough nowadays because we had 1,132 competitors to kick off our first day of competition at the North America International Championships. So think about how many different potential matchups that you could possibly have.
Yeah.
And it's just a different size to what you see at a regional championship versus even at the World Championships. We still have a World's caliber match as we look at Michael Kelsch on your left and Gabriel Legati on your right. Only one of these trainers can make it into our top cut here at NAIC. And let's go ahead and dive into those teams.
We've got the battle of the counterparts here. The Ice Rider Calyrex versus the Shadow Rider Calyrex, and then Miraidon versus the Co-Rhydon. Gonna be really fun to see the interaction between these two kind of competing iterations of very similar types of Pokemon. Of course, a lot of similar supports as well. The Incineroar matched for each player. Then it differs. We have a couple different grass type redirectors, and then maybe a little bit of damage coming out from some of those other slots. I think Gabriel's team especially is really intriguing. But Michael, first, we'll have this Calyrex Ice Rider Miraidon combo we saw yesterday alongside Incineroar, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Amoonguss, and Landorus.
The Landorus is so interesting because I feel like with how many Miraidon have been running around, as well as Rillaboom, and you were able to look at those usage stats, I think even looking at Whimsicott, you've got Earth Power, Sludge Bomb, just so much great coverage on this Pokemon. And this was one that really could hang with the big dogs that were restricted. And even just in that single restricted format, I felt like Landorus was really starting to creep up in popularity. This is going to be a really great Pokemon, I think, in this match. I mean, you just have the option to deal with something like the Flutter Mane. I'm even just looking at how the Landorus is going to match up into something like the Screamtail, the Ogerpon, and the Incineroar. I just think it's going to be a really great call here alongside, of course, this, I think this, well, the Urshifu might struggle a little bit because of Koraidon, but, you know, everything else looks pretty good.
The Calyrex Ice Rider set is always something to look at too. I believe at least one of the 2 regionals Michael won was with the Leech Seed Calyrex set, which has been picking up a lot of steam lately, but he did opt to go back to that Clear Amulet high horsepower version, which gives you a little bit more offensive potential. There's no possibility for something like an Intimidate or Parting Shot to be lowering your damage output, whereas the leftovers on the Leech Seed sets do not protect you from that, and high horsepower gives you some really solid coverage into a couple types of Pokemon that might give Glacial Lance a little bit of pause, like Fire and Steel type Pokemon. Choice Scarf Miraidon, also something that's been picking up a little bit of steam here this weekend. You trade a little bit of power on the Choice specs for the speed of the Choice Scarf, which also enables you to switch to that Terra Electric and even further boost up your Electro Drifts and Volt switches. So you kind of trade off the choice specs for the Terra Electric, but being a little bit faster at the same time.
And that's why you don't see the Dazzling Gleam on this particular Pokemon either. I think you really need the Terra Fairy in order to make sure that Dazzling Gleam is actually doing meaningful amounts of damage. So you have that Snarl instead that's going to really help out in this Shadow Rider Calyrex matchup and even against this Flutter Mane. But now as we dive into Gabriel's team, Koraidon, you've got all of the Protosynthesis Pokemon you get for natural synergy with that Sun from Flutter Mane and Screamtail, and this Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah.
Jake, we have to talk about this. Usually it's a Leech Seed on that Calyrex Ice. What is it doing on my screen with the Shadow Rider?
We traded one Leech Seed Calyrex for another, so it's not on the Ice Rider this time. But Leech Seed Substitute Calyrex Shadow Rider, a really cool set coming out from Gabriel here. Leech Seed and Substitute are a fun combination of attacks that see a lot of play in singles formats where it's only one Pokemon against another. You can set up the Leech Seed, maybe stall out some turns with Substitute, get some of that HP recovery from the Leech Seed. Protect helps a lot with that as well, but not something we see too much in VGC in this 2v2 kind of format, and especially not on Calyrex Shadow Rider. No. I don't know that I've ever seen one with either Leech Seed or a Substitute. There's so many moves there that trainers have opted to use, but instead going just for the one Astral Barrage. We have the Spooky Plate to boost up that damage as well, a really nice alternative to Life Orb. But when you really don't need the boost on like a second attack like Psychic, instead you're not trading your HP for power, especially with that Leech Seed. You don't really want to be giving up as much HP as you can. And this Screamtail also really cool. It's got that Photosynthesis. We'll presumably be getting a speed boost from the Booster Energy or the Sun set up by Koraidon, and will help a lot with some really disruptive tactics like Encore and Disable. It's a Pokemon that we saw a lot back in past Scarlet and Violet formats. I remember, I think Zach Thornburg was someone that used it a lot with the kind of Mouseful Annihilate combination to make sure your Annihilate is getting set out. Yeah, the Talonflame. So another cool to see Screamtail kind of making a resurgence here as well. It can really exert a lot of control over games with Encore and Disable.
Screamtail has also been a particularly popular Pokemon in Europe for a lot of their European regional championships. So I feel like Michael, despite maybe not having the experience playing against Gabriel, you still have the experience playing against Screamtails from all of your tournament runs. So I feel like that's a Pokemon that maybe Michael's not going to be too afraid of, but you still have to deal with some of this other stuff. I mean, like, I'm looking at something like the Flutter Mane just having nice speed control. It also has Taunt, so I think when you're looking at something like Calyrex Ice Rider, when you do have maybe some of the slower Pokemon in this matchup, it might be shut off. You might not be able to get a Trick Room up and running.
I really like this inclusion of Screamtail. You're definitely right, Rose, that Screamtail was pretty popular. I think especially in Regulation G alongside Terrapagos. It was one of the things that helped it set up those Calm Minds really well. And there's no Calm Mind. There's no kind of power boosting setup in this case for Gabriel. But I guess Leech Seed and Substitute are technically set up moves. If you want to try and force something into maybe a non-damaging move, you can give yourself a couple turns to get that Leech Seed Substitute going, which provides a lot of safety.
You're putting a triangle block into like a circle hole, I think is what's happening there. But I gotta give it to you. Let's get into the Swiss round number 12, our final round of Swiss here at the 2025 Pokemon North America International Championships. And pick your poison here. It's horse bike versus horse bike.
It is a stare down. We had them all looking at each other in that team preview, and they are doing so again right on the battlefield. Again, the Choice Scarf Miraidon is going to be attacking first out of everything on the field, which does give Michael a little bit of an advantage here. It gives him the chance to go for something like a Volt Switch, maybe pivot around. You could even Snarl, maybe lower the special attack of that Calyrex Shadow Rider. Actually will come in handy too if the Calyrex does use Substitute. Snarl being a sound move will bypass that Substitute, still deal damage to Calyrex and lower its special attack. It is the Terra normal, so you can maybe Terra away from that, but tearing away to dodge Snarl damage, maybe not the best use of that resource.
Yeah, but it depends on what you feel like you're going to need that for in the end. So we are going to see Terastallization before we get into our first turn of attacks and onto that Koraidon, usually going to be the Pokemon that we see get that Terastallization, just because it is really good at being able to boost up those other attacks, and now you also don't have to deal with taking that super effective Ice-type damage. And it's going to be matched, another Terastallization here, this time onto the Ice Rider Calyrex for the fire. So you've got defensive Terras on both ends.
just making sure that those Pokemon aren't taking too much damage. Terrestrializing away from a couple weaknesses. Volt Switch comes through though, and because of that, dropping the Dragon type from Terra, the Volt Switch does a big chunk of damage.
Yeah, that's already half of that Koraidon's HP gone, and that means that it's going to be so much easier for this Calyrex to potentially finish it off. It's got high horsepower, so by taking this Terra Fire, you are also making yourself vulnerable to that particular move. It is not going to get a same type attack bonus because Calyrex Ice is not a notably not a ground type, but it's still going to do a lot of damage here. Shadow Rider is going to use the Astral Barrage first. Incineroar makes a great switch in there to be able to resist that damage. The Flare Blitz is now going to follow up into this Ice Rider Calyrex, and that's actually going to take it quite low. Another Astral Barrage looks like it will be able to finish it off as Calyrex just tries to go for the Glacial Lance here. Not going for the high horsepower, and because it doesn't, Koraidon actually gets to hold on for the next turn.
Luckily for Gabriel too, the Trick Room was not set up. If that was a Trick Room, this is a really powerful position to be in, having the 2 slowest Pokemon on the field. But because, we still have the corrected speed orders, this Calyrex Ice Rider for Michael did take a lot of damage on that turn. The Terrestrialization was completely necessary for making sure it didn't get knocked out, but it is very, very low. One more attack from either of these Pokemon will be able to knock it out. We have the Shadow Rider Calyrex from Gabriel at the same time, able to knock it out with Astral Barrage, get some more damage onto Incineroar. And because it is that Assault Vest, you don't have anything like the Helping Hand or Protect even to make sure it gets an attack off first.
Yeah, so you're really just looking at raw damage. At least both of these Pokemon are fairly low on Gabriel's side that you will be able to get the KO. Even if it's just going to be a fake out and Koraidon goes down to it, you're at least able to get a KO at the end of the day, no matter how you get the job done. Gabriel still has a Shadow Rider Calyrex though, and this poor Miraidon is going to have to switch in to take this Astral Barrage. It is still going to be there for the next turn, but the critical hit onto the Incineroar does make this a 7-hit knockout now instead of maybe like an 8.
That Astral Barrage is really important damage on Miraidon as well. If Gabriel does have the Flutter Mane in the back, once it comes in, it should be able to knock out Miraidon with 1 Moonblast, whereas, potentially, depending on how Miraidon's trained, it might be able to stomach 1 from full.
But even in this situation, Gabriel now has the Incineroar in for free, can just go for the fake out into the Miraidon, and based on that astral damage, should just be a knockout from here. You don't even need to think about that 4th Pokemon in the back.
You don't, but if you do opt to go straight for that Astral Barrage, you're probably giving up your Calyrex Shadow Rider at the same time to an attack from Michael's own Incineroar. And at that point, you'd be losing both the restricted Pokemon.
Yeah, but look at that. Gabriel is really excited about the fact that we do see the fake out work into this Miraidon, and so this should be a KO onto it, and then you're still going to have to whittle through this Incineroar. But after that KO, this Calyrex Shadow does get a nice boost to its special attack, but can it keep it? Because it really does depend on what this Incineroar is going for, and it does seem like this should have been a likely turn of events here, but maybe Gabriel is just very confident about what he has in the back to be able to deal with this now that both of his restricted Pokemon are KO'd.
I think he's got to be pretty confident given his reaction there, right? He was very happy that the Miraidon was able to be knocked out this turn, which means that there is no more Choice Scarf Miraidon able to threaten a lot of damage into that team. It will be the Ogerpon Wellspring form. I do kind of like this position for Gabriel now. The sun being up means that Flare Blitz from his own Incineroar might even be able to take a 1-hit KO onto Michael's Amoonguss. And despite the sun being up, that Ivy Cudgel is still going to be very strong. Might come pretty close to a knockout on Incineroar here. Even if it doesn't knock out though, thankfully being the water typing means it's less vulnerable to the Flare Blitz. I think you're in a spot now where because that Calyrex Ice Rider from Michael's end is so low, you might actually be in a strong position here despite the 2 to 3 Pokemon deficit.
Yeah, I really do agree with you. I think Gabriel is in a great position versus its Amoonguss, and especially because this electric terrain is still active, it's not like Gabriel's Incineroar can get put to sleep, and you still have that natural grass typing on the Ogerpon that's going to keep you safe from those spores as well. And the Ivy Cudgel, let's see if it's able to get the job done in the sun, and it is super effective. Don't forget that Ivy Cudgel also has an increased chance to get those critical hits, so it felt like a really good job well done here for this Ogerpon. And now 2v2. Michael just has this low health Calyrex Ice left against this Incineroar and Ogerpon combo.
This is a really powerful position to be in if you're Gabriel now. This Calyrex Ice Rider will be knocked out by a single Ivy Cudgel. Electric Terrain being up still means that Incineroar cannot be put to sleep. Now you possibly, if the Electric Terrain wasn't here, have the option to protect the Calyrex, maybe try and put Incineroar to sleep and go from there. But because Electric Terrain remains, nothing can be put to sleep if it touches the ground. Your Ogerpon cannot be redirected by Rage Powder, given that it is a grass type. So now you have a pretty clear road to victory here. You just go for that Ivy Cudgel into Calyrex and Flare Blitz into Amoonguss.
But this makes sense, though. I think Michael using this Protect on both the Calyrex and the Amoonguss, it's buying him some time. Maybe the Sun is able to disappear and the Amoonguss actually doesn't get knocked out if he knows the damage calculation there. And you're also getting rid of this Electric Terrain pretty soon, too. But this Amoonguss, it's not going to be able to get through it. And so, yeah, with the Sun active, one-hit knockout here, and it's just this Calyrex. So, you know, the second part of what I was going to say is that now Michael has time to think about what to do for game 2.
Right. Seeing how much recoil damage between the Flare Blitz and the Rocky Helmet is wild too. Even though the Calyrex did protect itself last turn, it doesn't really have much respite anymore against these two remaining Pokemon for Gabriel, who has put himself in a position to be one game up, one game away from top cut, and another kind of showing that you maybe don't need your restricted Pokemon to close out games here, much like we saw with Marco last round. We saw Gabriel use them very well at the beginning of the game, got out some really important damage. Even with that Calyrex Ice Rider turning into a fire type via Terastallization, you got that really important Astral Barrage plus Flare Blitz combo, which put it in range later on in the game. You can kind of ignore it as long as that Trick Room doesn't go up, because you know you can finish it off later on. And I really loved, especially after that turn where Miraidon got faked out and Astral Barrage for the knockout. I think at that point Gabriel knew, okay, I have this game locked up. I know that this Wellspring Ogerpon in the back will be enough to close out the game because of all this work I put in the early game.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm just like kind of thinking about where Michael goes from here. I felt like already right off the bat, I think the leads felt a little bit better for Gabriel. Just knowing that Michael had to pivot out this Miraidon, I don't think it felt very good. Even going for the Volt Switch, it just didn't make the KO easy enough to be able to grab onto the Miraidon before it was dealing some pretty significant damage to you. And so I wonder if you decide to go ahead and stick to your game plan. Maybe one turn would have been the difference for you for making it work versus not. And okay, well, now the bikes are gone, so we've got now Incineroar Rider.
Instead of horse and bike, it's horse and cat.
Yeah. The whole zoo is unleashed.
Exactly. The Intimidate order here will be Michael's Intimidate activating first, so possibly an advantage in the kind of fake out speed war here between the two Incineroar. The Incineroar speed interaction is always interesting because you want your fake out to be first, but you want your pivot move to be second. So like a half advantage for Michael here because he gets to fake out, but if they both go for either U-turn or parting shot, you kind of want your opponent's pivot to go first so you can see what they bring in and then make your decision from there.
It also just helps you too because you don't want to be taking too much damage on whatever switches in. So we will just see no switches actually this turn. All four Pokemon are going to stay in. Ice Rider Calyrex is now going to become Fire type Calyrex. And we're going to see the fake out from Michael's Incineroar, at least be able to delay this Incineroar on Gabriel's side for one more turn. Nice to have this fire typing because you're also going to remove your super effectiveness, but the critical hit from the Calyrex definitely doesn't feel good. Ice Rider Calyrex in response is going to deal the Glacial Lance, and kind of a pretty neutral turn, all things considered. The damage trades are pretty even.
Neutral turn, but that critical hit on the Astral Barrage could be a big deal here. We saw in the first game one Astral Barrage do just under half of the Calyrex Ice Rider's HP, and now that it's down into the yellow, it might be very, very close, even possibly a damage roll to get that knockout with Astral Barrage. Now you have a much less safe turn if you're Michael here. Do you want to protect your Calyrex, make sure it doesn't get knocked out by Astral Barrage, and even a double up from that Incineroar, or do you want to go on the offensive, maybe bank on surviving it instead?
Well, it's just going to be a protect that 100% certainty you're going to survive this turn. And a good protect it is. This Incineroar has been able to take these Astral Barrages like a champ, and so Gabriel is going to get denied a knockout on this turn. Oh. And the U-turn into the Calyrex. So pivot here, Michael is going to have to reveal the third Pokemon brought to this game, and I don't think it's too much of a surprise that it's going to be that second restricted Pokemon in the Miraidon. And now you get to kind of really let loose here with that Choice Scarf. You're going to be faster than this Shadow Rider. But a U-turn from the Gabriel as well. Those are the pivot moves we were talking about before. And after seeing the Miraidon, you get a chance to say, okay, well, we got two choices in the back here. What is really going to be that best option to bring out onto the field now?
Exactly. The perfect advantage of the slower U-turn there means that you get to decide, what do I have best that can kind of protect this Astral Barrage Calyrex Shadow Rider from possibly getting knocked out by this Miraidon. I think that's definitely the right choice to bring in for Michael there, just because you now, despite not getting the KO on the Calyrex with U-turn, threaten it with another KO from this Miraidon. I think any of its attacks at this point, Volt Switch, Snarl, Electro Drift, obviously Draco Meteor from this range. But now, if you're Gabriel, you still have all four of your Pokemon, which kind of makes navigating the rest of this game a lot better, especially given that this Astral Barrage is still threatening huge damage into pretty much everything left on Michael's team. We saw the Urshifu be the fourth Pokemon from Michael instead of the Amoonguss in this game, which really doesn't want to be taking those very strong special attacks, and also somewhat disincentivizes a possible Trick Room option, but we are still seeing Michael eye it up here.
Well, I think this is also, I think, a really good, well, actually, I was going to say it looks good, but sometimes I feel like these Trick Rooms have really come back to bite some of our players. Because that Urshifu is going to be a bit more naturally speedy, it really depends on what Gabriel has brought. Everything on his team is still also fairly quite fast, but sometimes these Ogerpons, they really do drop a lot of their speed for bulk. So you really just never know at the end of the day how both of those Pokemon will match up.
It's going to be tough here. Calyrex Shadow Rider will leave the field, though, does not want to be knocked out just yet, and is going to be replaced by the Incineroar.
Okay, so the Assault Vest now a really great item to have to increase your special defense versus this incoming Volt Switch. And unfortunately, Incineroar, though, Intimidate, getting stopped by that Clear Amulet onto this Ice Rider. Michael, though, knows if you're still getting good damage off into this Incineroar, and because it's Koraidon protected, you are getting a free Trick Room setup here.
Trick Room will certainly go up. It just depends on what you want next to this Ice Rider to take advantage of that Trick Room. If you bring in your Incineroar, it means your Incineroar now has the slower pivot because of Trick Room, but unfortunately has the slower Fake Out as well. So Gabriel would have Fake Out advantage going into this Trick Room. It is set up. We still have Fake Out available for Gabriel here. Now this Koraidon will be attacking last. And I do believe Terrestrialization is still on the table. Thanks to the Sun, if you turn into a Fire type, the Surging Strikes become super effective, which maybe isn't too great, but Sun does mitigate that damage a little bit still, so surely will still be nowhere near a one-hit KO. You just have to worry about the possible double up with something like High Horsepower. Even a Glacial Lance plus Surging Strikes will still be doing a lot of damage. And the Trick Room going up better for your Incineroar if you're Gabriel, but this now Calyrex Ice Rider kind of has control over this game. You cannot swap in your Calyrex Shadow Rider here. If the Ogerpon is the fourth Pokemon for Gabriel again, a couple of Glacial Lances and Trick Room are really scary.
Yeah, but I think because of the Fake Out potential, this is why we see, despite the fact that this Trick Room is set up, Calyrex Ice is going to go for the Protect. And Urshifu just goes for the close combat. So not terrestrializing here actually ends up being a pretty good thing. But what did this Koraidon decide to do? You can take advantage of this defense drop, but the Collision Course goes into this Ice Rider Calyrex. So what a great protect in turn for Michael.
In a great spot to be in now. You pretty freely threaten a double KO here. High Horsepower into Incineroar and Close Combat into Koraidon should be 2 knockouts, which is exactly what you want to see going into Trick Room. This is only the second turn, so there's going to be a couple more turns after this one to make advantage of it, which means that if you do get 2 knockouts here, this Calyrex Shadow Rider is now forced onto the field with a couple turns of Trick Room remaining, and you'd require a double Protect to survive those. Now, a much more commanding offensive position for Michael than we saw him in Game 1, because now he has control. This Ice Rider, despite taking a lot of damage, that critical hit Astral Barrage even, now doesn't really face the threat of something like those fast attacks from Gabriel at the end of Game 1.
You have to kind of find a way if you're Gabriel to stall out the Trick Room, and it does get a little bit harder when you are starting to run out of turns for Protects. You also can't protect in front of this Urshifu because of its Unseen Fist ability, and that does make things way harder. That's why you see Gabrielle actually pivot out this Koraidon. I think recognizes that this will be a very key piece later. And you've got the U-turn as well. So if you want to, I think you can bring something in. Maybe you sacrifice, but I take a look at some of these options and maybe you see like Ogre Pond would be quite nice here. You still have Water Absorb because you have not actually, terrestrialized here, but Calyrex Shadow Rider has to get knocked out, and then depending on what this Urshifu pick, this poor Ogre Pond is going to get knocked out too.
This was a really, really good turn for Gabriel. If Michael had decided to go for a high horsepower into the Incineroar and close combat into Shadow Rider, but I think Michael made a really good choice here. Instead of leaving open the possibility of kind of having your moves read, he went straight for moves that are guaranteed to get damage out. I think the Calyrex, if it was to swap in, was certainly going to be in that Koraidon slot for close combat into Incineroar is very safe. Like you said, you really don't want to be using Surging Strikes with the opportunity for the Ogre Pond to swap in, mitigate that damage entirely. So the Glacial Lance there is a really solid option. You're going to knock out the Calyrex, may even knock out the Incineroar, especially now with the boost from Grimnay, but it was looking a little bit close already, and now you've put yourself at a 4-2 Pokemon advantage. It's going to be pretty hard to come back from up your Gabriel.
Yeah, still a couple of turns of that Trick Room as well, so even if the Incineroar can go for a Fake Out onto one of these Pokemon, and you can probably secure a knockout onto either with the damage, you know that this Calyrex Ice is going to knock you out first. And Michael Kelsch with this game win ties up our series. We go down to the third and final game in this set to decide who between Michael and Gabrielle moves on to our top cut.
Really impressive rebound from Michael there after a game one that Gabriel had pretty much full control of. Michael said, it's my turn to kind of dominate this game during our match. Kind of indicative of his run through this tournament as well. I believe he started yesterday 6-0, lost his last 2 rounds, and now has won every round in day 2 so far. So really impressive mental resolve just to show that, hey, my back's against the wall now. If he had lost any round of Swiss today, he would have been eliminated from top cut, but now finds himself in position to be 1 game away. Of course, Gabriel in the same spot though. Now Gabriel, having so much experience at this international level, knows exactly how to turn around from maybe letting a little bit of a lead early on slip in that game. And it's going to be one game to decide which trainer makes it into top cut.
Oh boy, and I cannot wait to see how this one is going to end. We are ready to get into this third and final game of the set. So let's see what both of our trainers decide to put their money on. It's going to be this Incineroar and Shadow Rider for Gabrielle, and it looks like a run back of the leads for game 2 as we see this Calyrex Ice from Michael hit the field right away.
After that first turn, after that critical hit Astral Barrage, it looked a little bit in Gabriel's favor, but as soon as that Trick Room went up, it seemed like Michael knew exactly how to close out that game. Gabriel needs to find another game plan despite having the same exact lead that might even play out the same exact way. I wouldn't be surprised to see that Fake Out Astral Barrage, Glacial Lance to get some damage going, and then readjust your game plans from there. We do see the Amoonguss and the Urshifu, so there is no Miraidon this time around from Michael. Maybe indicates that he wants to lean even further into that Trick Room mode. You don't have to worry about your Choice Scarf Miraidon getting in the way. Miraidon being gone too means that there's never going to be electric terrain on the field, and nothing to stop those spores.
Yeah, it is kind of counterintuitive when you've got the Amoonguss on your Miraidon team, but nice. So when you have these options to really use your pieces in different ways. Another terrestrialization here just to keep it safe. You don't want to take any super effective damage from either this Incineroar or this Shadow Rider. And with the knockoff, you actually do get rid of this Assault Vest. So these Astral Barrages, they're still not going to be doing too much damage because you do have that resist, but it is kind of nice. Or Fake Out, I'm sorry. I thought that that's not the Assault Vest was gone. I was like, wow, that actually moved quite fast.
Yeah, I think Michael opted not to go for the Fake Out there, which meant that the Incineroar didn't get an attack off and did take a little bit of damage from that Astral Barrage. But Trick Room going up immediately, no opting for that initial Glacial Lance, means that the speed advantage will be Michael's for the next few turns. Again, I believe that Michael's Incineroar, I guess, now has a slower pivot, which really is exactly what you want in this position. You get to see what Gabriel's Incineroar opts to do before you attack with your own Incineroar. And depending on if it's a U-turn and knockoff, you get to kind of readjust if you want to pivot that out instead.
But we aren't going to see any switches. I feel like like this Incineroar is still pretty safe, not going to get knocked out on this turn from this Calyrex or this Incineroar. And look at this. The Shadow Rider Calyrex shows off its normal Terra type. So with the knockoff into the Calyrex Ice, it's a critical hit. And that's going to knock off the Clear Amulet, but also bring down this Ice Rider Calyrex to quite a low HP. This Ice Rider Calyrex is going to try to fight back as hard as it can, but with the knockoff into the Calyrex, this Terra was perfect to make sure that this Shadow Rider could stay alive to get this Astral Barrage off, and big damage into both of these targets. Calyrex Ice goes down, and this Trick Room, it's not going to be something that Michael's able to use for this Ice Rider anymore.
And we saw there's no Miraidon. There are no more restricted Pokemon left from Michael. Presumably that Koraidon still looms in the back for Gabriel, but we have seen us be wrong about restricted Pokemon being brought in the back by these trainers today. Really, really important critical hit there. Despite the knockoff removing the Spooky Plate, removing that 20% boost to Ghost-type attacks, the Astral Barrage is able to KO that Calyrex Ice Rider because of that critical hit boosted damage. A really strong position for Gabriel to be in now, despite Trick Room being up, despite some of your Pokemon not having the speed advantage for the next few turns. If you are able to get out of Trick Room without losing too many important resources, you're going to be in a much better spot. And the fourth Pokemon for Michael, we have seen him in that menu, is that Amoonguss. So if Trick Room ends, Amoonguss is now very vulnerable to some very powerful attacks.
The good thing for Michael here is that he does have two of the slower Pokemon. I mean, the Urshifu is going to be, I think, just a little bit faster than this Incineroar, but we do see Gabriel make a pivot. This Shadow Rider Calyrex, despite getting that boost, knows it will be the fastest thing once this Trick Room expires. So Koraidon's going to come in, and it's going to set the sun. Might help make this Rapid Strike Urshifu a little bit better to deal with. U-turn from Gabriel means that there can be another pivot on the board here for him outside of that manual switch that he just did. And we'll have to see what comes in to take that Incineroar's place. It is going to be that Calyrex, so it's already a low HP. It's a better target to have to sacrifice here than letting your Incineroar go down. Once you get rid of this Shadow Rider Calyrex, you get a chance to actually get this Incineroar back in, get a fake out on the next turn, and then it puts this Koraidon from Gabriel in a commanding position.
Especially if the Calyrex Shadow Rider is knocked out by the Incineroar on this turn, you give yourself the option to swap into that Ogerpon Wellspring, if that's your fourth Pokemon, to now redirect any spores away from this Koraidon, which will have a hard time being damaged by this Urshifu. We saw that close combat do a decent chunk, but because the sun is up, those Surging Strikes will be next to useless. Especially nice that U-turn from Gabriel going into the Urshifu means that the Focus Sash is now broken. The Urshifu no longer has any protection of, kind of that one-hit KO factor, and so whatever comes in for Gabriel is going to be really important. Getting rid of that Astral Barrage, Calyrex Shadow Rider also, I think, makes a lot of sense. We talked about maybe stalling out Trick Room and then using it later on, but knowing that Urshifu now is on the field, you're going to have a hard time stalling out Trick Room with Protects because it can just break right through them with that Unseen Fist.
Well, it is just going to be the Intimidate, and while we do usually see critical hits from the Surging Strikes, Intimidate is still helpful for all of these close combats that the Urshifu can dish out. You now still have that fake out pressure. We talked about that with allowing this Shadow Rider Calyrex to go down, and maybe you just kind of deal with the Amoonguss. Or I don't know if you really care too much about one of these Pokemon going to sleep if you're able to actually get this KO onto the Urshifu or the Amoonguss, and because the Urshifu is going to detect, you kind of just have to go for the fake out into the Amoonguss, and well, let's see what this Koraidon does. Fortunately, it was a collision course into this Urshifu. Kind of an unfortunate missed opportunity here for Gabriel to have gone for something like the Flare Blitz instead, knowing this Amoonguss cannot terastallize anymore since that was expended onto the Calyrex.
It is tough now here. Amoonguss will have the opportunity to put one of these two Pokemon to sleep. If the Wellspring Ogerpon is Gabriel's fourth Pokemon, he maybe tries to catch a Spore into one of those slots, but both Pokemon also threaten very heavy damage into Amoonguss with a Flare Blitz. The Incineroar coming in from Michael hopes to mitigate some of that damage, though.
Only a couple more turns of Trick Room are left, though, and this Incineroar is not going to help out with the damage output of this Koraidon. With the Spore from this Amoonguss, the first thing on this turn, we will see this Incineroar from Gabriel get put to sleep. There's only one Fire-type attacker that is off the board. It takes its mandatory turn, but now it is time for this Koraidon to do something, and the Incineroar is going to have to be on the receiving end of that collision course. It gets knocked out, and so Michael, down to his final two Pokemon, the Urshifu and the Amoonguss, has got to be enough versus Gabriel's Pokemon and that mystery fourth in the back.
The collision course there makes a ton of sense, knowing the Incineroar is the only Pokemon that can swap into that Urshifu slot, especially because the Urshifu had used close combat, had lowered its defense by 1 stage. The collision course would have been doing a ton of damage, if not knocking it out outright. The Incineroar coming in is the one getting knocked out on this turn instead, but now Gabriel, having 3 Pokemon left, if he really wants to, can swap out that Koraidon, get your attack back to neutral for the remainder of this game, and of course Trick Room expiring makes this Koraidon even more of a threat. Should be the fastest Pokemon on the field, and if the sun runs out pretty soon, swapping out that Koraidon will double in use in being able to reset up that sun with Orichalcum Pulse, maintain that attack boost from your ability for the next few turns, while also clearing out that Intimidate.
I think that's why you actually saw Michael go for a double attack into that Pokemon. If it is the Ogerpon, it might be able to get knocked out here, but the Amoonguss actually does go for the protect. Knows that there is still this Flare Blitz as threat for this Amoonguss to stick around, and it gives this Urshifu some time to start whittling away at this Koraidon, but it's gonna need 2 close combats to finish the job, and it's still going to drop its defenses. In the process, there's a 1-turn wake up here for the Incineroar, but it does go for a U-turn into the Amoonguss, but that was not as much time as maybe Michael would have hoped he bought with that Spore just a turn ago.
It's a huge wake up from that Incineroar. Of course, now you know that you have the option to go for those 2 attacks on this turn. Michael has to respect the Incineroar's Flare Blitz and possibly even target it with his Urshifu, which means that it won't be free to target this Koraidon. Now again, there's these 2 very powerful Flare Blitzes being threatened in the sun into this Amoonguss, and if you lose the Amoonguss, you've gone down to just 1 Pokemon remaining. We still have yet to see Gabriel's 4th as well. It could be that Ogerpon again, it could be Fluttermane. I think at this point, unlikely to be Screamtail, but Fluttermane even would be a solid option here, just to threaten some big damage into both Pokemon.
Amoonguss goes for the Rage Powder to try to protect this Urshifu to get 1 last attack off. So Koraidon is going to be able to get the knockout into that Pokemon with that super effective Flare Blitz. Does get a little bit of recoil from the Rocky Helmet as well as the Flare Blitz, but it is a job well done for this Koraidon. And I think it's actually still able to, give us a little bit of a show. At the end there, Gabriel is going to be down to just the Incineroar and whatever this 4th Pokemon is, but this Urshifu, it gets the 2nd KO. 1v1 here. It comes down to this, Jake. It's going to be this Urshifu against whatever Gabriel has thought of for the back for this final game of this set.
I think whatever it is, actually, Gabriel's in a really strong spot. Fluttermane will be able to knock out Urshifu from here. The Horn Leech from Ogerpon will be able to do it too. Even Screamtail could have closed the game out with Dazzling Gleam. But as long as close combat does not one-shot this Ogerpon, Gabriel will win.
Let's find out. Oh, close combat. It's just not going to get there. And the Urshifu drops its defenses one more time. I think Michael knows that this chance to make it to the top cut is slipping out of his hands. And with that final Horn Leech, Gabriel Legati, he wins, moves on to our top cut of the North America International Championships.
Really impressive stuff from Gabriel there. Despite that Trick Room going up early, he knew exactly what he needed to change from that 2nd game to be able to come out on top. But Koraidon threatened way too much damage at all times, and despite not having, that Miraidon, which is kind of the biggest threat outside of Trick Room, Michael was able to hold it off a little bit, just not enough time. When Trick Room ended, the Koraidon was a huge threat into both that Urshifu with the lower defense stat from close combat, and of course, that Amoonguss is very aggressively targeting down the Amoonguss at the end of that 3rd game. I think Gabriel knew that as soon as Amoonguss went down, the Ogerpon would be able to 1v1 that Urshifu if it needed to, and that's exactly how it ended.
Yeah, because I think you're right. Like, if the Amoonguss is still up, you get a chance to go for the Pollen Puff into the Ogerpon, and then I think there, with the combined efforts of both of those Pokemon, you do get the knockout onto the Pokemon that switches in. So I think, really heads up play there by Gabriel. And with this, oh my gosh, this first turn was just so explosive. I think right then and there, Michael knew his back was going to be against a wall. You had that critical hit onto the Calyrex, and despite the fact you knocked off that Spooky Plate, you were still able to get enough damage through because that crit helped you get that extra bit of damage maybe the Spooky Plate would have instead. And then the Trick Room turns go up, and I felt like Gabriel did a great job of stalling these out. And yes, maybe a little bit of help from getting the knockout onto the Calyrex Ice so early, but still put up a really big effort there with that Urshifu. It tried its best.
That was just a really, really great match to watch. All 3 games were pretty back and forth.
So exciting.
It really was. We saw that the use of Trick Room also was really great for Michael, maybe catching Gabriel a little bit off guard. A lot of times the Trick Room is a really threatening option on Calyrex Ice Rider, but trainers are more tempted to go straight for those Glacial Lances, get some more consistent damage going. And that is what Michael did game 1. caught Gabriel, maybe, unaware of the Trick Room option going into game 2, and that's how he's able to lock it up so easily. But the option to not bring that Miraidon in that third game, not as successful as some trainers opting to leave one restricted behind in this case.
But I think also that game looks so different if Michael's able to actually preserve the Focus Sash on the Urshifu. The fact it was not available for the final turn of that game meant the Horn Leech was able to finish the job up no problem. You didn't have that extra life that Focus Sash guarantees you sometimes. So it's just an unfortunate end here for Michael Kausch. I know he really wants to be able to get back onto that big international top cut stage, but for Gabriel, this is another chance for him. I know that the NAIC kind of ended for him, or his last one didn't end the way that he would have wanted it to, and so having another shot to make it to the finals must be so exciting for him. Let's hear what he has to say with Evan on the stage.
Thank you so much. I am here on stage with our latest entry in our top cut, Gabriel Legati. Congratulations! You are now officially in our top cut. How does it feel to top cut in AIC?
It feels amazing to be back.
It's so good to have you here. It's so good to see your incredible team. I was actually talking with Len backstage when we saw the Calyrex with the Leech Seed substitute come up, and Len just sort of hollered, "That's where I started. He made it work. Gabriel figured it out." Tell me about that Pokemon.
I've been using Kali Shadow for a while, and I was always struggling to find the last 2 moves, because obviously you need Protect and Barrage. I wasn't clicking Psychic that much, so I figured that Substitute maybe would help in certain matchups. It's just in general like a super powerful move to have. So for example, in this tournament I face Urshifu single strike, which would be really problematic for me. But with subs, it makes things easier. People need to think twice before clicking Sucker Punch, before setting up Trick Room, before using Spore into Kali Shadow. So I think Substitute is definitely the best move out of the 2 uncommon moves. Leech Seed, I was really debating on whether I would run Shadow Ball or Pollen Puff or Leech Seed. And in the end, I thought Leech Seed would be better for me against Lunala Calm Mind, which was something I expected to face, but I didn't face at all.
Yeah, we've kind of lost Lunala in the mix here in day 2.
Yeah. I didn't face a single Lunala, I think.
That's kind of incredible to me, thinking about where I expected this to come from. Yeah, just one, got one, okay. Well, let's talk about this match that you just played with Michael. I believe this is the first time you two have faced off. What was it like going down, coming up on stage, seeing, I have to play against Michael, who has made it to the finals of Worlds and semifinals of Worlds, and now here we are for the winning in for top cut. What were you feeling in that moment?
I was really happy to face Michael. It's always a pleasure to face strong opponents. Obviously, he's one of the best players in the world right now, but so am I. I knew I had to play aggressive game 1, because I knew that Koraidon Kali Shadow was maybe not super expected as a lead, and he can put on a lot of pressure against his team. And it worked pretty well on game 1, and then on game 2 I was playing very aggressive as well, and then there was a turn that was with Koraidon in front of Miraidon and Kali Ice, and I was always playing very aggressive, so I was like, okay, so this time I think I'll protect. And everything went terrible because he predicted, and I just lost the game at the spot. And to be honest, on game 3 I got lucky with the critical hit, which after the crit I know the game was over, especially after I saw Mungus, because Ogre Pawn is just really strong against Insane, Amogus, and Urshifu.
Yeah. And I think that's what's really interesting about this team as well. We've seen a little bit of Wellspring Ogerpon in the past few formats, and a little bit in some of the past dual restricted regionals and special events, but it hasn't had quite as much success, and definitely nowhere near as much success as when it first was released. How has Ogerpon Wellspring form been treating you over the course of this tournament?
it's been like super good. Like I can't describe how good Ogre is in this team. Initially, I had a Fire Ogre, which on theory makes a lot of sense because of, you have Sun, you do a lot of damage with Sun, but on practice it's kind of bad because if you already have Terra Fire Koraidon, you don't need another Terra Fire attacker. So I wanted to try out other Ogre Pawns. The water one is really strong against those Kyogre Among Us teams that are popping off because usually in this matchup they want to Terra the Calyrex Ice, but if they do, they don't Terra the Kyogre, so Ogre Pawn is just really good against that. And it's also great against Terra Fire Kali Ice, which is really problematic for Koraidon CSR. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, you are now qualified for the top cut. How are you feeling going into top cut? What are your expectations for yourself in this tournament?
I want to win.
You're going to win? I have so much faith in you because after watching that match, you looked incredible and definitely in really good form. So congratulations on that last match. I'm going to go ahead and let you get ready for the top cut. But do you have anyone that you'd like to shout out who's been here to support you along your journey?
Yeah, I was very lucky to have many friends supporting me, my family, my girlfriend as well. I want to give a special thanks to my girlfriend, Chiemi, to my friends there with me in my room, Mirai, Palagino, Kawa, Isaac, and obviously to my friends that helped me prepare for the event, Rogério Catel, Gustavo Kengo, Hugo, Pedrinho. You guys are amazing.
Awesome. Gabriel, congratulations.
I forgot Vitor Haishiki.
Got to make sure we get that in there. Congratulations once again, Gabriel. We'll see you in Top Cut. For those of you at home, we're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere because we are getting ready for the final rounds of our tournament. Stay tuned.
So I think if I had one tip for new players, as this is also my first regional, make friends with everyone who's here. Everyone's super friendly, ask lots of questions. Everyone's just so happy to be here, and they just really want to help everyone who wants to play Pokemon.
If I had one tip for a new player, it'd be to practice, to scrim a lot of people and just keep practicing.
A tip I would have for new players would be if you just pick a deck and you practice it a ton and you just play it, then you can do well.
It's a game that you learn by doing, so getting in as many matches as you can and learning from your mistakes, making note of any misplays, any ways that you could have played better. One of the things that I did to prep for this tournament was practicing with my friends and playing some friendly sets and just kind of sharing feedback with each other. And so really having that community helps a lot.
Practice is the biggest thing, really. If you're not practicing your events, you're not going to know your matchups, you're not going to know what to play, and you're going to have a bad day. But if you pick good decks, practice lots, you'll do well eventually.
Watch streamers and play popular teams.
A tip I'd have for a new player is to play whatever deck you're comfortable with and what deck you like the most, because you'll have the most fun that way.
The furthest I've traveled for a Pokemon event is Yokohama, Japan. It was a great experience. I'd always wanted to go to Japan again. I had been as a kid, but didn't really remember that much. And so made a whole trip out of it, spent 2 weeks there, and Yokohama was just amazing. Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. Probably Hydreigon. I don't know, I just think he looks really cool. I really look up to Alex Underhill. He's a good friend of mine, and he really got me to take competition a lot more seriously. I had been kind of, here and there with Pokemon, like treating it as a casual game, but seeing him work so hard, I think he's been a big inspiration for me. I guess it would probably be Cynthia, because I respect her. I love trying the local cuisines anywhere I go. I think Pokemon events are a great excuse to travel, so having the ability to try a bunch of different things is what I enjoy about traveling. I like fruit the most, probably. I don't really like sweets that much in general, but I like, after dinner, just having a nice piece of fruit, and it's just, refreshing and a little bit healthier. Peaches are my favorite, but they're a little bit, they only are in season during the winter, so I think for sure it would be Yokohama in Japan. but I think New Orleans has been a great city. Last year at NAIC, the food in New Orleans was amazing, and that was a highlight of the trip for me. I listen to a lot of J-pop for the most part, so probably my favorite artist right now is Otto. In general, I've been most partial to the fire types, but I've switched between them. Just depends on the generation. I've liked all 3 types of starters.
I'm here with Flareon's mom, and we are going to be playing Pokemon This or That Fire Type Edition. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Turtonator or Volcarona?
Volcarona.
Volcarona or Colossal?
Volcarona.
Volcarona or Blacephalon?
Volcarona.
Volcarona or Talonflame?
Talonflame.
Talonflame or Litten?
Talonflame.
Talonflame or Houndoom?
Talonflame.
Talonflame or Armarouge?
Armarouge.
Armarouge or Litwick?
Armarouge.
Armarouge or Braixen?
Armarouge.
Armarouge or Chimchar?
Chimchar.
Chimchar or Charizard?
Oh, Charizard.
Charizard wins it. Thank you very much, Flareon's mom. Throw the blush! Oh! We got it. Bye, everybody.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2015 Pokemon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain and Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for 2 things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean,
they really did.
Yeah, they just took the junior division championships in the Masters division. They're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese. So Japan's here to play, and you know, I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to.
So this will
try to set up a clean sweep.
This will be what decides the
divisions.
clean sweep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Mark M, does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch-in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp, the crowd is going wild right now.
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a no guard Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up game 1 in convincing fashion and was now 1 win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a Parental Bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the Senior Division Final Championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As Game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're going to see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit. That is a critical hit on an incoming Mega Kangaskhan. Lost its Parental Bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just going to punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it going to pick up the knockout? It picks up another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon. It's finally time to get excited to take our crop of masters here in the North American International Championships for the video game and take it down to just the top few remaining. So we're getting ready in preparation for Top Cut. Here I'm Joe Brown, joined by Jake Muller and Rosemary Kelly. And you guys just got off of some crazy matches to end the last rounds of Swiss. How are you feeling right now?
I had so much volume, I can't hear you, actually, because I was just, going off so loud that, I might have blown out my own eardrums or something. It was hype.
They were really good matches. I mean, we had some come down right to the wire, especially that last one in a really close Game 3. And just really cool to see how these trainers have fought so hard just to get to this latter stage of the tournament and get that one last win to make Top Cut.
Yeah, absolutely. Congrats to Gabrielle there. Crazy. I was out in the floor watching all the intensity, the back and forth, the drama, the highs and the lows of VGC at the highest level. And this is the final time before the World Championships. So obviously very, very stressful for those players, but very euphoric for the ones that were able to get a win. Some of them, Bezod in winning the Table 1 match there, so there are no undefeated players remaining in the tournament. Everyone has at least lost one time. Alex Gomez-Berna knocked out of the last round by Nick Navar, so he will not get a second NAIC championship. But Justin Tang, the Tang Gang is still alive. Justin Tang and Justin Knox, both the Justins, are in Top Cut. So what are you guys looking forward to when we get ready for Top Cut?
I think there's going to be more incredible matches. We got some really cool teams that we haven't gotten to showcase yet on the stream this weekend, and hopefully we get to see some in our Top Cut matches. I personally am very happy for my DFW local Gio Siski, who's made it into Top Cut as well. He's had such a fantastic season, and to get his first IC cut as well, it's really exciting.
I'm excited to see who's going to make it into that top 4 to get that direct invite to the World Championships. Because last year we had that amazing Cinderella story with Patrick Connors being able to make it out to his very first international championship, winning the whole thing. And I kind of wonder if we're going to be able to see that, or somebody really get their revenge on the tournament. It's like, I've gotten so close before, and so now is the time to really be able to get that win.
Yeah, absolutely, because many people were crunching the numbers. You had the calculator out all weekend trying to see.
I have the calculator in front of me. That's like why
Exactly. So many people saying, I need this number. I need to achieve this number, this amount of wins to qualify. But then if somebody who's not even in the competitive race takes one of those 4 spots, it really throws everything off kilter.
It really does. The people that have those direct qualifications, either through an international championship or a regional win, don't count for that top 75. So in theory, you could have 76 down to 78, 81, 82, depending on how these trainers fall within that top 75. And so that's a really important piece of deciding who's going to make it into that World Championships.
Rose, you've been crunching the numbers. What have you been focused on this weekend as we look at the top trainers in the field?
I'm such a data nerd, so I feel like I get really excited about hitting the computer and figuring out what people are running. And so I actually do have Top Cut usage for you. Would you like to hear it?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay. So. Before this though, do you have any guesses on what the top restricted duo is out of our 22 competitors in Top Cut?
That's a tough call. I mean, I'm gonna throw Zamazenta Elite as a half of it. Am I right? Am I partially right or no? Am I off base?
Oh, I didn't figure out the single ones. I should have done that, huh?
If it's not on with the top number, I'm also wrong there anyway, right?
I have got a guess. I'm willing to bet.
I'm saying, like, is Zamazenta one of the most
Okay, you have
popular
like
duo?
a third Zamazenta.
Okay, well, we're allowed 2 restrictions for so judge. First of all,
I'm gonna go with Miraidon Ice Rider. It feels like the easy answer there.
That's a good guess.
Oh no.
That's a good guess.
You'd be wrong.
Well, you'd be wrong because there's actually 2 duos that's tied for the first.
That's cheating.
Rosemary.
Trick question.
Well, I'm the commissioner, so I can make up the rules. I'm like the keeper of the data, so
That's fair. That's fair.
But yes, great guess. That would be correct. The second one, Joe, I'll give you like half credit because it was Zamazenta, Shadow Red, or Calyrex as the other one. So there's 6 of each in our Top Cut.
I believe out of 22 teams, right? So they're both at right about a third of the field there.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Oh.
Well, isn't it a quarter? 6 out of
Get
22.
the
Somewhere
calculator
between there.
again. Let's break this out. 12 out of 22. So, well, what does that really mean for the metagame here? Because those are 2 very commonly expected pairs, and I think sometimes at big international events, Jake, some things go off of the conventional, beaten path, if you will. It seems like NAIC, we are sticking with the popular restricted duos.
It's a really important tournament for a lot of trainers. A lot of people trying to get that qualification to the World Championships. A lot of trainers just really like performing well at this level. The international championships are like the largest tournament you can enter without needing a qualification, and of course, like the second largest only to Worlds. So if you have something that you think is really good, maybe you've been saving it, didn't bring it to a regional, trying to kind of break it out at this huge event where you maybe need a big finish or just really want a big finish, this is the time to do it. And so you maybe see some people straying away from more standard stuff. Obviously, about half of Top Cut being one of those 2 big pairs means that a lot of trainers were just very convicted in knowing these are just really good. I'm going to use really good Pokemon. I always think of Justin Burns in that regard. I know that a lot of times when he enters events, he says, I'm going to be the best Calyrex Ice Rider player there. And then he is, and that means he's in the Top Cut, in top 4, winning the event. So if you're very confident in these very good Pokemon, why not stick to them?
Well, I think something that you were actually covering, Joe, on the floor a little bit was the kind of the difference between, do you come prepared to win or do you come prepared to just get the finish you need to qualify for Worlds? I think a lot of our competitors in North America, they were really looking at top 512, top 256. They didn't need a whole lot. Very confident in their gameplay, and if that's all you need, you've probably done well enough in the season that that's probably an easily attainable goal for you. But what about our trainers that said, I need top 16, I need top 8, top 4. That you need to build to win.
Yeah.
And that's why we see a lot of those players, I think, really pulling out the stops there and trying to bring something creative that maybe would shake up the competition a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's a great point that you could argue, okay, I need top 256. I need to just go positive, right? I need to go 5-3 and I get my Worlds invite. Then I'll try to play something general, just get the job done. But arguably, if you need, as Rose is saying, you need a top 16 to qualify anyway, well, then you might as well build a team that you think could win it all. So I think that's a fantastic point. So any other, as we say, the numbers don't lie, right? Are there any other numbers that stand out to you? What's the story that the numbers are telling you?
Well, why, yes. First off, there are over half of our Top Cut teams, 13 out of 22, that have a Miraidon on them.
Yeah.
There
Makes
are
sense.
only 2 that have Koraidon.
Really?
And there is a singular Kyogre in our Top Cut.
Only 2 Koraidon is really surprising.
Only 2 Koraidon.
It was Gabriel, obviously. Who else?
Was it James Evans or?
Yeah.
No, I think he just missed it.
Or he just lost last round?
Like, give me.
Gabriel and one friend.
1 second.
What am I doing, friends?
Wait a minute, I had it. Gio.
Oh, Gio.
Siski.
Surely Gio. Gio's been running Koraidon for the last year and a half. Of course.
Well, he's in
Gio.
Texas. It's hot.
Yeah. True. It is true.
So why is there such a disparity between the two bikes, as everyone likes to call them together? when they're both really strong stat, they're both dragon types, they both facilitate other Paradox Pokemon. Like, why is Miraidon so clearly outperforming Koraidon, at least in cut numbers?
Because it's cooler. Actually, that's actually a false statement because I think Koraidon is truly the cooler design of the two bikes.
It is literally cooler. It's not as hot.
It is.
If we're going to stick with that joke.
But don't the engines get hot? From like
Maybe
Hadron
an
engine?
electric engine is more efficient. No heat loss.
You get to plug Miraidon in every 200 miles.
I don't know. It is really surprising though. Miraidon's always been like a step ahead of Koraidon in both usage and I think results. It's kind of far and away, maybe not far and away, but it's proven itself to be one of, if not the best restricted Pokemon in this metagame. But Koraidon was always up there. It was always paired pretty well with Pokemon like Lunala and Calyrex Shadow Rider. Like maybe Lunala's kind of dropped off a cliff, and maybe that's why Koraidon usage is also hurting a bit too.
But I think something else with Miraidon that we're seeing is people are willing to take more risks when coming down to the movesets as well as the item choices. When it was a single restricted format, Miraidon was the centerpiece for a lot of these teams. We saw Miraidon really full power, you know? High horsepower, if you will. Wait. Wrong Pokemon.
You got that. I'll allow it.
Big, terrible battery. I have no idea. No, but now we see instead of things like the choice specs, it's choice scarf. Is it assault vest? There's also Focus Sash Miraidon running out there. I think it made day 2, but I don't know if it made top cut. I haven't gotten that far. But also in terms of the movesets, we saw even on just the Assault Vest Miraidon or the Choice Scarf Miraidon, now we have Snarl, no Dazzling Gleam, Terra Electric, maybe a little bit more popular than Terra Fairy. Just more options I think that you can go for that allows this Pokemon to be successful. Koraidon, on the other hand, you're sort of locked into having Terra Fire. I don't think too many people have really found other ways to get a little bit more flavorful with this Pokemon, and you still have a pretty standard moveset too.
Yeah, and I think like one of the simplest explanations could be that there is no special attack Intimidate that people always talk about, right?
True.
So Miraidon, before a Snarl, before any other ways, before a light screen getting set up, Miraidon is always able to do such strong special attacking damage, where Koraidon is, if you're not holding Clear Amulet, you're suspect to the Intimidate, or you're subject to the Intimidates. If you're holding Life Orb, then you might get Parting Shotted, right? Like there's a lot of ways to mitigate Koraidon's damage. Also the fact that that fighting type into so many ghost types in the format, like all the Calyrex Shadow Riders on all the teams, compared to, you know, Miraidon doesn't even care if it clicks Draco into a Terra Fire. Like, okay, well then I'm gonna click,
do it again.
I'll do it again, right? You're forcing your terrestrialization out where there are already naturally ghost types that are already immune to that fighting typing.
It's a good point. Do you want to know something else?
Yes, please.
There are 14 in Incineroar.
Ooh.
Also tracks? Yeah. So
No, it's not super surprising.
No.
That's more than half.
It's like
right?
2/3, right?
That's like saying the sky is blue.
Yeah.
Incineroar is the most used Pokemon in our top cut.
Yeah, I mean, it even went up from usage from, I know day 1 it was right under 50%. I haven't seen the day 2 percentage just yet, but I'm guessing it's maybe
14 out of
14 out of 22 in cut is like
for the
67
day
or
2?
something, 70%.
Guess what? I have that for you.
Oh my gosh.
48.15%.
Okay, so it even went up significantly from day 2 as a whole, just a top cut. I don't really think that's surprising at all. You know, Incineroar is a Pokemon that, in the right hands, is very, very powerful. It can do a lot of things all within one game. And if you're getting the most use out of all the things it can do, that's something a top trainer can do, and a top trainer is going to make top cut. And so you see a bunch of Incineroar there.
Right. Nobody's messing around at this point. All these players are serious. And if you're serious about winning in competitive competition, you throw Incineroar onto the team. And maybe they're also thinking, hey, maybe I could get a silly Incineroar distribution Pokemon for if I win NASC, like Wolf has there. I think that last round with Gabrielle, like just everything we love about the international matches, everybody coming together, seeing the different metagames develop. Has there been anything, I should say, this weekend that you weren't expecting? As we are a North American base, we all team build with our North American friends. We attend our North American regionals. Was there anything from another region that really surprised you?
Well, it's not. I think, and I don't know if it's just kind of singled out to a specific region, but Sneasler?
Yeah, there's at least 2 of them in top cut I saw.
What? Sneasler was so good when we had lower power levels of Pokemon, because we were saying, oh, you know, a Sneasler, pretty good attack stat, very similar to Urshifu.
Yeah.
So when Urshifu's back, why are you using Sneasler? But it kind of makes a lot of sense. You still have poison type coverage, although the one that we saw on stream, Jake, didn't even have Dire Claw. It had Gunk Shot.
I think the difference in power level
like
between this
No, so I saw, okay, just for some back here, one of the, I'm watching every round out there. So when they need their winning in yesterday, and they were using the Sneasler with Gunk Shot, and before I was like, all right, you got this. I have faith. You can do this. And he just looks at me and he's just, Gunk Shot. Like, that's all he said when he lost the match. I was like, oh, my heart's breaking.
I think that happened on stream yesterday, too. Someone needed to hit a Gunk Shot, and it missed, unfortunately.
Well, it's only 80% accurate,
right.
so it's really hard to argue with the accuracy of Dire Claw.
Yeah.
And then you get to play the fun mini game of which status condition am I going to get.
Yeah.
But with Gunk Shot, it does have that chance to miss, and I think it's tough because in formats like this, too, in order to keep up with some of the more powerful Pokemon, you do have to have moves that are just a bit more powerful.
Yep.
And I don't know if Dire Claw's base actually does enough to actually get yourself over the finish line with some of these more tankier Pokemon I think we have.
Yeah, the power level of this format is so much higher that you kind of need that 50% boost in power from Gunk Shot. And it comes at the the downside of a missed chance. You can't put something to sleep and maybe steal the game away that way, but it's working for a few trainers, obviously. I think I know at least 2, maybe a third has made it into Top Cut. And it's just a really nice way to get a lot of speed out of a Pokemon. It's really fast. Most of them are unburdened, I think, with the Electric Seed next to Miraidon, which means it's attacking first, maybe getting some big damage off, and kind of a cool way to give yourself another Pokemon that can kind of keep up with some of those restricteds.
I know the numbers never lie, but the real number heads know Gunk Shot is 50% accurate. You know the rest. You know.
If it hits, it hits. And if it doesn't, that was the 50%.
Gunk Shot, yeah, exactly. Gunk Shot either hits or it misses. So it's not 80%, it's 50%. Jake gets so Jake, he doesn't get mad at me. He gets disappointed.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Jake is disappointed in my math skills every time we bring that up. So we are getting prepared for our first round, our asymmetrical Top Cut, as we call it. There are 22 trainers in Top Cut, all with a 10-2 record or better. So I think if you're some of the players on that top end, right, you're 11-1, you're kind of coasting right now. You're waiting, you're maybe grabbing a drink at the concession stand, or eating some food, relaxing, because there's no stress right now. Everyone else is trying to get onto the level that you've already achieved.
Yeah, because there is that asymmetrical Top Cut, there will be some trainers that don't have to play this first round. They've already essentially locked themselves into the top 16 round, whereas some trainers are going to play kind of a top 30. Like if you lose, you're going to end up top 32. If you win, you do progress into top 16. Top Cut all the same, but there is a big difference in rewards there.
I love that you were talking about the international competition, because I think that was another thing I was looking at when taking a look at these Top Cut players. We have 10 from the United States. We have 1 from Canada, so Marcus Dion is the only representative there.
Who started 0-2. 0-2
yeah,
to
that's crazy.
Massive.
What a comeback, right? But that's half the players here at the North America International Championships that are from North America. There's a pretty big European representation. And so we also have, Marco Silva, Eric Rios, Francesco Piopero. I think Italy takes up about half of the European representation here in the Top Cut, if not more than that for them.
I think Victor Medina is also in. I believe.
Yeah, so 2 players from Spain.
Yeah, of course, Gabriel we just saw from Latin America as well, being a Brazil representative. I know of at least 2 Japanese players, which is also really exciting. Love to get them have some success here in the international stage too.
I think that's one of the coolest parts about these revamped championship point systems that we've been, evolving throughout the years, is that before the Japanese players, when they would come over, it was for the glory, it was for the win, it was to try, but then they would have to, within the home region, still qualify through that before we had our direct invites that we've had the last couple of seasons. Now it's not just money, now it's not just glory and for victory. Now you can, in addition to your own home region tournaments, you could win a North American event like NAIC and get that qualification. So it gives Japanese players more incentive to travel abroad, and it gives the rest of the world that level up playing against a different region that they usually do not have access to.
I feel like another fun game we like to play is wherever the international championship is it going to be a player from the home area that actually takes it, or is it going to be somebody that comes in and actually is able to kind of upset the competition, if you will, in that way? And I feel like for the last 2 internationals we've had this year, it has been a player outside of the home region
True.
that has won. So maybe it is Europe's time to shine, or Japan's,
True.
or LATAM's to take the North America International
or
Championships.
third time's a charm, and finally in NA, we're gonna break the curse. In
I mean,
the NA
PACCON did help us.
Yeah. Well,
That's true.
looking back,
year,
the
so.
last 3 NAICs, we had Patrick last year, so it was a U.S. representative. The year before that was Alex Gomez, so we had a European winner. The year before that was James Evans, so we had an American winner. So if that pattern holds, maybe it's another invader that wins this one, but I'm hopeful for our North American representation. We got a 50-50 chance. This is actually a 50-50, Joe. We found one.
Yes.
We did it.
We did it. We did it, Jake. We found a 50-50 chance of a North American winning the North America International Championships. We will be able to discuss some of the trainers as well, give them some highlights and showcasing, but I think there's some other players that have had important days that are not in top because, as we mentioned, many trainers needed to achieve certain records or certain levels to earn that Worlds qualification. So even if they didn't get top cut, they can still feel victorious, feel happy with how the weekend goes. And the one I think everybody's favorite, Jody Azzarelli, needed his winning in the last round, essentially the winning Worlds in, because it wasn't in for top cut, to get the Worlds qualification. One of the last few players with that invitation right at the end of the bar. It takes till the last round of the last event of the season. I couldn't even imagine how much stress you'd be playing under. So congrats to Jody.
Oh, amazing. Wow. I mean, but it comes down to that, and how much relief do you feel off your shoulders when you're like, oh, thank goodness, like, finally.
I mean, having played in some past seasons where we had a bar of championship points we had to reach to get that Worlds invite, it was much more cut and dry. Like, okay, if I win this round, I know I'm going to get enough points to have an invitation. And when I was playing in those events, like, I played in a regional championship. If I got 6 wins, I got enough points for Worlds, and that 6th win was terrifying. And I got there, but like I can't imagine doing that at the last event of the season. Like this is literally your single last chance to win this one game and make it into Worlds. So the stress of that must have been horrible.
I had a heart rate monitor on when I was playing EUIC like last year, and I was at 3-4, and I was like, one more, please. I just want to go 4-4. It's such a big tournament. This would be so amazing. And so I checked my heart rate monitor afterwards. I think I hit like 140. Like I could feel my heart pounding out of my chest. But as soon as I knew, I was like, I locked the game. I got it. I couldn't believe it. And you can see the instant spike back down.
So, turns out VGC is his own 4 cardio workout.
Yeah.
mental cardio. Exactly.
Yeah,
all right. Well, we are ready to get our top cut started here at the North America International Championship. So we're going to head over to our casters to start our first top cut match.
I mean, we might be in New Orleans, but I definitely feel like I'm at a Coney Island theme park after all the adrenaline and the roller coaster of emotions that our trainers have gone through to get through to this top cut. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to this side of the broadcast. I am Luak Josh Cromie, and I am joined by a fellow Pokemon cowboy like me, Len Duel. How are you feeling right now ahead of Top Cut?
I'm so excited. This is where it gets really serious, right? Every player is win or go home from this moment on. 22 players left in the tournament, left vying for that title of North American International Champion.
I mean, that type of pressure, I don't know if I could tolerate it, so I really do not have a lot of envy for our trainers out there right now. They're going to have to really keep themselves focused and ready as they go into the knockout stages of the tournament. And that really is a different mindset you have to adjust for in that particular moment.
Yeah, some players have been on kind of the knockout phase for a long time. One of our competitors are about to see started the tournament 0-2 and has been in the knockout phase since a couple hours into the day yesterday. So maybe has built some resiliency against the knockout phase. But some players just get to it now. Have had a little bit of a cushion, but now into that top cut, into that single elimination phase, and it's all on the line.
Yes, we can kick it straight to the stage and not keep you good folks waiting any longer. Marcus Dion versus Federico Camparisi. Marcus Dion was the trainer that you were just talking about, went 0-2 early on yesterday and has just been on such a run ever since, and with a very interesting team as well. His opponent, however, Federico, again, a veteran of the competition, a regional champion from across from Europe in Gdansk, as well as being able to win the Grand Challenge multiple times.
2 interesting teams here with a few picks that we don't see very often. The Sneasler picked up a little bit in this tournament, it seems like. And then the Ditto, always an interesting one to see. Where Federico has the Lunala and Ursaluna that we have not seen as much this weekend. Felt like early on in Regulation I, they were a very common pairing that a lot of players were relying on. But over this weekend and some of the last regionals towards leading into this tournament, their usage was not nearly as high.
A lot of trainers were using Lunala for that kind of offensive play as well. They could go for the Meteor Beam with the Power Herb as well, and it looks like a lot of trainers have dropped off of that in order to provide maybe more defensive coverage. But let's focus on Marcus Dion's team first of all. There's a lot of trainers that are, you know, a majority of our trainers are using the Incineroar out there. We've seen the Calyrex Ice Rider, but Ditto is one of those really unique Pokemon that works well in a double restricted format.
Right, you get twice the opportunities to possibly transform into your opponent's restricted Pokemon. This is a team that's very flexible, can transform into a more offensive team when it's got the Sneasler with the Acid Spray to lower special defense and help this Assault Vest Miraidon do damage that closer resembles a Specs Miraidon. Or it can transform into a more defensive team with the Reflect and the Light Screen on Grimmsnarl alongside the Assault Vest from Miraidon, the Leech Seed from Calyrex, and so a lot of kind of dynamic options for the pace to play at within this team. And then Ditto gives you that ultimate bit of transformation, being able to turn into the right Pokemon on the other side as needed.
Yes, and of course we've got utility Pokemon as well, like that Grimmsnarl setting up the Light Screen and the Reflect to provide a little bit of defensive capability support on Marcus's side of the field. That will enable Pokemon like Calyrex and the Miraidon that really are your heavy hitters, both on the physical and special attacking side respectively, to be able to stay out in the field and deal that damage. Moving across to Federico's side, however, this is a little bit more of a traditional team in the sense we've got this Miraidon and Incineroar, but you've also got some key supportive Pokemon in the form of Whimsicott.
Yeah, the last team could play it offensive or defensive. This team can play it fast or slow.
Yeah.
Has the Trick Room along with the Ursaluna that can really threaten if you have too fast of offensive Pokemon out there, but you also have Whimsicott with Tailwind that can push Miraidon's speed up or even Lunala's speed up past the other side. But can it find the offense to break through the defense on the other side? Things like Choice Band or Urshifu might be helpful there to just do such sheer damage. Surging Strike's also helpful for the critical hits breaking through Reflect on the other side and making sure that damage lands safely.
And again, this Miraidon in this side is that one that we've seen cropping up a lot. We've got that Choice Specs, the very traditional form, and well, speaking of Miraidon, it's actually front and center on the field for both of our trainers as we advance into our Masters Top Cut here at the North American International Championships. Both of them actually going for the mirror. They've partnered up with an Incineroar apiece.
Right, one Incineroar on either side, one Miraidon on either side, one Assault Vest on either side, but that's where the similarities end. Miraidon on the near side from Marcus has the Assault Vest, is going to play a little bit differently from the Miraidon on the other side, is able to stand up to more hits, but doesn't have quite the same damage potential. For instance, isn't threatening a KO onto the Incineroar on the other side that itself then has the Assault Vest and is more bulky. Whereas Marcus's Incineroar are much more threatened by the Miraidon on the other side. Of course, both players do have Fake Out available, can go after the respective Miraidons to try to keep them from getting the attacks off this turn.
Yes, and on Marcus' side as well, you do have some variations on that Incineroar, but we're going to be kicking things off straight away with the Terrestrialization out of the blocks here in this game one. It's going to be on the Miraidon. We've seen this time and time again throughout this tournament, Miraidon dropping its defensive weaknesses to opposing Miraidon and turning into that Fairy type so that it will take no damage from a potential Draco Meteor. Possibly, Len, we could be seeing the exact same thing happening across the field here. Federico and Marcus both locking into this on their Miraidons, making sure that Draco Meteor cannot be used on one side, but actually this one is that Electric Terra type, so this one is going to be trying to go all out on the offensive.
Helps fill in some of that offensive gap. How much can it get done, though, with a Fake Out coming in? But it's after the other Incineroar and not going to be able to flinch the Miraidon.
Yeah, the Rocky Helmet going to do a little bit of chip damage here. Of course, we know Federico's Miraidon cannot move here, but Miraidon on Marcus' side, it's unleashed and ready to go. It's got that Electric Terrestrialization to boost up this Electro Drift, and it will find its mark onto the opposing Incineroar and be able to get that knockout.
Well, I led into the turn saying the damage might not be there to pick up the KO on the Incineroar, but with the offensive Electric Terrestrialization, the damage comes through. Lands the KO into the Assault Vest Incineroar on the other side and pays no cost for it because the players weren't confident which Incineroar was going to be faster, and Federico took the risk to target the Fake Out into the Incineroar on the other side, but Fake Out landed after Incineroar had already faked out, giving the complete advantage over to Marcus and the 1-0 lead. But now a move's been locked into, but in Marcus's favor is locked where it does not have to be locked into, is able to switch attacks. The Fake Out on the other side means that that Miraidon hasn't locked in either.
And it's going to be that Draco Meteor finding its mark down onto the Incineroar, gets retaliation. Incineroars are down early on in this game for both of our trainers. Marcus not looking too happy by losing that pivotal piece in his team. But the Miraidon's still able to go for this Electrogist. It has its choice of targets. It can go into this opposing Lunala and break that Shadow Shield. It's also got the Electric Seed boost up. That's not going to affect it in front of the special attackers, but it now does leave Lunala a lot more vulnerable going forward. Lunala, however, just throws Chaos into the realm and goes for a Trick Room.
the dimensions have been twisted. Should mean that Lunala would be the fastest of these three things to move, but Marcus can counter that, just bring in this Calyrex Ice Rider, which should now be the fastest thing to move on the field. The main defensive terrestrialization against Calyrex Ice Rider already in play, though. The Miraidon is a fairy type, no longer weak to Glacial Lance, and Lunala on the other side has Wide Guard to further shut down Glacial Lance. Lunala can also threaten Calyrex back, so you have a little bit of push or pull. Do you want to use the Lunala to do significant damage to Calyrex, or do you want to use it to stop the Glacial Lance from the other side? Meanwhile, the Miraidon on Federico's side has used Draco Meteor already, lowered its special attack, doesn't have quite the same damage potential, and has to worry that an Electro Drift from Miraidon is coming its way now that it no longer resists it. It's also probably the thing moving fastest on the field. We've seen it move before the Miraidon on Marcus's side twice, and pretty typical for a Choice Specs versus Assault Vest training. And so probably in the trick room, this has the disadvantage, but for now, staying on the field.
Yep, no switches. Instead, just the Glacial Lance going to come through and connect onto both of Federico's Pokemon. Lunala moving second in this Trick Room environment can go for this Moongeist Beam. It finds its mark down on the opposing Calyrex. Despite being super effective, though, Calyrex stays in the game as Marcus is able to retaliate with this Electro Drift. Using that Electric Train and the Hadron Engine to boost itself up, it can connect down into Lunala and get a knockout onto one of Federico's restricted. But we got to remember, Federico did keep the Miraidon in play. We know that it's locked into this Draco Meteor, so it's not going to be doing a huge amount of damage, but still a little bit of chip can be devastating. The Calyrex, particularly considering it didn't have a lot of damage, a lot of HP remaining, it will secure a knockout apiece.
The players are both playing this with pace, just going out for KOs, exchange the Incineroars early on, and there, it's not a Wide Guard to stop the Glacial Lance coming from down, it's accepting the Glacial Lance in order to get the Moongeist Beam that enables Draco Meteor to then pick up that KO.
Well, Ditto joins the field, so we're going to see 3 Miraidons in play. Urshifu clearly didn't get the memo to the party here, but again, Federico's able to bring in that Choice Band Urshifu, and depending on how the speeds are going to interact amongst these Miraidons, Urshifu could be in a great position to get some damage on the board, but it has to watch out for the fact that there are 2 electric types opposing on that side of the field. Close combat comes through, that's what it has locked into with its Choice Band. It's left itself more vulnerable with its defenses dropping as well after that attack, enabling Marcus's Miraidon to retaliate with this Electro Drift, but it finds its counter into the opposing restricted.
Electro Drift picks up the KO there into the Terra Fairy Miraidon. Choice Band Urshifu now just vulnerable to the Ditto on the other side.
Yep, exactly. Getting all tongue-tied there on the match itself. Ditto is able to go for the Electro Drift, will be able to find its mark down into the opposing Urshifu and get that one-hit KO. I don't think anybody was doubting that that wasn't going to be able to get the knockout, however.
Plenty of damage there. The Urshifu just not really positioned in the right spot at the end of the game, didn't have a KO available to it despite the Choice Band, and had no protection against the double electrics on the other side. The game just kind of simplified down in a way that wasn't in Federico's favor. The Miraidon was stuck on the other side at lowered special attack, unable to get off the field and reposition. The Urshifu couldn't protect itself, couldn't switch out either, and so they just went down. I think all those early trades just ended up working out in Marcus's favor, especially that turn of Glacial Lance plus Electro Drift to pick up Lunala.
I think all these little elements of speed were kind of weaving like a willow throughout the match in order to try and gain momentum right from the very beginning as well, with those fake out turns coming through from the Incineroars. Additionally as well, I like the way Federico kept the Miraidon in play to get these knockouts. You KO'd the Incineroar this turn, you could utilize it on the Calyrex Ice Rider in the next turn, but then unfortunately it just was not dealing enough damage, and in a counter way, Marcus's own Miraidon with that electric terrestrialization as well was just so formidable on the field. By dropping as well the Dragon typing, you didn't have to worry as much about Draco Meteor, and it just gave Marcus, I think, a lot more flexibility in play.
Right, it stayed on the field for all of those turns completely healthy. Had it been damaged at some point, then maybe Urshifu has that KO available to it. But because it just stayed untargeted for so long, putting out so much damage, it can eventually easily close out that game. And part of the reason that it was never targeted is the Assault Vest kind of dissuaded the offense there. The Draco Meteor into the Assault Vest, the Moongeist Beam into the Assault Vest, they aren't going to do quite the damage. And despite that defensive itemization, Marcus was still finding the necessary damage from his own side.
And the Trick Room as well made it a little bit difficult for Federico to utilize, but looks like we're going to have an exact run back here of Game 1. Incineroar and Miraidon out front and center for both of these trainers, but whether or not they're going to be able to take the knowledge learned from Game 1 about the speeds, we'll have to find out.
The Intimidate comes from Marcus's Incineroar first, this time consistent with the fake out speed that we saw in the last one. Both Terastallizations ended up getting used on turn 1 in Miraidons in the first game. Wouldn't be surprised to see a repeat of that. Both Miraidons very vulnerable to each other as long as they stay a Dragon and Electric type. But if you can kind of call your opponent's bluff, say you're not really going to put that attack into Miraidon anyway and not have to spin the Terastallization, it could be a valuable resource save for later.
Well, I'm not surprised to see some Sparkles get on the stage amongst these trainers. Once again, a turn 1 Terastallization coming through for Marcus here. In the previous game, though, we did see the opposing Miraidon go for the Terastallization first, so possibly indicating that Federico is not going to be Terastallizing here, and that's exactly the case. The Fake Out will go down into that opposing restricted, and it looks like the Incineroar on the other side is going to echo and mirror the exact same play. So no big damage coming through, but at least from Federico's side, you can see that Marcus has played the Terastallization card.
Right, only one Terastallization used, Fake Out exchanged. Kind of an interesting position that if Marcus had opted to fake out the Incineroar on the other side, Miraidon would have been able to attack and might have had a chance to attack the unterastallized Miraidon on the other side. We'll have to see if Miraidon stays unterastallized on this turn as Incineroar flees to the back.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of board rotation here for Marcus. As he brings the Ditto into play, we're seeing a little more early doors in this game too, because it can capitalize on the fact that there isn't a Miraidon on the opposing side, and we're kind of back in the same situation we saw at the end of that game 1. 3 Miraidons on the field and 1 other Pokemon. Draco Meteor is a move of choice though, and it's going to catch the Ditto switching in, but it is rocking that Focus Sash, so it will give it a little bit longevity on the field. It is going to be able to eat that up and reduce, of course, the special attack thanks to that move on the Miraidon on Federico's side. Miraidon on Marcus' side, however, going for that Electro Drift, it's going to be able to find its mark down against the opposing Incineroar here, using that Electric Terrain to try and get a significant amount of damage on the board, really weakening it up for later plays. But Incineroar, able to stay in the game, can go for the U-turn, switch up, and allow Federico to adjust the board position with these 2 new restrictors in front.
We see the same offense from both players on turn 2 that we saw before. The Draco Meteor into what was the Incineroar for Marcus, but this time it's the Ditto taking that spot. With the Focus Sash, maybe the best thing to take, because we saw that Draco Meteor just KO Incineroar previously. Meanwhile, Electro Drift goes into Incineroar, and where it picked up the KO in the last game, after some damage had gone down, this time isn't able to. The Incineroar stays relatively healthy, gets off the field, and now Lunala is in. But a big advantage for Marcus that this time as Lunala hits the field, and Incineroar is still lurking in the back. One of Lunala's kind of worst enemies here.
That's something you have to be cognizant of for sure. We are going to see the Draco Meteor come through from the Miraidon Ditto into that opposing Lunala and breaking the Focus Sash. Ditto will be KO'd here. Looks like Marcus is very happy to see this play, possibly indicating that the Lunala, not the Lunala, the Miraidon with the Electric Terrain is going to be targeting down into possibly Lunala, trying to remove from play with this Electro Drift. You're going to be able to find your mark using the Electric Terrain into that Shadow Shield broken Lunala. So much damage on the board, and it will secure the knockout. That's exactly what Marcus wanted from this turn.
Simply enough damage, 2 massive Miraidon doing damage into Lunala. 1 goes down. I know, a little bit fortunate for Marcus there to win the speed tie. The Ditto had transformed into exactly the same speed as the Miraidon on the other side, but still gets to move first and put that Draco Meteor into Lunala, and then just go down. That means that the Miraidon on Federico's side now is at -4 special attack. Really, with that Assault Vest on the other side, and Incineroar being fairly bulky here is not much of a threat to either of these Pokemon. Is going to need to go off the field. So not only is Federico down in Pokemon here, but also down in pace. I guess even in Pokemon, but down in the significance of those Pokemon with Lunala already gone. But then down in pace, because Miraidon's going to need to leave the field. That means kind of the fake out coverage that you have this turn can only protect that switch. Meanwhile, Marcus is free to continue to hound Federico with the Electro Drift, with attacks from his own Incineroar.
Well, this is something you said in Game 1 is how important pace was in this set, and Game 2 is turning out to be exactly the same story. We are going to see an adaptation from Federico, though, switching Pokemon out on the field to bring in these Ursaluna, as Fake Outs are just traded across by 1 Incineroar into the opposing one that's going for this knockoff. That's a great call here. You're able to knock off the Flame Orb onto that opposing Ursaluna, meaning it's not going to get that Guts boost for free.
2 significant things here. First, in Game 1, we saw the Trick Room from Lunala, but there was not much follow-through on it. So Federico makes the adjustment to have the Ursaluna available, to have more follow-through from the Trick Room, but Lunala never got the chance. Just got doubled up and KO'd. Means Ursaluna is really stuck here. And it's even more stuck here because it takes the knockoff on the switch-in because of that pace disadvantage that Federico was at after needing to switch the -4 Miraidon out. So Ursaluna pays the cost for that. Switches into a knockoff, loses its Flame Orb, and loses both its offensive firepower not being burnt and the speed advantage with not having Trick Room available to it.
I think if the Incineroars had traded Fake Outs like I was anticipating, it could have been great for Federico, free switch in, getting that burn up, but just was not to be. Instead, forced to make another adaptation, bringing the Incineroar off the field so it can Fake Out later on, but bringing that Miraidon back into the fray. Miraidon on Marcus' side is able to go for the Volt Switch, so again, Marcus able to get a pivot out of his own, but with damage on the field as well, enabling that little bit of chip constantly into the opposing Pokemon on Federico's side. It now gives him the opportunity to bring in a Pokemon like Calyrex that can threaten with those Glacial Lances.
The ground offense on the other side means there's still significant damage here. Ursaluna is threatening Miraidon and Incineroar quite a lot, and Miraidon has still got a lot of firepower at those choice specs.
Exactly, and Ursaluna, unfortunately is going to have its attack lowered to add a little bit of insult to injury, as Incineroar also takes a leaf out of this adaptation book and is able to rotate off the field. Miraidon's able to rejoin now, and again, Marcus in a position where you can apply pressure going forward into this next turn. The electric terrestrialization really giving it extra power against Pokemon like the opposing Miraidon. Ursaluna, however, actually is finally going to be able to have a say in this match, gets the knockout onto the Miraidon, forcing Marcus actually into 2 Pokemon remaining, so we know that Incineroar is going to be forced to come through and support this Calyrex.
Lands the headlong rush into the right spot. Marcus hoping that between switching the Calyrex in there and then getting the parting shot first to lower the attack one stage, Calyrex probably would have taken that headlong rush quite well. But instead it's Miraidon who has to take it and easily go down. The good news is that Incineroar comes back in here again. Now Ursaluna is at -2 attack, and without such a juicy target as the Miraidon on the other side, can now offer Fake Out into Miraidon that can cover a Glacial Lance that would hurt both of these Pokemon quite a bit. Incineroar very low in the back probably also goes down to Glacial Lance if it comes in.
And the Miraidon on Federico's side cannot protect either because it has that choice spec, so it is going to be a very vulnerable target. At least on Federico's side, you have 3 Pokemon, you have the utility to switch one out, and the choice is going to be on that Ursaluna, trying to keep it nice and safe, bringing in that Incineroar. It can go for that Intimidate, try and do some damage into the opposing Incineroar. It can obviously connect down onto the Calyrex. This is the leftovers variant, not the clear Amulet, so that will weaken some of the offensive pressure that Marcus is not able to get rid of because he does not have the flexibility to switch out. Terrestrialization does finally come through for Federico, and once again it is going to be on this Miraidon, so it's going to be dropping its weakness to the Dragon types, turning into a Fairy, will be taking a little bit of shit with the Fake Out, but then it really comes down to what this opposing Calyrex is going to go for. Glacial Lance will come through and connect into both targets, but they're going to be able to take it really well.
Incineroar manages to hang on. I think that's quite significant so that it can offer Fake Out on this turn. Miraidon finally has to use the Terrestrialization to make sure it doesn't go down to the Glacial Lance on that turn. Incineroar probably wouldn't have taken Fake Out and Glacial Lance if it had tried to switch into the Miraidon slot.
That's true.
And so manages to keep both Pokemon around with that play. But significant that Electric Terrain's not around here. Going to be maybe need to get Miraidon off the field again to get the sheer damage. Otherwise, the Incineroar and Calyrex look like pretty healthy targets for a Miraidon that does not have Electric Terrain.
Well, Marcus switching things onto the defensive now, going for the Protect with the Calyrex, as Miraidon just goes straight for the Draco Meteor into the opposing Incineroar. Now that it was able to reset those drops from earlier, it gets a solid one-hit KO of damage, leaving Marcus with just the Calyrex on the field. I think Marcus was shocked to see that, judging by his expression. Incineroar trying to pivot off, but to no avail.
Maybe surprised at the damage, maybe surprised at the move selection, but really significant that Miraidon manages to do that while Federico still has the Pokemon in the back. That means that the Miraidon can just flee to the back if it wants to. Otherwise, maybe it's just enough damage with Incineroar and the Miraidon moving first. Probably, though, Ursaluna is going to move after a Calyrex if they end up against each other later on. And so, yeah, you need to preserve the Miraidon to make sure you have the full power of an Electric Terrain boosted Electro Drift to follow through.
Exactly, and you can bring the Ursaluna back in. It could be detrimental for it, but as you said, the key thing is keeping that Miraidon nice and safe in the back. You can bring that Electric Terrain back to the field as well. Glacial Lance will come through, however. It is going to be able to get the knockout onto the Incineroar, but Ursaluna actually able to hang on as well. Those Intimidates from Incineroar earlier really weakening the offensive capabilities of this Calyrex and putting Federico into a great position to close out this game.
Should have the damage to do it with Electro Drift from the other side. Like you mentioned, the Intimidate, without the Clear Amulet, this more defensive set that both has leftovers instead of Clear Amulet and is trained to be more defensive, doesn't have the offense to just get the KO on Miraidon, but it wouldn't have mattered if it did because the Miraidon was just going to finish through with Electro Drift.
Well, Marcus sees what's happening, locks in that forfeit, so Federico's going to take game 2, even the score, and once again, Len, we have a game 3. I always love to see it at this level of competitive play. I mean, you mentioned pace was very, very important in this particular game. Where do you think Marcus lost the pace and where Federico was able to gain that momentum in this game 2?
Yeah, it felt like things were just flying back and forth so quickly. But I think at the position where, even though it felt like Ursaluna came on the field relatively poorly positioned, because those 2 targets on the other side were weak to ground. I mean, didn't have to rely on Facade for that offense, so the lack of burn didn't hurt it as much. And those were 2 vulnerable enough targets that they were going to go down to Headlong Rush. And then when the Headlong Rush was targeted correctly so that it finished the KO onto Miraidon, things really swung back into Federico's favor because Marcus was the first player down to only 2 Pokemon who lost the flexibility to switch around. With kind of the missing protects across both of these teams, the being down to only 2 Pokemon can be so limiting.
And I think as well we saw in that game too that Federico in particular was really trying to switch Pokemon up, whether it was switching them off with a U-turn or just doing the hard switches with the Miraidon as well. Switching up that ball position was critical. I like the observation with the Ursaluna because I think when I saw it come in and take that knockoff, it was like, this is devastating. This is not the strategy you normally want to go for. But as you mentioned, just having that ground typing, you can still apply so much pressure, particularly when Ditto keeps wanting to turn into Miraidons as well. But I think I've seen this story before, Miraidon Incineroar lead for both of our trainers here in Top Cut.
We've seen it a couple times. We'll see it probably some more. The Miraidons up against each other. Now, let's remember back in Game 1, both immediately used Terrestrialization. In Game 2, Federico preserved the Terrestrialization and probably ended up being significant because the Miraidon then later switched into a Volt Switch and 4 times resisted it as an Electric and Dragon type. If it had been a Fairy type instead, that would have been the damage to let Glacial Lance later KO in that same game.
You've got to keep thinking about where these damage stacks up, whether it's set earlier in the game or whether it's a double target in a particular turn. You have to get those damages on the board to get the knockouts, but it looks like Marcus is committing with the Terrestrialization on this Miraidon 3 times in a row in this set, trying to make sure that it's going to have extra offensive capabilities as well as not having to worry so much about Draco Meteor. You don't have to worry about it at all if your Incineroar is able to go for that fake out to the opposing Miraidon. That's exactly what both of these Incineroars are doing. Just a very slow turn 1 here.
So far, we're on Game 2 script. This is exactly how we started the last game. It'll be interesting to see if both players, kind of where they deviate from that script. Last time it was Incineroar switching out to Ditto to try to get the transformation, but this time the same play isn't available. Incineroar is opposite Incineroar. So if you switch the Incineroar out to Ditto, you'll just have a second Incineroar on the field instead of a third Miraidon joining the play, which is much more difficult to play with. So Marcus has to be looking for other options. Meanwhile, Federico's shown a high propensity to just throw those Draco Meteors at Incineroar, look for the KO. Got it in Game 1. Didn't get it on the first try, Game 2, but then eventually got the KO. Let's see it again, but this time it's the Draco Meteor in the other slot and not the KO into Miraidon.
I mean, it's got its glasses on where it's able to connect these Draco Meteors, but this time, as you mentioned, not able to get the knockout. Miraidon on Marcus' side, however, is going to try and show the opposing Miraidon how it's done with this Electric Drift into the Incineroar, but again, not able to get the knockout without a little bit of additional damage. Incineroar tries to get that with the U-turn, but again, to no avail. Both of the Miraidon's able to take this damage, and Federico able to go for an adaptation here, switching that Incineroar into the back, gives him free utility to bring in something maybe even like the Ursaluna onto the field. It's in a position now where unless a knockoff is going that way, which it was, but not into that slot, it's able to this time get the burn boost up.
Interesting to see the knockoff go into the Miraidon, maybe expecting a switch in that spot. Does some good damage in the Miraidon, but does open up switching moves. Means the Miraidon could just try to Volt Switch itself off the field now that the choice specs aren't there, limiting it to Draco Meteor. Meanwhile, this time Ursaluna is successfully burnt. Comes onto the field without taking a knockoff, and is once again facing 2 ground-weak Pokemon that cannot afford to take a Headlong Rush. And there's not a lot of really bulky options in the back for Marcus. We can see the Calyrex and the Ditto both don't really want to take a Guts-boosted Headlong Rush, maybe even after you get a Parting Shot to try to weaken it some. Ursaluna also a kind of a poor target for Ditto, because while you'll copy the abilities and moves, you won't copy the Flame Work. So you don't end up burnt and you don't have that same offensive boost.
I think as well there's some advantages to losing your choice specs. Yes, you're not dealing as much damage, but at least you have some flexibility to pick between moves. That could be something that could be helpful to Federico. But we're going to see Marcus bring in this Calyrex Ice Rider. So again, trying to bring the Restricted onto the field to apply pressure with these Glacial Lances. So I think it's a very wise Terrestrialization coming through on the Miraidon once again here for Federico. Dropping that Dragon weakness to those Ice moves, turning into the Fairy type, does give it a lot more capabilities on the field to stay in the game. It also enables a boost to this Dazzling Gleam. It's going to be able to hit both of Marcus' Pokemon. Significant damage on the Incineroar thanks to that critical hit and a little bit of chip into Calyrex. Incineroar, you know, saying you did get your burn, Guts activation here, but I'm going to still lower your attack by 1 stage and try and neutralize you as best I can.
Really significant critical hit. You know, the lack of choice specs opens up the option for Dazzling Gleam, just looking to finish off Miraidon and get some chip into whatever switches in otherwise. Because of the critical hit, now Incineroar, a very valuable Pokemon in this match. Valuable enough that Federico's been willing to commit Draco Meteor to it 3 times so far, is down to 58 health, just about a quarter of its health. It's going to not have nearly the same staying power if it has to come in and fight something like the Lunala later on.
Looks like the Miraidon might be on borrowed time though on Marcus' side. It manages to avoid the Facade. That goes into the Calyrex, does a significant chunk of damage to it. And Calyrex, it is that bulkier one where it's got the leftovers. It has the potential to even go for a Leech Seed later on, but at the pace these trainers are playing at, I don't think it's going to be able to have the time granted to it to set that up.
Right, Miraidon may be meant to come in sacrificially just to take whatever Ursaluna was doing, but because it's stuck on the field, we know slower than the Miraidon against the other side, just very vulnerable. And a Dazzling Gleam will just pick up that KO and means that slot can't really attack. Calyrex might then be able to get an attack off, but to what target and how mitigated will it be by that point if Incineroar comes back in?
Yep, Ursaluna just switching out. It can reset the drop that it took from the parting shot earlier, and Lunala is restricted, could come on and enjoy the fact that the electric terrain is there to boost up that electric seed. That will help it in the face of that Calyrex, and Miraidon already knows it's in a position, like you said, it's faster, it can deal with this opposing Miraidon so that the Lunala can feel safe. It doesn't have to contend with something Miraidon can send its way, and it has now the defensive capabilities to deal with anything potentially that the Calyrex wants to throw forward.
Marcus just feels one step behind in this game so far, but gets a really valuable Glacial Lance here, picks up some damage. It seems to be one step behind all of the adjustments. In game 2, got the Incineroar pivot out into a full health Incineroar or rather the Incineroar pivot out into a full health Miraidon and just lost it. This time it was the Incineroar pivot out to a very low health Miraidon, maybe hoping the same play would happen. But the positioning loss when the KO didn't go into Miraidon, instead damage went into Calyrex, was really devastating.
I think this is interesting as well for the Ditto. This time it's not the restricted Miraidon, but it's going to be turning into a Lunala. It's at this full HP. We know it's got that Focus Sash as well, so it has some flexibility.
Also still has Shadow Shield. Now Focus Sash and Shadow Shield a little bit redundant, but means it is not as vulnerable on this turn. If it can again win the speed tie and target down the Lunala on the other side, there's no Terastallization available to protect that Lunala, and could get good damage, but there are 2 good resistances in the back of that Lunala slot, but no switches.
Well, I think with Shadow Shield, Focus Sash, you want to try and make sure that this Lunala is going to be utilized in this position, and one way for Federico to stop that from happening is to chip that Shadow Shield and that Focus Sash in combination with that Volt Switch. Not only does it successfully reduce the defensive capabilities of the Lunala, but it allows you this pivot into the Incineroar. The Intimidate's going down against this Calyrex, weakening it further, being able to apply pressure with the Fake Out in the next turn, as Ditto can move here, go for the Moongeist Beam, taking to the skies, and will find its mark down onto that opposing Lunala and absolutely remove it from play.
2 really significant speed ties for Ditto so far in this match. You have to imagine the Lunala on the other side was hunting Lunala on this side. There's no protect, no switch to Ursaluna or Incineroar in that slot. Instead, Lunala stays vulnerable and takes a Moongeist Beam from its duplicate over on Marcus's side.
Yep, Miraidon able to rejoin the field on Federico's side. This is going to be able to set that electric terrain, using the Hadron Engine again to apply a lot of pressure, but you have to really pick your targets here because Ditto is threatening.
Ditto is threatening, but the health bars are starting to look fairly low for Marcus. Incineroar in the back cannot take a hit from Miraidon. Calyrex is now low enough that with Miraidon's special attack not lowered, it cannot take a health hit. And no Pokemon on Marcus's side is going to move before something on Federico's side unless some kind of retransformation into Miraidon happens. That makes it really difficult to safely get an attack off when you're being hunted by Miraidon at all times. Incineroar also has Fake Out available this turn, further limiting your options. And with Shadow Shield broken, we saw the damage into an actual Lunala earlier. The damage into the Ditto Lunala is just going to be Crater, so Miraidon should be threatening a KO into this Lunala.
Well, the seconds are ticking down. Marcus possibly out of options, but the Draco Meteor will find its mark, remove the Ditto from play. Yes, you are going to be weakening your defenses, and something like the Calyrex can come through, but Incineroar is going to be in a prime position to try and deal damage to it with that Flare Blitz. You don't even need to slow it down when you know you outspeed. No Fake Out needed. Flare Blitz will get the job done, meaning that Marcus only has that Incineroar in the back to deal with the 3 remaining Pokemon on Federico's side.
Yeah, and that's just it. There's no way for it to happen, right? Incineroar will eventually lose to this Miraidon. Wouldn't be surprised to see Federico take all odds out of it by getting Miraidon off the field to reset the move selection and make sure that Electro Drift is at full power. And meanwhile, Incineroar is just a sitting duck, cannot take a 3v1. So instead, Marcus just concedes the match and is knocked out of the tournament as Federico moves into the top 16.
Incredible plays from both of these trainers. It always brings me joy and happiness to see a Ditto on the field, but Federico knew a way to work around it. Even when Marcus was able to, on occasion, have 3 restricted Pokemon in play, Federico had a way to deal with it. Constantly looking at the speed interactions, constantly looking at the ball position. His adaptations through games 2 and 3 make him a worthy victor in this set.
Really strong play to win, despite losing those speed ties to the Ditto on the other side, but just finding a way to make those trades work out in his favor.
Yeah, and I really like the way, particularly in that game 3, there were adaptations on both sides. You know, Ursaluna was able to actually come in and get the Flame Wall boost up. That made it immediately a lot more threatening. I like the way that the Ditto this time became the Lunala and was able to deal with the opposing Lunala. It just, I think, gave it a little bit more intensity in certain places. But for me, this Miraidon, the fact that you had this late game Terra Fairy in games 2 and 3 just gave it a lot more flexibility throughout the set.
it was doing so much damage and had the staying power. It was able to get through Glacial Lance in both of those games because of the Fairy Terastallization. The protection of the Flame War, making sure that Ursaluna stayed burned, also opened up the option for Facade, which is what chipped most of the damage down onto this really bulky Calyrex and meant that it was always feeling a little bit vulnerable to Federico on the other side.
I think that's definitely been the tale of this entire set from both of our trainers, as well as constantly calculating what it's going to take to be able to get that eventual knockout. We saw a lot of damage being done here, there, and everywhere, but not necessarily KOs, but they were then followed up in later turns. And as we saw, I think it was one of the Miraidons from games 1 and 2, we saw that without that additional bit of damage, it wasn't able to get the knockout. So I think teamwork really made the dream work here.
Yeah, knowing all of your calculations is so important, especially when a match is going to play out in that way, where it feels like every turn some decisive attack is happening, and you're trying to hope that you've built the right house of cards, the right bit of damage to make sure that your opponent's team collapses before yours does.
Exactly, and of course Marcus Dion has had a tremendous event here. Yes, they have been knocked out of the competition, but as we were saying earlier, starting the tournament 0-2 and then advancing all the way to top cut at the North American International Championships, that's still an awesome achievement.
Yeah, just an incredible run to be on the edge that entire time, but make it through all the way here to the top cut to a really respectable top 32 finish.
Yes, and of course Federico Camperosi will be advancing into the next round of competition, into the next top cut match, and I think that's where things get even more intense. We had over 1,000 players here that started the tournament yesterday, and we are whittling it down to a top 16, which is absolutely incredible. One of those trainers will be our champion tomorrow.
Yeah, just 16 candidates left for the title of North American International Champion, and candidates representing regions all over the world, Japanese players, European players, American players. We just lost our last Canadian player, unfortunately, but still lots of international representation here.
It happens to the best of them, doesn't it? But all of these trainers, with every round of Top Cut as well, they're getting one move closer to becoming the champion, to being able to lock in potential Worlds invites, to be able to feel that gold rush of the prizes as well that could come through. So there's so much still at stake for them to play. They've got to keep calm and composed and just take it one game at a time.
Yeah, and it just means the pressure mounts round by round. You feel like you're making it so far and you just are so close to the end there, and it just means that every round, every turn, every input becomes so stressful.
And it's not just our Masters divisions battling it out as well. We have our juniors and seniors competing today as well in their tournament runs. And for them as well, they are the future generation of our Master Pokemon players as well. They have different meta games, but they have to still go through the same hoops, the same intensity, and just out there on the floor, there's so much amazing competitive action to soak up and enjoy.
Well, to hear a little bit about that intensity, let's go over to Evan, who has Federico ready for an interview.
Thanks, Len. I am here on stage with our first top 16 competitor to qualify through the play-in round, Federico Camperosi. Federico, congratulations. How are you feeling after that win?
I'm feeling very good. Game 1 was weird because our Incineroar were speed dyings, and this just showed up in turn 1, and some friends of us, like both Chappa playing Marco's team and Luca playing my team, played each other before the tournament. And Luca told me my Incineroar would have been faster, and then I saw the Intimidate going first, so I was like, okay, I can fake out the Incin. And then the third one was really, really bad, and game 1 was pretty funny, but I'm feeling very good. That's also my first time getting more than top 32 in international. I always had really good finishes at Worlds and Regionals, but never got more than top 32 in international, so I feel very good.
Yeah, it's really exciting. This is actually your best placement in the Masters division so far in the International Championships. How far do you think you can take it?
I'm just gonna aim to win.
Yeah, you just have to win right now. How are you feeling? You had that first game 1. How do you bounce back from something like that to then take those next 2 games as cleanly as you did?
So I knew I could have played safer turn 1, like as I always did in the next 2 games. I could just fake out the Miraidon. And that was a risky play, knowing Incineroar were in speed dies, of course. In game 1, I fake out the Incin because I wanted to take more immediate pressure, and it made sense in my head, assuming that my Incin was faster. Then I also decided to go for the Ursaluna. I would expected the game to develop in a bit different way, and Urshifu didn't work as I expected in game 1, because also I would have actually won game 1 if I had Ursaluna in the back in the end, despite having a really bad start. So this made me understand in a really easy way how good Ursaluna would have been. Since it would have still won me a game that was really bad, it was pretty easy to understand it was the right thing to adapt. And then I just decided to keep calm because I knew the matchup was on my side, and I definitely could have won it. I just lost one game in a way I didn't expect it, but it feels great.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so important to stay calm in those situations, and that's what helps get you to this knockout stage and beyond, especially. And I'm really interested in your team because we've been seeing Miraidon and Lunala kind of falling off as a duo over the course of this regulation, but you still believe in it. What is it about that combo that you still believe in?
So Miraidon is just my favorite restricted. I think it's just the strongest Pokemon in the format. So I played Miraidon for all the late regulation G. And also started playing regulation high with that, so I just felt like I'm gonna stick with Miraidon and try to find out what's the best comp. And I started playing this 6 even before Milwaukee. So after Milwaukee, I saw that the team was doing very great, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna stick with it. That's the first time ever I play a single team for that long time, and I got top 16 in Bologna. I'm top 16 here, so it's feeling great. It's feeling like the high amount of practice is paying off. I think the team is still good. Definitely not as good as how good it was in the first weeks, but it was just the team I was the best at. So I just felt like the team still had it, and I wanted to give the team a really good last run here. So that's pretty much why I'm using it.
Yeah, well, definitely already giving that team a really good last run so far. I'm going to go ahead and let you get started so you can start getting ready for your next match in the top 16. But is there anyone you'd like to shout out, anyone you'd like to thank who's helped you get this far?
Yeah, sure. I would like to shout out, first of all, my team, Novo Esports, and all my friends from Il Server and Il Sucks, all the best guys in the Italian community who always support me. Of course, my family as well, and especially also my friend Luca Ceribelli, who is also running the same team and he's also in top 16. He just has been my prep partner for this entire time in this format, so definitely a big shout out to him.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again on making it into the top 16 and hopefully beyond. We'll let you go get sorted for that. For right now, though, we have even more action here in New Orleans at the Louisiana at the North American International Championships. And I'm looking for him, but I think Joe's out there somewhere who's got some updates for us. Joe, where are you?
Hey, Evan, I'm right here where we belong, on the floor with one of our Top Cut members, Mr. Tommy Coolleen. Congratulations, you won the asymmetrical round of Top Cut. You are in the top 16 for the first time in over 7 years. You're at the Top Cut of an international championship, brother. How are you feeling?
It's really awesome. It's been so long since I've been able to make it back here, make it all the way to the top. I've had a couple near misses, some day twos, some heartbreak in the end, but to finally show that I can compete at the top level with all these great players again feels awesome.
Yeah, honestly, you're a trainer that I talk to a lot for advice on team building and ideas and concepts. So I always know that you're always bringing the heat. You know the best moves. So talk us through your team. Why has your team been so successful this weekend?
Honestly, Miraidon has just been an amazing Pokemon. I have been running Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider, which is not my normal style. I'm usually a hyper offense, an aggro player, but I decided to try something new, try and make up for some of my faults that I might have had in the past. So, of course, our best buddy Justin Burns helped me through the process, and we're here now.
Yeah, shout out Justin. Couldn't rely on Ultra Necrozma this time around. There. So, what was your toughest match the whole weekend so far? And don't say the upcoming top 16, because we know that's the real answer, obviously. Besides top 16, what was your toughest matchup the whole weekend?
Oh, Swordfish is definitely the toughest matchup. Kyogre Zacian is so oppressive. Zacian can do so much damage to both of our restricted, and it's really, really hard to play safely. So that was one of my losses in day one, and I'm really not surprised that I lost to it. And that's the goal, is just not play it again.
Yes, fingers crossed. We'll see what happens there. So you need a top 4 to get your qualification for the World Championships. And I think there were a lot of players in your shoes that needed that top 16, top 32 wouldn't do. You had to go for broke. Essentially, you're here, you're in a great spot with that chance to earn a World Championship qualification. What's your mentality been like all weekend, knowing you essentially had to be one of the 4 best trainers in the room or you weren't going to get a World's qualification?
I think I'm just playing with house money at this point. I think that no matter what, as long as I am winning the game in front of me, I'm going to be happy. And if I do happen to go all the way, that'll be awesome. But even if I don't, I'm just really proud to be back here, back competing again after, like you said, I think it's been over 7 years since the last time I top cut a tournament. So, or top cut a NASE. So, yeah, I'm just regardless of what happens, I am just so proud with how I've played so far, so proud of my support system that has given me so much help, and I'm going to try and do it for them, but no matter what happens, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, you gotta do it for me too. You gotta do it for me. So, besides Justin Burns, let's talk about the rest of that support system. Last question for you so you can get ready for your match. Who are some players, friends, loved ones you want to shout out supporting you here this weekend?
Oh, I've been playing this game for over 13 years now, so I've had so many people help me along the way. All the guys from Tub, Justin Burns, of course, even my day ones from all the way back in the day, Jen and Avos and Jake. My parents have always been so supportive. I have probably the best support system in the entire world. I can pretty confidently say that. I have so many people in my corner that care about me a lot, and I am beyond grateful for all the support that they give me.
Tommy Cooley, no ducks, no buzzwall, no problem. Top Cut 2025 NAIC. We're going to take a quick break. We come back, we'll have our first top 16 match here for the Video Game Championships.
I actually work for a major airline. So we do doubles, so 16-hour shifts. So I'll do a double and then have like 2 weeks off, which I'm doing right now. And then I was just playing Pokemon on my time off and then playing with friends.
You just kind of find it within yourself and make sure Pokemon Go is like an outlet. You know, you're really busy and you want to take some time off and just have a nice break instead of like a chore or a liability. And when I find that good balance, when I enjoy the game the most.
I work part-time while I'm also going to college. So usually what I'll do is I'll do all my homework, I'll go to work and all that. And then if I have any extra time, I'll just sit around and play Pokemon for a little bit.
It's a lot harder than it looks, but as long as you focus and just keep your goals in line, you can definitely like achieve it. But also don't be afraid that like every now and then you can take a break. You can just play some practice matches or just go to locals and take a break from regional for a month or two. It's okay. There's so much to do, but honestly, as long as you enjoy it, sometimes I might pass out at the end of the day and feel like I just walked 10 miles in a venue, but it's fun. I love it.
It's mostly trying to find direct time in between when I work at night and when I work at my day job. And I've just been trying to at least find little moments here and there to at least practice on live and at least try and get some practice for events like this, or try to find some local leagues, at least at on the Pokemon website.
It should be all right if you find out time for that.
The balance for me is this is a thing I only do once in a while, and I do it with friends, so it's social and I don't lose my mind over it.
Welcome back out to the floor of NAIC. My name is Adam Watson, and I've grabbed Paul to rate the first partner Pokemon, the grass types. Let's see how he does.
All right, we're going to go with Bulbasaur, S tier, because, it's an OG, so he's got to be up there. We're going to go with Chikorita in A tier. That one just, for me. We're going to go with...
I think we like the Chikorita in A.
Yep, we're going to go with B tier, actually.
Okay.
Sprigatito, because right now it's on the show currently, so we're going to go S tier.
Sprigatito. Sprigatito has won everyone's hearts.
There you go. We're going to go with Trico in A.
I think these are pretty solid ratings so far, but we'll see if our audience agrees.
We're going to go Grookey in A as well, too.
Ooh, Grookey. Okay, a little bit of love there.
Yep. We're going to go Turtwig in C tier.
Ooh, a little bit of fake out there, folks. What do you think about the Turtwig rating?
We're going to go Chespin in C tier as well, too. We're going to go Snivy in
And that's Paul's tier list, everyone. Do you agree? Let us know. We'll get back to some Pokemon action shortly.
Ah, yes, there you all are, just as I left you and definitely not posed. Hello, NAIC. I hope you've been having an incredible weekend so far. I'm Brian David Gilbert, longtime Pokemon fan, Poke Rap enthusiast, and, believe it or not, the host of the very first official Pokemon game show. Today, I'm so excited to share with you all some details about the Gotta Catch 'em All game show, like how the game is played, and also how you can get involved in the chaos from home. The team has been working so hard behind the scenes to make something unique and fun, and we really hope you come check it out. All right, roll the clip. The Gotta Catch 'em All game show is a multiple choice trivia quiz with a twist. Each question has a Pokemon attached to it. To win the game, you need to have all 4 of these victory Pokemon in your collection at the same time. Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, and of course Pikachu. The Pokemon you collect in the quiz each have a one-time effect, which can be broken into 4 categories. There are supportive Pokemon, which have positive effects that help you shape the game, and there are disruptive Pokemon, which bring a bunch of negative effects that aggravate your opponents. Both groups only require a single copy of a certain Pokemon in your collection to use its effect. Then we have Victory Pokemon, the main win condition of the game, with effects so powerful that they require 2 of the same Pokemon in your collection to use them. And finally, Magikarp, which does nothing, actually? That can't be right. Maybe we should try collecting as many as we can to see what happens. Once an effect has been activated, it can't be used again, but the Pokemon remains in your collection until you reach a maximum of 6. From there, you can choose to swap new Pokemon in to get access to more one-time effects. Each question will have one of these Pokemon attached to it, and players will have to quickly buzz in to answer and catch that Pokemon. If the first buzz gets it wrong, the other 2 can buzz again. If no one gets the question right, we move on, and the Pokemon returns to the tall grass. And the fun isn't just in the studio. You can play along at home live on Twitch. Answer our questions and get ready to make your mark. You'll have chances to vote on key moments and even help us with some sneaky secrets that could completely shake up the game. Got all that? No? Well, the best way to learn is to do. So join us live on Twitch on the 27th of June and find out more.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. Lou and Len here to take you through the next round of our Top Cut here at the North American International Championships. We are in those knockout phases. Things are getting even more intense for our trainers because they have no room for error. They have to win each set to advance and try and get that champion title.
Yeah, it's win or go home. At this point, 16 players remaining vying for that title.
And that's the thing, we have had over 1,000 players yesterday. Now we only have 16. It doesn't feel like we've had enough time to whittle the competition down to that amount of trainers, right?
So people are getting eliminated left and right. We sent another 6 home in the last round, but still who had a very strong tournament.
I love how we say it's we like we had a hand in this. The trainers out there have been the ones working their magic out there on the field, but we can have a little bit of an overview of the bracket here. You can see some of the trainers that have kind of been able to advance through already. They had a good enough standing after Swiss to be like ready, waiting in the wings to be joined by their competitors.
Right, they did well enough to earn buys and move on. Players like Kazuki, who almost went undefeated until Bezad took them out in the last round of Swiss. And we've even, looks like, already had the result of one top 16 match with Ruben winning the Bologna finals mirror match up against Luca and moving into the top 8, eliminating the reigning world champion.
Yeah, Luca Cherubelli going home at top 16, but Ruben able to advance into the top 8. And we wonder who their opponent's going to be out of Kazuki and Maddie. In the rest of the top 16 as well, we've got Justin Knox and Federico Camperosi that we're able to see victorious over Marcus Dion in that last game. That, I'm sure, is going to be a phenomenal match, as well as Thomas Irwin and Yuma Kinugawa. That's going to be, again, a really interesting one. We got to see Yuma play a little bit earlier, but we're going to focus a little bit on this part of the bracket for our next match.
Yeah, our next matchup on stream will be Bezad versus Gabriel. Should be a great match, 2 very interesting teams. Lots of other great names here. We just saw the interview with Thomas coming back after several years away to this strong run up into the top 16 at NAIC, within facing one of this season's IC champions in Marco Silva.
Yeah, he said he hasn't top cut in a while. I do remember back in 2017, Tommy Coolin doing so well on those international stages. So it's great to see him back in action, but he's definitely got a formidable opponent in the form of Marco. Going down as well, you got Carson Comfort, Eric Rios, both international champions as well. That's going to be a fantastic match if you can catch that somewhere around the venue, as well as Francesco Piopero, the trainer we got to see earlier yesterday, advancing into top 16, and they have to still find out if it's going to be Victor or Giovanni that they will face to try and advance into top 8.
Yeah, one top 32 match still completing out in the field, so Francesco waiting to see who his opponent will be.
Well, I'm looking forward to our match indeed. You know, Berzad versus Gabriel, both of these trainers are regional champions from this season alone, and they have so many amazing accolades under their belt. Berzad being able to win Vancouver earlier this year and was got top 32 at San Antonio. Gabriel Agati has, you know, been a double-time regional champion, winning Joinville earlier this year, as well as being a finalist. So not one, but 2 international championships, one of them being Columbus NAIC in 2022. He's going to want to try and go one step better this time.
right? Trying to complete it this time just a few years later. Bezod having one of the strongest runs at this tournament, when just a few players who have only taken one loss so far made it into the top cut at 11-1.
And both of these trainers have some really interesting teams. Berzad running that Iron Treads that we've seen cropping up a little bit over the past couple of months, but having great success here. I'm looking forward to diving a little bit deeper into how that team is composed. And Gabriel Legati, we got to showcase earlier today on the broadcast as well, rocking Pokemon like the Ogerpon Wellspring Mask and the Screamtail that we haven't really seen in popularity this weekend, but Gabriel clearly having very good success with it.
Demonstrating that powerful Pokemon are powerful Pokemon, and that's true out on the other side with some unusual picks like the Single Strike Urshifu. It really feels like the Rapid Strike has taken over in this format, but Single Strike still having an impact. And Iron Treads, one of 3 in the top 16 of this tournament, having a really strong tournament for Iron Treads. This one positioned a little bit differently, but otherwise we see some common pieces. The Choice Scarf Miraidon paired with the Calyrex is something we saw a couple times already in this tournament. But this Calyrex kind of sitting in between a lot of the other Calyrex. Still has the Leech Seed rather than a coverage move in that slot, but rather the Leftovers or the Clear Amulet has never Melt Ice to really amplify the damage when it hasn't been intimidated.
And it's also running that Fairy Terrestrialization. That's not something we commonly see on a Calyrex. We often see that on a Miraidon, for example, to drop its Dragon weakness. The Miraidon on Berzad's side is running that Choice Scarf. Again, a unique item on it. It's normally quite a speedy Pokemon anyway, but if you maybe want to invest more in bulk, you can use the Choice Scarf to still keep that speed stable on the field, as well as that Electric Terrestrialization for some offensive pressure.
Right, and it can shift some important speed matchups, like against Calyrex Shadow Rider that's out on the other side. There are some very fast Pokemon on both of these teams. This Choice Scarf from Miraidon, the Iron Treads, which we expect has a speed-boosting Quark Drive, and then on the other side, you have 2 speed-boosting Photosynthesis with Screamtail and Fluttermane, and then the Calyrex Shadow Rider. It means that Koraidon is the 6th fastest Pokemon in this match. Not something you see all the time. But then, there's also some slow mode here. The Trick Room on Calyrex could be pretty important to this match. With all that speed out on the other side, a well-timed Trick Room that maybe also enables a Mungus to have an impact. Might be difficult to do with Miraidon setting the Electric Train, but that's at least something that's in Bezod's control of when that Electric Train goes up. None on the other side to stop this board.
Yes, I'm really looking forward to seeing how the speed interactions are going to evolve on the field. As you mentioned, some interesting items on there. We've got some Photosynthesis boosts potentially coming through. We've got the Choice Scarf. But the one thing I like about Berzad's team is the flexibility it can offer in the face of speed. You have those speedier Pokemon, as you've mentioned, but you have the slower ones with the Amoonguss and Calyrex that can potentially go for something like a Trick Room. And if we take a look at Gabriel Legati's team, if a Trick Room does potentially go up, this could be difficult for Gabriel, but he has a few ways to be able to try and deal with it. You have the Taunt on the Fluttermane, for example, and you certainly have some heavy hitters in the form of the Koraidon that can deal with a potential Calyrex.
Right, you mentioned the Taunt on the Fluttermane could be helpful. It's being fit by not having Protect. Fluttermane has a lot of moves it would like to run in this format. Players are dropping different ones. Gabriel has opted for no Protect, and so instead has the coverage, has the Icy Wind to help with these really complicated speed interactions in this match, but then also has Taunt to help stop Trick Room. Screamtail could have an impact. When you're playing at really high speeds, it's very helpful because you can do things like disable the Choice Scarf from Miraidon, which may actually be slower than the Screamtail, because like you mentioned, it may be trained in bulk rather than trained to be maximum speed for a Miraidon. And so if we're playing very fast, Screamtail is impactful, much less impactful than Trick Room. Unlike something like an Encore from Whimsicott, you can't use it once the Trick Room goes up. It means that it can be a very vulnerable Pokemon once Trick Room goes up, especially given there's the Urshifu Single Strike on the other side that will just easily KO Screamtail if you can find room to fit it. Also maybe problems for Calyrex. Several Pokemon on the other side faster than Calyrex. 2 Dark types on the other team, an unusual problem for Calyrex. So it'll be interesting to see which Pokemon Gabriel thinks can work and fit in this matchup.
Well, let's see what our trainers are going to serve up for their top 16 match here at NAIC. You can see the Pokemon on the field. It's going to be the Urshifu and the Miraidon for Berzad, whereas it's Incineroar and that Calyrex Shadow Rider out there for Gabriel Legati.
Calyrex hits the field immediately, has the Spooky Plate to get a little bit stronger as well, but is at a speeded disadvantage compared to Miraidon, and if it went out on the offense, I'd have to worry about a Sucker Punch coming in as well. So definitely a little bit back-footed here. Incineroar, on the other hand, can offer a Fake Out against either of these Pokemon, but has to watch out with the offense coming its way. A close combat or a big Electro Drift could be a problem, or even just a Volt Switch to get off the field and get some chip damage in on that Incineroar.
Incineroar certainly has a choice to make. Do you want to try and stop the Urshifu from dealing big damage into your opposing Calyrex? It has opted for the Terrestrialization, so it's not going to be as weak to Dark-type moves, but now it's going to be super duper weak to any Fighting-type moves that come its way. Incineroar has decided to target down into that Miraidon, stop it going for an attack on this turn, as Astral Barrage will come through and connect on both of Burzard's Pokemon. Significant damage down into the Miraidon, but Urshifu able to take this and retaliate with a Wicked Blow. Thanks to the Terrestrialization, though, Calyrex able to hang on into turn 2.
Well, Gabrielle gets a lot of damage down. Gets an Astral Barrage that does more than 50% of Miraidon and a chunk into Urshifu, but it pays a pretty high cost for it. Both using the Terrestrialization, using a bunch of Calyrex's health, but also in the positioning. Calyrex now very vulnerable here. Should move after Miraidon on the other side, means that it could just go down if it doesn't protect. Urshifu also threatening a Sucker Punch or an attack in that slot if Calyrex does protect. So really a difficult position for the Calyrex to be in, maybe forces a switch out of Gabrielle to try to give some pace advantage to Bezod. Meanwhile, Incineroar doesn't take any damage out of that position, but still has the same vulnerabilities that we talked about last turn. If Gabrielle gets too focused on saving the Calyrex here, the Incineroar is very vulnerable.
And I think the Urshifu is really sitting in a position where it doesn't have to worry too much about taking any damage here. So a great adaptation here by Gabrielle to get that Calyrex out of the field, bringing the Ogerpon in instead. But Urshifu actually going to switch out. I think Burzard may be thinking that the Calyrex is going to leave the field and needs to keep that Urshifu to apply pressure later on, as the Calyrex is able to join. So Burzard locking in both Restricteds onto the field in this moment of play. This could be a nice turn of events where you can try and deal with something like the opposing Ogerpon with a Glacial Lance. You've got that Never Melt Ice, but at the same time, you don't have a huge utility against it. And Gabrielle is going to switch things up completely. Going to be bringing Koraidon onto the field. So a double switch here for Gabrielle. Volt Switch will come through into this Ogerpon, does do a significant amount of damage. It is, you know, a water and grass type, so it's not going to be able to fully resist those attacks. And this again allows Burzard to position. And Len, one thing I've really taken away from this turn is a lot has changed. We have 4 completely different Pokemon on the field to what we had in turn 1.
A complete shift up. Incineroar comes out, gets the Intimidate out onto Ogerpon. Calyrex looks for the opportunity to come on the field. We talked before the match that Trick Room could be pretty impactful. This is a much easier couple of Pokemon to get Trick Room up against than the Calyrex and the Incineroar were a moment ago. Ogerpon also takes a huge amount of damage for that. So the cost of trying to save the Calyrex, which was low and vulnerable to Volt Switch, is that Ogerpon pays most of its health.
Ogerpon switching out here again, you know, as you said, it was already in a very vulnerable position, and Gabrielle wants to try and mitigate that by bringing in the Incineroar. The Intimidate, I think, works really nicely here. You can intimidate 2 physical attackers. You know, there's no clear amulet in sight, so that is going to be able to stay around on the field, as we are going to see the Terrestrialization come through on Burzard's side now. It's going to be onto that Calyrex Ice Rider. This is a Fairy Terrestrialization.
The Fairy Terrestrialization will help make sure that there's no Flare Blitz weakness here, take less damage, but it's just a Collision Course coming out.
Yes, Collision Course is going to connect down into the opposing Incineroar. That's going to do a huge amount of damage and completely remove it from the field with a one-hit KO, meaning that Bezod is down 1 Pokemon at this point in time. Calyrex can retaliate with this Glacial Lance. It will find its mark down onto the Koraidon, but not going to be putting it into the KO range here.
Significant damage coming out, but no Trick Room opted for. Bezod deciding to stick with the speeds as they are, which can be helpful for keeping this Urshifu moving faster than Incineroar on the other side, but means that Koraidon is still the Pokemon moving the fastest. We saw how much damage it can put out, picking up that KO against Incineroar last turn. Urshifu just is vulnerable here.
Yes, and you can see Bezod really considering what to do with this Calyrex. It's in a position where you don't want to have it take any unnecessary damage. Urshifu on the field, though, again, this is a Pokemon that can apply decent damage into Incineroar with something like a close combat, but you really want it to try and deal with that opposing Calyrex that you know is in the back for Gabrielle.
Right, there's a decision to be made here about what to protect, and you can see Bezod really thinking it through, because if Urshifu this protect gets called, then a lot of damage could be coming into Calyrex right now.
Yep, just a defensive play coming through on this Calyrex, not wanting to take any damage. Possibly Bezod scouting out what Gabrielle wants to do in this turn with the Incineroar on the field. The Fake Out has gone down into that Incineroar, so has gone down into the Urshifu, so that has now been burnt in this turn. And Koraidon was just trying to follow up with a Flare Blitz into the counterpart of the Calyrex here, but no damage dealt out on the field.
No damage with the double protect, but now the protects are burnt. You would have to double protect in order to get them again. Means that for Gabrielle, there's much easier thought process here. You don't have to worry about what Pokemon might protect. You could just target the one that you really want KO'd, or you have to start thinking about the switch to what's in the back. But the Miraidon likely very vulnerable, so no switch, just damage, just the Collision Course into Urshifu and the KO.
Yep, Koraidon taking advantage that it is the most fast and furious on the field right now, and it can go for that big damage into the Urshifu and remove it from play thanks to the Focus Sash having been broken earlier. Calyrex can return with this Glacial Lance that will get the knockout on Koraidon and give it a Chilling Day boost, but Incineroar's still in a prime position. Incineroar can also capitalize on the fact that the sun is in the sky and make something like a Flare Blitz do a decent amount of damage, but you can also try and pivot off, go for that U-turn so you can intimidate and reduce that Chilling Day boost that it just got later on.
Reset Fake Out this way as well. Koraidon gets a lot of work done, ends up going down to that Glacial Lance, but picks up 2 KOs onto both Dark Pokemon. With both Dark Pokemon missing, that makes the Calyrex that shows back up immediately much more impactful. The problem for the Calyrex is still the speeds, though. With 2 KOs, that means the Miraidon is coming back out onto the field right now, but is holding the Choice Scarf. That Fake Out reset, though, means you can just bring Incineroar back out, get Fake Out position, then you can throw a Fake Out at the Miraidon and Astral Barrage at these 2 Pokemon, and there's no way to save Miraidon.
That's true, because Miraidon holding that Choice Scarf doesn't have the capability to protect, so it leaves it very vulnerable in the face of this Fake Out. And, you know, Gabrielle does still also have that Ogerpon in the back, so it is a 3v2 situation we've got on the field right now.
Then you have to decide if you can get that KO, the Astral Barrage into Calyrex, how impactful is a Glacial Lance or a Trick Room coming back the other way? You know that Calyrex would go down to it, that would give up another Chilling Day boost, but Incineroar probably doesn't take too much damage, and at that point Calyrex is quite low, moving slower than both Incineroar and Ogerpon should be. A pretty tidy way to wrap this up for Gabrielle.
Well, the Fake Out does go down into the Miraidon. I think that's a very wise choice from Gabrielle's side, just slowing down that Pokemon as Calyrex can follow up with this Astral Barrage. It will find its mark on both of Berzod's Pokemon, will be able to get the knockout onto the Miraidon, leaving Calyrex in a position where it has the capability to respond, but there's just so much pressure on Gabrielle's side here. Grimnay also being given a boost onto that Calyrex, but I'm not sure it's going to be able to hang around for too long as Glacial Lance comes through and will remove it from the field, but Incineroar, being that Fire type, is able to take this so beautifully.
Now it's down to 2v1. It's down to Calyrex to stand up against Ogerpon and Incineroar. That Chilling Day will help it, but no leftovers to help. That health is all Calyrex has, and so it's just the task to take it down. And the sun expiring here, even though Gabrielle's the one who set the sun, is helpful for Gabrielle. It means the Ivy Cudgel is back to full strength. So even though the next Glacial Lance is going to take out Ogerpon, it probably won't take out Incineroar. Is there enough damage to close it out? Let's see the first Ivy Cudgel.
Yep, Ivy Cudgel connects a significant amount of damage into that Calyrex that can go for the Leech Seed. So it is that more defensive variant where it has the capabilities of taking a lot of damage, but it really needs a little bit more in the tank here as Flare Blitz is able to get the knockout with a cheeky critical hit for style points, meaning that Gabrielle Legati is going to be able to take game 1 in this set.
A little bit of key speed information right there at the end. I'm not sure if we'd seen it before, but the Calyrex moves before the Incineroar gets the Leech Seed off. Could be important to note going into the next game. Maybe disrupts Trick Room game plans even more. Maybe a bad sign if you're Bezod and already down a game and learning that information. Meanwhile, Gabrielle, seems like you paid a really high cost for that first Astral Barrage at the beginning, but the repositions that happened afterwards just meant that Koraidon had such a massive impact on this game. It started with this first Collision Course into Incineroar, the clean one-hit KO to take such an important Pokemon out of the game, and then the vulnerability of the Calyrex over the next turn meant that Protect was used with both Pokemon, and then Urshifu was just left hanging, left to go down to this second Collision Course and limit Bezod to just the 2 Pokemon, just the Miraidon that could not protect itself, could not switch, and had to go down.
But I think one of the reasons why Koraidon was set up for so much success was the fact that Gabrielle was able to have this move where so many Pokemon changed. I think all 4 Pokemon changed in one particular turn, and suddenly Koraidon was the fastest thing on the field, and that just enabled it to start steamrolling through Berzod's Pokemon, getting those collision courses down, getting a lot of damage, getting KOs onto the field, whereas at the beginning with the Choice Scarf Miraidon, it made things a little bit more difficult for Gabrielle.
Right, the Choice Scarf Miraidon is a big threat. It's a delicate game to do what Gabrielle did, to accept that you're going to trade some damage onto that Miraidon for damage onto the Calyrex and hope that you can follow through with Fake Out at the right moment to be able to capitalize on the damage that you got down early. Bezod just may have to find the difference in the positioning to not let that Fake Out go down. If it was the Incineroar on the other side going down quickly instead of the Incineroar on Bezod's side, that makes the whole difference in that. But then if you could also find other speed advantage options, like Trick Room, or like having the Iron Treads down on the field, then maybe you're not even less vulnerable to the Calyrex.
I mean, we've seen Iron Treads do a lot of damage in the past, but that Trick Room, as you've mentioned, could be a way for Bezod to swing momentum back into his favor. We're going to see an adaptation on Gabrielle Legati's side, however. It's going to be that beautiful Flutter Mane paired up with the Koraidon, and such beautiful synergy amongst these Pokemon. When the sun is in the sky, photosynthesis is allowed to shine.
Well, one team has gone full speed. Fluttermane with its speed boost here, the fastest Pokemon in this match, and his Icy Wind to slow down the other side further. Koraidon also moving before either of Bezod's Pokemon. Meanwhile, Bezod's got the slow ones out there. It's Incineroar and Calyrex, a classic from Reg G. The threat of Fake Out and Trick Room is around, but it's something you touched on before the match. It's not so easy to Fake Out and Trick Room when there's a Ghost with Taunt on the other side. That Taunt could just be coming out, so then you just consider damage. Glacial Lance could be very good here, but it could just be a Terastallization coming out from Koraidon on the other side. You at least get it into Fluttermane, but then you're starting to think, oh, those trades, is that enough in that position? Because a taunted Calyrex maybe then is just quite vulnerable. You have to worry about Flare Blitz coming out, especially if the Fire Terastallization has been used.
Well, it looks like Fluttermane's going to leave the field as quickly as it's joined, not going to be able to threaten with the taunts or any potential Icy Winds here. Instead, Incineroar joining the fray from Gabrielle's side, maybe hoping that Bezod isn't going to be tempted to go for that Trick Room button considering Fluttermane was on the field. Now you can take and Intimidate for your troubles and lower the offensive pressure that these two physical attackers were capable of dealing. Koraidon is going to go for the Terastallization. We've seen this time and time again, enabling it to go for that fire typing. As you were just saying, the sun is in the sky. You can now give extra damage to your fire type moves with this fire Terastallization, meaning the Flare Blitzes are going to be formidable. But Bezod also going to activate that Terastallization button onto the Calyrex Ice Rider. This now is going to be that Fairy type once again.
Fairy type helps to stand up to Flare Blitz, but it doesn't resist the Flare Blitz. It's still a lot of damage if that's what happens, but it's not what's happening. Fake Out's going to be able to stop that for this turn at least.
Yep, slow and steady can sometimes win the race, and maybe just slowing down this Koraidon is a strategy that Bezod needs in this moment. As you can see, however, the Glacial Lancers are incredibly underwhelming into both of these Fire-type Pokemon.
Right, with the training to be very bulky, to be able to exploit Leech Seed, a little bit less on the offense. And so Incineroar and Koraidon both resisting Glacial Lance, and then the Intimidate coming down as well means that Glacial Lance really isn't that impactful. The Incineroar now has got Fake Out on the side for Gabrielle, not for Bezod, so that we have the threat of Fake Out going to force a switch here. Incineroar just out to the back, doesn't want to take a collision course, and so instead it's Miraidon coming out into the field.
Yes, because we know the Calyrex has the capability to go for a Protect, doesn't have to play that Fake Out game if it wants to, but no Protects coming through straight away. Koraidon going straight on the offensive with the collision course will be able to find its mark onto that Miraidon, do a significant amount of damage for it switching into the field as Calyrex retaliates once again with the Glacial Lance, but we know this is only going to be a tiny little bit of chip onto both of these Pokemon. Incineroar adding a little bit more insult to injury to that Miraidon, going for the U-turn, putting it into the red zone and allowing Gabrielle to switch up the ball position to try and gain a favor.
Right, and if it's Fluttermane coming in,
here it is.
There's no speed advantage for that Choice Scarf Miraidon. You often run it to expect it to be the fastest thing moving, to be going faster than that Koraidon on the other side, but Fluttermane just undoes that. It can target down the Miraidon before it can possibly move. It's now low enough health that Miraidon that it can just finish off the Miraidon, or it could Icy Wind to slow it down. Even the Icy Wind might pick up the KO, though. Meanwhile, the Calyrex is staying on the field, throwing out Glacial Lances where they're not doing much damage. Fluttermane is a better target for it, but the Focus Sash means that you're not threatening a KO, and so it's easy for Gabrielle to continue to press that advantage. It can be something like a Moonblast into the Miraidon slot and a big Flare Blitz coming into the Calyrex slot, and like, are you getting enough back if you're just throwing out these Glacial Lances?
I think the speed control, as you were mentioning, is just so critical here. The fact that this Fluttermane is really fast does make it very difficult for Bezod to have to adapt here, constantly on the back foot. You're going to see the Moonblast come through. That is going to be able to get the knockout straight away onto that Miraidon. And unfortunately for Bezod, we're not going to see the Miraidon take any role in this particular match here. Koraidon celebrating that fact, and unfortunately for it, it's not going to be able to do a collision course either, thanks to the defensive play on Bezod's side.
Maybe that collision course targeted also into Miraidon, trying to see if anything would switch in to take that Moonblast. But Bezod says no, nothing can come in and take that Moonblast. Miraidon is going to have to go down. So like you say, it has no impact on this game. Meanwhile, Incineroar just comes back out onto the field. It can Fake Out for a turn, keep itself safe for a turn, but then ultimately is going to be just as threatened by collision course as it was a few turns ago when it fled.
Well, the Fake Out has to go down into the Koraidon. You cannot go for that Fake Out into the Ghost-type Fluttermane that can now utilize that taunt, saying, if you're thinking of doing a Trick Room Calyrex, just don't. That's not going to happen on my watch. Koraidon unable to move as Calyrex didn't fall for the taunt, goes for the Glacial Lance. This is going to be able to do a significant amount to the opposing Fluttermane, but critically breaking that Focus Sash, making it more vulnerable.
Yeah, Fluttermane has become vulnerable, but I think it's done its job. It's outsped and KO'd Miraidon. It's landed a taunt into Calyrex. What more does it need to do in this match? Meanwhile, Koraidon is continuing to put out huge damage. Incineroar has no Fake Out this turn. It's just vulnerable to collision course coming in. No Terastallization to save it. Do you have a Pokemon in the back that you want to come in and take it more? Maybe, but you're just still giving up pieces, still giving up so much damage.
Flutter Mane's in a prime position. As you said, it can go down now. It would be very, advantageous for Gabrielle to try and bring in a Pokemon from the back, but you can always still utilize it to try and get some damage on the board, and Moonblast just chipping away at something like the Incineroar could be in play. But honestly, Gabrielle is in the driving seat. This Koraidon once again in a prime position to just get some big collision course damage off. You could try and target it down into the Incineroar and remove it from the fray. It's running the Assault Vest, but that only protects it against special attackers. The Incineroar can intimidate, again, both the physical attackers on Bearzod's side. This is really detrimental to the offensive pressure that Calyrex wishes it could deal out. As Koraidon takes the styles, it hasn't exactly found its mark on that Incineroar. That's another solid one-hit KO of damage down into it.
Koraidon is having that same impact in this game that it did in the last one, just picking up KOs, and meanwhile Calyrex is having no impact. Another even weaker Glacial Lance into these two Pokemon. Can't do anything but click Glacial Lance because of the taunt. Now can't even switch. There's no Pokemon in the back to go to, just going to have to keep doing it into these two fire types, which means it's all down to Urshifu. Now, the bright side is, the last time when we were in this position and Urshifu just got KO'd, the Koraidon on the other side was healthy enough to not be at risk to Sucker Punch. No longer the case. It could go down to a Sucker Punch. Now, still an extremely uphill battle. You have Incineroar threatening. Fake Out this turn is going to make you protect. There's still so many switches available for Gabrielle to burn through these Pokemon, but at least there's some glimmer there of still being able to get a KO on this Koraidon before it lands even more damage.
Sucker Punch definitely causes some celebration problems for that Koraidon in this match, just being able to have that priority and, as you say, capitalize on the low HP that it's got. But Gabrielle, seeing that opportunity, switches out, so if Sucker Punch comes through into that mark, it will indeed fail. You can bring the Calyrex into the fray now, knowing that Koraidon's safe in the back, but Urshifu not even going to try and Sucker Punch its way through this team right now, instead just going straight up for the protect. Because Incineroar has that potential fake out, it does not want to lose its Focus Sash for nothing in this turn. Calyrex, of course, free to just go for another Glacial Lance. We know it's going to do barely any damage to the Incineroar, but Calyrex, it could chip away at a little bit as it shakes off that taunt it took earlier.
It can chip away, but at this point it is just chipping away. It's not even going to be a 2-hit KO on the Calyrex on the other side, who can freely go out for damage. Urshifu still the really impactful Pokemon here. If too many resources get burnt, Urshifu can help come back. You have to be a little bit careful if you're Gabrielle, but there's definitely trades to be made. You don't mind if you lose a Pokemon to Urshifu as long as you deal something big back to Urshifu in the meantime.
Yes, that's the thing. Gabrielle has all 4 remaining Pokemon here. So as you mentioned, you can take one Pokemon down as long as you're maybe trying to trade against one of Bearzod's side, because Gabrielle has that 1-game advantage. He just needs to win this particular match to advance into the top 8 here at NAIC. Looks like he's taking every second he can to make sure he's calculating the move and not slipping up at this important stage. Incineroar leaves the field. You have 2 physical attackers in front of you. You want to be able to intimidate them later on, as the Flutter Mane is going to be able to rejoin on its minimal amount of HP, and it's a Pokemon that's certainly putting in a lot of work. Astral Barrage will come through from this Calyrex Shadow Rider. It will break the Focus Sash on Urshifu and do a significant chunk to both of the Pokemon, but Urshifu is not able to find its mark into the Ghost type of that Flutter Mane. Calyrex, however, is able to get that Trick Room off for the first time in this set.
The Trick Room was the glimmer here. Now with the speed advantage for Calyrex, even weakened, it's enough to clearly KO the Flutter Mane. Urshifu can threaten down the Calyrex on the other side. Flutter Mane can't protect itself. Calyrex can't protect itself in front of an Urshifu attack. The Koraidon is quite low in the back and takes some Glacial Lenses, but definitely nothing from Urshifu. Incineroar, though, we've seen that it is going to move in this Trick Room even faster than Calyrex does. It'll be the first thing to move.
Yes.
But it's got an uphill battle. There's a lot of health left on that Calyrex. Maybe even doing almost no damage. How are you going to eventually KO the Calyrex? It can also go for a Leech Seed in condition. If you can get through these 2 Pokemon using the Trick Room offense, you can deal with Incineroar just using Leech Seed.
That's a really good observation, because the Calyrex Ice Rider on Bearzod's side, it has taken a few Intimidates. We've seen how little damage those Glacial Lances are doing, but if it's able to, as you say, get those Leech Seeds up, then it can keep doing a little bit of chip with some Glacial Lance, but also with the Leech Seed, and try and storm away through this match, allowing the Urshifu to maybe try and get the damage on the board. Incineroar does what it does best, brings that Intimidate to the field, really trying to stop Bearzod from being able to capitalize on this Trick Room in any way, shape, or form. Calyrex Shadow Rider on Gabrielle's side just going straight for the Protect, does not want to have to take a potential Leech Seed, but Calyrex still just sticking with the offensive mode here and going for the Glacial Lance. It's going to be able to come through, connect a little bit of chip onto that Incineroar, but we see how little it is doing. It already falls to the Urshifu to try and find its mark, but the close combat was going down into that Calyrex slot.
Really interesting. Calyrex maybe could have slipped in an Astral Barrage there, protected in front of the Urshifu, but it's not the Wicked Blow coming in that would have just KO'd Calyrex. It was the close combat, trying to find the Miraidon coming in possibly and get that KO, or the Incineroar coming into that slot and get that KO. Meanwhile, Calyrex is still sticking around. The Flutter main had to switch, couldn't afford to take a Glacial Lance, but it means that Incineroar finds its way back on and now has Fake Out to try to pressure it down.
And you've got to keep an eye on those Glacial Lances as well. There's only 2 remaining on that Calyrex.
Only 2 remaining to try to pick up that KO. Leech Seed's going to help win a game, but it's going to be slow going to KO 4 Pokemon with Leech Seeds. You got to find some KOs in the meantime, but for this turn, just Urshifu protecting itself can't afford to take a Fake Out and an attack from Calyrex.
I mean, the Pokemon that has to find the KOs for Bezod is going to be that Urshifu. Unfortunately, it keeps having to protect in the face of these Fake Outs, and it keeps being faced down by Ghost Pokemon that it's unable to do any damage to. Leech Seed, however, on the Calyrex, able to avoid that potential Fake Out and is going to start trying to get a little bit of HP regeneration, but Calyrex Shadow Rider is going to have something to say about it, is able to go for this Astral Barrage, will connect down onto the opposing Calyrex here, do another chip damage to it, keep whittling away at it and forcing these Leech Seed to be less effective than the Calyrex had hoped it would be.
The Leech Seed's still valuable here, probably does more to Incineroar than the Glacial Lance would have, and undoes a little bit of that Astral Barrage damage. Wouldn't be that surprised to see Incineroar just leave the field again here, because Fake Out could be important down the stretch, as could a Glacial Lance resist, and you don't want to give any more health back to Calyrex. But now Calyrex is in that same difficult spot where if a Wicked Blow is coming through, it could just be a problem. Last time it was called with a close combat, that just meant the Protect worked. This time the switch actually happens. Koraidon comes in. What will Urshifu do?
Well, let's have a look. The sunlight is back in the sky as well, so this is going to help Koraidon and the Incineroar if it wants to go for that Flare Blitz. And that's exactly what it's done going into Urshifu before, even to see what Urshifu wants to go for, forcing Berzad to have only 1 Pokemon remaining on the field, and particularly with 2 formidable Fire-type Pokemon that can do some strong Fire-type damage, it's going to be one epic uphill climb for this Calyrex. It is finally able to get a KO onto that opposing Incineroar, but that Koraidon is in play, and you still have to deal with Flutter Mane and the Calyrex.
Trick Room is ending soon. The Protect should be able to get there, and I'm not sure that's a KO you wanted. Leech Seed was going to take it before the end of the turn anyway and give you back a little bit of
you could
health.
have got the HP.
Now Calyrex is just low and vulnerable to these big restricted Pokemon on the other side. Urshifu had its window, had its moment to possibly KO Calyrex, but before it actually got to swing, there was a Fake Out threatened, there was the Sun Out, there was the Flare Blitz, there was the KO, and it was the match.
Yeah, Berzad sees the writing on the wall, throws in the forfeit, and Gabriel Legati, that smile on his face, because he knows he has advanced into our top 8 here at NAIC. Huge congratulations to him, commiserations to Berzad as well. I really thoroughly enjoyed watching that set.
It was a really interesting set. Both games played quite differently, but the consistent part of it was Koraidon out on the offense. Both games featured a really crucial collision course KO into Incineroar that took away so much of the flexibility for Berzad while maintaining it for Gabriel. So the Gabriel was still making these pivots, keeping different Pokemon on the field, kept 4 Pokemon right up until the end of that game. Meanwhile, Berzad was forced down to his last 2 so early.
And I love the adaptation from Gabriel to bring this Flutter Mane to the match. It applied so much pressure straight out of the blocks with the potential for a Taunt or an Icy Wind, and it just did so much work in this match. Koraidon obviously was the one dealing all the damage. 1 KO after another KO. It was just so formidable throughout, as well as having this really neat terrestrialization, stopping these Glacial Lances from really putting in any work at all.
Right, those Glacial Lances looked so small. The glimmer of hope was the Calyrex stayed so bulky, it didn't take any hits throughout, but because it was not accomplishing anything back, ended up being stuck on the field 1v4. Gets to KO in that 1v4, but just a little bit too late.
Yeah, Calyrex did put up a valiant effort, and I do think in the past where we've seen the Clear Amulet Calyrex, that has been there for the purpose of stopping Incineroar from doing exactly what Gabriel's was able to do and just go for Intimidate after Intimidate and really weaken its offensive pressure. Because 1 or 2 more bits of damage from those Glacial Lances could have been a different story for Koraidon.
Right, they often both had Clear Amulet and high horsepower to be able to attack the Incineroars directly. But then they were all the entire focus of the team. When they have the Leech Seed, they're trying to just be more of a team player, maybe a little bit, highlight different win conditions, plays much better into Zamazenta, but much worse into a matchup like that.
And that can sometimes be the difficult choices you make, where trainers have often taken a Pokemon like Calyrex that's been really dominant in a lot of the metagames and either gone for the very consistent core build, and sometimes they try and shake things up, change things a little bit, but at the end of the day, you have to think which one is going to be the meta call for this particular tournament. And at an international event, it can be so different from your regional events or your local events, and it can be so difficult to make that decision.
Right, you never know exactly which Pokemon you're going to end up having to play in a top 16 match, and rethinking what options you had. But what it had got it there to a very respectable top 16 finish.
And it was, a shame to not be able to see the Iron Treads, but the fact that Iron Treads, you said there were 3 of them in this top cut as well, that's completely wild. I think we've got to get the, usage graphic updated a little bit there to give Iron Treads a little bit of love.
Yeah, that's pretty high for, you're up almost 20% at that point.
Yeah, that's actually wild for that Pokemon. It's great to be able to see it having some great success. And, unfortunately for this particular Iron Treads, it's not going to be advancing forwards into top 8, but there will be a Fluttermane and there will be a Screamtail.
Yeah. A Fluttermane that ended up very well positioned in that last match. We're still thinking back to that switch to get it in to taunt at the right moment. It wasn't quite there in time to taunt the second time, but at that point, kind of the damage was done.
I think that was the great synergy amongst the team, because even though Trick Room went up, I think Gabrielle was a bit like, okay, I have the utility to work around this. I can stall out a couple of turns with my Incineroar, and at the end of the day, unless there's a critical hit coming through, what is this Calyrex even going to do to me?
Yeah, ultimately it didn't have the follow through, and then there weren't other Pokemon there with it. You talked before the match about maybe a Mungus to offer some Spore support. Urshifu was trying to do it, but one of those big roadblocks was that the Incineroar just was faster in the Trick Room. Some players opting for very slow Incineroars. Sometimes it's just so that Parting Shot can move last in the turn, and you can kind of get the last say at what Pokemon will be on the field going into the next turn. But against these Trick Room matchups can also be helpful just to move first, getting that Flare Blitz off before either Calyrex or Urshifu could move on that second to last turn.
And it was great to see Fluttermane actually playing such a good role, because that was a Pokemon that in previous metagames has been like #1, #2 on the usage stats. And it's a Pokemon me and my friend Dorothea really love to see, and I'm so happy to see it doing so well, even amongst all of these big restricted Pokemon.
Well, to hear a little bit more about the team, how it got there, what Pokemon are working, let's head down to Joe.
All right, thank you very much. A long time no see, obviously, just having multiple successful rounds here this weekend. This is a top cut match, right? You're trying to get that goal, trying to qualify or win an international championship. What's the stress level difference between a stream match in the middle of Swiss versus now like an official top cut match? Or are they both just equally stressful?
I think the win and in is more stressful actually. Because once you're in top cut, I think there's this, you're already fine, like before that, like it's really disappointing if you lose. So yeah.
Yeah, it's like you've already achieved the goal. Like, yes, you want to win overall, you want to be the #1 player, but you've already accomplished what you came here to do, which was top cut, where that winning in, it's like you might not achieve your goal, right? So going into this match, how it was prepared, you have the Miraidon on one side, you obviously have Koraidon on your end. It seemed like, especially in game 2, you were just able to consistently not allow Glacial Lance to do any damage with all your switches and terrestrialization and everything. Was that the most important aspect of the match to you, was to stop the Calyrex Ice Rider from popping off?
Yeah, this matchup is very similar to the one I played on stream previously, but without the clear amulet, it's much easier for my team to handle the Kali Ice. But on the other hand, Urshifu Dark is a lot more scary for my team than the water one, so kind of like evens out. I was very early for Urshifu. This is why I brought Fluttermane on game 2.
Now, are there ever times where you learn in the middle, like, because you probably do so much prep, you do so much team building, and you know, all right, this is my answer into this matchup, this is my answer into this matchup. Are there ever times on the fly where you realize, oh, I thought Incineroar was the best option, and then now from my experience, I now realize to say Fluttermane, as you're talking about, right? Are there times in the middle of a tournament you learn new aspects of the team, or is it really all your preparation beforehand is the reason you're so successful in a tournament?
I've actually faced like similar teams to this, like Kali Ice, Miraidon and stuff. I think like 8 times this tournament, something like that, like a crazy amount. So I came here thinking I had a bad Kali Ice matchup with Miraidon, but I beat them all so far. So I was wrong, apparently. I think when I do prep, I always consider the worst case scenarios. So, for example, for my team, Clear Amulet is much worse than Leftovers and Never Melt Ice. So I always practice against Clear Amulet because it's harder. Specs, I also think it's harder than Scarf. So I always practice with Choice Specs, Miraidon, not Scarf. So I ended up figuring mid-tournament that I had a better matchup that I thought I had. which obviously it's amazing. But the key Pokemon to this match is definitely Incineroar. I have a very slow Incineroar, which helps a lot because if I'm outside Trick Room, I can always U-turn and take the Glacial Lens with Instant and get something for free. But if I'm inside Trick Room, I can attack before stuff. And that's what happened in the late game of Game 3, where I was able to get a KO on Nurshi because of Flare Blitzing this time.
Now, you're used to winning on stage, having to wait time for your next stream match, right? So what do you like to do? What's the insight? Because you're going to have some time here before your next match shows up. Between rounds in tournaments, do you listen to music? Do you eat a snack? You read a book? Or like, what's the plan as you're cooling off, as you're resting before prepared for your next match?
I think for this tournament specifically, I was able to be very calm the whole tournament and very focused. Between matches, I would always drink some water, go to the bathroom, and just not talk much. Obviously, it's nice to be with friends and chat, but this time I decided to just listen to some music and yeah.
Hey, that works. That gets the job done, right? Exactly. So we'll give you another chance to shout out your friends and family after this victory as well, if you have any shout outs.
Yeah, I already gave shout outs to my friends last time, but yeah, once again, thank you guys. Thanks to my girlfriend.
They're still awesome. Exactly. Yes. All right. Congratulations. We're going to take a quick break. We come back. We'll have more Top Cut action here from New Orleans. We'll be right back. Great job.
Consistency is key. You don't want to get tilted when stuff happens, but consistency and just trying to be upbeat with everything you're doing.
Some of the fundamentals trainers should learn about is, thinking about speed ties, stats, definitely understanding how abilities work, how they interact with one another. But I also think a big fundamental is also just learning how to have fun with the game, because at the end of the day, this is a video game. You're here to have fun. I feel like it's very important to know.
I think the most basic fundamental for every trainer is going to be just knowing your typings. So always make sure you're throwing the most efficient moves. Maybe start learning your counts. I think that's like the most advanced strategy.
So I think the fundamentals every Pokemon trainer should know is like knowing the ins and outs of your deck and like what are your niche scenarios that do come up in your games. I had like some Briar plays that really worked for me when we were testing. Just knowing those kind of ins and outs of like what does your deck do and what are your win conditions towards the end of the game is really important.
There's a lot of fundamentals that go into competing in VGC. If you've ever played Pokemon, you know that it's essentially a very complex game of rock, paper, scissors. So right off the bat, you have to understand all the type matchups, all the dynamics, when your move's going to be super effective, resisted. I think there's a lot of really important abilities that you need to be familiar with right now. What Pokemon is going to get a boost, what weather effects are going to be in play, what terrain effects. And lastly, I would say that if you're just starting out and you're a little bit overwhelmed by all the different statistics, all the stats that these Pokemon have, the most important one to be familiar with would be speed. That's definitely another very important mechanic that I would try to get some mastery over before competing.
I think a fundamental that every Pokemon trainer should know is at the end of the day that they should have fun, and it's just a game and a hobby for us to enjoy ourselves and not to take it too serious. I think that's the most important thing.
The journey to the top is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない While your passion is the fire, always lighting up a path, it's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
For the first stop of the 2025 ICs, we went to Sao Paulo, Brazil for the Latin America International Championships. Over 550 trainers competed in the video game across the juniors, seniors, and masters division. This was the big international showcase for the Regulation H rule set. No Paradox Pokemon, no Legendaries, no Restricteds. Just back to the basics of the Scarlet and Violet Pokédexes. With so many possibilities, trainers needed to be prepared for all sorts of team archetypes and unique Pokemon choices, and it was going to be the most experienced trainers finding the wins. The Masters Division Top Cut was one of the most stacked fields we've ever seen. 5 international champions, 2 of which were the only 2 players to ever have 2 IC wins, 1 Players' Cup champion, and a ton of regional champions. It was almost fate for the 2 double IC champs to face each other in the finals, or for LAIC to finally be won by a Latin American player. But in the end, it was Marco Hamantha Caladura Silva versus Victor Medina in the grand finals. A classic sun versus rain, with either Marco making history as the first 3 times IC champ in Masters, or Victor finally getting a win after coming so close so many times before. Championship Sunday was Marco's day. In a decisive 2-0, Marco Silva made history as not just the first 3 times IC champ, but becoming the first to defend an IC title. Heavy is the crown as Marco Silva makes history as the first 3-time international champion in the Masters Division. In the Seniors Division, Marco's little brother Pietro Silva also won LAIC, adding another IC champion trophy to his cabinet.
Pietro Nihal Caladura Silva will be your international champion.
In the Juniors Division, Ismail Hoki finally won his first IC.
We've got Ursaluna in Trick Room, fully ready to pick up the KO, and we have it, Ismail Hoki.
Now we look forward to the Europe International Championships in February, so make sure to follow along and catch all the action at Pokemon.com/broadcasts.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North America International Championships here in New Orleans, Louisiana. My name is Evan Latt, and I'm here with my good friend Scott Glaza to introduce to you your top 8 round, the elimination round here that decides who will make it into our top 4 and continue to have a chance at the title. Scott, it's already been an incredible day of Pokemon. We started off with just some of the most exciting matches of this format I think we've ever seen, maybe of all of the double restricted formats. And as you can see, the amount of talent here proves that these next few matches are going to be even more exciting.
Yeah, some huge names here making it out of the top 8 as we have an exciting battle between Japan and Europe at the North America International Championships. I don't know that we've ever seen the host reason getting it. And Brazil too, excuse me, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to forget Legati there. I'm just so excited to get onto my joke that I don't think we've ever seen a home region get skunked in the top 8 like this before. You know, maybe the haters were right and North America's just not very good at this game.
Yeah, not since the days of Oceania and Australia in particular sweeping all 3 divisions at the United States National Championships has North America been as embarrassed at their own tournament as this. But honestly, if you start looking a little bit deeper into all of these competitors, there is nothing to be embarrassed about because this top 8 could be a world's top 8, and I would not blink an eye at all.
Yeah, I think it's what's really fun about the International Championships these days. It seems like every year we kind of get more and more of the very best players from other regions traveling, and I guess that sometimes that's going to lead to interesting results like this one, where it's huge name players, just not domestic players.
Yeah, and here are 2 of those right now. Federico Camporisi, who we saw earlier today, clock his ticket into the top 16. At that point, that was his best performance at an international championship. Now in the top 8, even better and shooting for the top 4. Up against Yuma Kinugawa from Japan. who has already qualified for the World Championships, but is well on his way here to win an international championships and be the first Japanese player to win an international championship.
Oh, it's a really interesting thing. I hadn't thought about that one. Just like it seems like it should have happened already. Usually not very many Japanese players at these international championship events. We've seen more this year because of the potential to earn those direct invitations for making it to top 4. And in this case, the player doesn't need one, but might win it anyway.
Yeah, might take one anyway. And also, in addition to that, is all of the prizing at stake. So there is so much for these players in addition to the championship points, the invitations, the prizing. There is the glory of being the North America International Champion. And let's get started with our first competitor here, Federico Camporisi, running the same 6 Pokemon he told me as he started this regulation with. Using that Miraidon and Lunala. It's a throwback because it is a throwback. It is what he started with even before the first tournaments and is still sticking with it and got to the top 8 here.
Hey, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Certainly a team he's very comfortable with. We've gotten to see it a couple of times on stream already this weekend. It was a nice little mix of fast Pokemon and slow Pokemon with the Tailwind option as well to make them all even quicker, or the Trick Room option to try to take advantage of them being slower. Haven't seen a whole lot of these mixed speed teams, but it's really worked out well for him, making it all the way to the top 8 already.
Yeah, and this is the team that people would probably most be familiar with. The only thing that's kind of just a little bit different or non-standard is the Electric Seed on Lunala, which is maybe the second most common item for Lunala for most of this regulation. Also, the Choice Band on Urshifu. A lot of players in our region in North America really didn't like having to lock into the Choice Band and went for more of the Focus Sash, but in other regions that Choice Band has been really powerful because you need that extra little oomph on the Urshifu's attack stat in this new meta.
Yeah, and I'll see the Assault Vest and Sinora kind of been talking about that a lot over the course of the weekend. Funny, even the throwback team has it because it seems like we've moved back toward that in the meta, but it could be relevant here.
And here is Yuma Kinugawa's team. It is the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta Core, of course, along with that Smeargle that we saw be so effective earlier on in the day, getting the Moody boost, potential for speed boost, which means fast speeds, also the ability to decorate any one of these Pokemon. Typically, you might think of the Calyrex Shadow Rider, but when we saw Smeargle earlier today, it was that Raging Bolt that looked way more like a Miraidon after Smeargle got a hold of it.
Yeah, it's not something we see every day, but I think always fun. Also, the trainer that we enjoyed that incredible play in the first game of his Swiss Route set, where it was that wild thunderclap on the Landorus that was terastallizing. Hey, you know, there's an Ursaluna on the other side. This time, maybe lightning will strike twice into the ground.
Well, this is going to be kind of a fascinating matchup because that previous game that we saw Kinugawa making some of those hard reads in was against one of his countrymen here in the tournament and someone he's most likely been playing against for a long time over the course of this season. Federico Camporisi, not from the Japanese region, is Italian. Yuma Kinugawa will not have as much experience playing against Federico. There is tape of Fede out there to watch, though, so this could be a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, I think especially, I think we associate Japan with tending to be the Masters, the best of one format. I think one of Federico's more interesting achievements was the 2 Global Challenge wins. So, hey, you know, maybe they have more in common than you'd think based on their countries of origin.
Absolutely, here we go, and game 1 of our first top 8 match. Federico Camporisi versus Yuma Kinugawa, and there it is, Smeargle, everybody's favorite VGC support icon on the field next to Calyrex Shadow Rider, and Federico showing the Trick Room leads here with the Incineroar and Lunala.
Yeah, I think we saw the Smeargle led as well the last time we saw Kinugawa, so perhaps seeing a pattern here, but should be a lot of fun. You know, Smeargle creates some interesting situations where, you know, will it go for the fake out, will you get cheekier and try to go for something like a Spore or a Decorate. The last time we saw Kinugawa on stream, match was very quick, where I think both sides are making some deep predictions, so we'll have to see how players choose to start it out this time.
Well, they're going to kick it off with a Terastallization on Smeargle. That's going to be double Ghost for Kinugawa now. No fake out pressure at all from that Incineroar because of the Terastallization, but that is a wasted Terastallization as Federico is not going for the fake out at all. Instead, Spore comes through onto the Lunala as the Calyrex Shadow Rider gets that +2 boost from the nasty plot. Will take a knockoff for it, and that's a clean one-hit KO. That's a trade of a Terra and a Calyrex Shadow Rider for a Spore on Lunala.
Yeah, that's a pretty tough way to start the game here. I mean, you do at least get to put a restricted Pokemon to sleep, but you're definitely hoping for more of a trade than that. The attack rising, so that's not going to be very helpful from the Moody boost either. And wow, that's a tough spot here where, you know, we saw last time that Kinugawa was in stream, you don't necessarily need the restricted Pokemon to be driving the offense, and this time Zamazenta is present, able to threaten some big damage on Incineroar with a potential body press, but not the way you want to start out there, maybe getting a little too aggressive on the first turn of the match, and this time it didn't pay off.
Yeah, Kinugawa showing how aggressive he can be playing here, and Federico calling the bluff there. Definitely seeing that there is the option for Ghost Terra, and seeing that, you know, Kinugawa has shown that maybe he was going to try and sneak in a nasty plot or some other boost here, just going on the offensive.
Yeah, and as you mentioned last time, is on Decorate now no longer so threatening with the Zamazenta next to it, where, you know, defense is really the stat you want to be boosting. So tricky position. It would be an option to maybe do more damage to Lunala with boosted attack, but not the way you want to do things. And with Miraidon coming in, there'll be no more threat of Spore for now.
Yeah, the Spores are done for Smeargle. Just that Lunala asleep because of it, as Miraidon sets the electric terrain. Kinugawa going for a prediction there for the body press onto the Lunala, hoping to catch it in a terrestrialization or just a switch there, but that's going to do nothing, but you do get the Decorate boost onto the Zamazenta, so those heavy slams will be hurting from the Zamazenta, but that's about it.
Yeah, the shoe kind of on the other foot. We saw every prediction hitting the last time that Kinugawa was on stream. A little bit of a slower start to his set, missing another attack. And things are a little bit awkward here. Or even with the boosted stats now, you can do more damage to Lunala, sort of, but still have to break that Shadow Shield, right? And by the time you get there, likely it'll have woken up. So with now the Miraidon also threatening some damage, the Zamazenta forced to protect.
Well, another protect there from Zamazenta, which will prevent the Electro Drift damage from connecting. That does open up another Decorate possible for this Smeargle. So now at +4, those heavy slams are going to start hurting, but still has not broken the Shadow Shield, which means that this Lunala can at least take one as it wakes up here, finally awakens and fires off a Moongeist beam now into the Ghost-type Smeargle. That's going to set it right down to Focus Session. Kinugawa has not gotten a lot out of this, went for some really aggressive plays and has just been punished for them by Federico.
Yeah, we see another awkward situation here. Does get the speed boost now, but would be pretty costly to try to take advantage of the speed boost. Would have to lose all those decorates as well as the boost from entering the field there in order to get any Rillaboom back in if it's in the back. Smeargle going to be fleeing instead, giving up that speed boost, and we'll see the final Pokemon for this first game.
Yeah, going to remove the speed boost itself as Rillaboom will switch in here to reset the terrain. Has to make sure that that Miraidon is not at full strength. Another Protect trying to come out from the Zamazenta, but it fails. And Federico has not taken damage yet in this game. Big Electro Drift into the Zamazenta will not pick up the KO, but it doesn't need to right now because all that Zamazenta has been doing is protecting. And the Moongeist Beam is not doing any damage at all into the Rillaboom. And this game one has been a disaster for Kinugawa.
Yeah, at least now, I guess Rillaboom sort of threatening some offense. You could fake out the Miraidon, I guess, but this is messy, and then we'll see that fake out. So perhaps Zamazenta will finally attempt to swing.
Yeah, there is some damage onto the Miraidon and a body press to follow it up. Not enough to pick up the KO, though, as Lunala will fire back with a Moongeist Beam into the Zamazenta after the Electro Drift comes so close to picking up the KO there, but that one turn of grassy terrain recovery protecting the Zamazenta for this turn and this turn only.
Yeah, I mean, things may be getting more interesting. Miraidon now weakened enough where perhaps one weaker attack could knock it out, but then again in a situation you're probably going to need to protect the Zamazenta, and either you have to make a risky read, which looks like we're going to see. It said Grassy Glide breaking the Shadow Shield, so if Miraidon maybe attacks the Rillaboom, we could still see some action, but no, it's going to knock out the Zamazenta, and this Gambit's not going to pay off either.
Yeah, I really like this from Federico. Kinugawa has been going for some very aggressive plays, and Federico has been playing so safely. Just not going for anything risky at all, which means that Kinugawa can't find the opportunities to break through. And if you go for those aggressive plays and your opponent is, you know, doing the defensive wall thing, there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like both these sides are kind of just playing at very different tempos, though. We used to sometimes talk about like the idea of leveling and kind of like, oh, you know, I know you're going to do this, so then I will do that, and kind of like what how far through that process your opponent's going to think. And I felt like Federico just never really needed to move down that line, right? We're like, well, my simplest and safest play is never getting punished, so like, why would I do anything crazy? Kinugawa perhaps a little excited after doing so well on stream previously in that first game, going for the fireworks right again, but we see the other way that can turn out in that first game here, where taking a bunch of big risks that don't really pay off and not even really getting close to getting into that first game.
Yeah, no explosions in game one, just a bunch of duds coming out here. The one thing that really happened was this first turn. The knockoff into the Calyrex just meant that the Calyrex went down immediately, and that was so much offense off the table for Kinugawa. Even after +4, after 2 decorates onto the Zamazenta, there was nothing that, Kinugawa was able to do with it because his primary attack uses its defense stat, and we didn't even see a heavy slam come out there before the Zamazenta went down. So you can see how the Smeargle can sometimes get trapped next to a Pokemon like the Zamazenta that isn't a really strong target for that Decorate. And Kinugawa had no safe switches. There was no way to bring that Smeargle out and reset anything without risking really important pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways he's really bet the game on that first turn. And I think after you kind of have to throw out what happened a little bit, where to me it just looked like a player was like, all right, well, I know that there aren't any reasonable lines that lead to me winning the game. So now I'm just going to take even more risks and hope that I get exactly the mistake I need to pull myself back in. I was considering, thinking, maybe it would have been different if we'd seen, instead of the body press in the Lunala slot, breaking the Shadow Shield, maybe you can do something that decorates. I don't know that actually leads to a win, given how big the deficit there was. So, I kind of get it, right? Where you need to get given something in order to pull back. I'll be curious to see this adjustment. Do you take a bigger risk and just hope you get the read right this time, or are you trying to play a little more conservatively? Because there's now this elimination round, right? Kinugawa's had an incredible tournament so far. Has only lost that game we saw previously on stream, but one more loss here would knock him out of the tournament.
Yep, one more loss would knock Kinugawa out of the tournament and mean that he would not be the first Japanese player to win an international championship. But Kinugawa has decided that Smeargle and Calyrex are still the choice here, and matching up much better against this Whimsicott and Urshifu lead here. Smeargle does not go for a Terrestrialization. That remains safe. Goes for the fake out onto the Choice Band Urshifu. Entirely safe choice there, as the Astral Barrage will come out from Calyrex Shadow Rider. Whimsicott's Light Screen will protect both of these Pokemon quite a bit here, but with the Life Orb, that still makes it a 2-hit KO on both of those Pokemon.
Well, the Smeargle likes to go quick. We see the speed boost once again. I think there'll be some question whether it actually gets to use it, where I feel like kind of the only option now is a Tailwind and then probably a Surging Strikes into the Smeargle slot to avoid a Spore, which is interesting now on the Kinugawa side. Like previously you would have had to use Follow Me. You kind of have the implied Follow Me by the threat of the Spore now, or if you wanted to, you could probably even switch the Calyrex out, play a little bit differently, because I think allowing a Tailwind here and taking some KOs could be really dangerous, given your opponent would then get some free switches.
Yeah, but this is the absolute safest play here to go for the Tailwind on the Whimsicott, while the Smeargle Follow Me's. That's going to protect the Calyrex. As you can see, it only takes 2 hits of the Surging Strikes to knock out that Smeargle, but critically, Calyrex is still up and will be able to fire back an Astral Barrage into both of these Pokemon, which should be able to pick up the KO on both of them as well. That means that Kinugawa will finally get his +2 boost. Ooh, actually Whimsicott survives just a little bit. I had done my math incorrectly. Means only a +1 boost to that Calyrex.
Yeah, I think much better not to get that knockout, though. I think the double knockout there would probably be a little bit scary. It does still leave the option of Whimsicott switching out and then having a late-game Tailwind for a second round. But this is sort of an interesting situation now, where even though that knockout was given up, you do have the speed control on Federico's side of the field. And, okay, well, this is a Life Orb Calyrex, right? It's not a Focus Sash Calyrex. So now that it's already damaged itself, the Life Orb doesn't have a Focus Sash to protect itself. Potentially a single attack could knock it out here between the two of these Pokemon.
Well, Lunala coming out for Federico. That is a really good Pokemon to have and under Tailwind, because it will still be able to outspeed that Calyrex and threaten back with the Moongeist Beam. Kinugawa was just going to go ahead and scout out here to see what Federico wants to do, instead of just giving a free turn to the Lunala and Whimsicott team by Astral Barraging into a wide guard. Whimsicott also trying to Encore to force Kinugawa into those Astral Barrages, but will go into the Protect as the U-turn will finish off the Whimsicott, remove that Encore threat from the table, and allow Kinugawa to bring in his final Pokemon here.
A nice little play there. Also kills a turn of the Tailwind, rather. Perhaps more helpfully, where if you can get through this, you're looking at a pretty good spot. You have a single level of boosted special attack. Of course, you would love to pick up that knockout instead with the Calyrex if you could, but getting Whimsicott off the field is a big deal. I think otherwise that would have forced a Terastallization in order to gain Encore immunity. This leaves the options a little bit more open for Kinugawa.
Well, here comes Miraidon to set the electric terrain and activate the electric seed. We'll also be boosting the electric type damage coming out from that Raging Bolt that Kinugawa was so effective with earlier today. Now standing alongside the Calyrex and providing two potentially strong offensive threats that Federico is going to have to worry about.
Yeah, and a scary position too. All the Pokemon on that side of the field likely to be much quicker than their opponents thanks to the Tailwind for another 2 turns. Rillaboom in the back is a factor here, likely going to see it again. Turn that terrain off, reduce the damage a little bit, and then have fake out pressure for the final turn of Tailwind.
Yep, there is that grassy terrain being reset by the Rillaboom. Like you mentioned, that cuts some of the special attack out of Miraidon's stat pool, and the Raging Bolt will go for a protect itself, trying to stall as many of these turns of Tailwind as possible. But the Draco Meteor was targeted at the Calyrex, and even without the electric terrain, deals so much damage to that Rillaboom, and a double target into that slot means that this Moongeist Beam will be able to pick up the KO right away on Rillaboom. And that's going to mean that this Calyrex and Raging Bolt are the final 2 Pokemon for Kinugawa.
Going down easily with that Assault Vest there. I feel like his poor Rillaboom all weekend, switching in, getting knocked out. Does do its job as far as changing the terrain there, but maybe hoping for a little more, right? Where the advantage of getting that Whimsicott knockout would have been, you get the fake out, you can at least stall out the Tailwind, don't have to worry about a second one. But the final turn of his Tailwind, pretty scary here. The positive end of it, if you are Kinugawa, is that you do have the Miraidon locked into Draco Meteor. You're going to have that reduced special attack for the remainder of the game, but I think even at -2, neither of these Pokemon are going to take this super well without a Terastallization.
Yeah, even at -2, super effective damage into the Raging Bolt and just big damage onto the Calyrex. And Federico has options here. The wide guard means that the option of just coming in and clicking Astral Barrage is not so easy for Kinugawa. That does mean that there would only be the Draco Meteor coming out from the Miraidon, but that may just be enough to finish off this game.
Yeah, and once again, there's an awkward situation where that Shadow Shield isn't broken, right? Probably going to take 3 or 4 hits to reasonably knock this Pokemon out. And, even with these special attack drops from the Miraidon, if you're ignoring it for that long, it's going to deal a significant amount of damage. And, Lunala's damage isn't irrelevant either.
Yeah, Lunala definitely can deal damage, especially when it's threatening 4 times super effective damage onto the Calyrex, as well as a potential Fairy Terastallization and super effective damage back on the Raging Bolt with Moonblast as well.
Looks like we are going to see this Terastallization here. So we saw some incredible calls by Kinugawa the last time we saw him on stream. If he doesn't predict this turn correctly, his tournament is probably going to be over.
That will be it, and then Federico Camparisi will be moving on to the top 4. Here comes the Terastallization out of Kinugawa as well. That is the Fairy Terra on the Lunala and the Dark Terra on the Calyrex. So we'll be able to resist Moongeist Beams, but be weak now to Moonblast from Lunala. There's the Thunderclap. Thunderclap connects onto Lunala. It knows that it's going to be an offensive attack here. Draco Meteor connects onto Raging Bolt and picks up the KO, even at -2. Raging Bolt goes down. Calyrex needs a miracle here to make something happen on this final turn of Tailwind. There is the Moongeist Beam that will be resisted by the Calyrex thanks to the Dark Terra type, and firing back an Astral Barrage here. That's going to be good damage, but the light screen is still up. It's not enough damage. Just a little bit to the Miraidon and, of course, to the Lunala after the Terastallization. And that Whimsicott with that light screen means that Kinugawa just doesn't have the damage.
Yeah, there's just no way. The light stream's going to expire now, but I feel like even a double critical hit, probably not quite enough, and there's still the threat of that wide guard. Just too much going wrong here. Astral Barrage going to come down, but I can't imagine this is going to be enough.
Yeah, not enough damage,
close,
but it was so close. Just a little bit more damage would have been enough to pick up the KO on both. Draco Meteor does not pick up the KO, but Lunala right behind it with the Moonblast will knock Kinugawa out of the tournament, and Federico Camparisi will advance to our semifinals. His best performance at an international championship in the Masters division to date.
Yeah, very decisive win against an excellent player. really dominated that first game and then played exactly as he needed to in the second. Had a pretty big advantage there. Played very safely in that second to final turn there, where kind of no matter what his opponent did, I think he would have stayed enough ahead where he was in a great position there. Barring a double critical hit would have been a little scary there, but I mean, if that's the highest probability thing working against you, I think you're feeling pretty good about the way you played the set.
Yeah, that's you're okay with that one. But really well played there from Federico. Kinugawa got so greedy in that game one, going for that nasty plot. Kind of just gave that one up for Federico. But then in game two, you saw just how strong of a player Kinugawa was as well, and how much work Federico had to put in to get to that position, managing those tailwind turns perfectly. And that light screen from Whimsicott all the way at the very beginning of the game, coming up huge for Federico to survive just that little bit of extra damage, because Life Orb Calyrex, that hurts.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage there. I definitely underestimated a little bit at the end of the game, but I mean, to me, it's all about Federico's game plans, where the first game's a little bit wonky, right? Where I think just getting that first turn right kind of ended the game. But I think if you look at that second game, I thought it was just a really excellent path that he chose to take through the game, where there wasn't like a whole lot of great options that his opponent could have taken to throw him off there. It was always ahead, always had better positioning. Even when knockouts were taken, it was like sort of disadvantage. Had position or control of the board and better position from turn one right through the end of the game.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is why Federico is advancing to our semifinals. That means that he is in very good position to make it into our finals on Sunday. Congratulations to Yuma Kinugawa for making it to the top 8. An incredible performance from him as well, and definitely had some fireworks earlier on in the day. Someone who, if you are going to Anaheim and competing in the World Championships, definitely keep an eye out for that player, and of course for Federico.
Yeah, two great players, and I mean, that's just kind of what happens at this point in the tournament, right? Especially if you're a player like it seems like Kinugawa is, who's willing to make some more aggressive reads. You're going to get your bluffs called a little bit more frequently at this point in the tournament. Everyone left is just so good, and props to him for a great run, and props to Federico as well. You're going to see a little bit more of him later. Just an excellent match played by him there, where about as decisive a top 8 win as you're ever going to see at international championships.
Yeah, absolutely. Extremely well played there, and really enjoyed seeing that sort of classic Regulation I combo doing a lot of work. The Miraidon with Whimsicott and Lunala, threatening so many different methods of speed control. We could see in that second game how much it can put you off kilter if you're prepared for one side or the other. And even the Tailwind is usually the more easily manageable one just because it's shorter. But you can get a lot done when you're going first every single time, and your opponent is having to spend some time doing things like clicking Decorate instead of actually getting, didn't actually even get a chance to click Decorate, was forced into clicking Follow Me instead of getting any of the disruption off.
Yeah, and I think, when the time came to swing on Federico's side, I think he did a great job of prioritizing. The double hit on the Rillaboom switch in was really important. I think if he had screwed that turn up, it's a very different looking game too, right? Maybe we're talking about the adjustments he's making going into a third game. Just did a great job of not giving up anything easy, just taking what was available. And sometimes you can get through these games, especially if your team matches up well, you've built it in a way that can handle the matchup, just by not taking unnecessary risks. Smart, wise set there.
Absolutely. Extremely smart, extremely patient play there from Federico, and that is why he is advancing to the semifinals. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have our second top 8 matchup to find out who's going to join Federico in our semifinals. Stay tuned.
Train hard, go hard. I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah. I'm a go far. I'm a maverick, havoc in my way. High stakes, and I'm dishing out moves. Time to step up through the plate, and I'll battle anywhere. Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place, and I'll be there anytime.
With the season winding down, 783 players competed in the Atlanta Regional Championships to secure their spot at Worlds. This was the last regional championship in North America to feature the Regulation G rule set. Calyrex Ice Rider, Calyrex Shadow Rider, and Miraidon dominated the usage charts all throughout Regulation G, but those restricted Pokemon were a thing of the past. Make way for Koraidon. Joey Woodring secured his spot in the finals by knocking out Joe Ugarte's Miraidon team using an aggressive Koraidon team featuring support from Fluttermane, Brute Bonnet, and Iron Crown, showing that Koraidon is the winged king. On the other side of the bracket, Daniel Yu used the same team and endured Astral Barrage after Astral Barrage from Yuki Zaninovich to meet his friend in the final. Both players were already winners, but only one could be crowned champion. Daniel hit the ground running by knocking out Joey's Terastallized Chi-Yu, leaving Joey without the offense or defense to make a comeback. In Game 2, Joey fought hard to pick up the first KO, but that ultimately allowed Daniel's Koraidon to charge up and get knockout after knockout, securing the regional championship and Worlds invite for Daniel.
And a final blow as Daniel Yu becomes your Atlanta Regional Champion.
There are still chances to qualify for the World Championships. For more information on how to join the competition, go to pokemon.com/compete to start your adventure.
Eu acho que pra mim as principais ferramentas pra você melhorar como um treinador seria ter vários amigos pra jogar, pesquisar bastante, entrar em grupos e treinar. Treinar principalmente.
Quais ferramentas que eu acho que um jogador competitivo tem que ter? Primeiro é paciência, porque você tem que repetir várias vezes, várias coisas. Então, primeiro é paciência. E a segunda de tudo é, cara, é anotar as coisas. Anota bastante porque você vai anotando e vai gravando mais fácil, então é persistir e paciência.
Eu acho que a gente tem ferramenta até de sobra, porque é uma comunidade muito grande, a gente consegue compartilhar a experiência um com o outro e ver onde cada consegue melhorar se ajudando.
Bueno, mira, lo más importante en este juego es caminar, caminar y atrapar. Todo el tiempo estar atrapando y siempre revisando en las mismas páginas de Play Pokémon cuáles son los Pokémon que están destacados y buscar de esos Pokémon los mejores IVs para poder dar el mayor rendimiento en las batallas.
Primero que nada es ver el meta, qué Pokémon son los mejores, un poco más avanzado, aprender a contar los básicos.
I think the players need to always look at meta, check the meta. I think this is really important because on Pokemon the game is always changed.
The first thing I always gravitate towards too is recording my matches and then looking at it afterwards. Not only just looking at it myself, but also like with friends from feedback. Just like really dissecting, like, you know, what am I thinking through this turn? Like, did I make the correct play? Am I thinking about the high-level game plan correctly? Am I accounting for potential risks depending on what my opponent is doing? I think it's really hard to be stuck in the moment when you're actually playing, so looking at afterwards has been like really helpful for me.
In the game, you don't have a lot of time to think. You just do the best you can in the moment, but afterwards, when you can actually pause and slow down, you can analyze what is actually going on in the game.
La mejor oportunidad que tienen es ver las transmisiones de los campeonatos regionales, internacionales y del Mundial de Pokémon. A pesar de que el meta puede llegar a cambiar mucho, no significa que no puedas ver cómo juegan otros entrenadores, qué es lo que están pensando, qué es lo que dicen en las entrevistas, ver cuál mindset tiene. Entonces, ve lo que piensan, ve cómo juegan, imítalos y supéralos.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North America International Championships in New Orleans, Louisiana. Look how beautiful it is out there. I actually got to see the sunrise over the mighty Mississippi this morning, and it was gorgeous, if a little early for me.
Yeah, I saw, I think it was like a parking lot or something, but there's probably a sun out there somewhere, and so, you know, it's a beautiful city, I'm sure.
It's definitely been a great time here in New Orleans, and we've been having so much fun here in the stadium. But also, if you are at home and you want to get in on the action, make sure that you are watching all of the streams so that you can take part in our giveaways. In particular, here close to our heart on the Video Game Championships, we have Wolf Glick's 2025 EUIC winning Incineroar that you can redeem using the code NAIC25 Combe Parish.
And don't forget, yeah, you too can get free stuff in your Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet games, even if your opponent doesn't nasty plot on the first turn of the game.
That is always an available thing when you have, I think you have until June 20th to redeem this Incineroar. Up next, you can watch any of our other pillars here, including Unite, that is in their semifinals right now, I believe. So if you are watching over on twitch.tv/Pokemon Unite, or you would like to get this Mew Platinum emblem, go ahead and switch over there. Have it open for 30 minutes and you will receive access to that, as well as you can use the gift code NAIC2025 for that special Pokemon Unite sticker.
Yeah, like there's like a pin at the Pokemon Center. If you're here, you could get that matches that too. Like get some style going on.
And if you are a trading card game player, you can also receive some great prizes here for the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. Some rare special illustration rares of Team Rocket's Giovanni and Ethan's adventure using the code NAIC25 Destined Rivals. Two cards that are gorgeous, and also Ethan at least was seeing some success earlier on in the tournament. I believe they are still just heading into their top 16 match on the trading card game, so if you are excited about that, feel free to tune on over there.
Hey, you know, if you are looking for something after the video game stream's over, I'm sure they'll still be going.
And here are the drops that you can get if you go and watch those. You can get the deck box and the sleeve and the coin for Cornerstone Overpond, who has been leading the parade here in New Orleans for the North American International Championships. Go ahead and switch on over to the trading card game to earn those Twitch drops.
Good looking cards.
Lastly, we have Pokemon GO that is also here and competing. I believe they are just finished their winners bracket and maybe now on to losers over on the other side. The losers bracket, not losers. I'm not being mean to the people, I'm sorry. But you could get the timed research via those Twitch drops featuring Mandibuzz, inspired by Patoman's EUIC winning team.
Yeah,
and my understanding is he is still in the tournament and doing very well.
That's good. Yeah, don't forget to download that or Evan will think you are a loser too.
At least you'll be in the losers bracket, and you know, you still have an opportunity to make it out of there and back into reset in the grand finals. All right, well, let's get back into our tournament here in the video game arena. We have our next top 4 match getting ready to go. We just saw top 8 match rather. We just saw Federico Camporisi defeat Yuma Kinugawa in that first top 8 match. And now we are going to be moving on to the bottom side of the bracket to see Gabriel Legati versus Marco Silva. This should be an incredible matchup. But the other 2 top 8 matches we will see after this. But for us, it's all about Brazil versus Italy.
And 2 of the better players of all time here, both made it to the finals of international championships before. Both have won international championships before, so it should be a lot of fun to see them face off. Agati also critically in the position here to help try to defend the world from an all-Italy semifinal, rather. They've got the first one in. It would be admittedly pretty hilarious, I feel like, if all 4 of the semifinalists were Italian, but we'll see what the rest of the world can do.
Yeah, this is we do have a very real opportunity to turn this into the Old Italy National Championships here in the semifinals. But Gabriel Legati is no slouch, and it will be difficult even for Marco Silva, who is on his way to a 4th international championship, would be leapfrogging over and building a lead on everyone else in the international championships race, should he take home the title here in North America and win 2 international championships in the same season.
Yeah, I think you're definitely hitting the point there where you're probably talking about one of the greatest regular seasons of all time. I mean, I think the World Championship is always the big one, right? And I think in the GOAT debate, it's hard to make up for not having one of those. But 2 ICs in the same season would be incredible. And wow, he's just always so good, it seems like, at every tournament he's at.
Yeah, it definitely puts him as a pretty much a lock for the title of best player who has not won a world championship after collecting 3 and then potentially a 4th international championships title for himself. But of course, we'll have to defeat Gabriel Legati from Brazil in order to continue on that path. Both of these players, like you've mentioned, are no strangers to the main stage. They know what it's like to be under the lights and to feel the pressure of an elimination match especially.
Yeah, I think probably for Agati in particular, I think there's been a number of international championships where he gets super deep and they did not end the way he wanted to. So maybe a little bit more motivation to try to pick up the big win here, where at this point for Marco, it just kind of seems like old hat. Like, oh, of course, he's still in the tournament at this stage.
Oh, it's an international championships and it's the finals. Marco must be there, right? He must be there and probably winning. But yeah, you're right. Gabriel Legati has been sort of so close to getting that international championships title that you can feel the hunger in him when you talk to him about it. It's something that clearly he knows that he can achieve and really wants to do. And again, he has proven that he is still up there with the best of all of the players in the world here as the top 8. And definitely a favorite to win the tournament. I think this is going to be one of the most exciting matches for who could win this tournament overall.
Yeah, I think so too. And certainly two of the biggest names left in the bracket. You see both the trainers here, pretty impressive finishes for both of them. Gabriel at the two finalist appearances at these international championships, always getting to the end, but things just never seem to quite work out. Marco sort of had the opposite experience with the 3 wins at this stage, but probably looking forward to the World Championships in a few weeks where knows he can do better than that top 16.
Absolutely, and actually very importantly, Gabriel Legati is now the last hope for Latin America as a region to win this international championship, something they have never done in the Masters division. Even their own home championship, the Latin American International Championships. This year, Marco Silva won it. Previously, Ashton Cox had a stranglehold on that, and Paul Chua, and just has never actually been won by a Latin American player. So why not? Let me come to the North American International Championships and win our first one.
Yeah, why not? And I guess he's the last hope for all of the Americas now, where North America has been defeated. So I'll have to see if Gabriel can take it at least for this general chunk of the planet.
Well, it's going to be the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Koraidon build that Gabriel will be hoping to pilot for that victory. Really, the important thing that I've been noticing about this team as we've been seeing it today has been that Ogerpon, though. It really has performed exceptionally well with that water and grass type coverage, showing that it can work really well into Amoonguss, Rillaboom, and Incineroar style cores.
Yeah, I think one of the more original teams remaining in the tournament, Screamtail, I think he was the only player who had it in day 2. In my opinion, one of the more underrated Pokemon of this whole generation. I think very disruptive. We saw do some serious damage at the hands of Wolf Glick in the, I believe, the Europe International Championship. So, hey, I don't know if Screamtail was the sort of Pokemon we were expecting to see go deep in an IC twice, but here we are.
Yeah, and it does make a lot of sense because of how disruptive it can be. If you can get those fake outs out of the way, or even just if someone is playing a little bit more passively, trying to protect too much, or you can get immunities switched in, Screamtail has a lot going for it. Typically, it's really strong against a lot of the choice teams, so like Miraidon with choice specs, because you can pretty easily disable and just lock that Pokemon out entirely. No such luck seeing a choice item on Marco's side, but we'll have to see if Screamtail will be able to make anything happen, or if Gabriel will be sticking to the double restricted and then 2 of Incineroar, Fluttermane, and Ogerpon, as we've been seeing over the course of today.
I think the other really notable thing is that it's a highly unconventional Shadow Rider Calyrex set with both the Leech Seed that we more frequently see from its Frosty cousin, as well as Substitute, which definitely seems like something our co-caster Len would be running, but proving that this sort of approach can work at this level.
Yeah, the Leech Seed is not just for Calyrex Ice Rider, it can also be used for the Shadow Rider, and Substitute in particular can be extremely scary, especially in the mirror, which we are going to see is part of what's happening here. Marco Silva with the Shadow Rider Calyrex and the Zamazenta has the Wide Guard to protect the Calyrex versus Gabriel with the Substitute to potentially protect it. But otherwise, we are also going to continue to see the Rillaboom and Incineroar core, as well as the Heart's Flame Mask Ogerpon instead of the Wellspring Mask. It's kind of going back to the first time we ever saw Ogerpon at all.
Yeah, I remember those days. Feels like it was forever ago now. I think one thing to keep in mind is the interaction with the 2 Calyrex here. One of the things that trainers who use this Pokemon to hate is the potential to one-shot yourself. So both of them having the ability to Terrastallize to gain resistances with the just regular resistance with the Dark type Calyrex here. The other one is a normal type Terrastallization, able to become fully immune, although not able to deal a whole lot of direct damage the other direction to a Terrastallization, not having any other regular attacking moves.
Yeah, absolutely. The Psychic and Astral Barrage here for the Shadow Rider Calyrex, as well as the ability to go for Nasty Plot. So it is a little bit more of a traditional Calyrex here with the option to boost, which can be really powerful without any kind of Wide Guards on Gabriel's side. Astral Barrage, if that Calyrex can start getting going, will just be able to deal a bunch of damage. And here it is, led immediately on both sides. Fluttermane and Calyrex for Gabriel, and the Ogerpon and Calyrex for Marco. That's going to be having Follow Me support there to protect the Calyrex from the Flutter Mane, but also has the option of just going for spread moves all around here.
Yeah, pretty fun way to start this game. A lot of traditionally offensive Pokemon both sides. I see a quick lock-in from Legati, probably seeing a lead combination perhaps he was expecting to see here, and we could see a lot of fireworks to start out this match. Perhaps not the same sort of passive approach we saw at the beginning of our previous top 8 match.
Yeah, well, Gabriel has decided what he wants to do, but Marco is taking his time here. You know, does know that can Follow Me, but the Follow Me will do nothing against the Astral Barrage or even a potential Icy Wind coming out from the Flutter Mane to try and win that the speed ties potentially. There's going to be the normal Terrestrialization from Calyrex on Gabriel's side to protect itself completely from any ghost type attacks from Marco, while Calyrex for Marco will just protect itself, so try and scout out a little bit about what's coming. Gabriel, though, with the Astral Barrage, will deal good damage to the Ogerpon and will be followed up by the Shadow Ball. And if this Hearth Flame Ogerpon can survive, it can also put down some big damage onto both of these Pokemon, potentially breaking the focus or getting the Flutter Mane down to the Focus Sash. But the double up just barely misses there. Ogerpon hanging on with just a sliver of health and brings Flutter Mane right down to Sash.
That's such a huge difference, where otherwise that would have just been a clean knockout, predicting the Protect from Legati. Not quite able to do enough damage at Ogerpon, which is trained just right, able to get an extra 130 damage on that Flutter Mane. That's a huge swing and leads to a pretty even first turn from what otherwise could have been a huge disaster. And I think if anything, maybe Marco feeling like he came out a little bit ahead there, not committing the Terrestrialization, having a few more options for the remainder of this game, but very anxious situation for both sides as the two Calyrex faced off with two 1 HP Pokemon beside them.
Yeah, the Flutter Mane may be a little bit more useful than the Ogerpon at 1 hit point for at least a moment. It's going to be the Flutter Mane retreating as Gabriel wants to preserve that Pokemon for a time when he can have the Sun out to activate that Photosynthesis boost. Switches in the Screamtail, so Screamtail making an appearance here in our top 8 matchup. Doesn't need the Sun, uses the booster energy to boost its speed instead. Marco will also protect the Hearth Flame Ogerpon once the opportunity to go for a Grassy Glide or a Follow Me in the future, and instead it will be Zamazenta out on the field. Now, because the Calyrex on Gabriel's side has Terrestrialized into the normal type, Marco has to match it with the Dark Terrestrialization, lest it face a easy knockout from another Astral Barrage. There's a Terrestrialization, and here is the Astral Barrage coming out from Gabriel's Calyrex. Deals decent damage to the Zamazenta, but the Calyrex tanks it like a champ and fires back with a Psychic into that Screamtail. Not very effective damage. Actually a really strong position there for the Screamtail here.
Yeah, I think it's sort of a big Psychic, though, because I think otherwise the Astral Barrage is setting you up for a very disastrous Encore. Sort of a fun interaction between the Zamazenta and the Screamtail. Typically, we think of Zamazenta mostly as a one-trick attacker with just the Body Press. This is one of the few situations where it's actually relevant to have the option of using a Heavy Slam here, where super effective, at least do a reasonable amount of damage to the Screamtail and maybe work toward removing the threat of those Encores and Disables for the rest of the game.
Yeah, getting rid of those Encores and Disables is a priority. Otherwise, you have to kind of second guess every move you make. But it's all going to come down to if you can get these calls correctly, as Screamtail just protects this turn to scout out what Marco is going to do. Try to see, what do I want to Encore or Disable in the upcoming turns? Zamazenta and Calyrex both eat another Astral Barrage, but Marco doesn't fall for the Protect here. Gets good damage onto the Calyrex, takes the Life Orb recoil, and Zamazenta, though, goes for the Heavy Slam into the Screamtail. So now that Screamtail, by protecting it, has some options here. What do you want to lock Marco into? What options do you want to remove from Marco's pool?
My heart stopped for a second there. I think if that had been a double target of the Calyrex, this could have been a huge swing of the game. Instead, still kind of on a knife's edge. All of these weakened Pokemon are facing off, and yeah, maybe Screamtail going to get to determine some of what happens here. Also scary a little bit, the normal type immunity to Astral Barrage, kind of limiting the options for Marco. Neither of these Pokemon able to be really attacked by the Calyrex too efficiently, having to use that Psychic, and disabling it would stop it from being able to attack the opposing Calyrex at all.
Yeah, the one thing that is bad about the Zamazenta going for an attack is it can't protect its own Calyrex with the Wide Guard or itself The only way to do that is to switch the Calyrex out right now for the Raging Bolt, which should be able to take a Astral Barrage coming out from the Calyrex, especially with this wide guard connecting on Marco's side. So Gabriel now will have the ability to go for any attack that he wants. Goes for the Encore into the Calyrex, but with the switch, that is actually a free switch-in for the Raging Bolt, blowing the Encore and the Astral Barrage into that wide guard.
Yeah, it's sort of an awkward position. Both of these Pokemon only know spread attacks. There's only the Dazzling Gleam for actual offense from the Screamtail and only the Astral Barrage from the Calyrex. I was kind of wondering if we wouldn't perhaps see a Leech Seed that turn instead because, like I mentioned in the previous turn, the Screamtail is kind of forcing the Calyrex to, or threatening very powerful disable that would have otherwise made it useless, right? So the switch there, I think, was pretty likely. Still, a lot of ground to be made here, but I think that was a pretty big switch for Marco, who now has an advantageous position, although maybe he doesn't think it's as advantageous as I do, switching the Zamazenta out of battle before it can be disabled or encored.
Yeah, Zamazenta is now out of the field, brings in the Ogerpon instead, another Encore into a switch, so the Screamtail is not going to be able to make anything happen, but Calyrex has just enough health to make a substitute for itself and protect itself from this Thunderbolt from the Raging Bolt. And now you have the 1 health Ogerpon and the full health Raging Bolt still against the Screamtail and the Calyrex. And Gabriel really needs to make something happen with this Screamtail lest it just go down without doing anything.
Yeah, pretty awkward position here. You could use a Dazzling Gleam perhaps with the Screamtail this time to prevent the Ogerpon from attacking, but there's enough moves with the Raging Bolt that even with Disable or Encore or something, there would be some means of knocking Calyrex out, so no way to keep it completely safe this turn if you choose to go for an attack. Marco's done a pretty good job of cycling, avoiding letting the Screamtail be disruptive, still having to pay the tax of switching repeatedly, but hasn't gotten caught where he just wasted an action in any turn yet.
Well, Ogerpon is going to continue the switching frenzy on Marco Silva's side. Switches out for the Zamazenta once again. Back out on the field, this Dazzling Gleam from Screamtail doing just a chip to Zamazenta and a decent amount to Raging Bolt, all things considered. And all the Leech Seed misses. Raging Bolt will be able to fire back with a Thunderbolt into that Screamtail, but that Leech Seed missing was huge. Calyrex would have loved to get that health recovery back.
Yeah, I mean, the damage may not have made a huge difference, so certainly it adds up, but it's a big deal because you'd like to get back to a point where you can at least threaten using Substitute. That makes it a lot more complicated, and now this is a tough position where the Calyrex really needed that positioning where Raging Bolt has it checked pretty hard now, and there's still that situation again where Zamazenta can prevent either of these Pokemon from attacking normally, so Raging Bolt's actually fairly safe on this turn.
Yeah, Gabriel got the read correctly, but didn't land the Leech Seed, and that's going to set him back quite a bit. There's the Thunderclap finally coming out from Marco Silva. Will pick up the KO onto the Calyrex. Does mean there is still no wide guard coming out from the Zamazenta because the Thunderclap was able to move first, which means this Dazzling Gleam will connect, and Screamtail does finally pick up the KO on that Zamazenta. Gabriel has done a great job of getting a little bit of chip damage here and there on all of Marco's Pokemon, such that the Screamtail was finally able to pick up that KO, and he still has a full health Koraidon in the back.
Yeah, the Koraidon's going to have to do a lot of work, though. As long as this Raging Bolt's on the field, Fluttermane really not going to be able to accomplish too much. Really, again, seeing the negative impacts of not landing that Leech Seed. It's a very important Pokemon in this game to still be on the field, and fortunately removing that wide guard just in time to not really have any need to use it. The Calyrex coming back out on the field, though, somewhat threatened by the Screamtail here. Not really known for its offensive aptitude, but really winding itself in some beneficial positions in this game.
Absolutely, and the Screamtail still able to threaten Encores and disrupt Marco's game plans, and that could be really big in making space for this Koraidon. With the booster energy, and now even if the Screamtail would switch out, it is still the fastest Pokemon on the field, so has the opportunity to move first and either Encore or disable Marco into some plays that he doesn't really want to do right now.
Yeah, and suddenly the Screamtail is feeling like a win condition you might want to try to preserve. Ogerpon also just going to be instantly deleted, right? So if you get to a point where Raging Bolt can't knock you out, Screamtail now just wins.
Well, Koraidon going for the Protect, trying to save itself from any kind of attacks from that Calyrex or the Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt goes for another Thunderclap, but it will fail as neither Pokemon use an attack which could be affected by Thunderclap, and now it is disabled. Will not have access to that move for the remainder here as Astral Barrage picks up the KO onto Screamtail. And that's actually a really huge disable, which means that Marco no longer has priority, so this Fluttermane gets to come back out with the Sun Up and get its own Photosynthesis boost to threaten both the Calyrex and the Raging Bolt with no risk of being Thunderclapped.
Yeah, probably a more conventional way to try to close this game using the more offensive Paradox Pokemon here with the Fluttermane instead of Screamtail doing its best to pretend. Pokemon disadvantage from Gabriel on that, but probably a more advantageous board state now that as the fastest Pokemon who could check the Calyrex and Raging Bolt suddenly in a much more difficult position with the Koraidon checking it better without the Thunderclap. There's the option now to try to sacrifice a Pokemon. Certainly any damage to the Ogerpon in the back would allow Switch, maybe you get undisabled that way, but still some cost to be paid if that's the option that he chooses to go for. Especially potentially giving up a free Flame Charge to this Koraidon who could maintain the speed advantage and then maybe get in a position where it doesn't matter so much if the Thunderclap is used or not. Yeah,
if the Koraidon is able to get a speed boost, it should be able to close out this game with some support from this Fluttermane as well. There's the withdrawal on the Raging Bolt to sacrifice this Ogerpon just to reset the disabled Thunderclap on the Raging Bolt. Ogerpon now out on the field, but not for long. Calyrex will protect itself, which means that this Moonblast will do nothing into it. But critically here, Koraidon knocks out the Ogerpon with this Flame Charge, and then Raging Bolt comes back in, has its priority again, so that the Fluttermane is now threatened once more. But Koraidon is in a great position to close this out potentially.
Yeah, the Raging Bolt does have the Dragon Pulse move, which would be a little scary for the Koraidon. Can't attack both Pokemon at once. So getting a read right here for Legati probably closes the game. And maybe even if you get it wrong, the Koraidon's definitely got full health here. The one healthy Pokemon remaining, still 3 turns of that Sun. It does matter here because you do want to deal with the Calyrex probably before the Sun fades, with the Fluttermane's speed being a pretty vital factor here. Also worth keeping in mind, it will increase Raging Bolt's stats as well. We think of it as being electric type, so you might associate it more with Miraidon, but is a past Paradox Pokemon.
Absolutely. That means that the Sun will activate its Photosynthesis boost, which was special attack here. This is a really tight position here. Gabriel has the speed advantage. The Calyrex on Marco's side did use Protect last turn, so you should feel a little safe to target into it. But if you get the double Protect, 33% of the time it works every time, and there it is. The Thunderclap connects onto the Fluttermane and knocks it right out. Have to see if Gabriel called this targeting correctly or went all in on the Calyrex. There's the collision course into the Calyrex. That is extremely unfortunate. The double Protect giving both the Calyrex and the Raging Bolt a shot at this.
Yeah, it just seems like Gabriel can't catch a break this game. Mitch, the lead seed, had that low HP survival for the Ogerpon, and now the double Protect working against him. Would have been all but locked if that double Protect hadn't occurred, but now this is a very difficult decision. Far from over in this game. Koraidon could potentially pick up a knockout on either of these Pokemon. Just have to kind of figure out what he thinks that his opponent will do and whether or not he thinks he can tank a Dragon Pulse in the Sun.
And or a Psychic from the Calyrex on Life Orb. Unclear if either will work. Just have to see how this Koraidon is trained here.
Yeah, if nothing else, maybe learn a little bit about how the opposing Pokemon are trained as well that can be used throughout the rest of the set, but a very challenging decision here for Gotti to have to make.
There is the potential to stall out the Sun here so that the Raging Bolt is less threatening. And Koraidon definitely does not need the extra damage from the Sun right now. We'll be happy to just use regular Collision Course to pick up these KOs. There's the Psychic and the Dragon Pulse into the Protect. And actually, I just noticed time on Gabriel's side is looking pretty slim, so we might be getting pretty close to a timer victory here.
Yeah, although it looks like, I think Agati probably think, no, I don't think I can survive either of these attacks. I'm going to need to get a double Protect myself. That would cause the Sun to go down, then you probably knock out the... we do see the double Protect. So the plan here, I think, will that be to target down the Calyrex, knock it out, unless you think, you get the Protect here, so better yet. Unless the Calyrex gets a third double Protect in these final few turns, you can kind of go for an attack there. Raging Bolt's going to fail its own Protect, so nobody wanted to swing that turn. Maybe try to get that knockout in the Calyrex slot, and then hope you survive the combination of attacks with the Raging Bolt now that its boost has expired.
Yeah, well, without the boost, it's going to be hoping for the Raging Bolt to be unable to pick up the KO with a combination Dragon Pulse and Thunderclap. Here's the Collision Course coming out from Koraidon, picks up the KO onto the Calyrex. And this Dragon Pulse is going to be so important. How much damage is Marco going to get outside of the sun right now? Raging Bolt is gathering its energy to swing at the Koraidon, fires off a beam, and that's so much damage. 31 hit points left on Koraidon. I don't think that's enough hit points.
Yeah, I mean, that's so much. I mean, it resists the Thunderclap, but I feel like that's just way too much damage. Going to come down to this final turn, but oh, it's going to be close. But Raging Bolt maybe going to be just strong enough.
Yeah, the storm clouds are forming over the battlefield as Raging Bolt prepares to fire off a Protect. The other option here is that Collision Course does only have 8 power points max, which means that we could be at a situation where Marco wants to see if you can run out the, well, there's still 5 left, so that would be pretty difficult. It's going to come down to this Thunderclap. That's enough.
Okay, well, there we go. That was
all right.
Took a long and winding road, but we got to the end game we were expecting there, and after a really tight match, Marco able to take the first game in that set. Exciting first game, and yeah, I think with as stressful as that game looked like it was to play, this is one where having that early 1-0 advantage could be pretty impactful on the psychological end of this match.
Yeah, absolutely. Heading into this second game of the set, lots of information from that first game, and honestly, you know, it really felt like Gabriel was kind of in control for a while there, even though he kept missing the encores and disables on the Screamtail, even though he missed the Leech Seed onto Marco. Marco always seemed like he was reacting to what Gabriel was doing and just happened to have a little bit left in the tank more than Gabriel did at the very end of that set. But if I'm Gabriel, I still feel pretty good about how game 1 went.
Yeah, I think I kind of have mixed feelings about what I think is going to happen here, because I fully agree with you. I really like the way Legati played that game. I think he's perfectly capable of winning two more just like that. You know, maybe he would have won that game if the same things had happened in a little different roles. The problem I have with this, I feel like I've seen Marco play this set 100 times, where he's been on stream so many times, things don't look super good, and at the end it's like, winner, Marco, hooray! You know, especially with the 1-0 advantage already, you know, it's still tough to get him twice in a row.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge uphill walk to climb here, as Gabriel Legati needs to win 2 in a row to stay in the tournament. If Gabriel Legati is eliminated, not just North America, but Latin America will be eliminated from the North America International Championships, and we would be well on our way to an all-Italy semifinals.
Yeah, I'm very curious about this second game as well. I think one thing that was kind of interesting, remember how quickly Legati locked in for that first turn of the first game. Felt like he had a very clear game plan going in. Curious if he's a little shook, or if, you know, he still has an orchestration for how he wants to play through the remainder of this set.
Yeah, this is one of those key moments. You've just lost your first game. How do you bounce back? Calyrex and the Fluttermane for Legati, and it's going to be the Zamazenta and Calyrex for Marco. So Marco getting the wide guard support on the board immediately, so as not to necessarily have to use the terrestrialization as early as he did in game 1.
Yeah, I think the Zamazenta didn't have a great game 1 in general, where I think it had a lot of opportunities to make plays, and it seemed like Marco is struggling a little bit to make the right read with it. Again, one of these situations that's scary in a game 2 where he's already up 1-0, where if he gets a read right once or twice, you potentially can blow a hole open here. Going to have to try to predict potentially a Astral Barrage correctly, or maybe even a Terrestrialization correctly, right? If you can sneak a body press in this time on the normal type Calyrex, this match could be over quickly. Lots of potential problems with the way this could play out. I think also the Fluttermane, pretty much a total non-factor in that first game because of what happened on the first turn of that situation. So, you know, do you want to risk it again and perhaps be able to have a solution where it can help deal with a Raging Bolt that may be in the back for you this time? Calyrex is going to protect those, so we'll have to see what everyone else does.
Yep, no terrestrializations here in turn 1. Both Calyrex instead will just protect themselves, leaving the Fluttermane to combat the Zamazenta on its own. A little bit of damage with that Moonblast. That chip all adds up, but will again lose its Focus Sash on turn 1 to a Heavy Slam.
Yeah, feeling a little bit familiar here with the Fluttermane. Again, weekend and again going to be in that situation where it's going to have a hard time getting too much done. Not a whole lot of damage on that Zamazenta for its troubles. It's better than nothing, right? It is an important Pokemon to remove. We saw how problematic the Wide Guard was in the previous game, but I think I probably want a little more than that if I'm Legati. On the flip side, you know, the Calyrex got through the turn decently. what do you do, right?
Yeah,
you know,
decently, but in the same position.
Yeah, and yeah, I think it's not an Ice Rider Calyrex, right? It's pretty tough to like get the Leaf Seeds rolling here. You'd be threatened with a lot of damage going the other direction.
Yeah.
You're kind of forced just to flee the battle.
Oh, this is an aggressive call out from Gabriel, switching out the Calyrex on his side to get the Sun on the field and activate the Fluttermane's Photosynthesis boost. Boosts its speed. That's also going to be matched by the terastallization on the Fluttermane. That's going to be the Stellar Terra type.
So I guess is the feeling here that you're trying to use the the protect for both the Calyrex to bait your opponent into terastallizing its own Calyrex, then punish it. And we've kind of seen some plays like this look really good and really bad this weekend. It's just going to be the wide guard coming from Zamazenta, no terastallization.
No terastallization, so this is going to be more of a middle of the road play. You still get more damage down onto the Calyrex, but you don't get the one-hit KO that a terastallization would have given you, and instead the Astral Barrage will pick up the KO on that Fluttermane in return, and that means that there is no more terastallization available for Agati.
Yeah, that's a ton of damage to take on your Koraidon just to be a damage boost for the Fluttermane, giving up both your terastallization and the Fluttermane for that. I just don't know if that's going to be enough. The Calyrex going to take some recoil damage here, so it has been weakened, and now the Screamtail able to come in and either disable that Astral Barrage or maybe try to do some damage of its own with some attacks here. But that's a big deficit now, where both a Pokemon down, but I think critically, where the damage went and where the resources have gone, Agati's going to have to start getting things right really quickly, or we're going to have our second Italian player moving on to the semifinals.
Yeah, and the Screamtail has some options here, can block the wide guard for the future so that Gabriel could at least go for a coin flip on the two Calyrex, depending on how they're trained. Also has the ability to potentially disable that Astral Barrage from the opposing Calyrex to save the Calyrex in the back for Agati as well, but you can only do one at a time. And you really want to be able to do both right now, as Marco finally goes for the terastallization. Said, okay, you used your trick, I'm going to go ahead and terastallize my Zamazenta so that your Koraidon can't knock me out.
Yeah, I guess that's some of the benefit, too, of the way this is played out, where I don't know if you should be able to do that terastallization in this matchup, but that's how far ahead he's become. It's going to make it much more difficult to deal with this Pokemon.
All right, well, the choice is to disable Wide Guard from the Zamazenta, no longer has access to it, while the Koraidon is going to go ahead and protect itself from this Astral Barrage. That would have definitely been enough to pick up that KO. Instead, it's going to be the Screamtail that gets knocked out in a one-hit KO from the Astral Barrage on Marco Silva's Calyrex Shadow Rider. That is now at +2. Takes a little bit more recoil damage from the Life Orb, but given the final two Pokemon left for Gabriel, all Marco needs is one more swing.
Yeah, that's a little bit scary here, and well,
Who likes to flip coins?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I do if I'm Marco, or I don't know if I feel like I need to. I mean, maybe you should, where, you know, the flip side, if you don't do this, you're giving up a bunch of resources to maybe have to flip the coin later. Definitely one situation where if I'm Marco, I'm taking the full 45 seconds to see if I can find a path through the game that maybe is a little bit safer. We haven't seen either of his unrevealed Pokemon, so a little bit hard to think through what options he may definitely have available without knowing those Pokemon, but there's a huge advantage, and you'd hate to throw it.
Absolutely. In the past, we saw it was the Raging Bolt and the Hearthflame Ogerpon in Game 1. Neither of which will want to switch into an Astral Barrage anyway, but Marco wins the speed tie, if indeed it was. Gets the Astral Barrage off, double KO. Calyrex picks up all 4 KOs, and Marco Silva advances to our semifinals.
Boy, we've seen some wild top 8 so far, where some lopsided games in Game 2 and Game 1 of the previous set, but there really was a great first game between these players. They're just so back and forth, and this one just got a little bit carried away, where Marco was able to make some great reads and kind of blow up in a hole in that second game that Agati realistically couldn't have come back from.
Absolutely, and at 1-0 in the set already, Marco probably feeling pretty good about just taking the risk there for the speed tie, recognizing that there would definitely still be Pokemon in the back for an alternate path to victory. If you're going to try to move some pieces around to get a different path to victory, might as well let them come in for free and not switch in on an Astral Barrage.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know, hard to doubt Marco at this point in a international championships. Once again, moving on to yet another semifinal, and really excellent set by him, especially the second game, where the first game was a little shaky, could have gone either way. This one, it was all Marco.
Yeah, a couple of really plays that Gabriel was going for. You could see him fishing for it with that Stellar Terra on the Fluttermane to try and pick up the KO on the Calyrex. Tried to sneak that in, but Marco stayed calm, cool, and collected, knew that he had an advantage and was not going to give it up for a moment. And that is what makes Marco such a devastating player. He does not give up advantages without a fight. He will not give them to you. You have to take them from him, and he is a really tight grip.
I think it is worth pointing out, in Legati's defense, man, if he had called that Terastallization, I think he gets the game for sure. And he is that close, right? Where I thought it was a really neat way to kind of bait the situation where it would be a huge shame if you try to set all that up and just hit a Protect, where led the right Pokemon to kind of ensure that Protect was going to be out of the picture. And then I just couldn't quite get it where, especially, we see so frequently the quick Terastallizations in the mirror match between Shadow Rider Calyrex is because you don't want to take those Astrolods, you don't want to risk those speed ties. Unfortunately, it just wasn't quite able to get Marco to make the move that he needed in order to get that punish. And props to Marco for not walking into it as well.
Absolutely, and that is, we've been talking a lot about how volatile these Calyrex Shadow Rider mirrors can be, and I think this was a perfect example of that. In both games, it really did come down to some of those really niche interactions, the sort of the difference between the Dark Terra type versus the normal Terra type in Game 1, and then in Game 2 by Gabriel feeling like he had to go for a big play there to knock out the Calyrex, and by missing out on getting the big play, not getting the Terastallization out, and not getting that one-hit KO, the whole match swung the entire other way.
Yeah,
that was a win the game on that turn, or like come pretty close to losing the game on that turn.
Yeah, and if the first turn had gone differently too, maybe that changes things a little bit, where he'd already got way behind again and just kind of had to try to figure out a way to okay, well, what can I realistically do to quickly pull this one back the other direction before I just get buried? I think always better to take a swing than just kind of let yourself get ground down and never really have a chance at pulling yourself back in one, where at least he found a path where it could have worked out. I think the other thing that I would take out of his set, and kind of just many of the matches later in the tournament in general, I appreciate the poise both players had, where I feel like sometimes we watch these matchups and a little too quickly the players will just put all of their chips on the table. I mean, it was pretty quick in that second game, but even with these defensive Pokemon, right? You want to get in as positive position as you can. You want to have as high as a percentage you can, or chance as you can to win the game before you start taking big risks. And I think Marco in particular is so good at that, where that's why he can survive all these games where, for a while it kind of seems like he's losing and he just manages to turn around, or he just does such a great job of not wasting resources and knowing what he can sacrifice and what he needs to keep around in order to keep himself in a winning position.
Yeah, one of the things we talk about with Pokemon is that it's very much a game of risk management, and Marco has absolutely proven over these years that he knows how to take only the risks that are worth it for him, where he always gets a little bit of an advantage. That being said, we do have to see who else is going to join Marco and Federico in our semifinals. So don't go anywhere. We've got our next two top 8 matches coming up right after this.
Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. You started at the bottom and you worked your way. You showed them you were awesome and you won the day. Striving for the top spot, no room for mistakes. Yeah, you showed us the way. You showed us how to train up, how to pass the test, how to make your mark, be the very best. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Making friends all along the way, memories always here to stay. And that's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Now we have our champions, they've joined the best. To every single trainer, we give our respect. We all have a story, we passed the test. Yeah, fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Never be the same. So here's to you, here's to you. Oh, the ones who came before. And all I know. So here's to you, here's to you, the ones who came before.
'Twas the last regionals of Regulation H, and all through the hall, Pokemon trainers gathered in Toronto, hoping to win it all. Their teams were built with love and care, with regulation-defining favorites like Archaludon, Sneasler, and Dragonite once again making an appearance on the Day 1 and Day 2 usage charts. Back-to-back Latin America International Champion Marco Silva stuck with his tried-and-true team for Toronto. On Day 1 of the competition, he finished with 2 losses after losing to Wolfie con Parrish. But Marco found a way to remain undefeated, knocking out Giovanni Costa and his trusty Dragonite in top 4 to lock in his spot in finals for his 3rd event in a row. Wolf Glick also locked in yet another finals appearance by defeating Chupacross the 4th in top 4, the reigning Toronto regional champion. But it wasn't Parrish Song that won him the set, it was the combination of Politoed and Kingdra who took the final KOs. In the finals, we saw Wolf and Marco mirror the start of their Day 1 match with Jumpluff and Incineroar versus Gothitelle and Kingdra. While Politoed's Rain and Kingdra's Damage won Wolf Game 1, Marco used Jumpluff's Sunny Day in Game 2 to give him the advantage. The stage was set for a decisive Game 3 between 2 of the greatest Pokemon trainers of all time. In Game 3, Wolf led Politoed and Kingdra versus Marco's Jumpluff and Incineroar. This time, though, Wolf was able to encore Jumpluff into Tailwind, so it couldn't Sunny Day. Wolf then used Politoed, his MVP of the tournament, to take the final KO and win him his 10th regional championship title in the Masters division.
And with that, Wolf Glick, a historic 10th regional win, one of the best trainers competing again and again, proving it to everyone out there.
Think you have what it takes to be our next regional champion? Make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for the latest news and updates on how you can compete in the next 2025 Regional Championship Series event.
Hello, everybody. We're here at NAIC, and we've got some packs that we're going to hand out. This is That's a Pack. Let's go. For a pack, why is everyone talking about Stoutland so much?
Is it because he's good?
I think it is because he's good. That's a pack. There you go. Moving this way. Let's go. Hi. For a pack, why won't people stop talking about Stoutland already?
Because they're boring.
Okay, that's a pack. Fair enough. Unbelievably bad answer to why they're talking about Stoutland so much. Hi, excuse me. What's going on with all the Stoutland talk right now? You know what I'm talking about. I think you do. That's a pack. Thank you so much for playing. Okay, let's see. We got a lot of plushes over here. Who's got the best plush? Do we have a good one over here? Anybody? Oh my gosh, look at this backpack. Do we have Stoutland on here?
We do not have Stoutland.
Oh my gosh. What's the closest to Stoutland that we have? Do we have a puppy dog somewhere on here? I feel like it's Stoutland all day. What do you have? Oh, we have a Fido. That's a pack. That's a pack. Absolutely, that's a pack. Very close. Not exactly Stoutland level, but extremely close, right? Hi. What's going on with all the Stoutland stuff?
Stoutland?
Yeah. Stoutland. I feel like people won't stop talking about Stoutland. It's not just me.
It's VGC?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm a trading card game player.
Fair enough. Here's a pack. Thanks for playing. All right. One more. We have one more pack to hand out. Excuse me. If Taylor Swift was a Pokemon, would she be Stoutland?
Sure.
Absolutely she would. That's a pack. And those are all our packs. Goodbye, everybody.
sent 2 players forward to the top 4 at the 2025 North America International Championships, and now it's time to send our last 2 to the top 4 to see who's just gonna get that direct qualification. It's gonna be so exciting, especially because the stakes are high for some of our players left in this bracket. And so, Jake, I'm excited to be here next to you once again. Let's get through these matches.
This is a really important set of couple matches here. Not only does it decide who makes it to the semifinals of the North American International Championships, but specifically this first match we're about to see has pretty major implications for Worlds invitations. Eric Rios and Francesco Pio Pero are waiting, or the winner of them is rather being waited on by Marco Silva, who just had a fantastic win over Gabriel Legati, and Federico Camporesi awaits the winner of Kazuki Kobayashi and Ruben Ganzini is our next match to show.
Yeah, and that is where we're going to turn our attention to first. And as you said, let's give some context here. Kazuki Kobayashi, coming in from Japan, missed the chance to go to Japan Nationals. So now, if he's able to win this next match, gets into the top 4 and receives a direct qualification to compete at Worlds. For Ruben Ganzini, this is a butterfly effect. If Ruben wins versus Kazuki, then we will see the next player in line for Europe on the championship point leaderboard be able to make it in, because we take out the direct qualifications from our top 70, top 50, top 75 over there. I can't remember the exact number, but we can show you the graphic later on that one. And it's just really exciting times right now to finish out our NAIC.
Yeah, 1 player will receive an invitation to the World Championships based on this match. Ruben will play regardless, but again, Kazuki, this is his final chance. If he wins this match, he gets to go to Worlds. If the player in 76th in Europe wants to play in Worlds, they really need Ruben to win. So it's going to be really exciting to see how it plays out here. 2 fantastic trainers that have made it all the way through a long, long day of competition yesterday and a long set of rounds today. We also have the chance to have our second ever Japanese qualification through a Western circuit. We had one trainer, Yosuke Takiyanagi, qualify through EUIC this year, and Kazuki is looking to become the second.
And take a look at this too. I mean, Ruben is a special champion, winning Bologna last year, and actually just got a second at Bologna only a couple of weeks ago. So comes in off a hot streak with this double restricted format. And conversely here for Kazuki, has been 2 Worlds before, got that top 4 at Washington, DC in 2019, and then was able to make it through the London World Championships. Now it would be amazing 3 years later to go back to a World Championships, and this is going to be the match that decides it all for Kazuki. And Ruben hopefully can help another EU player out here make it to the World Championships if you get that direct invite.
Well, Kazuki had a great result in 2019 and another good result in 2022. That's a 3-year gap.
Yeah, so
another
now
3 years from now, it's fate, right?
It is fate. It's meant to be. Let's go ahead and dive into these teams, though. Ruben is going to be bringing the Caloric Shadow and Zamazenta restricted duo, and the way that you round this out is going to be with Champao, Raging Bull, Amoonguss, and Rillaboom.
Another fun combination of this Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta. Some unique stuff here on Ruben's team, though. Amoonguss is running the Sludge Bomb in lieu of Pollen Puff, so opts away from that support option. You know, no healing your teammates with Pollen Puff anymore, but Sludge Bomb will allow you to do a little bit more damage thanks to that same type attack bonus, thanks to a pretty favorable typing into a lot of Pokemon in the metagame. And of course, you get that poison chance as well, which could let the residual damages add up.
And on this particular team, I think 2 of the most important Pokemon are really going to be that Zamazenta as well as this Rillaboom. Rillaboom holding the Assault Vest is going to feel great versus some of these special attackers on Kazuki's team, but this Zamazenta also can dish out some pretty big damage with those body presses as well as those heavy slams. So it's going to be interesting to see how Kazuki decides to navigate that particular matchup, and here are some of the Pokemon that he can do just that with. Kazuki Kobayashi does have the restricted duo of the Ice Rider Calyrex as well as the Miraidon, and it's really going to come down to something like the Calyrex and the Landorus to really be able to get through Ruben's big threats.
Especially that Zamazenta. Landorus is one of the Pokemon that resists Body Press, which is really important going up against that Titan of defense. And of course, you're threatening very heavy damage with either the Earth Power or Sandseer Storm, boosted by that Sheer Force and Life Orb combination. Farigiraf, also a very helpful Pokemon in this case. The Armor Tail will block any incoming priority attacks. The Psychic is able to deal some pretty good neutral damage, and of course Foul Play very heavily threatens the Calyrex Shadow Rider, which will be double weak to those dark type attacks. Of course defensively as well. One of the Pokemon that can stand up to Zamazenta and Calyrex Shadow Rider at the same time thanks to the Ghost type immunity, Psychic resistance, and the Electric Seek boosting its defense.
I think Farigiraf does make a lot of sense in this matchup, but I think we also need to call attention to something like the Choice Scarf on the Urshifu, as well as just the Incineroar. If you're looking at Shadow Rider Calyrex in your Kazuki, you say, okay, maybe some of my best answers are Farigiraf alongside something like that Incineroar and the Rapid Strike Urshifu. You've got the speed from the Choice Scarf, and the Incineroar has that resist, so it's going to be so intense to see what these trainers decide to bring. As a reminder, it's a best of 3, so one of these players needs to win 2 games in order to advance on through this Top Cup bracket. So let's get into game number 1 between Ruben Ganzini and Kazuki Kobayashi. And as we see these leads, Kazuki does have the Ice Rider Calyrex and Incineroar, and for Ruben, that Zamazenta is out on the field right away next to Incineroar, or Rillaboom.
Fake Out plus restricted Pokemon from both trainers. Of course, Rillaboom being faster than Incineroar in almost every case. You do have the advantage of the faster Fake Out. You get to decide which of the Incineroar or the Calyrex Ice Rider you want to Fake Out and ensure that they don't get to act on this turn. Of course, there's always the option to just trade those Fake Outs. A lot of times, if you're the slower Fake Out player, you're going to opt into that just to make sure you don't kind of get caught.
I think it's a good idea to try to invest the Fake Out, but I'm also kind of wondering how you decide to maybe spread out some of this damage as well. Would it be a little bit better to maybe switch something out here? I guess if you really want to, you can also keep the Rillaboom in. There's kind of a couple of different ways I see this turn playing out, but we'll see this Terastallization first.
It's going to be cool to see which of this Terastallizations are invested immediately. It's going to be that Incineroar, hedging your bets against a combination of Fake Out and Body Press directly into that slot at the beginning of the game. You're ensuring that Incineroar cannot be knocked out on this turn. You get to keep it around.
And you have things like that Flare Blitz as well as that Knockoff, which are going to be such great utility to have later on. As the Rillaboom is going to get out of there with the U-turn into the Calyrex Ice, now have an opportunity to bring out something that can actually respond to this Bug Terra. There aren't really a whole lot of fantastic options against that as we get a chance to peek at what Ruben brought to this first game, but it's still really nice to know you got the Terastallization out of the way, and now you can think ahead, what can you use your Terra for?
You can respond to the Bug Terra, but you also have to worry about a possible incoming Glacial Lance. We haven't seen the Calyrex attack just yet, and a lot of trainers, again, do opt to go straight for that Glacial Lance, get some damage down, especially considering Rillaboom was the Pokemon there. Would have been a very tempting option for Kazuki.
It's just going to be the Shadow Rider Calyrex. Ruben kind of hedging those bets, saying if I have to take Glacial Lance, maybe it'll be a little bit better that I do have this Focus Sash. As we see the U-turn from the Incineroar, it's so funny to see the Bug Terra because you actually do get a little bit of a boost to your U-turn damage since that's a bug type attack. But more critically, you're breaking the Focus Sash on the Shadow Rider Calyrex. So if it is a Glacial Lance that goes towards that Zamazenta and Shadow Rider, that Shadow Rider doesn't have that Focus Sash to protect it anymore.
What a really interesting turn there. I think the U-turn on the Rillaboom makes a lot of sense. You don't really want to be taking that Glacial Lance, but at the same time, neither of your two Pokemon want to either, and Glacial Lance comes through.
Glacial Lance into the Zamazenta and the Calyrex. It's a knockout onto that Calyrex as it switches into the Rillaboom's place. And so one big restricted now Ruben doesn't have access to for the rest of this game.
This is why I love when trainers just go straight for those Glacial Lances on that first turn. Yeah, of course, Calyrex Ice Rider being one of the slowest restricted Pokemon we have access to, it's always so tempting to set that Trick Room up, but knowing that Ruben has access to that Amoonguss, knowing that you want to be able to start getting some damage out onto the field as quickly as possible, the immediate Glacial Lance is a great decision there, especially considering the things that could have taken that Glacial Lance. We had the Rillaboom, we had the Amoonguss, we had the Calyrex with this Focus Sash broken. That's 3 Pokemon that really don't want to be taking all that damage on the first turn of the game.
And it's so hard if you're Ruben to kind of lock into a Wide Guard or something with Zamazenta on the first turn, because you know you've got to get something done with the Pokemon, and it's also very possible you could just get faked out by that Incineroar. So it's just a really tough call to make.
Instead of a 2 Fake Out turn there, we had a 0 Fake Out turn, which I think paid off a lot better for Kazuki, especially that Terra Bug resisting the Body Press means that Incineroar can re-enter the field at some point and get that Intimidate back off. Most importantly into the Rillaboom, but of course you are lowering Heavy Slam damage from Zamazenta, and I think especially important for threatening a Flare Blitz into that Amoonguss too.
Just to protect here from the Landorus as you start to suss out a little bit what this Rillaboom is going to do. Since it's freshly switched in, it does have access to use Fake Out to block one of these Pokemon on Kazuki's side for attacking on this turn. But the Protect is going to work double fold as we just see a double attack come out here from the Zamazenta and Rillaboom. So the Protects are great here.
Landorus now threatens super effective damage into both of these Pokemon with a ground type attack into the Zamazenta or a Sludge Bomb into that Rillaboom. I do believe it's also, well, it is Terra Poison, but cannot Terra because Incineroar already has. Ruben does have access to his own Terrestrialization, though. The Zamazenta might want to become a water type to make sure it doesn't get, you know, kind of wiped off them by that Earth power.
But that's going to be a problem because if the Zamazenta Terra is here, we don't know what this fourth Pokemon is for Kazuki in the back. It's very hard to believe it's not the the Miraidon back there, but that was a big critical hit into the Landorus, and there's no Terra. Zamazenta just goes down in a one-hit knockout. And so Ruben is going to be down to his final two Pokemon in this first game. Rillaboom's going to try to even up the score, and the Woodhammer is good for that. So now Landorus does get knocked out, but not before taking that Zamazenta down with it. What a big trade to take, and Kazuki still gets a chance to use the Glacial hits on this Ice Rider Calyrex. Single target, that is plenty enough to knock out this Rillaboom. So one more Pokemon here for Ruben, and what's in the back, I think he's going to have a really hard time dealing with what Kazuki has left.
It was already a very favorable trade when you're getting rid of the Zamazenta and losing your own Landorus. When you add on top of that, you also get the clean KO on that Rillaboom. This is a very, very strong start for Kazuki here. Unfortunately for Ruben, I don't know that the Sludge Bomb will be enough to save him in this 1v3 scenario. And Kazuki immediately going hard on the offense. That U-turn Glacial Lance combination, especially with that Terra Bug. Surely the Terra Bug damage increase might have been the difference maker in knocking out that Calyrex in the first turn. And at that point, it was just really hard for Ruben to come back. I love that you called out like the Water Terrestrialization being an option on Zamazenta, but maybe there's something in the back like that Miraidon that could easily just come in and Electro Drift it to oblivion. So it was a really, really difficult spot for Ruben to be in defensively at that point.
And it's also possible it wasn't the Miraidon, but yeah, how do you feel comfortable making that prediction?
Right.
And as we get a chance to look back through some of these replays, it's so interesting to see how this first turn played out. Right away, I felt like Kazuki was just off to such a great start, being able to grab those KOs so easily onto that Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta. When both of your restricted Pokemon are down for the count like that, it is really hard to come back. We've seen it before, but it is tough.
You have to wonder, Amoonguss and Rillaboom are both very, very strong Pokemon. Both good within the metagame, like as a whole, just individual Pokemon all have a lot of strengths to them. But into a team like this one with Calyrex, Ice Rider, and Miraidon, two Pokemon that are very good against grass types, you have to wonder if they're great brings, right? Maybe one of them, especially the Rillaboom, you kind of want to have around just to threaten Miraidon, turn off that electric terrain, turn off that Hadron engine boost. But I wonder if Amoonguss is the right play here.
I think you're right about that. I think Amoonguss struggles in this matchup a lot unless you're able to kind of put it in a position where you're able to put something to sleep with the threat of the electric terrain from the Miraidon being able to shut off that potential, as well as just having a lot of options to deal super effective damage to it, I think makes that Amoonguss a very difficult bring, especially if it's going to be in the back and you can't have that defensive switch. As we head into game number 2, Kazuki Kobayashi was able to win the first one, so one more game, and he is able to not only secure a spot in the top 4 of NAIC, but also a shot at the World Championships. And so it comes down to this, Incineroar and Calyrex Ice Rider for Kazuki, and we see both restricted for Ruben out on the field.
No fake out threat from Ruben off the bat. In this case, Kazuki has the Incineroar, which is able to only flinch the Zamazenta. In this case, Calyrex being immune thanks to that Ghost typing. You have to wonder, if you're going to go for fake out again, it's got to be that Zamazenta. You're letting that Calyrex attack, possibly even go for something like an Encore if you want to maybe try and catch that Incineroar sleeping. But at the same time, you have a little bit of safer plays, right? You maybe not want to go for that much of a raid right off the bat, and you have this option to go for this Terra Ghost Astral Barrage, which we see Ruben hovering. That would guarantee a lot of damage, possibly a 2-hit KO into this Calyrex Ice Rider if it does opt to go for the Terrestrialization, and if not, you're throwing a 1-hit KO off the bat.
Yeah, but you know when you're in a situation that's as intense as this, you've got those two options, go for the gas or try to play it a little bit safe. And so I like that Ruben is going to split the difference here. You have the opportunity to get some really big damage off with this Shadow Rider Calyrex, especially now that you've invested the Ghost Terrestrialization on top. But you know that this Zamazenta could either play that supportive role with the Wide Guard, like you said, to deal with the Glacial Lances, or just go for some of that outright damage. But as we see Kazuki also match this Terrestrialization, it's going to be that Water Terra on that Calyrex. So a great way to just kind of have a defensive type here, at least versus the Astral Barrage. Incineroar goes for the fake out, so Zamazenta is not able to move on this turn, but the Calyrex still can.
Astral Barrage will come through, boosted 50% by that Terrestrialization. Will do heavy damage to this Calyrex Ice Rider, but still not enough for a 2-hit KO, even with the Terra Ghost. Trick Room will get set up, so these speeds will be flipped for the next 4 turns after this one. And now this Incineroar and Calyrex Ice Rider are going to be the fastest things on the field. On top of that Leftovers recovery, this Calyrex Shadow Rider didn't get too much done on that turn. I think he wanted a little bit more damage out of it to make that Terrestrialization worth it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the fact that it's the 3-hit KO now from the Astral Barrage, I think makes it really tough. Now that the Trick Room is set up, this poor Shadow Rider Calyrex still has that Focus Sash intact, but based on the damage that we saw, it's still probably under threat of getting knocked out to a double up from the Incineroar as well as the Ice Rider. I mean, the Incineroar now, being one of the slower things on the field, can just go for knockoff into that Calyrex, and what in the back actually wants to take that? You don't want to lose your item here.
Nothing really wants to lose an item, but the saving grace, I think, for Ruben is that Wide Guard will block the only damaging move that Kazuki's Calyrex Ice Rider has. Of course, you could try and maybe like knock off plus Leech Seed and hope that's enough for a KO there, but if the Calyrex Ice Rider wants to do big damage, it's got to be Glacial Lance. Leech Seed instead, though.
And it's a great call. Since the Shadow Rider Calyrex protected, there was only one good target for this. And it's going to be the U-turn onto the Zamazenta as well. Kazuki making a fantastic read there to double into the Zamazenta instead to ensure that not only do you get this Leech Seed set up, but you also get that pivot out with the Incineroar.
Bit disastrous for Ruben here. Of course, protecting that Calyrex, not wanting to take a double up of attacks, but instead Kazuki double targets that Zamazenta. Body press comes through, and thanks to the resistant typing in that flying typing of Landorus, does very little damage. We're still in a position where Kazuki has the speed advantage. The Zamazenta and Landorus, based on how they're trained, we may have seen the interaction in game 1, but I'm not recalling. This Landorus could be attacking before Zamazenta still, but even if it's not, Heavy Slam, probably not going to KO from here. This Landorus will have the chance to fire off really scary Earth Power, which we saw just clearly when it KO'd the Zamazenta earlier on.
And the Turret Terror is already invested, so there is no way to actively stop that outside of going for the Protect on the Zamazenta. But is that telegraphed? Is that something that Kazuki is going to play around, knowing that this is kind of your biggest shot? Zamazenta is now going to show off one of the reasons why it is one of the best Pokemon to pair next to that Shadow Rider Calyrex, and that is the Wide Guard. It's going to protect you from the Glacial Lances, so Kazuki's Calyrex Ice is not going to be able to lock down any damage, but this Landorus still has an option to go for single target. So it could be the Stance here, which we get blocked, but it is just going to be that Earth Power. Calyrex does hang on through that, so we can fire off the big Astral Barrage. Nothing to boost this up, though, so this Calyrex Ice should stick around, bar a critical hit.
Really, really smart targeting with the Earth Power there from Kazuki. If the Glacial Lance comes through, or sorry, rather, if the Wide Guard comes through as you're selecting that Glacial Lance, and you go for the Earth Power into Zamazenta, sure, you're getting the knockout on Zamazenta there, but it is already Leech Seeded, it's not doing a ton of damage, and more importantly, you're not breaking that Focus Sash on the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Earth Power, the single target attack, cannot be blocked by that Wide Guard, does get damage down. Really, a lot of damage, really. I think any amount of damage would have been enough, though, because all you really wanted that turn was to break that Focus Sash, ensure Calyrex Shadow Rider can be knocked out by one further attack. And based on what else Kazuki has in the back, it could either be this Incineroar coming in to threaten a knockoff, or even something else that can just finish off the Calyrex.
I actually think that Kazuki is not super happy about the targeting there. The Zamazenta was free. Since it didn't go for Protect, it would have been knocked out to that Earth Power. And it's the Farigiraf in the back. I now kind of wonder, how are you going to be able to get through this Zamazenta? there's no Miraidon. You can't even get this Electric Seed set up for this Farigiraf, which would be pretty beneficial versus any of those physical attackers Ruben has potentially brought in the back. But where's the damage now for this Zamazenta?
I think you're just playing a war of attrition here with the Zamazenta. The Leech Seed is still coming through. You do have a Psychic on Farigiraf that can do a little bit of damage to that Zamazenta, hit it on its weaker special defense side. And if at any time the Zamazenta doesn't go for Wide Guard, it's going to take a little bit of damage from that Glacial Lance too.
There's still a couple turns of Trick Room left, and it is going to be there is a world where Ruben does stall out these turns of Trick Room and then can bring the Shadow Rider back in. But now you have to play this board positioning game where this Farigiraf is going to be immune. You don't really want to consistently go for something like the Wide Guard, because then you're not doing any damage with this Zamazenta. If you want to make this War of Attrition work, and the Ice Rider Calyrex gets knocked out. Ruben had a great turn there, immune to the Psychic with his Champ-Pow switching in, and you get the knockout onto the other big threat. Kazuki only has this Incineroar and Farigiraf left, and that's going to be a lot.
Really important turn for Ruben there. Kazuki maybe not expecting that Champ-Pow to be a Pokemon that Ruben even brought to this battle. It would have been really useful, but it's something that he was able to swap in on that Psychic. The Psychic there going into the Calyrex Shadow slot in case of another Wide Guard, but knowing that that probably was the case, does a really nice swap to the Chien-Pao, is able to resist that Glacial Lance, and now that the Calyrex Ice Rider has been knocked out, Kazuki is down to his final 2 Pokemon, just gonna be this Incineroar and Farigiraf. The Calyrex Shadow Rider still, I mean, swapping out, it's always nice to kind of preserve your options. Not going to be doing too much damage for the remainder of this game, even if there was no forfeit coming through there. But I think just a really, really strong play to make there. The combination of the Sword of Ruin probably allowing for that body press to KO the Calyrex Ice Rider means that Ruben has evened up the score.
Now we get to go to a game 3.
We love game 3s.
We do love game 3s. As a reminder, Ruben needs to win this match to allow one of the other European players to make it through that top 75 Worlds qualification for the championship point leaderboard. And Kazuki wants to win this game to go to the World Championships through a direct invite. Let's look back on some of the moments from this game number 2, because we could already see right away how this game played out differently, with Kazuki wanting to lean into the Trick Room strategy from the front.
The Trick Room right off the bat did allow for the speed advantage going forward, but the way that the turns played out after that, I'm not sure the speeds mattered a whole lot. There weren't too many KOs being taken in the next couple turns, and especially, you know, if you're setting up Trick Room and then the next turn you're using Leech Seed, I'm not sure that's kind of the best use of your time there. You really want to be maximizing the damage you can output during this Trick Room. And thinking backwards, I think you might have been right. The Earth Power into Zamazenta may have been a lot more valuable. You do eliminate that possibility of Wide Guard, so you can freely Glacial Lance on further turns, and you're kind of getting rid of that only thing that is going to be heavily resisting that Glacial Lance damage.
Yeah, it feels like such a missed opportunity there, because I think Kazuki wins the game if you just target down that Zamazenta. It's still a little difficult because you do have that Chien-Pao that can threaten things like the Sucker Punch, but that's why you saw Kazuki thinking ahead.
Right.
I bring the Farigiraf here, so I shut off your ability to go for those priority attacks, and then you have to deal with things like Ice Spinner, which that Water Calyrex Ice would have resisted. The Landorus is a little vulnerable, but hopefully the Landorus has done enough at that point by getting rid of the Zamazenta that you feel much better about going into the rest of that game. So here we are, game number 3. Both of our trainers 1 win away from making it into the top 4 with a lot of Worlds qualification stakes on the line. And Kazuki is going to bring out the Miraidon next to the Urshifu. Big adjustment here as Ruben sticks to that game 2 game plan of both restricteds on the field at the same time.
Big mix-up here from Kazuki, 2 Pokemon we haven't seen from him in either of the first 2 games. Really catching Ruben off guard here. I think this is a wonderful spot to be in if you're Kazuki, because you do have the terrain control for now. You know, Ruben most likely, oh, do we even see there's no Rillaboom? Ooh. So the Miraidon has hit the field and there's no Rillaboom in the back to shut off that electric terrain. Really, really great spot to be in for Kazuki. Of course, you have to worry about the Amoonguss. It has that Rocky Helmet, so if you're swapping the Amoonguss into a Surging Strikes from Urshifu, it's going to lose about half of its HP just from using its own attack, which might be something you worry about here, but you're all threatening 2 very big KOs.
And this is where this Choice Scarf from the Urshifu really comes in handy. Shadow Rider Calyrex is normally considered one of the faster Pokemon in the format, but when you put a Choice Scarf onto something like the Urshifu or for the Chi-Yu, you're always going to be outspeeding more often than not. So you can see the U-turn into the Calyrex is able to break that Focus Sash, and hopefully this Miraidon is going to be able to follow that up with a big attack. It's gonna have to wait a little bit though, as Kazuki has to figure out what Pokemon to bring into that Urshifu slot, and also needs to take an attack from this Shadow Rider Calyrex. But this time around, the Farigiraf with the Electric Seed and the Electric Terrain active does get a nice defense boost. And Astral Barrage, of course, is going to be immune versus that Pokemon.
It will hit this Miraidon though. If this knocks it out in one hit, that's a big swing for Ruben. But this Miraidon's a huge important piece for Kazuki, and it does survive to fire off a Volt Switch.
The Volt Switch is good on the Electric Terrain. It's just gonna get the knockout onto the Shadow Rider Calyrex. So one restricted out of the way. The Terastallization has been spent as well. And Kazuki can bring this Urshifu back out on the field too if you want.
This Farigiraf is going to be a really big piece of the puzzle here for Kazuki in this game, especially knowing that there is no Rillaboom. This Farigiraf, well, I guess it kind of was already, right? You had a free swap into that Terra Ghost Astral Barrage. You do have the Electric Seed active as well, so you've got that +1 defense. You might be able to take something like a Body Press from this Zamazenta, which hasn't even gotten the chance to attack yet on this first turn. You have to imagine it's a Body Press coming in somewhere, but is it going to be that Farigiraf or whatever swaps in here?
Looks like it's going to be the Urshifu coming back out, and so Body Press into that spotlight. It's still able to sit there and withstand it, but you have to now think about the next couple of turns ahead. As we can see from Ruben's position, you can bring out this Amoonguss, but the problem with this is that you can't Spore. Amoonguss really is going to be here to get redirection support, and with the Terra spent, there's no way for you to actually Terastallize away from something like Psychic on the Farigiraf.
Of course, this Farigiraf with the defense boost is going to be really nice into the Chien-Pao as well. The Chien-Pao is running Sucker Punch, Ice Spinner, and Taunt, so there's no Dark-type damage that can ever actually hit this Farigiraf because Armor Tail will always be blocking those Sucker Punches. That defense boost is going to come in really handy because I think it's going to be the main way Kazuki has to get some consistent damage down to this Amoonguss in the form of Psychic.
And I wonder if you also kind of just leave this Zamazenta alone. If you know that you have the speed advantage with something like the Landorus, then maybe that's something that you're able to utilize later. But we're about to find out what Kazuki might have brought in the back to help support these other 3 Pokemon, or you just think maybe this Miraidon can come back out here and just get ready for this next turn. So Cox is really taking his time to make sure he gets this right, and it is the Miraidon.
Might be tough though if a Body Press is headed into that slot. Miraidon goes down as it does. So we're now at a 3-3 Pokemon count. Both trainers have lost one of their restricted Pokemon and only have 1 remaining. Psychic does come through into this Amoonguss though. Since it is super effective, that does a big chunk of damage. That is, and a Spore comes through too.
Huh.
Yeah.
oh, because Landorus isn't affected by that. If the Spore actually hit the Landorus, then you would have been able to put that to sleep, and that's really the big Pokemon that's going to be standing in this Zamazenta's way. As we saw Kazuki bring that Landorus to great success in that first game, and it didn't quite get the job it needed to done in that second one, so that's why we're here in this game number 3. It is that Landorus as that 4th and final, so Kazuki knows this is going to be the thing that's able to grab him the victory, but it's tough. How do you actually get through this if you're Ruben? You can Rage Powder, which is going to help, but do you have to then bank on Sansear missing?
I think Sansear Storm is a really, really scary threat right now. Of course, you can always Wide Guard to block Sansear Storm and guarantee that Zamazenta won't get KO'd, but this Amoonguss will be knocked out by Psychic either way. So if you go for that Sansear Storm, a Wide Guard doesn't really do a whole lot because presumably you're also going for that Psychic.
You could also just protect the Landorus on this turn, get the Farigiraf to use the Psychic into the Amoonguss, just kind of hope it doesn't protect, and then the Amoonguss with the Rage Powder is out of the way. Then you can really fire off those big Earth Powers that you know is going to be that game-winning move. But we don't actually see that protect. It's just going to be the Body Press from the Zamazenta, and we know how well this Landorus is able to resist that. Unfortunately, this redirect is going to cause this Earth Power to go into the Amoonguss instead, but can the Farigiraf help make sure that the Zamazenta is a little bit easier to get out of the way? We see the Psychic, and it is going to do a good amount of damage there, at least just to make it easier for this Landorus to finish it off.
That Amoonguss going down is really, really big for the Urshifu in the back for Kazuki. It's going to be really hard to lock into something like the Surging Strikes, which you're probably going to want to be closing this game out with, especially into that Zamazenta. With the defense boost, but if Amoonguss is on the field, a Rage Powder will essentially knock you out at this point because it did take that body press earlier on. Now you have the freedom to bring Urshifu back in at some point, go for those attacks into close combat actually, since there's no Terrestrialization available, might knock out both of these Pokemon on the field without having to fear the Amoonguss redirecting you, kind of ruining your day and letting its partner take a swing at that Urshifu.
It's so tough though because you kind of do want your Farigiraf to go, and Chiampao actually just goes for the taunt here. So what that's going to shut off is things like Trick Room and Helping Hand, but you can still go for the Psychic and the Foul Play, and the body press is enough to actually knock out this Landorus thanks to that Sword of Ruin, and that's a really big deal here. Psychic is going to whittle away a little bit, but now you really have to bank on this Urshifu being able to get through 2 Pokemon.
It's a really smart turn for both of these trainers here. The Urshifu now comes in thanks to the Armor Tail ability of the Farigiraf. Sucker Punch from Chiampao will not be able to even have a chance to knock it out before this Urshifu can attack. And I think a close combat into that Chiampao is a really safe move here that kind of removes one of the 2 threats that Ruben has left. And at that point, the Zamazenta doesn't have a spread attack. You might be able to finish it off with a close combat or Psychic on the following turn.
There's also a Terrestrialization still here for Kazuki to use to get him over the finish line, and so it is going to be this Urshifu getting that Terra Water. It will help out versus something like an Ice Spinner, but it's also really just there to boost up any of these Surging Strikes. That's going to be what he locks into as the Surging Strikes get sent into the Chiampao. Looks like it's going to be good enough to get the knockout onto the Chiampao and leave this Zamazenta all on its own, and I think Ruben can see it. Kazuki is 1 Pokemon KO away from moving on to the top 4 and going to the World Championships. What a story for him if this is how he gets there. Body press into the Urshifu is going to make this a 1v1, but it comes down to the Zamazenta versus the Farigiraf.
I think it's going to be enough for Kazuki here. Even if this single Psychic doesn't KO, he's got 1 more next turn. But it comes through Zamazenta. Will it survive? Yes, only 17 HP.
17 HP in a dream, but I think it's going to be tough. We see the body press from this Zamazenta do just about 40%, so the Psychic in response, Kazuki Kobayashi wins, goes on to top 4, and is going to go to the World Championships.
What an incredible story, Kazuki. This was his final chance to qualify for the 2025 World Championships. Give him a shot to get back to that final tournament of the season where he's had so much success in the past, and he needed to make top 4 here in New Orleans, and he did it. He is going to go to Anaheim and compete with the best of the best in August.
Wow, I mean, this is what dreams are made of here at the North America International Championships, and for these direct invites, congratulations to Kazuki. I know this was something that he was working so hard for throughout this tournament, and it's gotta feel so good to be able to get there and realize that dream at the end of the tournament. And of course, the job isn't done yet, but you've got that little relief. You get to go to Worlds, and now you get 1 more shot at winning North America International Championships as well.
It's almost like we were talking about it a little bit in that segment before Top Cut in the Lounge with Joe, where, you know, are you building your team to get to top 256, which is what you need for Worlds? Maybe just make day 2 and then you're comfortable and you got your Worlds invite. But for Kazuki, they're building your team to like make it to Worlds and to win the tournament are essentially the same thing in this case. You gotta get all the way to top 4, which means you're gonna come really close to winning. And at that point, you may as well just go for the whole thing. But just incredible play from Kazuki there. After Ruben had a really great adjustment in that second game, was able to even the score up. But I think in that third game, it was from the jump Kazuki who had his foot on the gas.
Having the Miraidon and Urshifu adjustment definitely made this third game harder for Ruben. You could see there the threat of that Shadow Rider Calyrex getting knocked out to either something like the double up of a Volt Switch and the Surging Strikes, or even just like outright from the Urshifu. And I think it really just made it a tough decision to have to choose what are you going to invest into. And it's hard when it's the Zamazenta with a water Terra type. You see the Miraidon across the way, which is not something you got a chance to see in games 1 or 2.
Yeah.
So kind of some good conditioning there from Kazuki in that game.
Exactly. Bringing that Miraidon into a game where there is no Rillaboom on the other side of the field, despite your opponent having it available to them on their team of 6 Pokemon, is a really, really good, mix-up to make. You know, if you know that your opponent's going to bring Miraidon, you slam that Rillaboom every single time just to make sure you have a way to get rid of that electric terrain, especially when you're also bringing Amoonguss, which really wants the terrain gone for Spore. But Kazuki, knowing that he had a pretty solid game plan in those first couple times, probably expected Ruben to overcorrect for it, and that's exactly how he won.
Could you imagine, though, if we saw the U-turn lead into the Landorus, and then the Landorus gets spored and put to sleep on the switch-in? Wow, like that would have been such a an insane call to make. Yeah. But that's the type of plays we need to see here at the top 8 and in the top cut of NAIC. That's what's gonna get you there. Yeah. And so, oh man, so much good Pokemon today. I'm just so excited.
It's been such a great day, such a great weekend so far, and we are not even close to being done yet. That was our 3rd of 4 top 8 matches, and we're going to be able to get to the 4th in just a moment. But I don't know, let's just talk about where we're at in the tournament, right? We've got 3 of the top 4 locked up. We've got a 4th one to come, and then we're down to these 4 trainers that have come so far through this tournament, so far across the globe. Again, there's like 0, not even like 0, there is 0 North American representation in our top 8. So all these trainers have come a long distance, and their efforts are being paid off here.
We had 11 out of the 22 top cut competitors coming in from North America, 10 from the United States, 1 from Canada, and somehow they all got we had 2 matches in asymmetrical top cut that were US versus US, and then everywhere else, Europe and Brazil and Japan all swept the board. And so we are going to be able to see an international champion here at the International Championships in North America. But first and foremost, let's go over to the stage with Joe to hear from Kazuki about that win.
Congratulations, Kazuki, earning your World's Invitation with that victory. I can only imagine how excited you feel. How are you feeling right now, knowing that you will be at the World Championships?
ワールドチャンピオンシップスに招待されておめでとうございます。今は気持ちはどうでしょうか？
めちゃめちゃホッとしてます。このためにアメリカまで来たので、ちょっと本当に取れるとは思ってはなかったんですけど、ちょっと自分で驚いてます。
Well, that was what I came to America for, and I didn't expect to get this far, but I am so happy I managed to get there.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you've shown you're a fantastic trainer. You're one of the final 4 trainers left in the field. Your team with the Calyrex Ice Rider and Miraidon, very powerful restricted combination, but your opponent had a Zamazenta, which is really good at stopping Glacial Lance attacks with Wide Guard. So going into that set, how were you prepared to deal with your opponent's Zamazenta, which can be difficult for your Pokemon?
ミライドンと、バドレックス、白板の状態、で強いですね。でも相手はザマゼンタがいて、ワイドガードとかは、ちょっと難しく扱いですね。そういうの相手は、どういうメンタル的な、準備はどうでしょうか？
そうですね、ワイドガードは結構みんな使ってるんですけど、やっぱり上の方になるとあんまり使ってこない選手の方が多いのかなと思ってます。なんか見せるだけ見せて実際は使わないみたいな、そこを強気に、ブリザードランスを強気に押していくことによって、そうですね、結構それが通るかなと思ってます。
Well, everyone is using Wide Guard, so I was kind of expecting it, and I did expect to get through it.
All right, and I think you're inspiring a lot of trainers, not just within Japan, but around the world, seeing such a great performance here this weekend. With the world's qualification from getting top 4 at an international event, and now you this weekend showing Japanese trainer earning the world's invitation through an international championship. Do you think you might inspire more Japanese trainers to attend more international events in the coming seasons?
日本人として、アメリカまで、来て、こんなに高く、たどり着いてのは、めちゃくちゃ、強いですね。他の日本人をこういう大会に来るのをインスピレーションするとか、できると思いますか？
そうですね、どうしようかな。海外の大会すごく、盛り上がってて、しかもルールも、OTS ビデオ3でとても自分が好きなルールで戦えるので、結構やっぱ日本の大会よりかは自分海外の大会が合ってる気がします。ちょっとそして日本人とても強いので、ちょっと私日本の予選は勝ち上がれなかったんですけど、はい、無事アメリカのこのルール、得意なルールで勝つことができてとても嬉しいです。
I think it depends a lot on what the Japanese players back home prefer out of the rule sets, like best of 1 versus best of 3. And personally, I really like the best of 3 format and want to, do well in that. That's why I came here.
All right, well, congratulations. Best of luck in top 4. We're going to keep it moving here. We're going to toss back to the casters to get ready for our next match. So casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Joe. It was really amazing to hear from Kazuki about that win and what it means to be going to the World Championships. We got to take a second and talk about this because when it comes to the Asia Pacific region, they have their own national qualifiers. So they can play in those individual circuits to qualify for Worlds, and new this year in the 2025 season, they are able to make those direct invites by participating in our international competitions and earning an invite that way, either by winning a regional championship or getting the top 4 at an international championship just like this one. And both of these formats play a little different. We've got our nationals, which are a best of 1 format on our in-game ladder, which is how they qualify to play at nationals, which is the global challenge or a grand challenge, an equivalent of a format like that. And then of course here in person, we play best of 3.
It's a really cool thing to hear Kazuki talk about as well, because it's not really something I had considered personally. You know, if you are a Japanese player or a Korean player or a player in another region that has a very similar qualification setup, you are mostly playing best of 1 matches, if not entirely playing best of 1 matches, until you get to the World Championships, which is a very different experience. The World Championships plays a lot more similarly to an IC where everything is best of 3. You've got the 2 rounds of Swiss into top cut bracket. And so if you want more experience in that format, it makes a lot of sense for you to go travel to a regional, travel to an international championship in a region that uses this championship point structure to get a lot more of that experience. Even try and qualify, but at the very least get practice for that Worlds format.
I mean, think about how many players Kazuki matched into on his way through the Swiss rounds and then into the top cut bracket.
Yeah.
So many different international matches. What better way to get the experience than that? But I think another big difference about these 2 qualification systems is that for nationals, it's close team sheet.
Right.
You don't get to see the items, the terras, the abilities, the moveset, which is something that vastly changes the game when we're playing best of 3 with the open team sheet format like we do at regionals and international championships.
Truly is a very different game at these events. So it's really fun to see Kazuki having, a really great time here, enjoying this format, getting to play it to some great success. And he's got at least 2 more matches, or at least 1 more match rather, to play as well. Let's take a look at that bracket to see how we've progressed through this top cut stage so far. Again, we just saw Kazuki Kobayashi take down Ruben Ganzini, ruin the dreams of an entirely Italian top 4 here at the NAIC. But we do have 1 more Italian yet to play, and that is Francesco Piopero facing Eric Rios.
We saw both of these trainers on stream already, so it's going to be great to see them match up against each other since they haven't played each other in a tournament yet. So maybe a little bit of experience playing against a friend, play a similar team composition, or even just some of the matches they might have played at the Bologna Special Championships. Who knows? But for one thing is for sure, this match is going to be so fun to watch. And so I really can't wait to do it.
Really exciting for Francesco as well. This is already the farthest he has progressed through an international championship. He did get top 16 at both LEIC and EUIC earlier this season, which is a fantastic bit of consistency at this very high level. But in this, on his third try, was able to break through to that top 8, and now hopes to continue that into top 4 against an opponent like Eric Rios, who has been this far before and even won an international championship.
Yeah, and while they might not have played in this tournament yet, they have played each other before.
Yeah.
And it is going to be both times that Eric was the winner of those matchups. So is a third time the charm here. Can Francesco Piopero break that curse and get into that top 4 with everybody else that's already made it? Or is Eric Rios going to find himself on the cusp of yet again another international championship finals?
This is going to be a really great match. Can't think of a perfect one to close out our top 8 sets here, because Eric and Francesco are both people that I could very easily see going on to win this tournament from winning this match. Although you could say that about really anyone in the top 4 at this point. Everyone's been playing so incredibly well this weekend. But of course, we have 2 pretty unique teams coming through here as well. We've got to see a lot of cool choices Eric made earlier on today with the Volcarona set with the Teal Mask Ogerpon. And of course, Francesco is rocking that Electric Seed Terapagos that's popped up lately in combination with Miraidon to boost both your defense and special defense alongside Calm Mind.
And Terapagos is one of those really interesting restricteds, because I think it's one of those that people are very on the fence about.
Yeah.
You either really believe in this Terapagos' success, or I think you're on the other side of things where maybe you're not such a believer in the little turtle that could. But let's go ahead and kick off our final top 8 match here at the Pokemon North America International Championships for 2025. Eric Rios is going to be on your left, Francesco Piopero on your right, and you can see just a small smattering of the accomplishments that both of these trainers have. The list is very long.
Of course, for Eric, you can't even fit all of his regional and special championship finishes on this graphic. We gotta lump them all into one there. But top 8 at Sao Paulo LAIC this year, so did progress to this same exact stage once already this season, but did fall at that hurdle, hoping to make it a little bit further. Francesco, of course, like we said, has 2 IC top 16 finishes, looking to kind of double that, win 2 more matches past his best result, make it into top 4 here.
Yeah, and this is going to be such a unique battle, because we were taking a look at both of these teams before getting up here to commentate, and I felt like out of all of these Pokemon, there's actually quite a bit of different iterations that you can bring from either of these teams, and based on the matchup that you see, that's heavily going to dictate how those games go.
The Volcarona especially, I think, is really interesting here. We have 2 Pokemon, one on either side, that has the Electric Seed and an attack that boosts both special attack and special defense. So it might be kind of a boosting war between those 2 Pokemon if we get down to it. Of course, the Volcarona has a little bit of an edge there, I would say, because not only does it have Fiery Dance, which can do damage and boost its special attack at the same time, you also have Giga Drain, which is a nice way to get some recovery going in sort of that 1v1 scenario, should it come down to that point.
But while we take a look at this team, and I think we see a lot of particular offensive threats, you can either kind of look at the Zamazenta for that, or the Qianpao. I think the Rillaboom falls under that category, as well as the Miraidon, depending on what you lock into with that Choice Scarf. I think the biggest key here is actually going to be that Teal Mask Ogerpon versus this Terapagos team. You talk about the setup, and one way that this Ogerpon can really help to throw a wrench into the works, it was something like the taunt, shut down the Calm Mind, or encore you into it. And then what is that Terapagos doing? If you're stuck just setting up, there's a certain point where, like, you've got 3 turns and you can't do anything.
I do actually think Ogerpon could be a big deal here for Eric. Just looking at Francesco's team, you have the option to disrupt that Terapagos. You can use your Terastallization to get a speed boost from Embody Aspect and knock out that Urshifu. You can use Defiant to mitigate any kind of Intimidate or even Parting Shot coming out from Incineroar. Taunt is really helpful. It gets something like Sinistra. And of course, Iron Treads, you get a nice ground resist there if it does opt to go for that high horsepower. So even though we didn't get to see it on Eric's first match on stream this morning, very well could be coming to this match.
And when we saw Francesco Piopero yesterday on stream for round number 7, we saw him heavily lean into this Terapagos. A lot of this team really does function around this particular restricted, because you're looking at the Terapagos with support from something like the Sinistra. We saw Hospitality be able to help regain some HP on that Terapagos, since that ability helps you give a little bit of recovery once you switch in. But we also saw Sinistra go for things like Rage Powder. It also has Strength Zap if that's something that you want to use against these physical threats from Eric.
Strength Up is a really cool attack. It will lower the attack of the target, but then also restore your HP by the same amount as the attack stat itself. So like, let's say you have a very powerful attack Pokemon like Calyrex Ice Rider, for example. It's very, very high attack that will translate into a large chunk of HP, if not the entirety of Sinistra's HP. So it could be a huge threat here.
But I'm also looking at the rest of Francesco's team, and I think you could bring kind of any combination of other Pokemon outside of that. Hard to imagine that you do leave the Miraidon or like even the Terrapagos at home. I think it's really tough when this team is really built to kind of power up both of those Pokemon. But I could also see, you know, if you really wanted to, maybe the Iron Treads, I think also the Urshifu and the Incineroar, they kind of all make sense here. So very exciting to see what both of these trainers decide to lean into as we get into this very first game. Francesco has the Miraidon in the Iron Treads, which I think makes a perfect Pokemon versus this Rillaboom and Volcarona.
Unfortunately, though, Rillaboom will immediately turn off the electric terrain. Rillaboom leads into Miraidon teams are really nice because if Rillaboom lines up against Miraidon right at the start, you immediately can shut down that terrain. Then if Miraidon swaps in on the turn, if it wasn't led, you can easily Rillaboom, or Rillaboom the U-turn. U-turn the Rillaboom out and bring it back in later to again shut off that grassy terrain. No Quark Drive boost for Iron Treads just yet will be very important because getting those extra stats really helps it be a big threat in this metagame.
But you really want to look at both of these Pokemon trying to put some sort of pin onto the Volcarona. If you actually force it to Rastalize, it does have that Grass Terra, then you're going to be able to bring in something else like the Incineroar later that will be able to deal super effective damage. But you see this horsepower as well. And take a look at that Void Body burns the Iron Treads. That is not good for this physical attacker. And now you're stuck with this Choice Band while the Volcarona has got this setup with +1 to the special attack and the special defense. And that defense boost is going to matter versus the Miraidon.
Insanely nice turn for Eric there. Despite the electric terrain immediately going away, the Volcarona did get to use its electric seed before Rillaboom was able to take that terrain away. So it took that high horsepower very well. Flame Buddy activating means you're going to take the next high horsepower even better. And of course, Quiver Dance means that you are a big threat to this Miraidon. And you should be outspeeding the Iron Treads as well. You threaten to one at KO with Fiery Dance. It is Terra Bug on Iron Treads, so it cannot Terrasilize away from that fire weakness. And I don't know that a whole lot on Francesco's team, other than the Incineroar, really wants to swap into a Fiery Dance, but an Incineroar swap here might be a little bit punishable as well.
Yeah, I mean, you still have something like the... I think just kind of any sort of damage here from the Volcarona is going to not be so bad. But you've got the Volt Switch actually going into the Rillaboom. The Assault Vest is so nice. There's two ways that this Miraidon really gets stopped here. And especially when you don't have that electric terrain active, you're not going to be doing nearly as much with these attacks from the Miraidon. But what does Francesco bring in? I think if you want to bring in the Terrapagos here, you're kind of already behind the 8-ball a little bit. This Volcarona has a 1 turn of setup, and you're going to need a little time to get this Terrapagos going.
A much more defensive option here from Eric. We just see the Volcarona protect itself, which means it will guarantee a turn of grassy terrain recovery. Maybe he doesn't want to be taking an Electro Drift just yet. Even with that higher Quiver Dance boost and the electric terrain being gone, it still will do a good chunk of damage. And with this Volcarona, it doesn't have leftovers. You really want to be preserving that HP.
But a nice pivot here as well as, okay, there's a little bit of a critical hit there, meaning you're going to do a bit more damage than you would have with the U-turn, but it's still not going to be super important. As we get a chance to look at the Zamazenta coming in, I think this is where it's tough. Francesco's got to pick a target. You can only fake out one thing with this Incineroar, and the Zamazenta is going to be dealing super effective damage to either target.
That's a great point. You know, the Incineroar can fake out one thing, but if it doesn't fake out the Volcarona, then Volcarona gets off a Fiery Dance and probably gets a KO, if not another special attack boost. If you don't fake out the Zamazenta, it goes straight for that body press, and if you don't Terrasilize the Incineroar, you just lose it right off the bat. So a great combination of offensive options here from Eric. The combination of Zamazenta and Volcarona hitting on either side of the spectrum too. You've got a really strong physical attack in body press and a strong special attack in Fiery Dance.
We see the Iron Treads leave the field in favor of this Miraidon, at least coming back in and resetting the terrain. But because Eric pivoted out the Rillaboom, there's a really easy way for him to manually shut this off on the next turn. Incineroar chooses to fake out this Zamazenta, as we just see the Giga Drain right now. And honestly, love that. Volcarona has boosts already. You just want to get some HP recovery with this Giga Drain so you can stay on the field even longer.
Also trying to cover for a water Terrasalization from that Incineroar. If the Incineroar didn't go for fake out and instead tried to go for a Terrasalization to dodge the super effective damage from body press, Press, you would have been able to do a ton of damage to it, probably still KO it with a combination of Body Press and Giga Drain. Instead, you do get a little bit of recovery there from Volcarona, which is nice because that grassy terrain does go away. That passive recovery is gone until the Rillaboom comes back on the field. But I don't expect that to take too long because Rillaboom is a really big part of shutting down this Miraidon. Although, if you do that, you're either swapping out of your Quiver Dance boost or your Dauntless Shield boost, which you can't recover later in the game.
But I don't know how much the Dauntless Shield boost actually matters now that you've kind of seen not only like the Iron Treads get burned, but you're also really looking at this Volcarona just being that setup piece for later on in the game. We do see the Electric Terrestrialization committed onto this Miraidon. But if you do remove the terrain here, I mean, that is going to be a big deal later. There is no swap, though, so Miraidon gets a chance to stay here with this Electric Terra as Volcarona gets a free Quiver Dance boost. So +2 now to that special defense as Miraidon lands an Electro Drift. Electro Drift running straight into that Zamazenta, and it is going to be so close to the knockout, but not quite enough. Zamazenta gets to go for the Body Press as it survives that so critically, and they're gonna knock each other out here. Rocky out of recoil, and Cinemark goes down to the Body Press. And I think you're okay with that now if you're Eric. Now you get to bring in the Rillaboom.
Absolutely, very much okay with that if you're Eric. That's a massive survival of the Zamazenta. If it wasn't able to survive that Electric Drift, you're not getting that Body Press off. The Incineroar is not removed from the game, which is a really big stop to this Volcarona. Even if you can't damage it too much thanks to an Electric Seed, it's one of the few things that will resist both the Fiery Dance and the Giga Drain from Volcarona, especially with Rillaboom coming out now. Giga Drain is powered up even further thanks to that grassy terrain. Sinistcha will be the 4th Pokemon for Francesco. We'll get a little bit of a hospitality boost to that Miraidon. Heal it right back up to full HP there. But now that Miraidon has also terrestrialized into that electric type, it no longer resists the Fiery Dance and Giga Drain, so necessary for the offense into that Zamazenta. Would have been very worth it, I think, if it was able to KO with Electro Drift. But now you're in such a buffer position because the Sinistcha, while it does have a Focus Sash, will be able to survive at least one more attack. It doesn't have a whole lot to do after that.
I mean, there's still an Assault Vest in play, but you have the ability to double into it, and then I think at that point doesn't matter because the Rillaboom is going to be there to do that physical damage as well to bypass an item like that. And there's still that poor Iron Treads in the back nursing its burn that is waiting to come back out. But
especially when you consider this Volcarona is Terra Grass, you're going to be able to ignore the Rage Powder. That's kind of the one thing left that Sinistcha had to do for the rest of the game, and it might just be moot.
Well, the Iron Treads is going to make a reappearance here, and there is that terrestrialization. So you're absolutely right. It's so free to be able to go for this as well, because you're going to be resisting the Miraidon damage as well as bypassing that Rage Powder. There's a lot of different reasons why this Grass Terra is going to be so effective for this Volcarona. Sinistcha goes for the Protect, though, so we're going to see Eric really take a commanding lead after this. Volcarona going into the Iron Treads that just switched in. It's just a knockout by itself. Rillaboom doesn't get to do anything on this turn.
Rillaboom doesn't need to do anything on this turn. You got what you wanted from this turn. Francesco's now down to 2 Pokemon remaining. It makes a lot of sense to swap the Miraidon out there. You want to be able to reset that electric terrain. But unfortunately, Eric does have a yet to be revealed 4th Pokemon, which I'm guessing we're going to get to see very soon because you want to be swapping out that Rillaboom so you can then reset the grassy terrain. I think as soon as grassy terrain goes back up, this game is as good as over in Eric's favor. It probably already is, to be quite honest, but that's just going to be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, we kind of got a sneak peek of what's in the back there, and, you know, it's got some nice speed attached to it. That's all I'll say. But it is tough. I mean, now that this Volcarona is set up, it's so difficult to kind of see a world where Miraidon or Sinistcha actually have the ability to get enough special attack down into this Volcarona, bar something like a critical hit. Francesco's going to throw in the towel, and this game number 1 goes to Eric Rios after an incredible Volcarona setup to be able to take that first game.
Volcarona, a Pokemon that I don't know that I really had on my radar going into this event, but Eric has shown throughout the course of this tournament, both for this morning and right now in this first game of Top 8, that it is a huge threat, especially into teams like this, where I think the damage into Volcarona is pretty heavily predicated on electric terrain being up, and Rillaboom is there to ruin those game plans right off the bat.
Oh, yeah, the burn right away, too, definitely didn't help things out here. But the Volcarona, I mean, like the fact that you were able to get set up so quickly, you have this single target damage. And I think the reason why we actually saw Francesco bench the Terrapagos is you're really relying on things like Terra Starstorm. You've got the Zamazenta with the wide guard. We already called out the Ogrepon as well with Guitar and Encore. And I think it was the right call for that first game for Francesco to actually bench the Terrapagos and think about another way to get through with that damage. But now, is this the time where you think, well, okay, maybe I should lead the Terrapagos. Maybe this is that time. I didn't see the Ogrepon. I might be able to get away with some of these Calm Mind boosts, similar to how Eric was able to lead out the game with Volcarona setup.
I think we could see it. If you're Francesco, I think you got to switch something up. They didn't really just bring the right Pokemon to be able to threaten this Volcarona heavily. I think especially after the immediate burn from Flame Body, a lot of your game plans fall apart right off the bat. Even if the Flame Body doesn't activate there, the Volcarona is already at +1 special attack and speed. You're going to be outspeeding that Iron Treads. I think it might have been the speed boost from Quark Drive, so at that point maybe you need 2 Kubernetes to outspeed, but regardless, the Electric Seed defense boost we already saw was enough to turn that high horsepower into a 2-hit KO instead of a, or 3-hit KO rather, instead of a 2-hit KO. So you got to be a lot more careful about it, but Urshifu, one of the few things that can break through Volcarona pretty quickly.
Absolutely. You still have that Grass Terra, though, which is going to help you resist a lot of that Surging Strikes damage. But what happens there, if you have both of these Pokemon on the field and you threaten a resisted Surging Strikes, but a super effective Flare Blitz?
I mean, that's the point. You gotta worry about which terrestrialization you pick here. Of course, you do have the Fake Out advantage, Rillaboom being faster, but if you're gonna fake out the Urshifu, I think there's a very high likelihood Incineroar just fakes out the Volcarona in return and you're back to square one. Except this time you don't have the option for that fake out. You could possibly go straight on the offense. A Giga Drain and Grassy Terrain might be enough for a KO on Urshifu here, and then you're kind of removing the one thing that has the one-hit KO potential on Volcarona without terrestrializing. But that's a lot to go for on this first turn, and I'm not sure it's ever going to be worth it.
You have the ability to invest into removing that Volcarona right away, but Eric is starting to think a little bit more about that and what could potentially switch into its place to take either of those attacks. The pin looks good from Francesco, but Eric being able to switch in this Miraidon means that you can't really just deal with this Surging Strikes and Flare Blitz and consider that to be the option to get rid of the Volcarona. As you see the Surging Strikes now into the Miraidon, this is exactly what we were talking about. Miraidon taking that attack super well because of the resist, and despite the critical hits, will be enough of at a high enough elk pool that we're going to see this Incineroar also not really do too much.
U-turn will come through here targeting that Incineroar, not wanting to go for heavy offense right off the bat. Instead, this Miraidon swap I think is really good. You're going to be able to resist both the Surging Strikes and the Flare Blitz if those are the two moves that were thrown directly at that Volcarona, trying to cover for a possible terrestrialization. And of course, the Choice Scarf on your Miraidon will allow you to outspeed this Choice Scarf Urshifu later on.
Yeah, that's where the speed is going to be so important. But Francesco actually splits the difference, uses the Flare Blitz into the Zamazenta instead, and even though it's super effective, we do have that Dauntless Shield ability that's going to help boost up those defenses, making that not super bad.
We're now in a very similar spot to last game, though, where Giga Drain and Body Press threaten super effective damage with or without a terrestrialization into Incineroar. And we're seeing the same exact thing, this Incineroar being Terra Water. I'm sure it comes in handy in a lot of matchups, maybe Calyrex Ice Rider off the top of my head, but against this team that Eric Rios is running, it's not really helping you out at all. The combination of Body Press and either an Electric or Grass type move from either of these powerful Pokemon that Eric is packing is able to threaten this Incineroar very heavily, and you don't really have a whole lot that can swap into that either.
No, anything is not going to want to be on the receiving end of a Hadron Engine boosted move from this Miraidon. And we're going to see this Urshifu get out of dodge. It knows it's going to lose out on that Speed War, but maybe if there's one thing that could resist any of these attacks, it would be this Miraidon. But the Draco Meteor, what a good call! It's going to land a one-hit knockout onto that Miraidon for Francesco, and that might be it. For Eric is so far ahead now.
If this is Body Press 2, this is a massive turn for Eric. 2 huge KOs at once.
That is a double knockout on this turn, even though it took 2 Pokemon to do it. And so Francesco, only the Urshifu and this mystery fourth Pokemon left. And this is a wipeout here. Eric is dominating this game.
Iron Treads will be the 4th Pokemon for Francesco. Not too bad everything to have at your disposal. With the Quark Drive boost, it will be able to get its stats powered up a little bit. but the Incineroar still, not the Incineroar, the Rillaboom still looms in the back. The grassy terrain is going to be huge for Eric here to turn off Quark Drive to ensure that his Pokemon get a little bit of recovery against these two powerful Pokemon. And of course, they are both holding choice items. It's Choice Scarf Urshifu, Choice Band Iron Treads. The two attacks they select right now will be the only attacks they can use for the rest of this game.
There is a Protect available on the Zamazenta that can help you suss out what these two Pokemon are going to lock into. And you still have those defensive capabilities in the back. If you want to bring in that Rillaboom, it is a little counterintuitive to your own Miraidon, but it's not like you can't use that Rillaboom to switch into the Miraidon's place and take these attacks and figure out those choice item moves regardless.
That Draco Meteor was such a great selection. It ensured that if something swapped in, that maybe was able to take an electric type attack, like this Iron Treads, like the possible Sinistra, that you still got a bunch of damage out, and that put Eric so far ahead in this game too.
And this Water Terror is going to help out a lot as well. You're not going to be taking super effective damage from this high horsepower anymore. You resist something like the Ice Spinner, another Draco Meteor, and that still does so much damage into this Urshifu despite having dropped your special attack from the previous one. But the critical hit, Francesco does get a little bit of luck going his way, but the fact that your Pokemon are so low HP regardless, is it going to be enough to get you back into the game?
I really don't think it is. Surging Strikes will come through here do very little damage to this Miraidon. And at this point, I think Rillaboom just solo handles this game. One Grassy Glide will be able to knock out Urshifu from this point. And of course, the Iron Treads now locked into high horsepower, especially without the Quark Drive, will not be able to do too much to Rillaboom in a return. So a combination of a couple Wood Hammers, maybe you get the Volcarona in here to try and finish off the Fiery Dance as well. But Rillaboom is about to checkmate Francesco in this match.
It is a little awkward though, because with the Volcarona, you have the Electric Seed, and since the Rillaboom is coming out now, you reset the terrain to grass. Miraidon is going to have to take a manual pivot in order to actually get the Volcarona seed active if you want to bank on that electric terrain later.
I think the seed was already consumed anyway, right? It was on the field at the start of the game. So it's not even something you really have to worry about at this point anymore. I think at this point, Eric probably has 5 or 6 different ways he can close out this game. One of them being that fake out the Iron Treads and land this Draco Meteor for another knockout.
Another knockout here for this Miraidon, and the critical hit on top of it
Why not?
is just cherry on top here for Eric's game. Only the Iron Treads remains, and it flinches now. I think Francesco sees the writing on the wall. Eric is at a 2 Pokemon advantage versus this Iron Treads.
Wow, what a great game by Eric. That call with the Draco Meteor really blew this game wide open.
One more Draco Meteor for the road, though, from this Miraidon. It doesn't get the critical hit this time, but you know Francesco's going to give it everything he's got till the very end. A high horsepower is going to end this Miraidon's time in this game, too, as Rillaboom goes for the U-turn. And so we get to see this Volcarona come back out pretty scot-free, and the Rillaboom to come alongside of it to get that fake out to allow this Volcarona to clinch the game.
Because you're just playing it extra safe if you're Eric here. You don't want to maybe swap that Volcarona in on a critical hit high horsepower and lose it before it can make a single attack. It's just making sure that he's covering every single option. At this point, he knows that Francesco has exactly one thing he can be doing. He has one choice to make, and that's which slot to throw the high horsepower in. Francesco now knows he cannot come back. Eric Rios progresses to top 4 at NAIC.
Another top 4 here for Eric, and one step closer to getting back to a potential second international championship win after just a couple of years ago. And, you know, commiserations to Francesco. Made it farther than he ever has at an international championship, and I know it is hard as a top competitor to get this close and not be able to get over that finish line. But congratulations to Eric. He's been one of the greatest players in Spain for so many years, and he's got another shot at an IC title.
He sure does, man. What a great match that was from Eric. I think at any point, it was not difficult to see how Eric had a path to win either of those 2 games. And that just goes to show the strength of this team. There's a lot of really unique choices on that team. I don't think a lot of players were prepared for it. You know, if you had Volcarona on your team, a lot of times you're using something like, you know, Struggle Bug to maybe lower special attack, using something like Rage Powder as a support Pokemon. But this Volcarona was fully indexed into offense with that Quiver Dance. And in both games, it was putting in the work of a restricted Pokemon, essentially.
Yeah, but that's why that setup was so difficult. I mean, Francesco actually benched the Terapagos for both game 1 and 2, kind of seeing that maybe Terapagos can't keep up the pace with the setup that Volcarona has. And there wasn't a great way for Francesco to shut it off. Even in the second game when the Volcarona got led by Eric, he just took it out, knew that Miraidon was going to be the right Pokemon to switch in to take all of those elemental attacks. Even though the damage got split between the two Pokemon, it was still such a fantastic call by Eric to be prepared for a moment like that.
Also a lack of fear to not feel like you're kind of using some of your resources without getting too much out of them. The Volcarona's Electric Seed and the Zamazenta's Dauntless Shield are both one-time use, so you get that +1 defense exactly one time throughout the game, and if you swap them out, you don't get them ever again. But immediately swapping out that Volcarona on that first turn, you're giving up that Electric Seed boost for the chance at progressing elsewhere in the game, and then maybe bringing Volcarona back in very later on to kind of clean it up. And I think a lot of players, myself included, would be very tempted to say, well, I don't want to lose my defense boost. I can't swap Volcarona out first turn without even using Electric Seed once. But Eric just knew that that wasn't necessarily something he needed in this match and doesn't necessarily feel the need to preserve something that would help maybe in the meantime. It doesn't get you to the very end.
Now, I think that kind of a similar principle, we see a lot of people use Intimidate, kind of like with Defiant Pokemon, and we didn't get a chance to see the interaction in this game because I think the Ogerpon was really going to be there for the Terapagos, if anything. So, smart call by Eric to not bring it when the Terapagos wasn't there, but let's go ahead to the stage and hear from him about moving on to top 4.
Congratulations, Eric Rios. Top 4 of NAIC this season. You're one of the best trainers in the world, consistently proving it every single year. How do you keep winning so much? What is the key to success? Because we got to steal this.
I think the key is training a lot, want to win, and try to do the best team in the format. I think I did a good team. Let's see how it goes today.
Yeah, I think you have a really interesting team. Obviously, there's a lot of different win conditions, right? You use the Volcarona in game 1 to do a lot of damage, and then you switch it up, relying more on your restricted Pokemon in game 2. So what's one of the ways that you're able to anticipate your opponent's attacks? So are there, switches? Because in both games, you had the Volcarona get the KO on the Iron Treads on the switch in, and then you had Miraidon with the Draco Meteor on the switch in, just like claiming KOs very quickly. So how do you train that skill to anticipate when your opponent's going to swap out and take advantage of their passive play?
Sometimes I think you have to think if it's better to set up instead of getting a KO, because sometimes if you get a KO in a turn that you don't want to get, maybe you will be in a worse position. So I try to think about some turns ahead, so I can just know if it's better to set up or just attack and take the KO. So.
And then you're obviously one of the few trainers that would, be great enough to put Rillaboom and Miraidon together, because they're typically a little bit of an anti-synergy, right? You have a little bit of Kyogre Groudon kind of with those two terrains. And it seems like no matter what position you're in, you're always able to have the advantageous terrain that you need on the field. So how important is tracking those terrains? Is it very difficult to balance when you want grassy terrain versus electric terrain on the field, or is it a little simpler than we might see from our perspective?
So the Miraidon I have, it's only for rotate. I can use the electric if I want to do some damage. But yeah, the best thing about that is that I can just play around both terrains. I think Rillaboom, I need Rillaboom for opposing Miraidons to take off the terrain and just put the grassy terrain. I can just have Giga Drain plus the terrain, recovery HP. So I think Rillaboom helps a lot in the team. It's good with the balanced team. And I think Miraidon, it's like an insane, but it's not parting shot, it's ball switch, but I like to rotate, snarl, so I can just take the control of the game.
All right, and then now that you are in top 4, you're so close to another international championship to your name. Is there anyone you want to give shout outs at home that's helped you get this far?
Yeah, shout outs to all my friends, to Verdun, Sergioza helping me preparing the tournament, also to the Movistar Koi, to Coisitos, Canecro, everyone who has been supporting me, also my family.
All right, congratulations, Eric. Best of luck to you in top 4. There are 4 trainers remaining here in the Masters Division of the North America International Championships. We're going to take a quick break. We come back, we'll have those top 4 matches.
Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressed. If you're doing a battle, you have to tell me if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
I'm a little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. I just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it 10. Watch it 10. I think the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
Well, we've gone through all of our top 8 competitors, and we are now down to our final 4 here in the Masters division of the video game side of things at the North American International Championships. The battles have been so incredibly intense, and we now are going to be able to find out who our finalists are going to be over the next 2 matches.
Right, just 4 players remain. All the conversations about Worlds invites are out the window. Now it's about winning the tournament. 2 matches stand in the way of any of these players being crowned this year's champion.
That's so true, because the top 4 are all locked in. They've got those direct invites, so they can kind of already start looking towards Anaheim. But first of all, let's look towards tomorrow. Let's see who is going to be becoming our international champion, and that's really kind of the final blaze of glory that these trainers can have at this point in the series.
Yeah, it's all about trying to win it. For a moment, it looked like we might have been at the North American Italian Championships, but a couple of non-Italian players managed to make it through into the semifinals. We still might be there tomorrow. Let's see how these semifinal matches pan out, but it should be 2 really great matches ahead of us.
I mean, low-key, I feel right at home. You know, from the European region, there's a lot of familiar faces that I get to commentate over on the regional circuit, so it's great to see them doing so well. But our first semi-final is going to be between Kazuki and Federico. Now, these 2 trainers, this is going to be such an interesting match. Not only do they have incredibly awesome teams, but Kazuki has defeated every Italian player that he has faced at this event. Took down Flavio Del Pidio, a previous international champion in Day 1 Swiss, Francesco Piopera in Day 2 Swiss, and then we've just seen earlier Ruben Giazzani in top 16. So I feel like Kazuki has a really good reputation right now when it comes to taking down Italian opponents.
It feels like he is storming through this tournament, and with a team that is, well, it's not especially unique, right? Every Pokemon there is somewhat common. In this exact arrangement, we haven't seen it, and it's demonstrating a lot of very, like, aggressive play with it as well.
Yes, exactly. And Federico as well has faced and defeated one Japanese player this event with Yuma Kinugawa in top 16. We were able to showcase that match. If you missed it, make sure to catch up on the VODs later because you do not want to have missed a single moment of competitive action. Our second semi-final that we were bringing to you afterwards is, of course, Marco Silva versus Eric Rios. Both these trainers international champions in their own right. Marco Silva having won OCIC and LAIC, and Eric Rios having won EUIC. Neither of them have been able to get that NEIC title, though.
Yeah, and often a little bit better defended than it is this year, but it is up for grabs for one of them and would add to an already impressive resume.
Yes, these trainers have really already proven that they are the best of the best in previous tournaments, but right now they are really holding that reputation true to form, and I cannot wait to see who our finalists will be. Our first top 4 match is definitely looking to be a very exciting one. As you mentioned, there's a lot of very standard Pokemon throughout these teams. In terms of the restricteds as well, you know, we are seeing a lot of that Miraidon out there. We're seeing the occasional Lunala, Zamazenta, things like that. But Federico's been running this Whimsicott, which has been a Pokemon that a lot of trainers have picked up from time to time, but we haven't seen it super dominant in this tournament.
Right, it allows you to kind of go at a mixed speed level, often paired with a Trick Room Pokemon. It can be very disruptive as well because of Encore. I think you heard Federico mention in an interview earlier in the day that this team was very popular very early on in Legati. It was a lot of the first dominant team. He stuck with it and played it longer than other players did. That it's the team that he spent the longest playing in a single format, and it's really panning out. Because there's nothing about it that lowered its power level, and he's demonstrating that it's still perfectly viable.
And in case you're just tuning in, this is our first top 4 in the Masters division. Federico has been a regional champion, winning Gdansk earlier this season, has also been able to achieve top 4 finishes in Birmingham and at the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan in 2023, as well as being a 2-time Grand Challenge champion.
The Grand Challenge champion means he's been up against Japanese players before.
That's true.
In that online competition. Not something that Kazuki has on that resume there to win one of those Grand Challenge championships. So still demonstrating that international pedigree. But Kazuki, to come all the way over here, to need that top 4 to make it into the World Championships, and then to do it already must be some relief to have reached this stage, but there's just more to win.
That's the thing, it's like step 1 gets world qualification, step 2 win the tournament. So that's really where Kazuki's going to be looking forward. We touched a little bit on this team earlier about the Whimsicott in particular, but there's also some great synergy on this team amongst the faster modes on the team, where you've got Pokemon like the Miraidon, for example, Whimsicott obviously with that Tailwind support, but you also can have a potential slower mode with Lunala and Ursaluna.
Right, you have the fast mode, Miraidon and Tailwind, and Urshifu and Tailwind can be terrifying, but then you have the slow mode. You have Trick Room available there, Ursaluna, so frightening in Trick Room, and those middle speed Pokemon like Lunala and Urshifu are often able to outspeed the other team if they have Tailwind, and underspeed the other team if they have Trick Room. So comfortable kind of playing in either dimension.
I feel like the trainers, definitely at this point in the competition, will have made those calculations about where the speed tiers will interact within a tail room environment. And you also do have, you know, some priority on here as well in the form of the Aqua Jet with the Urshifu, and particularly when stacked with that Choice Band, that's going to be able to hit really hard, really quickly.
Absolutely, can put down such quick damage. You know, one close combat or surging strikes that's not kind of well defended or well expected can tear a hole in a team. And the same thing is true for a Facade or an Electro Drift. This team has a lot of huge offensive potential available, so it's all about finding that right positioning. When the speed is in your favor, the defensive pieces aren't in the right places, and you can land devastating KOs. Because often in Pokemon, once you punch the first hole, it's only easier to punch the second and the third and the fourth. So once you can take out one of those pivoting pieces, you can really start to clear the way.
Yeah, as soon as you start weakening those defenses, you can capitalize on that, bring in your heavy hitters from the back lines and start being able to get that damage on the board. But on Kazuki's side, now this is a team that's very interesting. We've got some incredibly fast-hitting Pokemon with the Miraidon. You've also got the Choice Scarce Urshifu on there. But then we also, again, have some potentially slower Pokemon in the Farigiraf and the Calyrex Ice Rider that can really work in a hybrid scenario.
Yeah, this team can also play in a hybrid scenario and can also kind of undo Trick Room if it's there. Like 2 Trick Rooms available. Farigiraf may be especially valuable for blocking priority on the other side, like the Aqua Jet that you mentioned, or Encore from Whimsicott, and being able to do that alongside flipping Trick Room back and throwing out Foul Plays that will do significant damage to Lunala and Ursaluna and Urshifu if it is terastallized. Meanwhile, it can also play at a fast speed. It has the naturally faster Urshifu. Tailwind will get the Choice Band Urshifu on the other side faster than this Choice Scarf Urshifu, but to start the game off, the Choice Scarf Urshifu is going to be moving more quickly and has some very potent offensive threats of its own. Lander is a Pokemon that if it can be positioned well to have threat against something like the Miraidon on the other side, can punch the right hole but it's going to be difficult to do because Miraidon will be constantly threatened by attackers on the other side, and there's so much speed control available. So I think for both players, it's about wrestling around to figure out if they can find their window and throwing out the offense. I think for Kazuki, the Miraidon is a key piece of that. There are not many protects out on the other side, and so every Draco Meteor or Electro Drift it can throw is likely to find a good target. And so if he can keep control of the speed environment and consistently get those out, it's going to be a lot of damage.
Yeah, the only protect on Federico's side is on that Ursaluna. So as you said, if Kazuki can position his Miraidon for success, then it's going to be able to just do so much damage with those choice specs and start steamrolling through the team. But you have to, of course, be careful of a Miraidon mirror and dodge those Draco Meteors. Let's jump into the first top 4 here at NAIC. It's going to be a Miraidon apiece for both of our trainers, but the partner Pokemon are going to be the Incineroar and the Landorus.
Landorus makes a quick appearance here, like you mentioned, the Miraidon mirror as well. We've already seen these on stream today. Often kind of leads to both players wanting to click that terrestrialization button to get themselves a little bit safer. But one key piece to mention here, Incineroar, the fake out is often what you want in this Miraidon mirror. Just make sure that the choice specs Miraidon on the other side can't attack. But when there's a possibility of a Furgraph lurking in the back, it's not nearly as comfortable to just press that button. And meanwhile, Landorus, if it's given the free chance to attack, could just one-hit KO either of these Pokemon.
We're not going to see a surprise for Furgraph in this turn, though, just to protect on the Landorus. So no fake out coming through. Instead, Electro Drift straight out of the blocks from the Miraidon going down into the opposing Incineroar. Not enough to be able to get the KO, but Miraidon on Federico's side is able to retaliate with the exact same move, but into its counterpart. Not going for the Draco Meteor here.
Both players show some restraint on this first turn. No terrestrialization used, just Electro Drift, but much better side of the Electro Drift for Kazuki, getting really significant damage into that Assault Vest Incineroar. But no KO, just bulky enough to hang on. Meanwhile, the Electro Drift from Federico's side lands into the Miraidon 4 times resisted, doesn't do that much damage, but if you look at the Miraidon, down below 50% health between the U-turn and that Electro Drift still did really significant damage.
Yes, and of course Federico's now able to bring that Ursaluna in. It's been able to get in for free. It's got the Guts activated by the burn, having been able to switch in on the same turn. So that suddenly puts Ursaluna into a threatening position.
Into a threatening position, especially because you know the Miraidon on the other side is locked into Electro Drift. So there's no option for threat into the Ursaluna this turn. Landorus can put out a lot of damage and try to get an Earth Power there, but it's not a KO, so Ursaluna should be able to get an attack off. Meanwhile, the Electro Drift lock on Federico's side is even worse. With a ground type on one hand and a Dragon Electric on the other side, probably is going to force a switch out of this Miraidon, unless you expect to just be one turn ahead, but no, the switch comes out. Miraidon fleeing into the back to find a new move to lock into with choice specs and everything.
Well, Incineroar's going to rejoin the field. It is on dwindled HP, and the Intimidate coming through into 2 special attackers is going to be null and void, but if it's able to hang on this turn, it can always go for fake out in the next. But I think Miraidon's going to say, back into your Pokeball, little kitty cat. Go straight there, and that's exactly what's happening to Incineroar. But at least Federico has the utility. You've preserved that Miraidon in the back. It can switch up its moves for a little later on. Still to move, however, we have got the Landorus that can connect onto the Ursaluna with that Earth Power. Does do a significant amount of damage, but Ursaluna free to retaliate with the Facade. So much damage, a one-hit knockout. That Landorus is out for the count.
Landorus down, probably a pretty good trade to get rid of the Landorus in exchange for a lot of Ursaluna's health, but without speed control, Ursaluna will have a hard time having further impact in this game, but Lunala could provide the Trick Room in the future. And meanwhile, there was a little bit of a game of chicken. Both players had Electro Drift locked with no good target. Only Federico's decides to switch, and Kazuki capitalizes on that with the Electro Drift landing into Incineroar as it switched out on the field and finishing the KO that it couldn't get on turn 1.
Well, I think Federico's Miraidon was really pinned, like you said. It couldn't do a lot of damage into an electric type or a ground type, so forced to go for the switch there. Lunala's able to come in now. It has got that Shadow Shield nice and intact.
Shadow Shield up might give the opportunity for Trick Room, but of course with Calyrex on the other side, you have to worry about the Trick Room just being reversed or Calyrex just being comfortable fighting in the Trick Room. Meanwhile, Ursaluna is low, definitely cannot take a Glacial Lance, so has to be a little bit careful in this position.
Wide Guard coming through, however, just going to be protecting from a potential Glacial Lance, giving Ursaluna a little bit of wiggle room. We know, of course, Electro Drift is going to be the choice for Miraidon. It's going down into this Lunala, is going to be able to break the Shadow Shield and put it into a vulnerable position. But as it is Glacial Lance coming through, there is going to be no damage unleashed from this Calyrex. And once again, Ursaluna in a prime position to get some damage off. If it's going for something like the Facade, that's going to be some significant damage, but instead can just go for the Earthquake. Wide Guard protecting its partner Lunala, so it's free to unleash all of this ground type damage into both these Pokemon. It's guaranteed KO obviously on that Miraidon, but Calyrex is going to suffer from that too.
A smart bit of positioning there, understanding that with Miraidon locked into the Electro Drift, it couldn't target the Ursaluna, and with the Calyrex having Glacial Lance and Leech Seed, with Wide Guard going up, it couldn't attack the Ursaluna, meaning that even this low health Ursaluna could guarantee an attack on that turn. And that attack was that Earthquake, really impactful. Wide guard meaning that you don't hit your teammate, you just get to do damage to both sides, pick up the KO on Miraidon, and chunk a bunch of damage down into the Calyrex on the other side. Meanwhile, though, this does at least get the Miraidon off the field. Now Kazuki can reposition, has lost 2 Pokemon though. Once this next one comes in, that'll be the last one for the game.
Yep, Ursaluna was sitting very pretty on the field there. It does have to watch out for the burn damage though, ticking away at it, and this Intimidate is going to be a little bit difficult to deal with as well.
Intimidate is going to mitigate damage from the Ursaluna, but Ursaluna probably unlikely to have a chance to attack anyway. Knockoff a big problem as well right now. Lunala can't really do damage into this Incineroar. Knockoff can come into that spot and be a big problem, but it also could just outspeed and KO the Ursaluna. So a rare chance for Incineroar to emphasize going out on the offense maybe here instead of just fake out and repositioning. Meanwhile, the Calyrex has to worry a little bit about a Moongeist Beam, especially since Lunala should be faster than the Incineroar. Not for sure. It may be based on how these 2 Pokemon are trained, but getting a Moongeist Beam out might be enough to finish a KO onto Calyrex. And even if Incineroar is in a position to go out on offense, it can't be left by itself to clean up this game.
And you have to consider as well the damage Earthquake had done previously to that Calyrex Ice Rider. That could mean that Moongeist Beam, as you mentioned, could clean up against that Pokemon. Federico making an adaptation, however, deciding to bring Ursaluna later and bringing Miraidon front and center once more in this match. And now we're actually going to see a Terrestrialization come through. This Terrestrialization is going through onto that Lunala, so it is going to become a Fairy type. This does give it a little bit of flexibility in the face of a potential knockoff from that Incineroar, so it's not going to just be KO'd if it does have to take that damage. Looks like it's Terrestrialization a piece here, Len.
Terrestrialization also coming out for the Calyrex. Going to help with the Moongeist Beam, going to hurt against that Miraidon that just hit the field.
Yep, some defensive plays here with the Sparkles on the stage. Both these trainers want to keep their Pokemon in the game during this first match. Lunala once again just goes for the Wide Guard, knowing there's really not a lot that this opposing Calyrex can do offensively. Its only option really will be to Leech Seed here. Knockoff, however, finds its mark on the Miraidon that was previously that Ursaluna. It doesn't have its choice specs anymore, and it's going to be in an environment it doesn't like. Trick Room has been set up by that Calyrex.
Trick Room has been set up, so the speed is now in Kazuki's advantage, but the problem, I think, is still the Wide Guard. The knockoff did really significant damage, but it's not a 2-hit KO, and especially not a 2-hit KO because you do less damage the second time once knockoff is already knocked off the item. And so if Wide Guard comes out, then Miraidon should be relatively comfortable to go out on the offense, either get a KO into Calyrex, or if you expect Calyrex to protect, get damage into the Incineroar. And meanwhile, that Trick Room went up at Kazuki's hand, but in the back is an Ursaluna that will still come in and be the fastest thing on the field eventually.
That's so true, and Lunala is really able to put this Calyrex in check with that Wide Guard, going for it once again, really limiting the options that it's got. It is going for that Leech Seed, so it will have a little bit of recovery, and that's obviously going to chip away at Lunala as well. But I think in Trick Room, you want to be able to get that big damage on the board. Knockoff trying to get into the Miraidon. I think another one will be able to get the KO on it, but not necessarily in the next turn, because Miraidon's leaving the field. We know Ursaluna's going to be able to join, and this is the perfect positioning for Federico, knowing Trick Room is up. There's no offensive moves coming through from Kazuki's side right now. Ursaluna can easily try and go for an Earthquake and get more damage on the board, and possibly that KO into the Incineroar.
Right, there's no way to stop the Earthquake from landing into Incineroar. Ursaluna will be the first thing to move. Incineroar does not have Protect. But maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity there to put damage into the Water-type Calyrex, which now might be able to get a little bit more staying power if the Leech Seed does enough to the Lunala to the point that you are healthy and can have Trick Room back up again. It would have to be very carefully timed. Still very, very distinct advantage for Federico to close this out, though.
And the Calyrex Ice Rider does have the utility to protect, so it can go for a turn where it doesn't have to take damage and can get a little bit more Leech Seed recovery. That could put it in a position to be able to take another Earthquake coming through.
Recovery just ultimately won't matter, though. If there's no Trick Room and there's an Electro Drift coming in, it's just going to KO the Calyrex. So being healthy is not enough. You have to control the speeds and make sure that you're getting a chance to get a Glacial Lance down, which also means you have to have Lunala gone, because otherwise that Glacial Lance will just fail into Wide Guard.
That's a lot on the checklist for Kazuki's Pokemon to get through here. Lunala once again goes for the Wide Guard, stopping this Calyrex from going for any of these Glacial Lances, meaning it's really all up to Incineroar to try and deal with it to unleash the potential that Calyrex has. As you mentioned, it's going to be the Ursaluna going first, so that Earthquake is going to connect, remove the Incineroar from play, do a significant amount to the opposing Calyrex, but it really is just so difficult for the Calyrex to get moving here. Wide Guard just stops it going for any damage, and these Earthquakes are going to be stacking up and up.
Right, ultimately the Wide Guard is keeping Calyrex from accomplishing much, and there's just a lurking, inevitable Miraidon waiting in the back to be the problem for this Calyrex. A Miraidon that's still, is low health, but is not like going to go down to a single Leech Seed or something. It can get through a turn and get a Electro Drift off, and there's no sign of Lunala going down imminently. The Flame Orb also will just give at some point the free entry for Miraidon, even if Calyrex doesn't cause the KO itself.
Looks like the stars are all aligning for Federico here. We're going to see the Protect come through on that Calyrex, though, just to get a little bit more lead sheet recovery and I guess essentially try and enable this Lunala to burn through another Wide Guard turn. But as you said, even if the Ursaluna goes down here, is looking in for that facade here, then we know the Miraidon is in the back. It's running that Choice Specs. It's going to be able to do some phenomenal damage with an Electro Drift, particularly considering this is a water-type Calyrex now. It is going to be a lot more vulnerable to those electric-type attacks.
Right, it's going to, and then also susceptible to the extra multiplier for super effective damage that Electro Drift gets, means that it's just a surefire KO, even with those Choice Specs knocked off earlier.
Yep, Ursaluna hanging in it though. It's able to hang around for one more turn according to that burn counter. But I think Lunala knows exactly what game it needs to play right now. And I think Kazuki knows it as well. There has been the forfeit for game one. Federico is one game closer to our grand finals.
Just immediately put Kazuki on the back foot with that quick offense early. It felt like a little bit Kazuki was getting some good trades, but then just ended up poorly positioned into the Ursaluna, which was free with the Electro Drift lock on the other side to go out and do so much damage.
We kind of said that the Miraidons would be key in this particular match, and I think Federico did a fantastic job of preserving his in the back to enable that pressure in that in-game situation. Ursaluna coming in so beautifully for free here to be able to set up and apply pressure straight away as well was an excellent momentum swing for him.
It's interesting to see both Miraidon lock into Electro Drift on that turn one, not something that you see that frequently, and also that then have no terrestrializations, meaning there were no good targets for those Electro Drifts. I think Federico was one turn ahead in just giving up on the lock into Electro Drift, knowing that it might cost Incineroar, switching it in, but then having Miraidon be better positioned later on once it was able to switch attacks. Kazuki stuck to the Electro Drift locked Miraidon for several more turns, but in the meantime gave up so much to Ursaluna.
And I think losing Incineroar wasn't detrimental in any way. You had the Lunala then nice and healthy to be able to go for the Wide Guards and that Miraidon in the back. So let's jump into game two, see if Federico is going to be able to take the sweep or if Kazuki is going to bring it to a game three. Looks like very similar leads to game one. We have got the Miraidons apiece with a Landorus and an Incineroar.
No Pokemon changes for either player so far. Still have the same position where the Fake Out's being threatened, but could there be a Fergaraf in the back? The Landorus is threatening a ton of offense into both of these, but has to worry about a Draco Meteor coming into itself and just being a 1-hit KO. And meanwhile, the Miraidons, they're doing what they always do. They threaten each other, force terrestrialization, make you think about clicking the button. Last time, both players ended up clicking Electro Drift. Would have meant that a terrestrialization was not a good idea from either side. But you have to imagine both players are thinking about being one step ahead of the adjustments, and we do. This time we see the terrestrialization right off the bat for one of these Miraidons.
Well, Kazuki has to find a way to deal with Federico's Miraidon and get it off the field. Then he kind of has more of an open door to enable his own Miraidon to do some damage. First Miraidon terrestrializes into that fairy type. That can give it a lot of extra damage when it comes to something like a Dazzling Gleam, but critically avoiding those Draco Meteors. And what a surprise, Federico does the double and does the exact same thing with his very own Miraidon. So just in case trainers want to shake it up and go for those Draco Meteors, they're going to be doing any damage into these Pokemon and wouldn't be doing any damage into Kazuki's side at all. The Protect comes through on the Landorus. A Fake Out, however, finding its mark onto that opposing Miraidon. So it's not going to be able to move in this turn, but the Miraidon on Federico's side is free to go for this Dazzling Gleam. The Fairy Terrestrialization on Miraidon, though, is going to really mitigate the damage potential.
We'll mitigate it, but it's still so significant.
It's quite a lot, yeah.
The same type attack boosted Dazzling Gleam. I mentioned before, a lot of players say Dazzling Gleam is actually Miraidon's best move because it does such, generic damage across the other side. Nothing is immune to it. Landorus would have taken a very significant chunk from it, and definitely Federico gets the better side of that. Lands the Fake Out into the Miraidon. Both players decide to terrestrialize this time, but Kazuki has the benefit at least of not having lost the Miraidon already because of the terrestrialization, but may not have a great opportunity to use this Miraidon. If you're unsure whether your Miraidon is faster or don't think that you can pick up a KO anyway, and so you may just be trading back a ton of damage if you go out on the offense, but that's all it is. It's just going to be a Dazzling Gleam. It'll be a bunch of damage out, but leaving this Miraidon vulnerable.
Yeah, we learned earlier Kazuki's Miraidon was the faster one, so it's able to go for this Dazzling Gleam, but Federico's Miraidon's able to stay in the game, retaliate with that Dazzling Gleam, get the knockout on the opposing Miraidon, and now deal a significant chunk of damage to that opposing Landorus. Kazuki once again losing this Miraidon and putting him in a very detrimental spot, losing this restricted, losing your terrestrialization, and losing your Incineroar thanks to the follow-up coming through here, so a Pokemon apiece coming through.
a trade of Miraidon for Incineroar, and then a bunch of damage onto the respective partner Pokemon. It's going to depend on what Kazuki can bring in next beside this, and I think the Urshifu is a great answer. If you think your Urshifu with the Choice Scarf, it should be faster than the Miraidon on the other side, can just go for a KO with Surging Strikes. That can also then protect the Landorus and make sure that it can go out on the offensive. Unclear if Federico has a great switch-in. No, we see it's the Ursaluna in the back, so no good switch-in for Surging Strikes either, no protect available from Miraidon, no option to really stop significant damage coming in from that side, and so then it's up to what Lunala will do in reaction. But what that option is pretty powerful, because you know that you can take with Shadow Shield 1 Earth Power, you can try to get a Trick Room up, and then get Ursaluna on the field.
I think it's interesting both of our trainers have lost that same Pokemon very early on. Incineroar maybe not being a key piece for Federico, utilizing Pokemon like the Lunala, possibly the Ursaluna in the back as well to try and sweep through towards this endgame. But Urshifu definitely has a decision to make if it wants to try and go for those Surging Strikes and capitalize on the fact that it has that speedy advantage with the Choice Scarf. Incineroar coming in for Kazuki, showing that there's only one restricted in play, and it's already back in its Pokeball here. The target for the Urshifu has decided to be that Miraidon, so evening the score, taking down the Miraidon in retaliation and removing it from play, but now we know what that Urshifu is locked into.
We know what the Urshifu is locked into. It may not be such a bad thing with Ursaluna hitting the field in the future, but really key to show that Incineroar now, as Trick Room goes up, can be pretty powerful against Lunala, because we saw in the last game the knockoff was reduced damage because of the Fairy Terastallization, but that Fairy Terastallization on Lunala, not available. But Trick Room just went up, Ursaluna hits the field and looks very potent. You can buy time with things like Fake Out to open up a turn for Surging Strikes. If that's enough damage just straight into Ursaluna and Lunala can't stop the damage from coming out, then it could really swing things back, but you have to worry that it, one, wouldn't be enough damage, or two, the Moonblast just picks up the KO onto the Urshifu.
Well, Urshifu has been slowed due to that Fake Out. Lunala able to go for that Moonblast, though. It goes straight down into the Urshifu before he can even go for those Surging Strikes. A fantastic play from Federico to protect the Ursaluna, giving it its turn to set up that Guts boost with the burn. And now Ursaluna looking so strong going forward in this Trick Room environment.
Ursaluna should just be uncontested. Lunala should probably move before Landorus as well and be able to just pick up that KO. It's looking like a clean and easy sweep in this Trick Room for Federico. Kazuki agrees with us and concedes the match.
Yeah, Federico will be your first finalist here at NAIC with such a commanding 2-0 victory over Kazuki. I mean, commiseration to Kazuki, what an incredible run through this tournament. The world's invitation is there, but Federico is saying, I want to go one better. I want to become the NAIC champion.
Such a well-played match. In the first game, doing it inside of Kazuki's Trick Room, being able to respond to that speed control by still having Ursaluna and putting down so much damage in it. And then in the second game, capitalizing on his own Trick Room, recognizing the win condition to get Trick Room up with Lunala and have Ursaluna sweep through that end of the game.
And I think the Miraidon mind games were really critical in both the beginnings of Game 1 and Game 2, particularly in that Game 1 where they didn't terrestrialize, they didn't go for the Draco Meteor, and almost in hindsight, it was an open door to dealing a lot of damage. Whereas in the Game 2, you can see they decided to go for that terrestrialization in case one of the trainers decided to shake it up. But even then, that was not what came through. The Dazzling Gleam was enough to get the job done.
Dazzling Gleam is just such a safe option in this mirror, and the terrestrialization really helps defensively against Dazzling Gleam or Earth Power, Draco Meteor, whatever it may be. You know, Kazuki gets some positives out of that, gets the KO onto Incineroar because of the Earth Power and Dazzling Gleam, but it kind of just sequenced in a way that meant that let Lunala on the field, let the Trick Room go up, and so those early KOs didn't necessarily help Kazuki. They just cleared field space on the field that Federico was able to take up with even more powerful Pokemon.
And I really felt for the Urshifu on Kazuki's side because it came in, I think, was in a good position, applying a lot of threatening damage with those Surging Strikes, but as soon as the Trick Room went up, it's like, this Choice Scarf, can I take it off, please? I don't want to have that speed advantage in this environment.
Right, it needed to be there. I think if Urshifu hadn't been able to come to that spot, Miraidon was very close to just clicking Dazzling Gleam a handful of times and there being no Pokemon on the other side. So Urshifu needed to be there to answer that to answer the Miraidon and its natural speed on the other side, but that's the power of these mixed speed teams, is that you force some really fast Pokemon from your opponent to deal with your fast Pokemon, and then you just twist the dimensions and say, well, we'll go slow instead.
It's that hybrid kind of core that happens, right? You will go kind of fast and furious at the beginning, and then you can go slow and steady to win the race at the end, and that's exactly what Federico was able to showcase with the flexibility of his team, and congratulations to him. He's going to be in Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Yeah, has earned his way there to think long and hard about a match, getting ready for tomorrow. pro and trying to win an international championship.
And gotta say it, we're gonna have, regardless of how the next match goes, a all-European final here at NAIC. I know I'm very happy to say that, go Team EU, but of course, there's going to be a formidable opponent there. It's either going to be Eric Rios or Marco Silva. I don't know who I would want to face less.
Yeah, two very experienced and skilled players. We'll have to see that next match and see which one of them can punch that ticket into tomorrow.
And Federico as well will have played against both these trainers in multiple regionals, again being friends with trainers like Marco Silva and the same team as well. They will have been able to practice against each other. They know the players not only in terms of the team but their mindset. So it's going to be very interesting to see almost so much information out there for these trainers and how they're going to be able to take and utilize that and then apply that to the match.
Yeah, they may have even practiced together already and seen this matchup in action and maybe practicing together tonight if that's how it plays out. It's always an interesting dynamic, but at least you can celebrate with your friends. You've all had such a successful weekend.
Exactly, and I think hearing from friends is the best thing that we should do. So let's kick it to the stage for an interview with our first finalist here at NAIC. Take it away.
That's right, Lou. I am joined on stage with our first grand finalist here in Louisiana, Federico Camporese. Congratulations. We talked earlier about how confident you felt using this team, and it sure looked like it in that top 4 set. How did it feel to qualify for your first finals in the Masters division?
It feels amazing. I'm really happy about reaching that. I made my first international final in seniors 6 years ago. I lost 2 of them, so I hope tomorrow will be the big day to finally win one. And this top 4 set, I was really scared going into it because I already played on online sets against this player multiple times, and I knew his play style. And I didn't like it. I was feeling a bit bad going into it, also because I knew that his Maridon was faster than mine, and this makes a lot of the difference in the mirrors. So it's always scary to go into a faster Maridon. So I'm happy I made it, but I took very big risks every game. Like the turn 1, game 1 play, both me and my opponent took an insane risk. Turn 2, game 2, I just decided to stick with Maridon, pressing Dazzling Gleam, didn't care about Landorus, didn't care about Electro Drift in turn 2, so I feel happy about that, but I still have to process this.
I am so fascinated by the decision-making process that lets you take those kinds of big risks. Like, what goes through your head before you actually finally lock in and say, yes, I know that this could lose me the game in a moment, but it also could win me the game, and I think that's what's going to happen. How do you identify that?
So I like to play safe every time that is possible. So I just the first thing to process is if you actually have to take the risk. Like if the matchup or the player make you be forced to take the risk. And once you're forced to take the risk, I skip at all the phase where I think this could lose me the game. Because I think you just have to be confident when you press the button. So you don't have to have any regrets about what you press. You have to just feel it in a moment and press whatever you think is going to win you the game.
Yeah, that's what I like about being able to, when we come to these tournaments and you play in person, you put in your selection and then it's selected. You just have to live with the reality of what you just picked, and there's no going back. Obviously, going into tomorrow is going to be when we have the finals. How are you planning to prepare for that big matchup, being out here on stage in front of this entire crowd and potentially becoming the international champion?
So it's weird because it also depends on who is going to be the opponent, because if it's going to be Marco, we are sleeping in the same bed. So it will be it will be really funny to just be with my roommate against in a final and just need to make a game plan against him. It will probably be like both me and him losing sleep hours tonight and just staying on our phone to make a game plan. So if it's Marco, it's going to be really weird, but it will also be really good to play against a friend of a lifetime and both in the same teams in the finals. If it's Eric, we'll see. I'm probably gonna prep together with Marco and Luca, who are my roommates. So it depends on whoever is gonna be the opponent.
Yeah, I'm kind of just imagining you and Marco back to back, each on your phones, typing in your own game plans as you prep for the matchup if that happens. And also basically the same thing except looking at each other if it's Eric. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, that sounds weird, but let's see what we get.
Well, I'm really excited about these finals tomorrow. Obviously, we talked a little bit earlier. Do you have any other players that you want to shout out, any other people who have supported you now that you are an international champion finalist?
Pretty much the same shout outs I did before. Shout out to my team, Novo Esports, and all of my friends from the Italian community, from my community, from Il Server, from Il Sax, my family, and especially Luca, who helped me through the entire tournament with the game plans.
Awesome. Well, Federico, thank you so much, and congratulations once again. Let's hear it for our first finalist here in New Orleans, Federico Camporizzi. Congratulations once again. Joe, I see you out in the crowd out there. It looks like you got some cool people around you who maybe are getting a little bit excited for tomorrow. What's the feeling like on the floor, Joe?
Oh, Pokemon in Louisiana, nothing beats it. Love a good Miraidon, a little Louisiana lightning, I like to call it. It's the best time. Joe Ugarte, #1 North American championship point earner in the nation. What are you doing here?
I'm watching the North American International Championships.
Oh, what North American are you rooting for in Top Cut? Marcus Dion, last time I saw you was in top 16. What are you doing here?
Watching the North American International Championships.
3-time regional champion Justin Tang, one of the favorites to take the title home for North America. Justin, what are you up to?
Nothing, man. I'm just watching.
Well, anyway, the North American International Championships continue now. Casters, take it away.
We might be in North America, but Team EU are going to be taking the crown. I'm so proud of all of our players, but not just our European ones, also those incredible trainers from all around the globe that has made this tournament the success that it has been.
It has been a very fun tournament, seeing players from all over the world have success, except maybe the North American players. I think Joe may have switched sides there, rubbing everyone's faces in it a little bit.
I see you, Joe. I see you, and I approve. I can tell you that much. And I can definitely approve of our next two competitors. I mean, if you wanted to write a script for a phenomenal Pokemon competitive showcase, Eric Rios and Marco Silva are two names that spring to mind. Both of them have won internationals before. They've never won NAIC, but between them, they've been able to win the other three, which is a statement I never thought I'd be able to say. But we're going to be able to showcase them in just a few moments and find out which one of them is going to be facing down against Federico Camporizzi in the finals tomorrow.
Marco already got some practice invading North America this season as well, was a finalist at the Toronto Regional Championships in the fall. So we got a little bit of a practice run for getting to the finals of a North American tournament. Let's see if it paid off to get him there once again.
They've also played many times. Since around 2020, they've faced a couple of times at some regional events. In 2025, Eric was the victor at the Stockholm Regional Championships. In Malmo, however, 2 years previous, Marco was able to win. But I think one of the most memorable matches was at OCIC 2020 when Marco famously knocked Eric out in the top 8. Now that they're here in the top 4, I wonder if Eric is going to be able to get redemption for that match many years ago.
What does that make the match score? 3-2?
Oh, so, I think there might even be a few others. It's literally, I think it's Eric has also done well at Utrecht and at NAIC day 1. So Eric, I think, has the advantage so far.
The advantage overall. So Marco may be trying to even the score, try to level that playing field.
I love this kind of storyline. Getting that competitive edge, the traditional Pokemon-friendly rivalry, I think is always good to see.
Trying to, developing that rivalry after so many high intensity, so much on the line matches. It makes it a very serious rivalry.
Yes, definitely between them. And considering that Marco came out of the Bologna Regional Special Championships and didn't do so well, I think he didn't even make it through to day 2 and kind of gave himself that challenge to do well and get to day 2. And now he's in top 4 and, one set away from being able to be in the grand finals. He is having an absolutely incredible tournament. Eric Rios is going to do everything he can, though, to stop him.
Yeah, trying to get in the way, earn his spot into the finals, keep it from being both finalists in one hotel room, it sounds like.
I absolutely love that, though. Potentially, if we do have this all-Italian final tomorrow, they will be prepping the whole evening, but I don't know if one's going to be prepping in the room, one's going to be prepping in the lobby, or I don't know, are they going to try and test it in the room? I don't know. Like, how do you prepare for that?
Just playing 100 iterations of it against each other.
It's not going to be a best of 3 tomorrow. It'll be like a best of 103 or whatever the maths is that makes it work. I don't do maths, guys. I leave that up to Rosemary and her, data spreadsheets that she has.
Back there with the computer,
yes,
hammering away to get us
Every time I have any maths question, I'm like, Rosemary, have you got a calculation? And she always comes through.
well. I'm not sure she's going to have the calculation for who's going to come out on top in this matchup. It's going to be a difficult and close one, going to be close fought the entire way, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think we need a crystal ball to be able to look into that in the future,
helpful.
for sure. But trainers, if you are just joining us from wherever you are, we're about to go into our final top 4 match here at NAIC. We're only going to be a couple of moments away before the players are seated and ready, so make sure to grab a drink, get yourselves organized. You do not want to miss this match. It's going to be such high-level Pokemon play, and I'm looking forward to seeing how some of these unique team choices are going to come forward. We've seen a lot of very standard restricteds in the form of Miraidon and Zamazenta out there, but one thing I really like about Eric Rios' team, and it's something that we haven't been able to talk about on our segments of the broadcast, is this Ogerpon Teal Mask. This is something I was not expecting to see at all.
Yeah, probably the least used of the Ogerpon since the DLC was released for Scarlet and Violet. We've seen all the others kind of had their moment in the sun. The Teal Mask, one, has Defiant, can help with the 50% Incineroar that are out there in the field. Sure. And then can possibly get a speed boost from the Terastallization, so it can be impactful in that way too.
We've seen actually speed being so important throughout this entire top cut, whether it's with the use of a Choice Scarf or maybe an Icy Wind, but for me it's really been about the hybrid on teams being able to utilize Trick Room really effectively as well. So possibly if you need that speed boost outside of Trick Room, you don't want to do it in Trick Room, that would be bad, then that could be a utility option that we see.
Right, it can help get over something and get a crucial KO. So much of this format feels like you're just trying to make sure you can get that last bit of damage on a Miraidon or on a Calyrex Shadow that's already gone down to Focus Sash. So trying to get fast enough to finish that off, always so helpful.
Yeah, damage on Miraidon has definitely been the name of the game, but I think the interesting thing about the Ogerpon Teal Mask is it's not going to be the only Ogerpon potentially in this match. On Marco Silva's time, we've also got the Ogerpon Hearthflame Mask, which is a Pokemon that I think has had a lot more usage in previous regulations, but in this double restricted format has kind of struggled to find its footing because you have the traditional fire type of that Incineroar out there, but Marco's kind of saying, well, why do I need to bench one for the other? Let's bring them and tag team it.
Yeah, have the 2 grass, have the 2 fire, have the Ogerpon, both then with the Grassy Terrain to be able to use Grassy Glide on the set, something that can be so impactful also for finishing that last bit of damage on some crucial target.
That's why it's helpful Rillaboom's on the team as well to have all of that beautiful synergy. And again, there's going to be a Rillaboom apiece. These trainers have kind of got a few things very similar, but a few things a little bit spicy, a little bit different out there as well.
Right, both have a Rillaboom, both have a Zamazenta to benefit off of that, both have an Electric Dragon. One of them's a Miraidon, one's a Raging Bolt, but if you squint hard enough, they look pretty similar. But yeah, both are a pair of Zamazenta and a special attacking restricted next to it, and then the support of the Rillaboom to help keep Zamazenta healthy, provide some fake out support alongside it. One key piece, though, we've seen from Eric is this Volcarona that is not a pure support Volcarona like on so many of the teams in this format. Instead, it has Quiver Dance, can become a secondary threat. If you kind of ignore it for too long, then it becomes the biggest problem. Yeah, I don't know how many Quiver Dances qualifies it to be your restricted power level, but at some point you get there.
Particularly if you want to play boldly and go for more than one Quiver Dance, that can potentially set Volcarona up to be such an offensive threat that you just cannot fail to ignore on the field, and it will draw in all of that attention. Let's take a deeper dive, however, at Eric Rios' team. We've spoken about the Volcarona and the Ogerpon Teal Mask, but another Pokemon that I think has been really dominant at this weekend is that Chi-Pao. Being able to use that Sword of Ruin ability to help out Pokemon like Zamazenta, Ogerpon, and Rillaboom has been really strong in creating good team synergy.
Right, it can help make sure that physical damage lands and can also provide priority support with Sucker Punch, again, to help finish something off like the Calyrex that's on the other side and may be a key threat. There's lots of damage potential against that Calyrex. The Choice Scarf on Miraidon will help it get over the hill for that speed as well, has Snarl to mitigate damage on the other side, and so it may be tough fighting for the Calyrex there on Marco's team.
I mean, we just saw a Miraidon mirror. There's not a Miraidon on the opposing side. So Miraidon on Eric's side is going to be able to have all that confidence, as you said, with the Choice Scarf. But it does have the utility to go for something like a Snarl. And, you know, there's a particular special attacker restricted out there in the form of Calyrex Shadow Rider that really would not like to take that attack.
Meanwhile, on the other side, the Zamazenta for Marco maybe will have a little bit harder time finding targets. The Volcarona can be very effective into it. It resists the body press, can get faster with Quiver Dance, has a big damage threat with Fiery Dance, provides a much more direct threat to Zamazenta than Marco really can with these Pokemon. Even Ogerpon can have trouble because it may be slower, it will be fighting through the defense boost on the Zamazenta if it can't get the critical hit, and the Miraidon can help deal with Ogerpon as well if it does decide to Terastallize to really get that damage to push over the top.
Exactly, and these Zamazentas as well, running those wide guards to stop any potential spread moves coming through. I think that's only really going to be critical on the Zamazenta on Eric Rios' side if it's potentially aligned against something like that Calyrex. I feel like as well, when you're looking at Pokemon like the Raging Bolt and the Rillaboom, these are Pokemon that all have these priority moves and can deal a lot of damage regardless of these speed interactions. The Incineroar is very interesting for me as well. This tends to be a very supportive Incineroar, you know, running things like Helping Hand, Parting Shot, Fake Out, and then just the knockoff to try and mitigate some damage or, you know, break potential sashes and shields here. I think can be a really interesting choice for Incineroar, but then it can't go on the offensive.
We've seen a lot of impactful helping hands this weekend from Marco, being able to amplify the damage and get a final KO. And like you mentioned, lots of priority available. It can mean Pokemon like the Volcarona, even if it's boosted up in its speed, might be vulnerable to priority. The Chinpow, once it's down to Focus Sash, might be vulnerable to priority. The Miraidon, no matter how fast it's moving with the Choice Scarf, can be vulnerable to priority, and there's no priority protection from Eric's side. No Fergraph, no Psychic Terrain. Those priority moves are going to be comfortably landing. There's also not even Follow Me. The Ogerpon, often known for having Follow Me on the team, this Ogerpon Teal Mask on Eric's side does not have it. Just has Taunt and Encore instead, and so can't try to protect the team from those Thunderclaps.
I like that Ogerpon from the disruptive sense. It's really nice in the face of Pokemon that maybe want to set up or something like a potential Trick Room. That's not going to be something that Marco is able to utilize, so I'm not sure if the Ogerpon's going to really have too much of a place here, but then you can still apply some decent damage with something like the Ivy Cudgel.
Possibly, but I think you're right. I think there's not great Ivy Cudgel targets on the other side. Zamazenta, Raging Bolt, Rillaboom all really fight well into the Ogerpon Teal Mask, so I'd not be surprised, would be surprised to see it come to the match. And that kind of narrows down Eric's options somewhat. We also haven't seen him use it much on stream at all, though, so maybe comfortable with those other options. Both restricted Pokemon for both players feel like they have a role in this match, and so we'll probably see lots of Zamazentas up against each other, maybe become crucial to the match which Zamazenta is faster as well and can land those early body presses. Both Zamazentas also are water terrestrialization, so neither can resist body press with the terrestrialization, and both become a little bit vulnerable once they do. For Eric, that would be becoming vulnerable to both the Grassy Glides and Wood Hammers and the Thunderclap, crucially, where for Marco, once he uses that water terrestrialization, has to worry about the Rillaboom on the other side or the Miraidon on the other side.
It does leave them really vulnerable, and we've often seen this trade where trainers are maybe pinned in a scenario and they're forced to go for the terrestrialization to hang on during that particular turn, but then later down the line, it leaves them incredibly open to a lot of super effective damage from a particular partner Pokemon. I really like the potential that can come through from the Calyrex here if it's able to deal a significant amount of damage out there on the board, but again, it has to contend with Pokemon like the Chien-Pao. Those Sucker Punches, those Crunches can come through thick and fast.
And the biggest problem may be the Miraidon that is faster than it because of the Choice Scarf. It's going to be difficult to position the Calyrex where it can safely get Astral Barrages off, especially because there is no speed control available for Marco. There's just going to be persistent at speed advantage for the Miraidon on the other side.
Calyrex maybe going to be looking for its best buds, Incineroar and Rillaboom to help it out there with a Fake Out against the Miraidon, but we're actually just going to see restricted left, right, and center out of the blocks. It's going to be Zamazenta and Calyrex Shadow Rider for Marco Silva, the Miraidon, and that Ogerpon Teal Mask for Eric Rios.
Well, Ogerpon joins the match right away after all, is here but looking a little bit vulnerable to both of these Pokemon. Meanwhile, Miraidon can go quick out on the offense. You have to be a little bit thoughtful about how. While Snarl might seem nice, there's some risk it would get wide guarded, and is very easy to switch into, so you might just be pressuring normal electric offense into Calyrex. Meanwhile, Calyrex can just go for Astral Barrage. There's no immediate threat of KO likely, and so especially if a Rillaboom were to come into Zamazenta's spot, you could force out the Astral Barrage and maybe really significant damage into both of these Pokemon.
Definitely some decisions for this Calyrex to make, and you can see Eric's really pondering on what the Ogerpon wants to do. It's the only non-restricted on in the field right now, and it does have some utility with something like a Taunt, as you said, to potentially even shut down a nasty plot that Calyrex could go for. The seconds tick through, but Calyrex on Marco's side is just going to go for the defensive play, a little protect at the beginning of this match, as Ogerpon also decides to take that boat and go for a spiky shield, so not going to be utilizing any offensive pressure here. Instead, that's down to Miraidon, and it's going to go for that Volt Switch to do 50% to the opposing Zamazenta and get out of there, allowing Eric to reposition. Zamazenta still to move though, so depending on its choice of target, it could get some damage on the board, but Volcarona coming in, a great choice in the face of a potential body press.
Yeah, wherever body press would land, it would not be great right now. Let's see what Zamazenta does, but good targeting from Eric to get the Volt Switch off into Zamazenta.
Yeah, Volcarona able to take that really well, a nice switch in.
So Calyrex protects itself, but no attacks are going in that slot anyway. Instead, it's very significant damage into Zamazenta and Miraidon successfully escaping the field, not having to take a body press. And Volcarona, one of the difference makers possibly in this match, in how it shifts the view for one Zamazenta compared to the other. Able to come in here and take that body press so well, not just take the damage well, but have incurred risk for Marco that it would have been a flame body burn that would have been really devastating this position. But now something's changed where the Calyrex really wasn't being stopped from Astral Barrage, but is just going to switch out anyway, worried about the target coming into that slot and threatening a KO.
Yep, keep your Calyrex nice and safe in the back, and Ogerpon on Marco's side can join the field. We're also going to see a Terrestrialization nice and early on in this top 4 match. It's going to be on that Ogerpon, so this is going to be getting all the sparkles on the field and giving it critically that speed boost, enabling a lot of offensive pressure on Eric's side of the field. So maybe it can try and get some damage down with something like the Ivy Cudgel and get the edge over Marco's team. Ogerpon, however, it's going to fail with the attack choice it's going into here, as the Volcarona can go for that Quiver Dance. So it's also going to get a little bit of cheeky setup.
Ogerpon used the Terrestrialization to get the speed advantage and tried to encore the Calyrex in to protect again, but it was just a switch. Ogerpon comes in and doesn't worry about the encore. Would have been a safe switch into Ivy Cudgel as well. Meanwhile, Zamazenta puts really huge damage down into Ogerpon on the other side, but this is what we've seen from Eric. When you're too worried about that other spot, one slot running away from Ogerpon, the other slot trying to put damage into Ogerpon. In that meantime, Volcarona gets the Quiver Dance, starts to look like a threat by itself.
Yeah, once that Volcarona starts setting up, it can really deal some damage with something like a Fiery Dance. That's something that the Zamazenta has to really contend with, but of course, it does not want to be too tempted to go for that Terrestrialization and leave itself vulnerable for later in the match when that Miraidon can come back in.
Has to watch out for the possible follow-up from Miraidon in the future, but for now, a Terrestrialization being spent from Marco's side, going to be the Ogerpon. Both Ogerpons Terrestrializing so far in this match.
Really love to see this, showcasing what an Ogerpon can do. Now, the Embody aspect on Ogerpon's side, on Marco's side, is going to be able to get that attack boost. And in the face of a Grass-type Ogerpon, that can be doing some formidable damage with an Ivy Cudgel. Volcarona saying, I don't want any part in this action right now, just going for a protect, as is the Zamazenta. So possibly we could be looking to the Ogerpon to be duking it out with their Ivy Cudgels. Ogerpon actually goes for the taunt here, shutting down anything that the opposing Ogerpon can go for here, such as a follow me, but the Ogerpon on Marco's side was trying to get that damage down into Volcarona, but to no avail here. Some decent plays here from Eric, just shutting down the potential of that opposing Ogerpon.
Marco has seen the risk of letting Volcarona set up too easily and just swings at it in a huge way. The Embody aspect boosted Terrestrialize, boosted Ivy Cudgel going into Volcarona, but for this turn at least, Eric successfully protects that. Volcarona keeps the boost around. Ogerpon gets a taunt down that may not be that impactful, but at least you don't have to worry about Follow Me coming out this turn.
Yep, meaning you can freely target that Zamazenta if you want to, but Ogerpon says no, my target is literally my opponent opposite me. Volcarona spins around, a beautiful Fiery Dance finds its mark into Zamazenta and takes the first KO in this game 1. Zamazenta is down and out for the count for Marco Silva, as the Ogerpon is able to go for the Ivy Cudgel of its very own. This will find its mark down onto the Volcarona and remove it from the field. So taking out that Quiver Dance Volcarona, that could be nice for Marco.
It may have done its job though. It switched into a body press, boosted itself faster than Zamazenta, and then KO'd Zamazenta. So it's a 3-step plan for a lot of success against Zamazenta. Meanwhile, Eric Zamazenta completely healthy in the back, Miraidon also completely healthy in the back. And now that the Ogerpon on the other side has dropped its grass typing, pretty vulnerable to the Miraidon as it comes in here. Grassy terrain though, going to undo electric terrain right as it happens, and just make sure Miraidon doesn't have too much offensive firepower. Definitely something like a Volt Switch is not enough to pick up the KO onto Ogerpon, so you have to be a little bit worried. The Ogerpon on Eric's side doesn't have a great target for Ivy Cudgel, but it still can try to encore or taunt and be as disruptive as it was trying to be earlier, or it may just leave the field and save that speed boost to be helpful against the Calyrex that we know is still lurking in the back.
That's true, and of course you know you have the fake out potential here. That's what the Rillaboom has gone for, just to stop the powerhouse that is indeed that Miraidon from moving in this turn, as this speedy Ogerpon on Eric's side is going to be able to Ivy Cudgel first once again, comes out from behind the mask, tries to get the knockout on the opposing Ogerpon, but to no avail, and the Ogerpon on Marco's side now free to retaliate in the same way, but instead of targeting the opposing Ogerpon, it goes for the Miraidon. No critical hit coming through to do that additional damage, and now the grassy terrain the Rillaboom kindly set up is going to recuperate some HP across the board.
So resisted Ivy Cudgels exchanged significant damage on both sides, but no KOs. The Ogerpon looks like it's in range for an Ivy Cudgel KO. Miraidon also in range for Ivy Cudgel KO. I think pretty important what Miraidon opts to do here. The Ogerpon on Marco's side is going to be pretty tempted to protect, either to stop an Ivy Cudgel or an electric move from picking up that KO. And then what can you do to the Rillaboom in the meantime? Miraidon can throw a Draco Meteor there, but there's no electric terrain, there's no choice specs. It's not going to be the same significant damage.
Spiky Shield just coming up straight away on this Ogerpon, knows that it's vulnerable to something that the Miraidon can throw its way, and the Rillaboom taking that priority and going for the Grassy Glide. It actually targets down into the Ogerpon, removes it from the field. It is nice and speedy thanks to the speed boost it got from the Embody aspect, so nice to remove that from play and force Eric to bring in the last remaining Pokemon from the back. Rillaboom, however, does leave itself vulnerable to the Miraidon, but Miraidon was targeting down into that Ogerpon, I think hoping to try and get a KO, but instead, Miraidon sticking on the field.
Yeah, putting a Volt Switch there, hoping to both get a KO and reposition to get the electric terrain back. But with the protection now and the KO onto Ogerpon, Grassy Terrain is locked in. Miraidon's not going to have an opportunity to re-establish the electric terrain. And is now locked into Volt Switch for the rest of this game.
Oh, that's
pretty
true.
low damaging move, so a lot rested on being able to actually land that Volt Switch in the last turn.
Yep, and the Grassy Glide can also be capitalized on by the Ogerpon, so it's going to be able to try and get some damage into that opposing Miraidon. As you said, Volt Switch is the choice it's locked into. It is going to be enough to be able to get the KO on the Ogerpon, but Marco still has the Calyrex in the back that can rejoin the fray and try and get the damage out on the board. Zamazenta can go for the body press into the Rillaboom, does do a huge amount of damage, but leaves Rillaboom free to go for the U-turn that will guarantee the knockout on the Miraidon, not only allow it to switch back out, but as it will replace the Fallen Comrade on the opposing side, then it will be enabling that fake out in that next turn.
Right, it enables a fake out, a nasty plot next turn. It means the Calyrex should have plenty of offense to finish off the Zamazenta on this side, the last remaining Pokemon for Eric. It looks like Marco's in a pretty comfortable spot to finish this game off.
Yeah, really great positioning here from Marco's side. Rillaboom comes back in, as you said, you can go for the fake out, the nasty plot, and find a really nice way to deal with the Zamazenta. Eric knows that's exactly the play, sends the forfeit in, and Marco moves one game closer to the final, one game closer to being able to battle against his roommate for this tournament in Federico. And Eric needs to be able to find a way to even the score to keep himself in the game and in the tournament.
It was really interesting to see both Ogerpons end up Terastallizing in this match. At first, the Ogerpon for Eric seemed like it was having such a huge impact. Scared the Calyrex off the field, was putting down big Ivy Cudgel damage, but ultimately Eric kind of got stuck in the position. The Miraidon wasn't doing enough, the Ogerpon wasn't doing enough back. Either spent two Ivy Cudgels onto the Ogerpon on the other side without actually getting a KO out of it, and then that just left the Ogerpon to protect itself with Volt Switch and kind of ice the position where Miraidon was never able to leave the field.
I think that's very valid. The Ogerpon here, as lovely as it was to see the Terastallization and get that speed boost up for the advantage, it just wasn't able to do any damage with that position. You particularly have this, a fire type and a grass type against you. The Ivy Cudgels, yes, they're moving first, but they're not being significant enough on the board. And just due to some of the priority options that Marco had with the Grassy Glide apiece, that just gave him a lot more momentum to start closing out that first game.
Right, the double Grassy Glide is part of that priority that we talked about before the game that can finish off low health targets like the Miraidon ended up being. I'll be interested to see what the pivot is now. The Volcarona looked like it was starting to have the same impact that we've seen in previous games. Got the Quiver Dance up, I think probably did its job in KOing the Zamazenta, but it wasn't able to carry the entire team. It was relegated to only doing that specific job, and the rest of the team couldn't follow through.
But once again, we're seeing a plethora of restricteds out on the field. Eric Rios leading front and center with the Zamazenta and Miraidon, his two restricteds out there battling it out against the Rillaboom and the Calyrex Shadow Rider from Marco Silva.
So the electric terrain immediately lost for the Miraidon on Eric's side, but still has the speed advantage against Calyrex. Has to worry about fake out coming into that slot, because Zamazenta can also kind of protect from any damage with wide guard. It might be easy to go for a protect and nasty plot play, or I'm sorry, excuse me, a fake out into Miraidon and nasty plot play on this turn. Zamazenta can't do a ton to punish that, can put some damage back into Calyrex, possibly enough damage to open up Calyrex for a KO on a future turn, but that's where we're going to start. Fake out into Miraidon. Let's see what comes next.
Well, it's not going to be the nasty plot. Instead, just straight on the offensive for Calyrex with an Astral Barrage. We'll connect on both Pokemon, put them straight down into the orange zone very early doors in this game. We know Miraidon cannot move, but Zamazenta is able to capitalize here and go straight down into that opposing Calyrex. A big amount of damage on the board.
Gets a lot of damage, definitely opens up that Calyrex to be KO'd by Miraidon on this turn and no fake out left, but Calyrex is just free to protect itself. Zamazenta didn't go for the wide guard last turn, let that Astral Barrage come through, and it's really significant damage. Makes Miraidon quite vulnerable in the future. Won't be able to take another Astral Barrage and may not be able to take something like an Ivy Cudgel too.
And you have to worry about potential priority as well with the Grassy Glide on that Rillaboom. Puts Miraidon in a difficult spot. Calyrex is just straight away going to go for the Protect here as the Volt Switch comes through from the Miraidon. As you identify, wants to get out of there, protect itself, but also I think critically reset that electric terrain going forward in the match. Volcarona is able to join the fray, a Pokemon that's going to be much better placed to take any potential Grass type damage coming through from this opposing Rillaboom, as Zamazenta can just go straight for the body press. Rillaboom hanging on, however, is free to go for the U-turn, a little bit of chip into that Volcarona, and we see Marco repositioning. It does get the burn, however, but I think the critical thing that Rillaboom's able to do is even if it can't do a huge amount of damage, it can switch back in later, reset that terrain once electric terrain is on the field, and again, as always, apply fake out pressure.
Right, still has the fake out, but won't be able to threaten nearly as much damage with Grassy Glide. Ogerpon lands in a pretty strong position here, though. It feels like a great spot for Marco to be in. Without that Volcarona having any boost yet, the Calyrex will be the fastest thing to move. It may even be the Ogerpon that moves next. So there's a lot of damage being threatened before anything happens here. There's no redirection or support options available. So the Zamazenta can try to wide guard the Calyrex offense, but it's a little bit risky. It could just be a double target into Volcarona in the meantime, and that double target would come through before Volcarona moved. And if you try to position out of that, there's no great way to come into both Psychic and Ivy Cudgel unless it's Incineroar in the back.
Yeah, and even if that Wide Guard comes through, then we know that it's not going to be doing too much damage, so you know that then Ogerpon's free to go for an Ivy Cudgel, try and maybe even deal with Volcarona or the Zamazenta.
Right, lots of options for damage here. Kind of target down either Pokemon is a very difficult spot to be in. If you're Eric, Terrestrialization is one way to help, but it's also one way to go out on the attack. Ogerpon, once again, using the Fire Terrestrialization, getting the Embody Aspect boost, getting its attack boosted up.
Yep, dropping its Grass typing as well in the face of this Volcarona, getting itself very ferocious with that attack drop as well. Attack boost even. Calyrex is able to go for the Astral Barrage. No Wide Guard coming through. This is going to do a huge amount of damage, but not enough to be able to get the KO. So it's going to come down to Ogerpon to try and finish the job. Zamazenta's moving first, however, gets the knockout onto the Calyrex in retaliation. So now Ogerpon has a decision. Which Pokemon is it going to be able to get through? Is it going to be the Zamazenta and even out the restricted score? Volcarona, however, is going to be going straight away for this for the Quiver Dance, getting itself all set up into a position where it can be a little bit more threatening, as Ogerpon can go for the Ivy Cudgel. Last but not least, still in the game, removes that Volcarona, despite Eric's best efforts to set it up into an offensive position.
Well, the classic play for Eric of hope your opponent targets into the other side and get the Quiver Dance off scot-free doesn't work this time. The Quiver Dance goes up, but then immediately Volcarona goes down to the Ivy Cudgel. The Ogerpon's slower than we expected there, moving after both the Volcarona and the Zamazenta on the other side, was still doing its job, getting the KO into Volcarona at the end of the turn. Meanwhile, though, there's a huge advantage in health between these two Zamazentas. The one for Eric is so low at this point, and we just see for the first time Marco's Zamazenta come out on the field perfectly healthy.
I think for the Chien-Pao as well, it's going to be a little bit of a dicey situation. You're facing down against both Ogerpon and Zamazenta, two Pokemon that can do super effective damage to you.
Zamazenta may even be so low that Grassy Glide is threatening a KO here, which would make it easy for Zamazenta to go after Chien-Pao. Chien-Pao really doesn't threaten any damage back into Zamazenta, even has trouble dealing significant damage into Ogerpon. Has to rely on Sucker Punch to do so. Has the Crunch, I guess, to do more damage back, but not going to be a 1-hit KO.
Exactly, and I think with Chien-Pao, you do have that sort of ruin ability on the field that does help out your physical attackers from dealing a bit more damage, but the speed interactions are going to be critical. Chien-Pao going for the Terrestrialization, however, this is a really nice play in the form that you could potentially be seeing. Body presses come your way, that's now going to be doing no damage at all thanks to being a Ghost type, so that gives you a bit of breathing room against the opposing Zamazenta, but you still have to contend with the Ogerpon on the opposing side. Ogerpon, however, was choosing the target of that Zamazenta, so Chien-Pao can breathe a sigh of relief that is able to make it through this turn and can go for that crunch, doing about just over a third to Ogerpon, but critically getting that drop. Following up into Chien-Pao, however, I like this from Marco, not going for the body press, trying to read a little bit about Eric's Terrestrialization choices, and is able to get some decent damage on the board there.
Yeah, calling the Terrestrialization successfully there and getting big damage into Chien-Pao. You don't really have to call it, though. it would be still super effective into the ice type.
Oh, that's true.
Qianpao, and so it just is very safe damage. Meanwhile, I think that crunch defense drop could be significant. It means Qianpao is definitely threatening a KO onto Ogerpon on this turn, and so we see Follow Me, Ogerpon just trying to have an impact by keeping the Zamazenta on the other side safe for now.
Yep, keeps it nice and safe, and there's a nice way to bypass around potential Sucker Punch, but Crunch is all it takes to be able to remove this terrestrialized Ogerpon from the field. That's going to be going right back to its trainer, as Zamazenta on Marco's side going to be trying to get some damage on the board, but first it has to deal with the Zamazenta on Eric's side. The body press not able to get the KO, and in retaliation, Zamazenta can do it right back to Eric's, meaning Eric is down to his last 2 remaining Pokemon. We are going to see that Miraidon rejoin the field momentarily, but it's going to be the same story for Marco. We're going to see Rillaboom join the fray again.
Right, both players down to their last 2 Pokemon, but means that there will be Grassy Train for the rest of this match because the Grassy Surge will activate after Miraidon's ability. Meanwhile, the Qianpao looks fairly vulnerable to a Grassy Glide if it wasn't burnt. The burn is going to probably be enough to keep the Qianpao safe here. The Miraidon will be the first thing moving outside of Fake Out, so you have the option to go for damage into Zamazenta. Meanwhile, Rillaboom can try to disrupt that with Fake Out into Miraidon and force Qianpao to do all of the work on its own. Zamazenta quite low, but with only Dark and Ice moves from Qianpao, it might take more than 2 hits to actually KO the Zamazenta on the other side, which would spell the end. If that's what it takes, then there's just not going to be enough time for Qianpao.
Well, Rillaboom's first job is to slow the fastest Pokemon down on the field with a Fake Out. The Icicle Crash comes into Zamazenta, but does a teeny tiny amount of damage. Zamazenta able to break through, goes for the Miraidon, removes it from the field, and based on what we just saw the Qianpao do to the Zamazenta, it looks like Zamazenta and Rillaboom are going to be able to target down this Qianpao and take Marco Silva that next step closer to the final, to the champion. It's going to be incredible to see.
Yeah, that was just no damage coming out from that Icicle Crash. Should be easy for Zamazenta to just wrap up this game now. Rillaboom doesn't need to contribute. Qianpao can protect itself for a turn, try to get a little bit more health back with Grassy Train, but it is inevitable at this point. Marco should be able to punch his ticket into Sunday.
Yep, just going for some protects and going through the motions here towards the end of this particular game. Qianpao going for the protect. Eric knowing there isn't really a lot of wiggle room he has. You have this Grassy Terrain recovery, but so do the Pokemon on Marco's side. And even though you can contend with the Rillaboom, yes, it has that burn, but with the Grassy Terrain, it's really not trickling away at it and putting that timer on it that you normally see in a burn situation.
There might be some amount of Icicle Crashes that eventually makes Icicle Crash flinches that eventually makes a difference, but it would take a long time to get there.
There's one.
There's the first.
Yeah, one comes through, but Woodhammer also follows up. Qianpao able to hang on, but unless you can get Icicle Crash after Icicle Crash, and there's not a lot you can do when there's 2 Pokemon, because even if you are targeting down into Zamazenta and you're stopping it from doing any damage, as long as Rillaboom is able to move, then it's going to be able to pick up the KO.
Right, Rillaboom would have had to go down to burn plus recoil there. It does not, so you can protect the return, get a little bit more health back, get some burn damage onto the Rillaboom on the other side, but it still should be inevitable that at some point Marco will get that damage in.
I guess technically if you can stack up a couple of protects on the Qianpao with the burn, Rillaboom will eventually go down. So you have to kind of get through that hurdle and then maybe start going for these Icicle Crashes and hoping you've got a way to find through that Zamazenta. But that's a very tall order to ask.
Okay, I'm with you though. Just enough multi-protects to get Rillaboom off the field into enough Icicle Crash flinches to get through Zamazenta. There's a reason you would not want to concede a semifinal match at an international championship if there was any way through. But there it is. The failed protect should spell the end.
He tries it, but Qianpao fails to go for the protect. The Zamazenta can clean it up, and Marco Silva advances to Championship Sunday, the grand finals here at the North American International Championships. It's an all-Italian final. I love to see it. Congratulations, Marco. Commiserations, Eric. But wow, Marco Silva trying to get his 4th international title.
Such an impressive season already, and building on it further, trying to win 2 out of 3 ICs in one season would be just an incredible accomplishment.
There's so many records that he has. You know, he's won a back-to-back international, has been able to defend the title. He's won 2 different international championships and has also won already this season. So he could be not only winning his 4th title, but his 3rd type of title, and then also 2 in one season. Like, those are crazy statistics.
All standalone crazy statistics all put together in one incredible player.
Absolutely amazing, and it's fantastic to see him performing so well considering the last regional event did not go his way. A little recap of how this match ended out. Eric Rios playing so valiantly with the Zamazenta, but there just was no room for error, and Marco could capitalize on it with these Astral Barrages.
Astral Barrage was putting out so much damage, really softening targets up that made it easy for Ogerpon and Rillaboom and Zamazenta to clean up the end of the game.
Yep, Chien-Pao fought valiantly again as well. These crunches were a really great way to deal with the Ogerpon, but just unfortunately, particularly with that single target damage in a 1 versus 2 situation, it makes it very difficult for Chien-Pao to come back into the match. Miraidon falling to the opposing Zamazenta just meant that Eric was out of options, out of those big powerhouses that he needs to be able to go through the match, and Marco was able to claim victory.
And the fake out was just slightly mistimed. If Eric had even one turn to delay bringing out Miraidon, not only would it have given him Electric Train, it would have given him the fake out already being burnt, and then it's much easier to think how you would make it through that end of the game. The two land on the field at the same time as each other, and fake out keeps Miraidon from ever getting to move in that end game.
And we've seen that a couple of times when Marco has played in this tournament, where he's fighting for that terrain control. I think it was in one of the matches yesterday, he was constantly trying to get his Rillaboom off the field, back on the field. But here he just timed it so sublimely, making sure that it came on, as you say, at the same time as that Miraidon, to just not allow Miraidon any activation of the Hadron engine, so it just wasn't able to deal the damage it wanted.
Right, the two were led together, the Grassy Train immediately set, Rillaboom managed to get out into the back and then come on once again at the exact same time as the Miraidon. It's what you want anytime you have your Rillaboom up against a Miraidon on the other side.
The timing's perfect. It's absolute masterful play of making sure that you have that alignment. But if something like that had been misaligned and Eric was able to use that Miraidon in the environment that he wanted, then something like the Electrodrift could have been absolutely devastating. But even with Rillaboom on the field, even if the terrain's not in play, that fake out is something really detrimental to a Pokemon that cannot protect.
Right, the choice specs meaning it can't protect means it's vulnerable to that. The Calyrex also had a really big impact on the game despite having some big obstacles on the other side in front of it, but no wide guards came out, meaning it was able to put down that damage with Astral Barrage. And similarly, the Volcarona didn't have the same kind of impact that we've seen in other matches. Marco did a good job of knowing when to go ahead and get that damage into it. In the first game, it was letting one Quiver Dance up and getting some damage, and then the KO. In the second game, the Quiver Dance and the KO came at exactly the same time.
Well, I've had the pleasure of interviewing Marco Silva twice throughout this tournament, so I think it's time to give somebody else a chance. Joe Brown, take it away with our next finalist.
Thank you very much, Lou. Congratulations, Marco Silva. Another international championship finals to your name. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, but we're asking about the now. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, it feels great. I cannot believe that both me and Fede were able to make it to the finals.
So obviously, you know, Eric, a fantastic trainer, right? You probably face off each other a million times over in Europe. What's it like playing in a regional in Europe compared to playing top 4 of an internationals against such a phenomenal player in Eric?
Yeah, I was a little bit scared of the matchup because I couldn't really recognize exactly what he wanted to do. But luckily, I was able to get the lead right in both games, I think, and that really helped a lot.
Was there any specific turn in game 2 that you felt like, okay, this is where the tides have turned. This is where I feel like I'm one knockout away. I'm one moment away from moving on to the finals. Like, what was that moment that you knew you were going to win?
So the exact moment in which I knew I was about to win was when I had Zamazenta and Rillaboom on the field, and I just need to avoid him getting a flinch with Icicle Crash into my Zamazenta. And yeah, when he didn't get the flinch, I knew that I had the game at that point.
Now, obviously, it's going to be a big storyline tomorrow. You're facing one of your best friends. You're facing one of your fellow countrymen. You know, another fantastic player out of Italy. What's the secret sauce? Which, you know, I know there's a lot of sauce in Italy, but what's the secret sauce that makes these Italian VGC trainers just continue to perform at an astronomical level?
I think in general, like, the community is great, and we, like, especially our group, we tend to help each other a lot. Like me, Fede, and Shere, we test like really a lot together. Like a few, like before tournaments, probably like a few hours a day, and that really helps us a lot. Also, I wanted to add, other than just being like my friend and countrymate and everything, me and Fede also, like, we slept on the same bed for like the last 3 days here in Nola. So Yeah, it's gonna be crazy because, well, of course we're gonna like practice a little bit like, against each other, but it's gonna be crazy, yeah.
You know, just make sure neither of you change the door key or anything tonight. You know what? You have the same amount of sleep. It's gonna be obviously a fun night. You'll celebrate. You'll be rivals tomorrow, but you're brothers in arms today. One last shout out for anybody as you're getting ready to celebrate with your friend.
Yeah, again, I wanna shout out, of course, my team, Novo Esports. Then, of course, Il Server, my friend group. And I also want to shout out Stefano Grippi again. Like I showed up so many times this weekend, but he helped me a lot, especially with the game plans in Top Cut and like in all the Swiss Toronto. So I really want to give him a big shout out.
All right, Marco, congratulations. Best of luck to you tomorrow in our championship Sunday. Before we close out the show, we're going to take actually a quick break and look at a video of some of the activities, festivities, the fun times that have been going on this weekend here in Louisiana.
Video makes me so excited to reminisce on the incredible journey we have had here at the 2025 North America International Championships here in good old New Orleans, Louisiana. It's been a pretty great event, hasn't it?
Oh, it's been a good time down home here in New Orleans, Louisiana. I have had such a good time, starting from our parade with the King and Queen of Mardi Gras all the way up until that incredible top 4 matchup. Both of those today were incredible, and I could not be more excited about our grand finals tomorrow.
We're all the way down to 2 players remaining out of 1,100, over 1,100 trainers. That's our second largest VGC tournament ever. And there's 2 trainers left that are about to win it all.
Yeah, I think kind of a fun way for things to go too. We talked a lot about community in this game, and maybe a very fitting end, right? That players who work together to solve this format get to face off at the very end.
I have to say, I have never been in a hotel room with as much Pokemon talent as that one. You got Federico, you got Marco, and Luca Cerabelli all sharing that hotel room. That is too much power for one hotel room to hold.
That's a $25,000 bet. Like, that's crazy.
But they mentioned the bet a lot, though, right?
Oh my goodness, it's gonna be one epic showdown to conclude our NAIC here for Championship Sunday tomorrow. So let's look at how we got there. We've got this amazing top 16 bracket, because while it was Italian dominance throughout the entirety of this bracket, I think we also have to call out some of our Japanese players that were able to make it to the top 8, top 4. I think my favorite story of this entire tournament is that Kazuki Kobayashi was able to secure an invitation to the World Championships by doing something that's pretty impossible sometimes. It's like getting a top 4 in an international championship. Only a handful of players can say they've done that.
And only one other Japanese player has done that and gotten the direct invitation to the World Championships through getting a top 4 at the International Championships. And honestly, that match, the top 8 match between Kazuki and Ruben, was so hyped because both of those players were playing for their World's invite. It was all on the line there, and Kazuki did take it in a critical 3-game set. That was so much fun to watch, and congratulations to Kazuki.
Probably my favorite of the weekend so far, just because there was so much on the line. And I think especially, I don't know, not to reiterate, but that story with Kazuki, kind of his last chance to make Worlds after being so successful at Worlds in the past, and finally getting there after a tough qualification circuit just means that it's never over for any of our trainers.
Yeah, I feel like it's really a great thing to see too. Is kind of what I was most excited about with those direct invites this year, where I think a player who puts up a run like that deserves to be at the World Championships, right? And even though he wasn't able to win this tournament, I think proved how good he was throughout several matches on stream. Really impressive during Swiss as well. I think probably the single most interesting match I've watched in this format. So congratulations to many of the trainers I thought who really looked good on stream this weekend.
But what about that rest of the top 16 bracket? How many world champions did I see there? How many international champions and finalists were in that top 16? I remember like seeing the actual statistics of the players that were even just competing in day 2. And my jaw dropped to the floor because I'm like, 30 regional championship titles amongst all of these trainers, maybe even a couple of repeats in there for some of those folks. 10 international champions, but it's basically like a world championship and then like 4 world champions on top of that.
Just leave some for the rest of us.
Yeah.
I know.
Like the rich get richer here with these world champions continuing to be successful at the international championships. But honestly, it was just so exciting to see the level of play. And, I agree, Scott, sometimes we get these double restricted formats and they can be so high variance that it kind of feels like there isn't enough skill expression in the game when you're playing with the dual restricteds. But what we really saw today was that there is still so much left to explore in this format, and there is so much out there that you can actually, work around the meta, figure out what works for you, and then, you can outplay your opponent in this meta.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe what I learned is that I think maybe the skill expression or maybe the skill ceiling is way higher, and especially maybe the skill floor. We've seen so many matches in this format already where even really good players kind of just make one big mistake and like, oops, I've lost the game on turn 1 or turn 2. And I thought we saw players do a lot better job of kind of avoiding that, staying in games longer, like finding unconventional ways to win the game. I think this is a really challenging format, one of the most difficult formats to play just because it is so easy for things to go wrong. And I was really impressed where I think I learned a lot about this format by watching how the best players approached it this weekend.
Part of it too is even selecting your lines between games. We saw Marco win a game on stream without bringing one of his 2 restricted Pokemon.
So cool.
The reveal of that, Rosemary and I behind the desk were just shocked. Like, how do we even talk about this? We keep hyping up these big restricted Pokemon and we don't even need them anymore. Like, why bother?
Get the Miraidon out of here.
We got Raging Bolt. It's Miraidon.
Groudon doesn't belong here either.
No, Groudon doesn't belong here. That's true.
For maybe a different reason. But you know what? I hope you have all enjoyed the action over the last 2 days here in New Orleans. We already got through our first 2 phases of Swiss. Our Top Cup bracket is almost completely finished, but it won't be until we crown our champion tomorrow on Championship Sunday. So make sure that you tune in. You can see the start time at the bottom of your screen there, but in case it's a little too small, it's kind of small for me actually. So, I think it says 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 Eastern, and 4 p.m. Central European time. Thank you, production, for this. This is very helpful. But also make sure that you follow our channels, so that way you do not miss a thing. You can go check out, of course, our Play Pokemon socials on Instagram, on X. You can also use that hashtag Pokemon NAIC. I've definitely seen some really fun tweets out there.
Yeah.
But also been finding the good ones without that hashtag too. So, keep talking about it. It's a good thing.
From us.
Yeah.
No. There's some fun things out there, that's for sure. But I don't know. There's going to be a lot of great action tomorrow. And I love the fact that we get a chance to crown champions in every single one of our games. We've got Unite here this weekend as well. So tomorrow we're going to be kicking things off with Unite. And then we're going to roll into Pokemon GO, do Pokemon TCG, and then kick things off, finish things off with Pokemon VGC. So make sure you stay tuned though, because there's some distributions that you can get. And that's why we're all here, right? right?
Yeah, we're here to
Especially
celebrate Incineroar.
Which is, can we talk about how ironic this is? The Incineroar having the code NAIC25 Pump Perish and Marco Silva's in the finals.
Yeah, well, the problem was this was only the second largest Pokemon video game championships tournament of all time. So Marco did not have to worry about coming up against Wolf Glick in the finals here.
I do kind of love it, though. We're like, oh, Marco's like, yeah, can't perish this. I'll see you in the finals.
Now, if Marco Silva wins, we're getting an Incineroar distribution that's like 20, LAIC 26. Without Perish.
No
Perish, yeah. Amazing stuff. Well, make sure you do get that Incineroar in-game, though. Incineroar has proven to be such a wonderful Pokemon in the last couple of regulations of VGC, and I feel like it's going to continue to stay that way.
all time.
Yeah.
Yes. I wonder who actually takes the cake after that one. You know what? We'll reconvene.
We'll figure that out
later.
later.
We'll get there.
We'll get the numbers.
But we have got some great in-game goodies for you if you're watching for Pokemon Go. Those elite TMs are so useful, and I don't exactly know which one this is. It's either a fast or a charged.
Yep.
Oh, we love charged TMs. Those are even better for those big moves. And of course, you can get the Mandibuzz from Padamon's EUIC winning team. And so just, try your hand at PvP. That's what we're really here for. You give you the Incineroar, we give you the Mandibuzz. I think we give you some cards in the trading card game as well. So yeah, use Team Rocket's Giovanni and Ethan's Adventure as well using the code NAIC25 Destined Rivals.
Really exciting stuff here going on. The Patamon from Go, I think, still alive in this tournament as well at NAIC, so have the chance for a double champion. And of course, Team Rocket's Giovanni and Ethan's Adventure, two very good cards in the current Destined Rivals format that you can pick up for yourself on Trading Card Game Live.
Well, you can use the codes, or you can also just tune in and get some Twitch drops. We do have these wonderful Cornerstone Ogerpon in-game accessories that you can use to just make sure that your game is even better. Yeah, we love that.
These cosmetics are so pretty. I love it. It kind of mirrors the sort of the international championships exclusive merch that we could have gotten at the Pokemon Center pop-up here in New Orleans. So even if you didn't get to come out here and see the Pokemon Center or get some of that merch, you can have the virtual version here by just watching along tomorrow.
Cornerstone's the best one, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's like, nodding their heads. Yeah.
It's the best in this format, for sure.
I don't know. Wellspring looked pretty good.
That's true. I think it's the best on a coin, too. I feel like if there's any Ogerpon form where you flip heads and it has a expression that says, ha ha, it's that one.
Oh, we need to put this in pocket now. Someone get on that for me really quick. But we also have Unite distributions. The Unite action here has been so incredibly hype. I can hear the crowd cheering from all the way at the other end of the venue hall. So you can go check out this special sticker to commemorate the North American International Championships. And you can just watch with Twitch drops and get this Mew emblem.
Yeah, I gotta say, we're starting with Unite tomorrow, and if you think it's going to be a sleepy morning, you are wrong. It is going to go off tomorrow morning when Unite kicks us off.
They're always a really, really raucous crowd, and it's really fun to have them at these events now because they've always joined us at the World Championships. Now we get them at the ICs, and it makes for a really great way to start off our championship Sunday.
And I think we're on the verge of history with the Unite finals. I think we might see a team actually win all three international championships in the same season.
Not even Tord Reklev could do that.
No, but Tord did get 3 in a row. But not the same season, so it's not the same, right?
Yeah. Whatever.
No, but it's going to be so exciting here. Make sure you tune in, see if Unite can really make that history and cement themselves as one of those VGC greats. Well, some of them play VGC too, I bet. But then, of course, just tune in for all the other age divisions as well, because we really want to make sure that we celebrate all of our juniors and seniors that are competing here too. We got some great matches at NAIC over the last couple of years, so who knows what's in store for us tomorrow.
Yeah, the juniors and seniors matches are always so fun, and For those of you who are expecting that the quality of play might be a little bit lower than the Masters division, it really kind of isn't. Our juniors and seniors, our seniors especially, are playing at the same level as a lot of these Masters, and we've seen so many different seniors age up. In fact, Federico Camparisi was an incredible senior player, made it to the finals of multiple international championships in the seniors division, and now here he is.
I will never forget Avery at NEIC 2 years ago as well. That was one of the most fun audience experiences I've ever had. The juniors and seniors are always good for a really good show.
Yeah, I think that for me, the juniors are always one of my favorite matches where I think it's when you often get to see some Pokemon you don't normally get to see. I think they've followed the meta a little bit more last few months, but I think it just tends to be a lot of fun. And yeah, I'm always impressed where I'm always coming in like, oh, you know, they're making a read, and then the third and the fourth, they're like, oh, actually, no, they're making reads.
Yeah.
I'm impressed. The kids get better every year.
Well, it will be all down to what happens tomorrow on Championship Sunday to see who is going to be taking home the title of 2025 North American International Champion. So make sure that you tune in with us, cheer on all of your favorite teams and players, and just enjoy Pokemon. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.